Encyclical letter Inscrutabili Dei Consilio on the Evils of Society, April 21st, 1878, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. On the Evils Affecting Modern Society, Their Causes and Remedies. Encyclical letter Inscrutabili, April 21st, 1878. When, by God's unsearchable design, we, though all unworthy, were raised to the height of apostolic dignity, at once we felt ourselves moved by an urgent desire, and, as it were, necessity, to address you by letter, not merely to express to you our very deep feeling of love, but further, in accordance with the task entrusted to us from heaven, to strengthen you, who are called to share our solicitude, that you may help us to carry on the battle now being waged on behalf of the Church of God and the salvation of souls. For, from the very beginning of our pontificate, the sad sight has presented itself to us of the evils by which the human race is oppressed on every side, the widespread subversion of the primary truths on which, as on its foundations, human society is based, the obstinacy of mind that will not brook any authority, however lawful, the endless sources of disagreement, whence arrive civil strife and ruthless war and bloodshed, the contempt of law which moulds characters and is the shield of righteousness, the insatiable craving for things perishable, with complete forgetfulness of things eternal, leading up to the desperate madness whereby so many wretched beings, in all directions, scruple not to lay violent hands upon themselves, the reckless mismanagement, waste, and misappropriation of the public funds, the shamelessness of those who, full of treachery, make semblance of being champions of country, of freedom, and every kind of right, in fine, the deadly kind of plague which infects society in its inmost recesses, allowing it no respite, and foreboding ever fresh disturbances and final disaster. Now the source of these evils lies chiefly, we are convinced, in this, that the holy and venerable authority of the Church, which in God's name rules mankind, upholding and defending all lawful authority, has been despised and set aside. The enemies of public order, being fully aware of this, have thought nothing better suited to destroy the foundations of society than to make an unflagging attack upon the Church of God, to bring her into discredit and odium by spreading infamous calumnies and accusing her of being opposed to genuine progress. They labour to weaken her influence and power by wounds daily inflicted, and to overthrow the authority of the Bishop of Rome, in whom the abiding and unchangeable principles of right and good find their earthly guardian and champion. From these causes have originated laws that shake the structure of the Catholic Church, the enacting whereof we have to deplore in so many lands. Hence too have flowed forth contempt of episcopal authority, the obstacles thrown in the way of the discharge of ecclesiastical duties, the dissolution of religious bodies, and the confiscation of property that was once the support of the Church's ministers and of the poor. Thereby public institutions, vowed to charity and benevolence, have been withdrawn from the wholesome control of the Church. Thence also has arisen that unchecked freedom to teach and spread abroad all mischievous principles, while the Church's claim to train and educate youth is in every way outraged and baffled. Such, too, is the purpose of the seizing of the temporal power, conferred many centuries ago by divine providence on the Bishop of Rome, that he might, without let or hindrance, use the authority conferred by Christ for the eternal welfare of the nations. We have recalled to your minds, venerable brothers, this deathly mass of ills, not to increase the sorrow naturally caused you by this most sad state of things, but because we believe that from its consideration you will most plainly see how serious are the matters claiming our attention, as well as devotedness, and with what energy we should work, and more than ever, under the present adverse conditions, protect, so far as in us lies, the Church of Christ and the honour of the Apostolic See, the objects of so many slanders, and assert their claims. It is perfectly clear and evident, venerable brothers, that the very notion of civilization is a fiction of the brain if it rest not on the abiding principles of truth and the unchanging laws of virtue and justice, and if unfeigned love knit not together the wills of men, and gently control the interchange and the character of their mutual service. Now, who would make bold to deny that the Church, by spreading the gospel throughout the nations, has brought the light of truth among people utterly savage and steeped in foul superstition, and has quickened them alike to recognize the divine author of nature, and duly to respect themselves? Further, who will deny that the Church has done away with the curse of slavery, and restored men to the original dignity of their noble nature, and, by uplifting the standard of redemption in all quarters of the globe, by introducing, or shielding under her protection, the sciences and arts, by founding and taking into her keeping excellent charitable institutions which provide relief for ills of every kind, has throughout the world, in private or in public life, civilized the human race, freed it from degradation, and, with all care, trained it to a way of living such as befits the dignity and the hopes of man. And if any one of sound mind compare the age in which we live, so hostile to religion and to the Church of Christ, with those happy times when the Church was revered as mother by the nations, beyond all question he will see that our epoch is rushing wildly along the straight road to destruction, while in those times which most abounded in excellent institutions, peaceful life, wealth, and prosperity, the people showed themselves most obedient to the Church's rule and laws. Therefore, if the many blessings we have mentioned, due to the agency and saving help of the Church, are the true and worthy outcome of civilization, the Church of Christ, far from being alien to or neglectful of progress, has a just claim to all men's praise as its nurse, its mistress, and its mother. Furthermore, that kind of civilization which conflicts with the doctrines and laws of Holy Church is nothing but a worthless imitation and a meaningless name. Of this, those peoples, on whom the gospel light has never shone, afford ample proof, since in their mode of life a shadowy semblance only of civilization is discoverable, while its true and solid blessings have never been possessed. Undoubtedly, that cannot by any means be accounted the perfection of civilized life which sets all legitimate authority boldly at defiance, nor can that be regarded as liberty which, shamefully, and by the vilest means, spreading false principles, and freely indulging the sensual gratification of lustful desires, claims impunity for all crime and misdemeanour, and thwarts the goodly influence of the worthiest citizens of whatsoever class. Delusive, perverse, and misleading as are these principles, they cannot possibly have any inherent power to perfect the human race, and fill it with blessing. For sin maketh nations miserable. Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 34. Such principles, as a matter of course, must hurry nations, corrupted in mind and heart, into every kind of infamy, weaken all right order, and thus, sooner or later, bring the standing and peace of the state to the very brink of ruin. Again, if we consider the achievements of the See of Rome, what can be more wicked than to deny how much and how well the Roman bishops have served civilized society at large? For our predecessors, to provide for the people's good, encountered struggles of every kind, endured to the utmost burdensome toils, and never hesitated to expose themselves to most dangerous trials. With eyes fixed on heaven, they neither bowed down their heads before the threats of the wicked, nor allowed themselves to be led by flattery or bribes into unworthy compliance. This apostolic chair it was that gathered and held together the crumbling remains of the old order of things. This was the kindly light, by whose help the culture of Christian times shone far and wide. This was an anchor of safety in the fierce storms by which the human race has been convulsed. This was the sacred bond of union that linked together nations distant in region and differing in character. In short, this was a common centre from which was sought instruction in faith and religion, no less than guidance and advice for the maintenance of peace and the functions of practical life. In very truth, it is the glory of the Supreme Pontiffs that they steadfastly set themselves up as a wall and a bulwark to save human society from falling back into its former superstition and barbarism. Would that this healing authority had never been slighted or set aside! Assuredly neither would the civil power have lost that venerable and sacred glory, the lustrous gift of religion, which alone renders the state of subjection noble and worthy of man. Nor would so many revolutions and wars have been fomented to ravage the world with desolation and bloodshed. Nor would kingdoms, once so flourishing, but now fallen from the height of prosperity, lie crushed beneath the weight of every kind of calamity. Of this the peoples of the East also furnish an example, who, by breaking the most sweet yoke that bound them to this apostolic see, forfeited the splendour of their former greatness, their renown in science and art, and the dignity of their sway. Of all these remarkable benefits, however, which illustrious monuments of all ages prove to have flowed upon every quarter of the world from the apostolic see, this land of Italy has had the most abounding experience, for it has derived advantages from the see of Rome proportionate to the greater nearness of its natural situation. Unquestionably, to the Roman pontiffs it is that Italy must own herself indebted for the substantial glory and majesty by which she has been pre-eminent amongst nations. The influence and fatherly care of the popes have upon many occasions shielded her from hostile attack and brought her relief and aid, the effect of which is that Catholic faith has been ever maintained inviolate in the hearts of Italians. These services of our predecessors, to omit mention of many others, have been witnessed to in a special manner by the records of the times of St. Leo the Great, Alexander III, Innocent III, St. Pius V, Leo X, and other pontiffs, by whose exertions or protection Italy has escaped unscathed from the utter destruction threatened by barbarians, has kept unimpaired her old faith, and amid the darkness and defilement of a ruder age has cultivated and preserved in vigour the lustre of science and the splendour of art. To this, furthermore, bears witness our own fostering city, the home of the popes, which, under their rule, reaped this special benefit, that it not only was the strong citadel of the faith, but also became the refuge of the liberal arts and the very abode of culture, winning for itself the admiration and respect of the whole world. As these facts, in all their amplitude, have been handed down in historical records for the perpetual remembrance of posterity, it is easy to understand that it is only with hostile design and shameless calumny, meant to mislead men, that anyone can venture in speech and in writing to accuse the Apostolic See of being an obstacle to the civil progress of nations and to the prosperity of Italy. Seeing, therefore, that all the hopes of Italy and of the whole world lie in the power so beneficent to the common good and profit, wherewith the authority of the Apostolic See is endowed, and in the close union which binds all the faithful of Christ to the Roman Pontiff, we recognise that nothing should be nearer our heart than how to preserve safe and sound the dignity of the Roman See, and to strengthen ever more and more the union of members with the head, of the children with their father. Wherefore, that we may above all things, and in every possible way, maintain the rights and freedom of this Holy See, we shall never cease to strive that our authority may meet with due deference, that obstacles may be removed which hamper the free exercise of our ministry, and that we may be restored to that condition of things in which the design of God's wisdom had long ago placed the Roman Pontiffs. We are moved to demand this restoration, venerable brethren, not by any feeling of ambition or desire of supremacy, but by the nature of our office and by our sacred promise confirmed on oath. And further, not only because this sovereignty is essential to protect and preserve the full liberty of the spiritual power, but also because it is an ascertained fact that when the temporal sovereignty of the Apostolic See is in question, the cause of the public good and the well-being of all human society in general are also at stake. Hence we cannot omit, in the discharge of our duty, which obliges us to guard the rights of Holy Church, to renew and confirm in every particular, by this our letter, those declarations and protests which Pius IX of sacred memory, our predecessor, on many and repeated occasions published against the seizing of the civil sovereignty and the infringement of rights belonging to the Roman Church. At the same time we address ourselves to princes and chief rulers of the nations, and earnestly beseech them, in the august name of the Most High God, not to refuse the Church's aid, proffered them in a season of such need, but with united and friendly aims to join themselves to her as the source of authority and salvation, and to attach themselves to her more and more in the bonds of hearty love and devotedness. God grant that, seeing the truth of our words, and considering within themselves that the teaching of Christ is, as Augustine used to say, a great blessing to the state, if obeyed, Epistola 138, ad Marcellus, number 15, and that their own peace and safety, as well as that of their people, is bound up with the safety of the Church and the reverence due to her, they may give their whole thought and care to mitigating the evils by which the Church and its visible head are harassed, and so it may at last come to pass that the peoples whom they govern may enter on the way of justice and peace, and rejoice in a happy era of prosperity and glory. In the next place, in order that the union of hearts between their chief pastor and the whole Catholic flock may daily be strengthened, we here call upon you, venerable brothers, with particular earnestness, and strongly urge you to kindle, with priestly zeal and pastoral care, the fire of the love of religion among the faithful entrusted to you, that their attachment to this chair of truth and justice may become closer and firmer, that they may welcome all its teachings with thorough assent of mind and will, wholly rejecting such opinions, even when most widely received, as they know to be contrary to the Church's doctrine. In this matter the Roman Pontiffs, our predecessors, and last of all, Pius IX of sacred memory, especially in the General Council of the Vatican, have not neglected, so often as there was need, to condemn wide-spreading errors and to smite them with the apostolic condemnation. This they did, keeping before their eyes the words of St. Paul, "Beware lest any man cheat you by philosophy and vain deceit, according to the tradition of men, according to the elements of the world, and not according to Christ." Letter to the Colossians, chapter 2, verse 8. All such censures we, following in the steps of our predecessors, do confirm and renew from this apostolic seat of truth, whilst we earnestly ask of the Father of lights that all the faithful, brought to thorough agreement in the like feeling and the same belief, may think and speak even as ourselves. It is your duty, venerable brothers, sedulously to strive that the seed of heavenly doctrine be sown broadcast in the field of God, and that the teachings of the Catholic faith may be implanted early in the souls of the faithful, may strike deep root in them, and may be kept free from the ruinous blight of error. The more the enemies of religion exert themselves to offer the uninformed, especially the young, such instruction as darkens the mind and corrupts morals, the more actively should we endeavour that not only a suitable and solid method of education may flourish, but, above all, that this education be wholly in harmony with the Catholic faith in its literature and system of training, and chiefly in philosophy, upon which the foundation of other sciences in great measure depends. Philosophy seeks not the overthrow of divine revelation, but delights rather to prepare its way, and defend it against assailants, both by example and in written works, as the great Augustine and the angelic Doctor, with all other teachers of Christian wisdom, have proved to us. Now, the training of youth most conducive to the defence of true faith and religion, and to the preservation of morality, must find its beginning from an early stage within the circle of home life. And this family Christian training, sadly undermined in these our times, cannot possibly be restored to its due dignity, save by those laws under which it was established in the Church by her divine founder himself. Our Lord Jesus Christ, by raising to the dignity of a sacrament the contract of matrimony, in which he would have his own union with the Church typified, not only made the marriage tie more holy, but, in addition, provided efficacious sources of aid for parents and children alike, so that, by the discharge of their duties one to another, they might, with greater ease, attain to happiness both in time and in eternity. But when impious laws, setting at naught the sanctity of this great sacrament, put it on the same footing with mere civil contracts, the lamentable result followed that, outraging the dignity of Christian matrimony, citizens made use of legalized concubinage in place of marriage. Husband and wife neglected their bounden duty to each other. Children refused obedience and reverence to their parents. The bonds of domestic love were loosened. And, alas, the worst scandal, and of all the most ruinous to public morality, very frequently an unholy passion, opened the door to disastrous and fatal separations. These most unhappy and painful consequences, venerable brothers, cannot fail to arouse your zeal, and move you constantly and earnestly to warn the faithful committed to your charge, to listen with docility to your teaching regarding the holiness of Christian marriage, and to obey the laws by which the Church controls the duties of married people and of their offspring. Then indeed will that most desirable result come about, that the character and conduct of individuals also will be reformed. For just as from a rotten stock are produced healthless branches or worthless fruits, so do the ravages of a pestilence which ruins the household spread wide their cruel infection to the hurt and injury of individual citizens. On the other hand, when domestic society is fashioned in the mould of Christian life, each member will gradually grow accustomed to the love of religion and piety, to the abhorrence of false and harmful teaching, to the pursuit of virtue, to obedience to elders, and to the restraint of that insatiable seeking after self-interest alone, which so spoils and weakens the character of men. To this end it will certainly help not a little to encourage and promote those pious associations which have been established in our own times especially, with so great profit to the cause of the Catholic religion. Great indeed, and beyond the strength of man, are these objects of our hopes and prayers, venerable brothers. But since God has made the nations of the earth for health, Book of Wisdom, chapter 1, verse 14, when he founded the Church for the welfare of the peoples, and promised that he will abide with her by his assistance to the end of the world, we firmly trust that through your endeavours the human race, taking warning from so many evils and visitations, will submit themselves at length to the Church, and turn for health and prosperity to the infallible guidance of this apostolic see. Meanwhile, venerable brothers, before bringing this letter to a close, we must express our congratulations on the striking harmony and concord which unites your minds among yourselves and with this apostolic see. This perfect union we regard as not merely an impregnable bulwark against hostile attacks, but also as an auspicious and happy omen, presaging better times for the Church. And while it yields great relief to our weakness, it seasonably encourages us to endure with readiness all labours and all struggles on behalf of God's Church in the arduous task which we have undertaken. Moreover, from the causes of hope and rejoicing which we have made known to you, we cannot separate those tokens of love and obedience which you, venerable brethren, in these first days of our pontificate, have shown our lowliness, and with you so many of the clergy and the faithful, who, by letters sent, by offerings given, by pilgrimages undertaken, and by other works of love, have made it clear that the devotion and charity which they manifested to our most worthy predecessor still last, so strong and steadfast and unchanged, as not to slacken towards the person of a successor so much inferior. For these splendid tokens of Catholic piety we humbly confess to the Lord that he is good and gracious, while to you, venerable brothers, and to all our beloved children from whom we have received them, we publicly, from the bottom of our heart, avow the grateful feelings of our soul, cherishing the fullest confidence that in the present critical state of things, and in the difficulties of the times, this, your devotion and love, and the devotion and love of the faithful, will never fail us. Nor have we any doubt that these conspicuous examples of filial piety and Christian virtue will be of such avail as to make our most merciful God, moved by these beautiful deeds, look with favour on his flock, and grant the Church peace and victory. But as we are sure that this peace and victory will more quickly and more readily be given us, if the faithful are unremitting in their prayers and supplications to obtain it, we earnestly exhort you, venerable brothers, to stir up for this end the zeal and ardour of the faithful, taking the Immaculate Queen of Heaven as their intercessor with God, and having recourse as their advocates to Saint Joseph, the heavenly patron of the Church, and to Saints Peter and Paul, the princes of the Apostles. To the powerful patronage of all these we humbly commit our lowliness, all ranks of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and all the flock of Christ our Lord. For the rest, we trust that these days, on which we renew the memory of Jesus Christ, risen from the dead, may be to you, venerable brothers, and to all the fold of God, a source of blessing and salvation and fullness of holy joy, praying our most gracious God that by the blood of the Lamb without spot, which blotted out the handwriting that was against us, the sins we have committed may be washed away, and the judgment we are suffering for them may mercifully be mitigated. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the charity of God, and the communication of the Holy Ghost be with you all. Second Letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 13. Venerable brothers, to each and all of whom, as well as to our beloved children, the clergy and faithful of your churches, as a pledge of our special goodwill, and as an earnest of the protection of heaven, we lovingly impart the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Inscrutabili Dei Consilio, on the Evils of Society, April 21st, 1878, by Pope Leo XIII. Encyclical Letter Quod Apostolici Muneris, on Socialism, December 28th, 1878, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Socialism, Communism, Nihilism. As the nature of our apostolic office required of us, we have not omitted, from the very outset of our pontificate, addressing you, venerable brothers, in encyclical letters, in order to advert to the deadly plague which is tainting society to its very core and bringing it to a state of extreme peril. At the same time we call attention to certain most effectual remedies, by which society may be renewed unto salvation and enabled to escape the crisis now threatening. But the evils which we then deplored have taken in a brief space of time such widespread growth that we are compelled to address you anew, with the words of the prophet resounding, as it were, in our ears. Cry, cease not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet. Book of Isaiah, chapter 18, verse 1. You understand, as a matter of course, venerable brothers, that we are alluding to that sect of men who, under the motley and all but barbarous terms and titles of Socialists, Communists, and Nihilists, are spreading abroad throughout the world, and, bound intimately together in baneful alliance, no longer look for strong support in secret meetings held in darksome places, but standing forth openly and boldly in the light of day, strive to carry out the purpose long resolved upon of uprooting the foundations of civilized society at large. These are they, in very truth, who, as the sacred test bears witness, defile the flesh, and despise dominion, and blaspheme majesty. The letter of Jude, verse 8. They leave nothing scatheless or uninjured of that which human and divine laws alike have wisely ordained to ensure the preservation and honour of life. From the heads of states, to whom, as the Apostle admonishes, all owes submission, and on whom the rights of authority are bestowed by God himself, these sectaries withhold obedience and preach up the perfect equality of all men in regard to rights alike and duties. The natural union of man and woman, which is held sacred even among barbarous nations, they hold in scorn, and its bond, whereby family life is chiefly maintained, they slacken, or else yield up to the sway of lust. In short, spurred on by greedy hankerings after things present, which is the root of all evils, which some coveting have erred from the faith. First letter to Timothy, chapter 6, verse 10. They attack the right of property, sanctioned by the law of nature, and with signal depravity, while pretending to feel solicitous about the needs, and anxious to satisfy the requirements of all, they strain every effort to seize upon and hold in common all that has been individually acquired by title of lawful inheritance, through intellectual or manual labour, or economy in living. These monstrous views they proclaim in public meetings, uphold in booklets, and spread broadcast everywhere through the daily press. Hence the hallowed dignity and authority of rulers has incurred such odium on the part of rebellious subjects that evil-minded traitors, spurning all control, have many a time, within a recent period, boldly raised impious hands against even the very heads of states. Such daring conduct on the part of disloyal individuals, which threatens the civilized community from day to day with even graver perils, and troubles the mind of all with anxious fears, draws its cause and origin from those venomous teachings which, like pernicious seeds scattered far and wide among the nations, have produced, in course of time, death-bearing fruit. In fact, venerable brothers, you know full well that the atrocious war, which, starting from the 16th century, was declared against the Catholic faith by the Reformers, and which has been growing amain from day to day in vehemence, aimed at giving free course to the rejection of all revelation, the subversion of the supernatural order, and the enthronement of unaided reason, with its vagaries, or rather ravings. Deriving pretentiously its name from reason, this false doctrine, by flattering and stimulating the eagerness to outstrip others, which is interwoven with man's nature, and giving the rein to every kind of unlawful desire, has taken willing possession of the minds of great numbers, and has even pervaded the whole of civilized society. Hence, by a fresh act of impiety, unknown even to very pagans, governments have been organized without God and the order established by him being taken at all into account. It has even been contended that public authority, with its dignity and its power of ruling, originates not from God, but from the mass of the people, which, considering itself unfettered by all divine sanction, refuses to submit to any laws that it has not itself passed of its own free will. Next, after having attacked and cast away the supernatural truths of faith as being contrary to reason, the very author and redeemer of mankind has been forced slowly and gradually to withdraw from the scheme of studies at universities, colleges, and high schools, as well as from all the practical working of public life. In fine, after having consigned to oblivion the rewards and punishments of a future and never-ending existence, the keen longing after happiness has been narrowed down to the range of the present life. With such doctrines spread far and wide, and such a licence in thought and action, it is no wonder that men of the most lowly condition, heartsick of a humble home or poor workshop, should fix eager eyes on the abodes and fortunes of the wealthy. No wonder that tranquillity no longer prevails in public or private life, or that the human race has been hurried onward to well nigh the verge of ruin. But the supreme pastors of the Church, on whom devolves the charge of guarding the Lord's flock from the snares of the enemy, have in good time devoted their energies to avert the danger impending, and to provide for the safety of the faithful. In fact, as soon as secret societies began to take extension, in the midst whereof the germs of those evil principles already adverted to were nursed, the Roman pontiffs Clement XV and Benedict XIV failed not to unmask the impious designs of the sectaries, and to warn the faithful throughout the world concerning the mischiefs they were thus hatching in secret. But when, by those who gloried in the title of philosophers, a certain unbridled liberty was assigned to man, and the new law, as they term it, began in opposition to the divine and natural law to be set forth and gather sanction, Pius VI, of happy memory, forthwith laid bare by public documents the pernicious character and falsity of those principles, and at the same time, with apostolic foresight, predicted the utter ruin to which the deluded multitudes were being hurried. But since, notwithstanding the measures resorted to, none proved of avail to prevent their wicked doctrines from day by day gaining ground with the people, and obtaining ascendancy even in public decisions of government, Popes Pius VII and Leo XII excommunicated secret societies, and once more gave warning to society of the perils that threatened it. In fine, the world at large is fully aware in what earnest terms, and with what resoluteness of soul and unflinching constancy, our glorious predecessor, Pius IX, of happy memory, by allocutions alike and encyclical letters addressed to the bishops of the whole world, levied war against the iniquitous endeavours of these sects, and furthermore even denounced by name the plague of socialism thence bursting forth. It is to be deplored, however, that they, to whom has been entrusted the care of the common welfare, allowing themselves to be circumvented by the fraudulent devices of infamous men, and terror-stricken at their threats, have ever displayed hostility towards the Church, feelings of suspicion, or even of hostility, not understanding that the endeavours of these sects would have been of no effect had the doctrine of the Catholic Church and the authority of the Roman pontiffs, among rulers and peoples alike, always remained in due honour. For the Church of the living God, which is the pillar and ground of truth, First Letter to Timothy, chapter 3, verse 15, proclaims those doctrines and precepts whereby the security and calm of society is provided for, and the accursed brood of socialism is utterly destroyed. For although the socialists, turning to evil use the gospel itself, so as to deceive more readily the unwary, have been wont to twist it to their meaning, still so striking is the disagreement between their criminal teachings and the pure doctrine of Christ, that no greater can exist. For what participation hath justice with injustice, or what fellowship hath light with darkness? Second Letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 14. They, in good sooth, cease not from asserting, as we have already mentioned, that all men are by nature equal, and hence they contend that neither honour nor respect is owed to public authority, nor any obedience to the laws, saving perhaps to those which have been sanctioned according to their good pleasure. Contrariwise, from the Gospel records, equality among men consists in this, that one and all, possessing the same nature, are called to the sublime dignity of being sons of God, and, moreover, that one and the same end, being set before all, each and every one has to be judged according to the same laws, and to have punishments or rewards meted out according to individual deserts. There is, however, an inequality of right and authority which emanates from the author of nature himself, of whom all paternity in heaven and earth is named. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 15. As regards rulers and subjects, all, without exception, according to Catholic teaching and precept, are mutually bound by duties and rights in such manner that, on the one hand, moderation is enjoined on the appetite for power, and, on the other, obedience is shown to be easy, stable, and wholly honourable. Therefore does the Church constantly urge upon each and all who are subject to her the apostolic precept: there is no power but from God, and those that are ordained of God. Therefore he that resisteth the powers resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase themselves damnation. And again, be subject of necessity, not only for wrath, but also for conscience' sake, and render to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honour to whom honour. Letter to the Romans, chapter 13, verses 1 to 7. For he who has created and governs all things has, in his provident wisdom, so disposed them, that the lowest attain to their end by the middlemost, and the middlemost by the highest. Just then as the Almighty willed that in the heavenly kingdom itself the choirs of angels should be of differing ranks, subordinated the one to the other, again, just as in the Church God has established different grades of orders with diversity of functions, so that all should not be apostles, all not doctors, all not prophets. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 29. So also has he established in civil society many orders of varying dignity, right, and power, and this to the end that the state, like the Church, should form one body comprising many members, some excelling others in rank and importance, but all alike necessary to one another, and solicitous for the common welfare. But to the end that the rulers of the people shall employ the power bestowed for the advancement and not detriment of those under rule, the Church of Christ very fittingly warns the rulers themselves that the sovereign judge will call them to a strict and speedy account, and evoking the words of divine wisdom, she addresses them one and all in God's name. Give ear, you that rule the people, and that please yourselves in multitudes of nations, for power is given you by the Lord, and strength by the Most High, who will examine your works, and search out your thoughts. For a most severe judgment shall be for them that bear rule. For God will not accept any man's person, neither will he stand in awe of any one's greatness, for he hath made the little and the great, and he hath equally care of all. But a greater punishment is ready for the more mighty. The Book of Wisdom, chapter 6, verse 3 and following. Should it, however, happen, at any time, that in the public exercise of authority rulers act rashly and arbitrarily, the teaching of the Catholic Church does not allow subjects to rise against them without further warranty, lest peace and order become more and more disturbed, and society run the risk of greater detriment. And when things have come to such a pass as to hold out no further hope, she teaches that a remedy is to be sought in the virtue of Christian patience and in urgent prayer to God. But should it please legislators and rulers to enjoin or sanction anything repugnant to the divine and natural law, the dignity and duty of the name of Christian and the apostolic injunction proclaim that one ought to obey God rather than men. The Acts of the Apostles, chapter 5, verse 29. Moreover, the salutary influence of the Church, which redounds to the upholding of well-regulated order in civil society, and promotes its conservation, the family circle itself, which is the starting point of every city and every state, necessarily feels and experiences. For you are fully aware, venerable brothers, that the governing principle of family life has, in accordance with the requirements of natural law, its basis in the indissoluble union of husband and wife, and its superstructure in the duties and rights of parents and children, and of masters and servants towards each other. You are further aware that the theories of Socialism would quickly destroy this family life, since the stability afforded by marriage under religious sanction once lost, paternal authority over children, and the duties of children to parents are necessarily and most harmfully slackened. Contrariwise, marriage, honourable to all, Letter to the Hebrews, chapter 13, verse 4, which from the beginning of the world God himself instituted for the propagation and preservation of the human race, and decreed to be indissoluble, the Church holds to have become more stable and holy through Christ, who conferred on it the dignity of a sacrament, and willed to make it an image of his own union with the Church. Wherefore, as the Apostle admonishes, as Christ is the head of the Church, so is the husband the head of the wife. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 23. And just as the Church is subject to Christ, who cherishes it with the most chaste and lasting love, so is it becoming that women also should be subject to their husbands, and by them in turn be loved with faithful and constant affection. In like manner the Church regulates the authority of the father and the master in such mode as to keep children and servants within their duty, without, however, allowing authority to be overstepped. For, according to Catholic teaching, the authority of the Heavenly Father and Lord flows forth upon parents and masters, and, on that account, receives not only its origin and power from God, but also its very nature and character. Hence does the Apostle exhort children to obey their parents in the Lord, and to honour their father and their mother, which is the first commandment with a promise. And you, fathers, provoke not your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and correction of the Lord. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verses 1, 2, and 4. And again, by the same divine apostolic injunction, it is urged on servants and masters that the former should obey their masters according to the flesh, as to Christ, with a good will serving as to the Lord. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verses 5 to 7. But the latter should forbear threatenings, knowing that the Lord of all is in heaven, and there is no respect of persons with him. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 9. Were all these things observed by every one whom they concern, according to the intent of the divine will, each family would truly present a likeness of the heavenly home, and the wondrous benefits thence resulting would not be limited simply to the family circle, but would spread abroad abundantly over the state at large. As regards the maintenance of public and private tranquillity, Catholic wisdom, sustained by both divine and natural law, prudently provides through what it holds and teaches touching the right of ownership and the apportioning of personal property, which has been accumulated for the wants and requirements of life. For the Socialists wrongly assume the right of property to be of mere human invention, repugnant to the natural equality between men, and preaching up the community of goods, declare that no one should endure poverty meekly, and that all may, with impunity, seize upon the possessions and usurp the rights of the wealthy. More wisely and profitably, the Church recognizes the existence of inequality amongst men, who are by nature unlike in mental endowment and strength of body, and even in amount of fortune. And she enjoins that the right of property, and of its disposal, derived from nature, should, in the case of every individual, remain intact and inviolate. She knows full well indeed that robbery and rapine have been so forbidden by God, the author and protector of every right, that it is unlawful even to covet the goods of others, and that thieves and robbers, no less than adulterers and idolaters, are excluded from the kingdom of heaven. Nor does she, on this account, loving mother as she is, omit solicitude for the poor, or fail to provide for their needs. Nay, taking them to her arms with maternal affection, and knowing that they, in a manner, represent the person of Christ himself, who accounts as done unto him any benefit conferred upon the lowliest among the poor, she holds them in great account, brings them aid to the utmost of her power, takes thought to have erected in every land, in their behoof, homes and refuges, where they can be received, nurtured, and tended, and takes these charitable foundations under her protecting care. Moreover, she lays the rich under strict command to give of their superfluity to the poor, impressing them with fear of the divine judgment which will exact the penalty of eternal punishment unless they succour the wants of the needy. In fine, she cheers and comforts exceedingly the hearts of the poor, either by setting before them the example of Christ, who, being rich, became poor for our sakes. Second Letter to the Corinthians, chapter 8, verse 9. Or by reminding them of the words by which Jesus pronounced the poor to be blessed, and enjoined them to hope for the reward of eternal bliss. Who then does not perceive that herein lies the best means of appeasing the undying conflict between the rich and poor? For, as the evidence of things and facts clearly demonstrates, if such conclusion be disallowed or made light of, it must come about either that the vast majority of mankind will fall back into that most abject condition of bondage which, through a long lapse of time, obtained amongst pagan nations, or else that human society will be agitated by constant outbreaks and ravaged by plunder and rapine, such as even of late years we have had occasion to deplore. Since things have come to this pass, venerable brothers, we, on whom is laid the charge of governing the universal Church, pointed out even at the very outset of our pontificate to the nations and their rulers, tossed about by so dire a tempest, the port to which they could betake themselves in all safety. And now, moved greatly by the extreme peril which actually threatens, we lift up anew our apostolic voice, and conjure them again and again, for the sake of their own safety and that of the state, to welcome and obey the teaching of that Church which has deserved so well in promoting the public prosperity of nations, and to recognize once for all that the relations of the state and of religion are so bound together as that whatever is withdrawn from religion impairs by so much the dutiful submission of the subject and the dignity of authority. And when they shall have recognized that the Church of Christ is possessed of a power to stave off the pest of Socialism, too mighty to be found in human enactments, or in the strong hand of the civil power, or in military force, let them re-establish that Church in the condition and liberty needed in order to be able to exercise her most salutary influence for the good of society in general. Do you, however, venerable brothers, who have keen insight as to the nature and origin of the ills thickening ever in the world, apply yourselves with all zeal and energy of spirit to inculcate Catholic doctrine, that it may reach and strike deep root in the souls of all. Provide, as far as may be, that from early years all may grow accustomed to cherish a filial love towards God, and to revere his sovereign sway, to show due submission to rulers and the laws, to bridle their passions, and zealously uphold the authority which God has established alike in the state and in the family circle. Moreover, it behooves you to strive earnestly that the children of the Catholic Church venture not to lend their name, nor in any way to give countenance to this hateful sect, but, on the contrary, that by worthy deeds and honourable line of action, in all particulars, they show how well and happily human society would prosper, were the individual members distinguishable for the regularity of their conduct and for their virtuous life. Finally, as the confederates of Socialism are sought mainly amongst those who occupy themselves in business pursuits, or give themselves to manual labour, and who, wearied out by sheer hard work, are more easily entrapped by the hope of wealth and promise of prosperity, it seems expedient to encourage associations for handicraftsmen and labouring men, which, placed under the sheltering care of religion, may render the members content with their lot and resigned to toil, inducing them to lead a peaceful and tranquil life. On our undertakings, venerable brothers, and on yours, may he confer favouring aid to whom we are bound to refer the beginning and the end of all good. We have ample ground to hope for speedy help during these auspicious days, when the festival of our Lord's Nativity is being celebrated. That new deliverance which Christ, born into a world sinking with years and well-nigh crushed with the weight of ills, charges us to hope for. That peace, which then he announced to men through the ministry of angels, he has promised to bestow likewise on us. For the hand of the Lord is not shortened, that he cannot save, neither is his ear heavy, that it cannot hear. The Book of Isaiah, chapter 59, verse 1. During these days, then, of most happy augury, venerable brothers, wishing to you and to all the faithful of your churches all joy and prosperity, we earnestly pray the giver of all good gifts, that anew to man may appear the goodness and kindness of God our Saviour. Letter to Titus, chapter 3, verse 4. Who, after having snatched us from the power of a ruthless enemy, has raised us up to the most exalted dignity of being sons of God. And in order that our vows may be the more speedily and abundantly satisfied, join with us, venerable brothers, in addressing to God fervent prayers, invoking also the patronage of the Blessed Virgin Mary, ever immaculate, and of her spouse, Joseph, as also of the blessed apostles, Peter and Paul, in whose intercession we greatly confide. And in the meantime, with inmost affection of heart to you, venerable brothers, to your clergy, and to all the faithful throughout the world, as a harbinger of the divine gifts, we impart our apostolic blessing. End of Encyclical Letter Quod Apostolici Muneris, on Socialism, December 28th, 1878, by Pope Leo XIII.
Encyclical Letter Aeterni Patris, on the Restoration of Philosophy, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Study of Scholastic Philosophy. Encyclical Letter Aeterni Patris, August 4th, 1879. The only begotten Son of the Eternal Father, who came on earth to bring salvation and the light of divine wisdom to men, conferred a great and wonderful blessing on the world when, about to ascend again into heaven, he commanded the apostles to go and teach all nations, and left the church which he had founded to be the common and supreme teacher of the peoples. For men, whom the truth had set free, were to be preserved by the truth, nor would the fruits of heavenly doctrines, by which salvation comes to men, have long remained, had not the Lord Christ appointed an unfailing authority for the instruction of the faithful. And the Church, built upon the promises of its own divine author, whose charity it imitated, so faithfully followed out his commands that its constant aim and chief wish was this: to teach true religion and contend forever against errors. To this end assuredly have tended the incessant labors of individual bishops. To this end also the published laws and decrees of councils, and especially the constant watchfulness of the Roman pontiffs, to whom, as successors of the blessed Peter in the primacy of the apostles, belongs the right and office of teaching and confirming their brethren in the faith. Since then, according to the warning of the apostle, the minds of Christ's faithful are apt to be deceived, and the integrity of the faith to be corrupted among men by philosophy and vain deceit, the supreme pastors of the Church have always thought it their duty to advance, by every means in their power, science truly so called, and at the same time to provide with special care that all studies should accord with the Catholic faith, especially philosophy, on which a right apprehension of the other sciences in great part depends. Indeed, venerable brethren, on this very subject, among others, we briefly admonish you in our first encyclical letter. But now, both by reason of the gravity of the subject and the condition of the time, we are again compelled to speak to you on the mode of taking up the study of philosophy which shall respond most fitly to the true faith, and at the same time be most consonant with the dignity of human knowledge. Whoso turns his attention to the bitter strifes of these days, and seeks a reason for the troubles that vex public and private life, must come to the conclusion that a fruitful cause of the evils which now afflict, as well as of those which threaten us, lies in this, that false conclusions concerning divine and human things, which originated in the schools of philosophy, have crept into all the orders of the state, and have been accepted by the common consent of the masses. For since it is in the very nature of man to follow the guide of reason in his actions, if his intellect sins at all, his will soon follows, and thus it happens that looseness of intellectual opinion influences human actions and perverts them. Whereas, on the other hand, if men be of sound mind, and take their stand on true and solid principles, there will result a vast amount of benefits for the public and private good. We do not, indeed, attribute such force and authority to philosophy as to esteem it equal to the task of combating and rooting out all errors. For when the Christian religion was first constituted, it came upon earth to restore it to its primeval dignity by the admirable light of faith, diffused not by persuasive words of human wisdom, but in the manifestation of spirit and of power. So also at the present time, we look above all things to the powerful help of Almighty God, to bring back to a right understanding the minds of men and dispel the darkness of error. But the natural helps with which the grace of the divine wisdom, strongly and sweetly disposing all things, has supplied the human race, are neither to be despised nor neglected, chief among which is evidently the right use of philosophy. For not in vain did God set the light of reason in the human mind, and so far is the superadded light of faith from extinguishing or lessening the power of the intelligence, that it completes it rather, and by adding to its strength renders it capable of greater things. Therefore divine providence itself requires that in calling back the peoples to the paths of faith and salvation, advantage should be taken of human science also, an approved and wise practice which history testifies was observed by the most illustrious fathers of the Church. They indeed were wont neither to belittle nor undervalue the part that reason had to play, as is summed up by the great Augustine, when he attributes to this science, that by which the most wholesome faith is begotten, is nourished, defended, and made strong. In the first place, philosophy, if rightly made use of by the wise, in a certain way tends to smooth and fortify the road to true faith, and to prepare the souls of its disciples for the fit reception of revelation. For which reason it is well called by ancient writers sometimes a stepping stone to the Christian faith, sometimes the prelude and help of Christianity, sometimes the gospel teacher. And assuredly, the God of all goodness in all that pertains to divine things has not only manifested by the light of faith those truths which human intelligence could not attain of itself, but others also not altogether attainable by reason, that by the help of divine authority they may be made known to all at once and without any admixture of error. Hence it is that certain truths which were either divinely proposed for belief, or were bound by the closest chains to a doctrine of faith, were discovered by pagan sages with nothing but their natural reason to guide them, were demonstrated and proved by becoming arguments. For, as the Apostle says, the invisible things of him, from the creation of the world, are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made. His eternal power also and divinity. And the Gentiles who have not the law show, nevertheless, the work of the law written in their hearts. But it is most fitting to turn these truths, which have been discovered by the pagan sages even, to the use and purposes of revealed doctrine, in order to show that both human wisdom and the very testimony of our adversaries serve to support the Christian faith. A method, which is not of recent introduction, but of established use, and has often been adopted by the Holy Fathers of the Church. For instance, those venerable men, the witnesses and guardians of religious traditions, recognize a certain form and figure of this in the action of the Hebrews, who, when about to depart out of Egypt, were commanded to take with them the gold and silver vessels and precious robes of the Egyptians, that by a change of use the things might be dedicated to the service of the true God, which had formerly been the instruments of ignoble and superstitious rites. Gregory of Neo-Caesarea praises Origen expressly, because with singular dexterity, as one snatches weapons from the enemy, he turned to the defense of Christian wisdom and to the destruction of superstition many arguments drawn from the writings of the pagans. And Gregory of Nyssa praise and commend a like mode of disputation in Basil the Great, while Jerome especially commends it in Quadratus, a disciple of the Apostles, in Aristide, Justin, Irenaeus, and very many others. Augustine says, "Do we not see Cyprian, that mildest of doctors and most blessed of martyrs, going out of Egypt laden with gold and silver and vestments? And Lactantius also, and Victorinus, Optatus, and Hilary? And not to speak of the living, how many Greeks have done likewise?" But if natural reason first sowed this rich field of doctrine before it was rendered fruitful by the power of Christ, it must assuredly become more prolific after the grace of the Saviour has renewed and added to the native faculties of the human mind. And who does not see that a plain and easy road is opened up to faith by such a method of philosophic study? But the advantage to be derived from such a school of philosophy is not to be confined within these limits. The foolishness of those men is gravely reproved in the words of divine wisdom, who by these good things that are seen could not understand him that is, neither by attending to the works could have acknowledged who was the workman. In the first place, then, this great and noble fruit is gathered from human reason, that it demonstrates that God is. For by the greatness of the beauty and of the creature, the Creator of them may be seen so as to be known thereby. Again, it shows God to excel in the height of all perfections, in infinite wisdom before which nothing lies hidden, and in absolute justice which no depraved affection could possibly shake. And that God, therefore, is not only true, but truth itself, which can neither deceive nor be deceived. Whence it clearly follows that human reason finds the fullest faith and authority united in the Word of God. In like manner, reason declares that the doctrine of the gospel has even from its very beginning been made manifest by certain wonderful signs, the established proofs, as it were, of unshaken truth, and that all, therefore, who set faith in the gospel do not believe rashly, as though following cunningly devised fables, but by a most reasonable consent, subject their intelligence and judgment to an authority which is divine. And of no less importance is it that reason most clearly sets forth that the Church instituted by Christ, as laid down in the Vatican Synod, on account of its wonderful spread, its marvelous sanctity, and its inexhaustible fecundity in all places, as well as of its Catholic unity and unshaken stability, is in itself a great and perpetual motive of belief and an irrefragable testimony of its own divine mission. Its solid foundations having been thus laid, a perpetual and varied service is further required of philosophy, in order that sacred theology may receive and assume the nature, form, and genius of a true science. For in this, the most noble of studies, it is of the greatest necessity to bind together, as it were, in one body, the many and various parts of the heavenly doctrines, that each being allotted to its own proper place and derived from its own proper principles, the whole may join together in a complete union. In order, in fine, that all and each part may be strengthened by its own and the other's invincible arguments. Nor is it that more accurate or fuller knowledge of the things that are believed, and somewhat more lucid understanding, as far as it can go, of the very mysteries of faith which Augustine and the other fathers commended and strove to reach, and which the Vatican Synod itself declared to be most fruitful, to be passed over in silence or belittled. Those will certainly more fully and more easily attain that knowledge and understanding who to integrity of life and love of faith join a mind rounded and finished by philosophic studies, as the same Vatican Synod teaches that the knowledge of such sacred dogmas ought to be sought, as well from analogy of the things that are naturally known, as from the connection of those mysteries one with another and with the final end of man. Lastly, the duty of religiously defending the truths divinely delivered, and of resisting those who dare oppose them, pertains to philosophic pursuits. Wherefore it is the glory of philosophy to be esteemed as the bulwark of faith and the strong defense of religion. As Clement of Alexandria testifies, the doctrine of the Saviour is indeed perfect in itself, and wanteth not, since it is the power and wisdom of God. And the assistance of the Greek philosophy maketh not the truth more powerful, but inasmuch as it weakens the contrary arguments of the sophists, and repels the veiled attacks against the truth, it has been fitly called the hedge and fence of the vine. For as the enemies of the Catholic name, when about to attack religion, are in the habit of borrowing their weapons from the arguments of philosophers, so the defenders of sacred science draw many arguments from the store of philosophy, which may serve to uphold revealed dogmas. Nor is the triumph of the Christian faith a small one in using human reason to repel powerfully and speedily the attacks of its adversaries by the hostile arms which human reason itself supplied. Which species of religious strife St. Jerome, writing to Magnus, notices as having been adopted by the apostle of the Gentiles himself, Paul, the leader of the Christian army and the invincible orator, battling for the cause of Christ, skillfully turns even a chance inscription into an argument for the faith. For he had learned from the true David to wrest the sword from the hands of the enemy, and to cut off the head of the boastful Goliath with his own weapon. Moreover, the Church herself not only urges, but even commands Christian teachers to seek help from philosophy. For the Fifth Council of Lateran, after it had decided that every assertion contrary to the truth of revealed faith is altogether false, for the reason that it contradicts, however slightly, the truth, advises teachers of philosophy to pay close attention to the exposition of fallacious arguments, since, as Augustine testifies, if reason is turned against the authority of sacred Scripture, no matter how specious it may seem, it errs in the likeness of truth, for true it cannot be. But in order that philosophy may be found equal to the gathering of those precious fruits which we have indicated, it behooves it, above all things, never to turn aside from that path which the Fathers have entered upon from a venerable antiquity, and which the Vatican Council solemnly and authoritatively approved. As it is evident that very many truths of the supernatural order which are far beyond the reach of the keenest intellect must be accepted, human reason, conscious of its own infirmity, dare not affect to itself too great powers, nor deny those truths, nor measure them by its own standard, nor interpret them at will, but receive them rather with a full and humble faith, and esteem it the highest honor to be allowed to wait upon heavenly doctrines, like a handmaid and attendant, and by God's goodness attain to them in any way whatsoever. But in the case of such doctrines as the human intelligence may perceive, it is equally just that philosophy should make use of its own method, principles, and arguments. Not indeed in such fashion as to seem rashly to withdraw from the divine authority, but since it is established that those things which become known by revelation have the force of certain truth, and that those things which war against faith war equally against right reason, the Catholic philosopher will know that he violates at once faith and the laws of reason if he accepts any conclusion which he understands to be opposed to revealed doctrine. We know that there are some who, in their overestimate of the human faculties, maintain that as soon as man's intellect becomes subject to divine authority, it falls from its native dignity, and hampered by the yoke of this species of slavery, is much retarded and hindered in its progress toward the supreme truth and excellence. Such an idea is most false and deceptive, and its sole tendency is to induce foolish and ungrateful men willfully to repudiate the most sublime truths and reject the divine gift of faith, from which the fountains of all good things flow out upon civil society. For the human mind, being confined within certain limits, and those narrow enough, is exposed to many errors and is ignorant of many things. Whereas the Christian faith, reposing on the authority of God, is the unfailing mistress of truth, whom whoso followeth, he will be neither immeshed in the snares of error, nor tossed hither and thither on the waves of fluctuating opinion. Those, therefore, who to the study of philosophy unite obedience to the Christian faith, are philosophers indeed, for the splendor of the divine truths received into the mind helps the understanding, and not only detracts in no wise from its dignity, but adds greatly to its nobility, keenness, and stability. For surely that is a worthy and most useful exercise of reason, when men give their minds to disproving those things which are repugnant to faith, and proving the things which conform to faith. In the first case, they cut the ground from under the feet of error, and expose the viciousness of the arguments on which error rests, while in the second case they make themselves masters of weighty reasons for the sound demonstration of truth and the satisfactory instruction of any reasonable person. Whoever denies that such study and practice tend to add to the resources and expand the faculties of the mind must necessarily and absurdly hold that the mind gains nothing from discriminating between the true and the false. Justly, therefore, does the Vatican Council commemorate in these words the great benefits which faith has conferred upon reason. Faith frees and saves reason from error, and endows it with manifold knowledge. A wise man, therefore, would not accuse faith and look upon it as opposed to reason and natural truths, but would rather offer heartfelt thanks to God, and sincerely rejoice that, in the density of ignorance, and in the flood tide of error, holy faith, like a friendly star, shines down upon his path and points out to him the fair gate of truth beyond all danger of wandering. If, venerable brethren, you open the history of philosophy, you will find all we have just said proved by experience. The philosophers of old, who lacked the gift of faith, yet were esteemed so wise, fell into many appalling errors. You know how often among some truths they taught false and incongruous things, what vague and doubtful opinions they held concerning the nature of the divinity, the first origin of things, the government of the world, the divine knowledge of the future, the cause and principle of evil, the ultimate end of man, the eternal beatitude, concerning virtue and vice and other matters, a true and certain knowledge of which is most necessary to the human race. While, on the other hand, the early fathers and doctors of the Church, who well understood that, according to the divine plan, the restorer of human science is Christ, who is the power and the wisdom of God, and in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, took up and investigated the books of the ancient philosophers, and compared their teachings with the doctrines of revelation, and carefully sifting them, they cherished what was true and wise in them, and amended or rejected all else. For as the all-seeing God against the cruelty of tyrants raised up mighty martyrs to the defense of the Church, men prodigal of their great lives in like manner, to false philosophers and heretics he opposed men of great wisdom, to defend, even by the aid of human reason, the treasure of revealed truths. Thus from the very first ages of the Church, the Catholic doctrine has encountered a multitude of most bitter adversaries, who, deriding the Christian dogmas and institutions, maintained that there were many gods, that the material world never had a beginning or cause, and that the course of events was one of blind and fatal necessity, not regulated by the will of divine providence. But the learned men, whom we call apologists, speedily encountered these teachers of foolish doctrine, and under the guidance of faith found arguments in human wisdom also to prove that one God, who stands preeminent in every kind of perfection, is to be worshipped, that all things were created from nothing by his omnipotent power, that by his wisdom they flourish and serve each their own special purposes. Among these, St. Justin Martyr claims the chief place. After having tried the most celebrated academies of the Greeks, he saw clearly, as he himself confesses, that he could only draw truths in their fullness from the doctrines of revelation. These he embraced with all the ardor of his soul, purged of calumny, courageously and fully defended before the Roman emperors, and reconciled with them not a few of the sayings of the Greek philosophers. Quadratus also, and Aristide, Hermias, and Athenagoras stood nobly forth in that time. Nor did Irenaeus, the invincible martyr and bishop of Lyons, win less glory in the same cause when, forcibly refuting the perverse opinions of the Orientals, the work of the Gnostics, scattered broadcast over the territories of the Roman Empire, he explained, according to Jerome, the origin of each heresy and in what philosophic source it took its rise. But who knows not the disputations of Clement of Alexandria, which the same Jerome thus honorably commemorates? What is there in them that is not learned, and what that is not of the very heart of philosophy? He himself indeed, with marvelous versatility, treated of many things of the greatest utility for preparing a history of philosophy, for the exercise of the dialectic art, and for showing the agreement between reason and faith. After him came Origen, who graced the chair of the school of Alexandria, and was most learned in the teachings of the Greeks and Orientals. He published many volumes, involving great labor, which were wonderfully adapted to explain the divine writings and illustrate the sacred dogmas, which, though, as they now stand, not altogether free from error, contain nevertheless a wealth of knowledge tending to the growth and advance of natural truths. Tertullian opposes heretics with the authority of the sacred writings. With the philosophers he changes his fence and disputes philosophically, but so learnedly and accurately did he confute them, that he made bold to say, "Neither in science nor in schooling are we equals, as you imagine." Arnobius also in his works against the pagans, and Lactantius in the divine institutions especially, with equal eloquence and strength, strenuously strive to move men to accept the dogmas and precepts of Catholic wisdom, not by philosophic juggling, after the fashion of the academicians, but vanquishing them partly by their own arms, and partly by arguments drawn from the natural contentions of the philosophers. But the writings on the human soul, the divine attributes, and other questions of mighty moment, which the great Athanasius and Chrysostom, the prince of orators, have left behind them, are, by common consent, so supremely excellent, that it seems scarcely anything could be added to their subtlety and fullness. And not to cover too wide a range, we add to the number of the great men of whom mention has been made the names of Basil the Great and of the two Gregories, who, on going forth from Athens, that home of all learning, thoroughly equipped with all the hardness of philosophy, turned the wealth of knowledge which each had gathered up in course of zealous study to the work of refuting heretics and preparing Christians. But Augustine would seem to have wrested the palm from all. Of a most powerful genius, and thoroughly saturated with sacred and profane learning, with the loftiest faith and with equal knowledge, he combated most vigorously all the errors of his age. What height of philosophy did he not reach? What region of it did he not diligently explore, either in expounding the loftiest mysteries of the faith to the faithful, or defending them against the fell onslaught of adversaries, or again when, in demolishing the fables of the Academicians or the Manichaeans, he laid the safe foundations and sure structure of human science, or followed up the reason, origin, and causes of the evils that afflict man? How subtly he reasoned on the angels, the soul, the human mind, the will and free choice, on religion and the life of the blessed, on time and eternity, and even on the very nature of changeable bodies. Afterwards, in the East, John Damascene, treading in the footsteps of Basil and of Gregory Nazianzen, and in the West, Boethius and Anselm, following the doctrines of Augustine, added largely to the patrimony of philosophy. Later on, the doctors of the Middle Ages, who are called scholastics, addressed themselves to a great work, that of diligently collecting and sifting and storing up, as it were, in one place, for the use and convenience of posterity, the rich and fertile harvests of Christian learning scattered abroad in the voluminous works of the Holy Fathers. And with regard, venerable brethren, to the origin, drift, and excellence of this scholastic learning, it may well be here to speak more fully in the words of one of the wisest of our predecessors, Sixtus V. By the divine favor of him who alone gives the spirit of science and wisdom and understanding, and who through all ages, as there may be need, enriches his church with new blessings, and strengthens it with new safeguards, there was founded by our fathers, men of eminent wisdom, the scholastic theology, which two glorious doctors in particular, the angelic St. Thomas and the seraphic St. Bonaventure, illustrious teachers of this faculty, with surpassing genius, by unwearied diligence, and at the cost of long labors and vigils, set in order and beautified, and when skillfully arranged and clearly explained in a variety of ways, handed down to posterity. And indeed, the knowledge and use of so salutary a science, which flows from the fertilizing founts of the sacred writings, the sovereign pontiffs, the holy fathers, and the councils must always be of the greatest assistance to the Church, whether with the view of really and soundly understanding and interpreting the Scriptures, or more safely and to better purpose, reading and explaining the Fathers, or for exposing and refuting the various errors and heresies. And in these late days, when those dangerous times described by the Apostle are already upon us, when the blasphemers, the proud, and the seducers go from bad to worse, erring themselves and causing others to err, there is surely a very great need of confirming the dogmas of Catholic faith and confuting heresies. Although these words seem to bear reference solely to scholastic theology, nevertheless they may plainly be accepted as equally true of philosophy and its praises. For the noble endowments which make the scholastic theology so formidable to the enemies of truth, to wit, as the same Pontiff adds, that ready and close coherence of cause and effect, that order and array as of a disciplined army in battle, those clear definitions and distinctions, that strength of argument and those keen discussions, by which light is distinguished from darkness, the true from the false, expose and strip naked, as it were, the falsehoods of heretics wrapped around by a cloud of subterfuges and fallacies. Those noble and admirable endowments, we say, are only to be found in a right use of that philosophy which the scholastic teachers have been accustomed carefully and prudently to make use of, even in theological disputations. Moreover, since it is the proper and special office of the scholastic theologians to bind together by the fastest chain human and divine science, surely the theology in which they excelled would not have gained such honor and commendation among men if they had made use of a lame and imperfect or vain philosophy. Among the scholastic doctors, the chief and master of all towers Thomas Aquinas, who, as Cajetan observes, because he most venerated the ancient doctors of the Church, in a certain way seems to have inherited the intellect of all. The doctrines of those illustrious men, like the scattered members of a body, Thomas collected together and cemented, distributed in wonderful order, and so increased with important additions, that he is rightly and deservedly esteemed the special bulwark and glory of the Catholic faith. With his spirit at once humble and swift, his memory ready and tenacious, his life spotless throughout, a lover of truth for its own sake, richly endowed with human and divine science, like the sun he heated the world with the ardor of his virtues and filled it with the splendor of his teaching. Philosophy has no part which he did not touch finely at once and thoroughly, on the laws of reasoning, on God and incorporeal substances, on man and other sensible things, on human actions and their principles. He reasoned in such a manner that in him there is wanting neither a full array of questions, nor an apt disposal of the various parts, nor the best method of proceeding, nor soundness of principles or strength of argument, nor clearness and elegance of style, nor a facility for explaining what is abstruse. Moreover, the angelic doctor pushed his philosophic conclusions into the reasons and principles of the things which are most comprehensive and contain in their bosom, so to say, the seeds of almost infinite truths, to be unfolded in good time by later masters and with a goodly yield. And as he also used this philosophic method in the refutation of error, he won this title to distinction for himself, that single-handed he victoriously combated the errors of former times, and supplied invisible arms to put those to rout which might in after times spring up. Again, clearly distinguishing, as is fitting, reason from faith, while happily associating the one with the other, he both preserved the rights and had regard for the dignity of each. So much so, indeed, that reason, borne on the wings of Thomas to its human height, can scarcely rise higher, while faith could scarcely expect more or stronger aids from reason than those which he had already obtained through Thomas. For these reasons, learned men, in former ages especially, of the highest repute in theology and philosophy, after mastering with infinite pains the immortal works of Thomas, gave themselves up not so much to be instructed in his angelic wisdom as to be nourished upon it. It is known that nearly all the founders and framers of laws of the religious orders commanded their associates to study and religiously adhere to the teaching of St. Thomas, fearful lest any of them should swerve even in the slightest degree from the footsteps of so great a man. To say nothing of the family of St. Dominic, which rightly claims this great teacher for its own glory, the statutes of the Benedictines, the Carmelites, the Augustinians, the Society of Jesus, and many others, all testify that they are bound by this law. And here how pleasantly one's thoughts fly back to those celebrated schools and academies which flourished of old in Europe. To Paris, Salamanca, Alcala, to Douay, Toulouse, and Louvain, to Padua and Bologna, to Naples and Coimbra, and to many another. All know how the fame of these seats of learning grew with their years, and that their judgment, often asked in matters of grave moment, held great weight everywhere. And we know how in those great homes of human wisdom, as in his own kingdom, Thomas reigned supreme, and that the minds of all, of teachers as well as of taught, rested in wonderful harmony under the shield and authority of the angelic doctor. But furthermore, our predecessors in the Roman pontificate have celebrated the wisdom of Thomas Aquinas by exceptional tributes of praise and the most ample testimonials. Clement VI, Nicholas V, Benedict XIII, and others bear witness that the universal Church borrows luster from his admirable teaching, while St. Pius V confesses that heresies, confounded and convicted by the same teaching, were dissipated, and the whole world daily freed from fatal errors. Others affirm with Clement XII that most fruitful blessings have spread abroad from his writings over the whole Church, and that he is worthy of the honor which is bestowed on the greatest doctors of the Church, on Gregory and Ambrose, Augustine and Jerome. While others have not hesitated to propose St. Thomas for the exemplar and master of the academies and great lyceums, whom they may follow with unfaltering feet. On which point the words of Blessed Urban V to the Academy of Toulouse are worthy of recall. "It is our will, which we hereby enjoin upon you, that ye follow the teaching of Blessed Thomas as the true and Catholic doctrine, and that ye labor with all your force to profit by the same." Innocent XII followed the example of Urban in the case of the University of Louvain, and Benedict XIV with the Dionysian College of Granada. While to these judgments of great pontiffs on Thomas Aquinas comes the crowning testimony of Innocent VI. His teaching above that of others, the canons alone excepted, enjoys such an elegance of phraseology, a method of statement, a truth of proposition, that those who hold it are never found swerving from the path of truth, and he who dare assail it will always be suspected of error. The ecumenical councils also, where blossoms the flower of all earthly wisdom, have always been careful to hold Thomas of Aquinas in singular honor. In the councils of Lyon, Vienna, Florence, and the Vatican, one might almost say that Thomas took part and presided over the deliberations and decrees of the Fathers, contending against the errors of the Greeks, of heretics and rationalists, with invisible force and with the happiest results. But the chief and special glory of Thomas, one which he has shared with none of the Catholic doctors, is that the Fathers of Trent made it part of the order of the conclave to lay upon the altar, together with the code of sacred Scripture and the decrees of the Supreme Pontiffs, the Summa of Thomas Aquinas, whence to seek counsel, reason, and inspiration. A last triumph was reserved for this incomparable man, namely, to compel the homage, praise, and admiration of even the very enemies of the Catholic name. For it has come to light that there were not lacking among the leaders of heretical sects some who openly declared that if the teaching of Thomas Aquinas were only taken away, they could easily battle with all the Catholic teachers, gain the victory, and abolish the Church. A vain hope indeed, but no vain testimony. Therefore, venerable brethren, as often as we contemplate the good, the force, and the singular advantages to be derived from this system of philosophy which our fathers so dearly loved, we think it hazardous that its special honor should not always and everywhere remain, especially when it is established, that daily experience and the judgment of the greatest men, and to crown all, the voice of the Church, have favored the scholastic philosophy. Moreover, to the old teaching a novel system of philosophy has succeeded here and there, in which we fail to perceive those desirable and wholesome fruits which the Church and civil society itself would prefer. For it pleased the struggling innovators of the 16th century to philosophize without any respect for faith, the power of inventing in accordance with his own pleasure and bent being asked and given in turn by each one. Hence it was natural that systems of philosophy multiplied beyond measure, and conclusions differing and clashing one with another arose about those matters even which are the most important in human knowledge. From a mass of conclusions men often come to wavering and doubt. And who knows not how easily the mind slips from doubt to error? But as men are apt to follow the lead given them, this new pursuit seems to have caught the souls of certain Catholic philosophers, who, throwing aside the patrimony of ancient wisdom, chose rather to build up a new edifice than to strengthen and complete the old by the aid of the new. Ill-advisedly, in sooth, and not without detriment to the sciences. For a multiform system of this kind, which depends on the authority and choice of any professor, has a foundation open to change, and consequently gives us a philosophy not firm and stable and robust like that of old, but tottering and feeble. And if perchance it sometimes finds itself scarcely equal to sustain the shock of its foes, it should recognize that the cause and the blame lie in itself. In saying this, we have no intention of discountenancing the learned and able men who bring their industry and erudition, and what is more, the wealth of new discoveries, to the service of philosophy. For of course we understand that this tends to the development of learning. But one should be very careful lest all or his chief labor be exhausted in those pursuits and in mere erudition. And the same thing is true of sacred theology, which indeed may be assisted and illustrated by all kinds of erudition, though it is absolutely necessary to approach it in the grave manner of the scholastics, in order that, the forces of revelation and reason being united in it, it may continue to be the invincible bulwark of the faith. With wise forethought, therefore, not a few of the advocates of philosophic studies, when turning their minds recently to the practical reform of philosophy, aimed and aim at restoring the renowned teaching of Thomas Aquinas and winning it back to its ancient beauty. We have learned with great joy that many members of your order, venerable brethren, have taken this plan to heart, and while we earnestly commend their efforts, we exhort them to hold fast to their purpose, and remind each and all of you that our first and most cherished idea is that you should all furnish a generous and copious supply to studious youth of those crystal rills of wisdom flowing in a never-ending and fertilizing stream from the fountainhead of the angelic doctor. Many are the reasons why we are so desirous of this. In the first place, then, since in the tempest that is on us, the Christian faith is being constantly assailed by the machinations and craft of a certain false wisdom. All youths, but especially those who are the growing hope of the Church, should be nourished on the strong and robust food of doctrine, that so, mighty in strength, and armed at all points, they may become habituated to advance the cause of religion with force and judgment, being ready always, according to the apostolic counsel, to satisfy every one that asketh you a reason of that hope which is in you, and that they may be able to exhort in sound doctrine and to convince the gainsayers. Many of those who, with minds alienated from the faith, hate Catholic institutions, claim reason as their sole mistress and guide. Now, we think that, apart from the supernatural help of God, nothing is better calculated to heal those minds and to bring them into favor with the Catholic faith than the solid doctrine of the Fathers and the Scholastics, who so clearly and forcibly demonstrate the firm foundations of the faith, its divine origin, its certain truth, the arguments that sustain it, the benefits it has conferred on the human race, and its perfect accord with reason, in a manner so to satisfy completely the minds open to persuasion, however unwilling and repugnant. Domestic and civil society even, which, as all see, is exposed to great danger from this plague of perverse opinions, would certainly enjoy a far more peaceful and secure existence if a more wholesome doctrine were taught in the academies and schools, one more in conformity with the teaching of the Church, such as is contained in the works of Thomas Aquinas. For the teachings of Thomas on the true meaning of liberty, which at this time is running into license, on the divine origin of all authority, on laws and their force, on the paternal and just role of princes, on obedience to the higher powers, on mutual charity one towards another. On all of these and kindred subjects have very great and invincible force to overturn the principles of the new order, which are well known to be dangerous to the peaceful order of things and to public safety. In short, all studies ought to find hope of advancement and promise of assistance in this restoration of philosophic discipline which we have proposed. The arts were wont to draw from philosophy, as from a wise mistress, sound judgment and right method, and from it also their spirit as from the common fount of life. When philosophy stood stainless in honor and wise in judgment, then, as facts and constant experience showed, the liberal arts flourished as never before or since. But neglected and almost blotted out, they lay prone, since philosophy began to lean on error and join hands with folly. Nor will the physical sciences, which are now in such great repute, and by the renown of so many inventions draw such universal admiration to themselves, suffer detriment, but find very great assistance in the re-establishment of the ancient philosophy. For the investigation of facts and the contemplation of nature is not alone sufficient for their profitable exercise and advance. But when facts have been established, it is necessary to rise and apply ourselves to the study of the nature of corporeal things, to inquire into the laws which govern them, and the principles whence their order and varied unity and mutual attraction in diversity arise. To such investigations, it is wonderful what force and light and aid the scholastic philosophy, if judiciously taught, would bring. And here it is well to note that our philosophy can only by the grossest injustice be accused of being opposed to the advance and development of natural science. For when the scholastics, following the opinion of the Holy Fathers, always held in anthropology that the human intelligence is only led to the knowledge of things without body and matter by things sensible, they well understood that nothing was of greater use to the philosopher than diligently to search into the mysteries of nature and to be earnest and constant in the study of physical things. And this they confirmed by their own example. For St. Thomas, Blessed Albertus Magnus, and other leaders of the scholastics were never so wholly wrapped in the study of philosophy as not to give large attention to the knowledge of natural things. And indeed, the number of their sayings and writings on these subjects, which recent professors approve of and admit to harmonize with truth, is by no means small. Moreover, in this very age, many illustrious professors of the physical sciences openly testify that between certain and accepted conclusions of modern physics and the philosophic principles of the schools, there is no conflict worthy of the name. While, therefore, we hold that every word of wisdom, every useful thing by whomsoever discovered or planned, ought to be received with a willing and grateful mind, we exhort you, venerable brethren, in all earnestness to restore the golden wisdom of St. Thomas, and to spread it far and wide for the defense and beauty of the Catholic faith, for the good of society, and for the advantage of all the sciences. The wisdom of St. Thomas, we say, for if anything is taken up with too great subtlety by the scholastic doctors, or too carelessly stated, if there be anything that ill agrees with the discoveries of a later age, or in a word, improbable in whatever way, it does not enter our mind to propose that for imitation to our age. Let carefully selected teachers endeavor to implant the doctrine of Thomas Aquinas in the minds of students, and set forth clearly his solidity and excellence over others. Let the academies already founded, or to be founded by you, illustrate and defend this doctrine, and use it for the refutation of prevailing errors. But lest the false for the true, or the corrupt for the pure, be drunk in, be ye watchful that the doctrine of Thomas be drawn from his own fountains, or at least from those rivulets which derive from the very fount, have thus far flowed, according to the established agreement of learned men, pure and clear. Be careful to guard the minds of youth from those which are said to flow thence, but in reality are gathered from strange and unwholesome streams. But well do we know that vain will be our efforts unless, venerable brethren, he helps our common cause who, in the words of divine Scripture, is called the God of all knowledge, by which we are also admonished that every best gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights. And again, if any of you want wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men abundantly, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Therefore, in this also let us follow the example of the angelic doctor, who never gave himself to reading or writing without first begging the blessing of God, who modestly confessed that whatever he knew he had acquired not so much by his own study and labor as by the divine gift. And therefore let us all, in humble and united prayer, beseech God to send forth the Spirit of knowledge and of understanding to the children of the Church, and open their senses for the understanding of wisdom, and that we may receive fuller fruits of the divine goodness, offer up to God the most efficacious patronage of the Blessed Virgin Mary, who is called the seat of wisdom, having at the same time as advocates Saint Joseph, the most chaste spouse of the Virgin, and Peter and Paul, the chiefs of the apostles, whose truth renewed the earth, which had fallen under the impure blight of error, filling it with the light of heavenly wisdom. In fine, relying on the divine assistance, and confiding in your pastoral zeal, we bestow on all of you, venerable brethren, on all the clergy and the flocks committed to your charge, the apostolic benediction as a pledge of heavenly gifts and a token of our special esteem. End of the encyclical letter Aeterni Patris on the restoration of philosophy, August 4th, 1879, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Encyclical letter Arcanum Divinae by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christian Marriage, Encyclical letter Arcanum Divinae, February 10th, 1880. The hidden design of the divine wisdom, which Jesus Christ, the Savior of men, came to carry out on earth, had this end in view, that, by himself and in himself, he should divinely renew the world, which was sinking, as it were, with length of years, into decline. The Apostle Paul summed this up in words of dignity and majesty when he wrote to the Ephesians thus, that he might make known unto us the mystery of his will, to re-establish all things in Christ that are in heaven and on earth. In truth, Christ our Lord, setting himself to fulfill the commandment which his Father had given him, straightway imparted a new form and fresh beauty to all things, taking away the effects of their time-worn age. For he healed the wounds which the sin of our first father had inflicted on the human race. He brought all men, by nature children of wrath, into favor with God. He led to the light of truth men wearied out by long-standing errors. He renewed to every virtue those who were weakened by lawlessness of every kind, and, giving them again an inheritance of never-ending bliss, he added a sure hope that their mortal and perishable bodies should one day be partakers of immortality and of the glory of heaven. In order that these unparalleled benefits might last as long as men should be found on earth, he trusted to his church the continuance of his work, and, looking to future times, he commanded her to set in order whatever might have become deranged in human society, and to restore whatever might have fallen into ruin. Although the divine renewal we have spoken of chiefly and directly affected men as constituted in the supernatural order of grace, nevertheless, some of its precious and salutary fruits were also bestowed abundantly in the order of nature. Hence, not only individual men, but also the whole mass of the human race, have in every respect received no small degree of worthiness. For, so soon as Christian order was once established in the world, it became happily possible for all men, one by one, to learn what God's fatherly providence is, and to dwell in it habitually, thereby fostering that hope of heavenly help which never confoundeth. From all this outflowed fortitude, self-control, constancy, and the evenness of a peaceful mind, together with many high virtues and noble deeds. Wondrous indeed was the extent of dignity, steadfastness, and goodness which thus accrued to the state as well as to the family. The authority of rulers became more just and revered, the obedience of the people more ready and unforced, the union of citizens closer, the rights of dominion more secure. In very truth, the Christian religion thought of and provided for all things which are held to be advantageous in a state, so much so indeed that, according to St. Augustine, one cannot see how it could have offered greater help in the matter of living well and happily, had it been instituted for the single object of procuring or increasing those things which contribute to the conveniences or advantages of this mortal life. Still, the purpose we have set before us is not to recount in detail benefits of this kind. Our wish is rather to speak about that family union of which marriage is the beginning and the foundation. The true origin of marriage, venerable brothers, is well known to all. Though the revilers of the Christian faith refuse to acknowledge the never-interrupted doctrine of the Church on this subject, and have long striven to destroy the testimony of all nations and of all times, they have nevertheless failed not only to quench the powerful light of truth, but even to lessen it. We record what is to all known, and cannot be doubted by any, that God on the 6th day of creation, having made man from the slime of the earth, and having breathed into his face the breath of life, gave him a companion, whom he miraculously took from the side of Adam when he was locked in sleep. God thus, in his most far-reaching foresight, decreed that this husband and wife should be the natural beginning of the human race, from whom it might be propagated and preserved by an unfailing fruitfulness throughout all futurity of time. And this union of man and woman, that it might answer more fittingly to the infinitely wise counsels of God, even from that beginning manifested chiefly two most excellent properties, deeply sealed, as it were, and signed upon it, namely unity and perpetuity. From the Gospel we see clearly that this doctrine was declared and openly confirmed by the divine authority of Jesus Christ. He bore witness to the Jews and to his apostles that marriage from its institution should exist between two only, that is, between one man and one woman, that of two they are made, so to say, one flesh, and that the marriage bond is by the will of God so closely and strongly made fast that no man may dissolve it or render it asunder. For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be in one flesh. Therefore now they are not two, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. This form of marriage, however, so excellent and so preeminent, began to be corrupted by degrees, and to disappear among the heathen, and became, even among the Jewish race, clouded in a measure, and obscured. For in their midst a common custom was gradually introduced, by which it was accounted as lawful for a man to have more than one wife, and eventually, when, by reason of the hardness of their heart, Moses indulgently permitted them to put away their wives, the way was open to divorce. But the corruption and change which fell on marriage among the Gentiles seem almost incredible, inasmuch as it was exposed in every land to floods of error and to the most shameful lusts. All nations seem, more or less, to have forgotten the true notion and origin of marriage, and thus everywhere laws were enacted with reference to marriage, prompted to all appearance by state reasons, but not such as nature required. Solemn rites, invented at will of the lawgivers, brought about that women should, as might be, bear either the honorable name of wife or the disgraceful name of concubine, and things came to such a pitch that permission to marry or the refusal of the permission depended on the will of the heads of the state, whose laws were greatly against equity or even to the highest degree unjust. Moreover, plurality of wives and husbands, the abounding source of divorces, caused the nuptial bond to be relaxed exceedingly. Hence, too, sprang up the greatest confusion as to the mutual rights and duties of husbands and wives, inasmuch as a man assumed right of dominion over his wife, ordering her to go about her business, often without any just cause, while he himself was at liberty, as St. Jerome says, to run headlong with impunity into lust, unbridled and unrestrained, in houses of ill fame and amongst his female slaves, as if the dignity of the person sinned with, and not the will of the sinner, made the guilt. When the licentiousness of a husband thus showed itself, nothing could be more piteous than the wife, sunk so low as to be all but reckoned as a means for the gratification of passion, or for the production of offspring. Without any feeling of shame, marriageable girls were bought and sold, just like so much merchandise, and power was sometimes given to the father and to the husband to inflict capital punishment on the wife. Of necessity, the offspring of such marriages as these were either reckoned among the stock and trade of the commonwealth, or held to be the property of the father of the family, and law permitted him to make and unmake the marriages of his children at mere will, and even to exercise against them the monstrous power of life and death. So manifold being the vices, and so great the ignominies with which marriage was defiled, an alleviation and a remedy were at length bestowed from on high. Jesus Christ, who restored our human dignity and who perfected the Mosaic law, applied early in his ministry no little solicitude to the question of marriage. He ennobled the marriage in Cana of Galilee by his presence, and made it memorable by the first of the miracles which he wrought, and for this reason, even from that day forth, it seemed as if the beginnings of new holiness had been conferred on human marriages. Later on, he brought back matrimony to the nobility of its primeval origin, by condemning the customs of the Jews in their abuse of the plurality of wives, and of the power of giving bills of divorce, and still more by commanding most strictly that no one should dare to dissolve that union which God himself had sanctioned by a bond perpetual. Hence, having set aside the difficulties which were adduced from the law of Moses, he, in character of supreme lawgiver, decreed as follows concerning husbands and wives. I say to you, that whoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and he that shall marry her that is put away committeth adultery. But what was decreed and constituted in respect to marriage by the authority of God has been more fully and more clearly handed down to us by tradition and the written word through the apostles, those heralds of the laws of God. To the apostles, indeed, as our masters, are to be referred the doctrines which our holy fathers, the councils, and the tradition of the universal church have always taught, namely, that Christ our Lord raised marriage to the dignity of a sacrament, that to husband and wife, guarded and strengthened by the heavenly grace which his merits gained for them, he gave power to attain holiness in the married state, and that, in a wondrous way, making marriage an example of the mystical union between himself and his church, he not only perfected that love which is according to nature, but also made the natural union of one man with one woman far more perfect through the bond of heavenly love. Paul says to the Ephesians, Husbands, love your wives, as Christ also loved the church, and delivered himself up for it, that he might sanctify it. So also ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. For no man ever hated his own flesh, but nourisheth it and cherisheth it, as also Christ doth the church, because we are members of his body, of his flesh and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall be two in one flesh. This is a great sacrament, but I speak in Christ and in the church. In like manner, from the teaching of the apostles, we learn that the unity of marriage and its perpetual indissolubility, the indispensable conditions of its very origin, must, according to the command of Christ, be holy and inviolable without exception. Paul says again, To them that are married, not I, but the Lord, commandeth that the wife depart not from her husband, and if she depart, that she remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband. And again, A woman is bound by the law as long as her husband liveth, but if her husband die, she is at liberty. It is for these reasons that marriage is a great sacrament, honorable in all, holy, pure, and to be reverenced as a type and symbol of most high mysteries. Furthermore, the Christian perfection and completeness of marriage are not comprised in these points only which have been mentioned. For, first, there has been vouchsafed to the marriage union a higher and nobler purpose than was ever previously given to it. By the command of Christ, it not only looks to the propagation of the human race, but to the bringing forth of children for the Church, fellow citizens with the saints and the domestics of God, so that a people might be born and brought up for the worship and religion of the true God and our Saviour Jesus Christ. Secondly, the mutual duties of husband and wife have been defined, and their several rights accurately established, they are bound, namely, to have such feelings for one another as to cherish always very great mutual love, to be ever faithful to their marriage vow, and to give one another an unfailing and unselfish help. The husband is the chief of the family and the head of the wife. The woman, because she is flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone, must be subject to her husband and obey him, not indeed as a servant, but as a companion, so that her obedience shall be wanting in neither honor nor dignity. Since the husband represents Christ, and since the wife represents the Church, let there always be, both in him who commands and in her who obeys, a heaven-born love, guiding both in their respective duties. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the Church. Therefore, as the Church is subject to Christ, so also let wives be to their husbands in all things. As regards children, they ought to submit to the parents and obey them, and give them honor for conscience' sake, while, on the other hand, parents are bound to give all care and watchful thought to the education of their offspring and their virtuous bringing up. Fathers, bring them up, that is, your children, in the discipline and correction of the Lord. From this we see clearly that the duties of husbands and wives are neither few nor light, although to married people who are good, these burdens become not only bearable but agreeable, owing to the strength which they gain through the sacrament. Christ, therefore, having renewed marriage to such and so great excellence, commended and entrusted all the discipline bearing upon these matters to his Church. The Church, always and everywhere, has so used her power with reference to the marriages of Christians that men have seen clearly how it belongs to her as of native right, not being made hers by any human grant, but given divinely to her by the will of her founder. Her constant and watchful care in guarding marriage by the preservation of its sanctity is so well understood as to not need proof, that the judgment of the Council of Jerusalem reprobated licentious and free love, we all know, as also that the incestuous Corinthian was condemned by the authority of blessed Paul. Again, in the very beginning of the Christian Church were repulsed and defeated, with the like unremitting determination, the efforts of many who aimed at the destruction of Christian marriage, such as the Gnostics, Manichaeans, the Montanists, and in our own time Mormons, Saint Simonians, Phalansterians, and Communists. In like manner, moreover, a law of marriage just to all, and the same for all, was enacted by the abolition of the old distinction between slaves and freeborn men and women, and thus the rights of husbands and wives were made equal, for, as St. Jerome says, with us that which is unlawful for women is unlawful for men also, and the same restraint is imposed on equal conditions. The selfsame rights also were firmly established for reciprocal affection and for the interchange of duties. The dignity of the woman was asserted and assured, and it was forbidden to the man to inflict capital punishment for adultery, or lustfully and shamelessly to violate his plighted faith. It is also a great blessing that the Church has limited, so far as is needful, the power of fathers of families, so that sons and daughters wishing to marry are not in any way deprived of their rightful freedom. That for the purpose of spreading more widely the supernatural love of husbands and wives, she has decreed marriages within certain degrees of consanguinity or affinity to be null and void. That she has taken the greatest pains to safeguard marriage, as much as is possible, from error and violence and deceit. That she has always wished to preserve the holy chasteness of the marriage bed, personal rights, the honor of husband and wife, and the security of religion. Lastly, with such power and with such foresight of legislation has the Church guarded its divine institution, that no one who thinks rightfully of these matters can fail to see how, with regard to marriage, she is the best guardian and defender of the human race, and how withal her wisdom has come forth victorious from the lapse of years, from the assaults of men, and from the countless changes of public events. Yet, owing to the efforts of the arch-enemy of mankind, there are persons who, thanklessly casting away so many other blessings of redemption, despise also, or utterly ignore, the restoration of marriage to its original perfection. It is the reproach of some of the ancients that they showed themselves the enemies of marriage in many ways, but in our own age much more pernicious is the sin of those who would fain pervert utterly the nature of marriage, perfect though it is, and complete in all its details and parts. The chief reason why they act in this way is because very many, imbued with the maxims of a false philosophy and corrupted in morals, judge nothing so unbearable as submission and obedience, and strive with all their might to bring about that not only individual men, but families also, nay, indeed, human society itself, may in haughty pride despise the sovereignty of God. Now, since the family and human society at large spring from marriage, these men will on no account allow matrimony to be the subject of the jurisdiction of the Church. Nay, they endeavor to deprive it of all holiness, and so bring it within the contracted sphere of those rights which, having been instituted by man, are ruled and administered with the civil jurisprudence of the community. Wherefore it necessarily follows that they attribute all power over marriage to civil rulers, and allow none whatever to the Church. And when the Church exercises any such power, they think that she acts either by favor of the civil authority or to its injury. Now is the time, they say, for the heads of the state to vindicate their rights unflinchingly, and to do their best to settle all that relates to marriage according as to them seems good. Hence are owing civil marriages, commonly so called. Hence laws are framed which impose impediments to marriage. Hence arise judicial sentences affecting the marriage contract, as to whether or not it have been rightly made. Lastly, all power of prescribing and passing judgment in this class of cases is, as we see, of set purpose denied to the Catholic Church, so that no regard is paid either to her divine power or to her prudent laws. Yet under these, for so many centuries, have the nations lived on whom the light of civilization shone bright with the wisdom of Christ Jesus. Nevertheless, all those who reject what is supernatural, as well as all who profess that they worship above all things the divinity of the state, and strive to disturb whole communities with such wicked doctrines, cannot escape the charge of delusion. Marriage has God for its author, and was from the very beginning a kind of foreshadowing of the incarnation of his Son, and therefore there abides in it a something holy and religious, not extraneous, but innate, not derived from men, but implanted by nature. Innocent III, therefore, and Honorius III, our predecessors, affirmed not falsely or rashly that a certain sacredness of marriage rites existed ever amongst the faithful and unbelievers. We call to witness the monuments of antiquity, as also the manners and customs of those people who, being the most civilized, had the greatest knowledge of law and equity. In the minds of all of them, it was a fixed and foregone conclusion that, when marriage was thought of, It was thought of as conjoined with religion and holiness. Hence, among those, marriages were commonly celebrated with religious ceremonies, under the authority of pontiffs, and with the ministry of priests. So mighty, even in the souls ignorant of heavenly doctrine, was the force of nature, of the remembrance of their origin, and of the conscience of the human race. As then marriage is holy by its own power, in its own nature, and of itself, it ought not to be regulated and administered by the will of civil rulers, but by the divine authority of the Church, which alone in sacred matters professes the office of teaching. Next, the dignity of the sacrament must be considered. For through addition of the sacrament, the marriages of Christians have become the noblest of all matrimonial unions. But to decree and ordain concerning the sacrament is, by the will of Christ himself, so much a part of the power and duty of the Church, that it is plainly absurd to maintain that even the smallest fraction of such power has been transferred to the civil ruler. Lastly, should be borne in mind the great weight and crucial test of history, by which it is plainly proved that the legislative and judicial authority, of which we are speaking, has been freely and constantly used by the Church, even in times when some foolishly suppose the head of the state either to have consented to it or connived at it. It would, for instance, be incredible and altogether absurd to assume that Christ our Lord condemned the long-standing practice of polygamy and divorce by authority delegated to him by the procurator of the province or the principal ruler of the Jews. And it would be equally extravagant to think that, when the Apostle Paul taught that divorces and incestuous marriages were not lawful, it was because Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero agreed with him, or secretly commanded him so to teach. No man in his senses could ever be persuaded that the Church made so many laws about the holiness and indissolubility of marriages, and the marriages of slaves with the freeborn, by power received from Roman emperors most hostile to the Christian name, whose strongest desire was to destroy by violence and murder the rising Church of Christ. Still less could anyone believe this to be the case, when the law of the Church was sometimes so divergent from the civil law that Ignatius the Martyr, Justin, Athenagoras, and Tertullian publicly denounced as unjust and adulterous certain marriages which had been sanctioned by imperial law. Furthermore, after all power had devolved upon the Christian emperors, the Supreme Pontiffs and bishops assembled in council persisted, with the same independence and consciousness of their right, in commanding and forbidding in regard to marriage whatever they judged to be profitable or expedient for the time being, however much it might seem to be at variance with the laws of the state. It is well known that, with respect to the impediments arising from the marriage bond, through vow, disparity of worship, blood relationship, certain forms of crime, and from previously plighted troth, many decrees were issued by the rulers of the Church in the councils of Granada, Arles, Chalcedon, the second of Milavum, and others, which were often widely different from the decrees sanctioned by the laws of the empire. Furthermore, so far were Christian princes from arrogating any power in the matter of Christian marriage, that they, on the contrary, acknowledged and declared that it belonged exclusively in all its fullness to the Church. In fact, Honorius, the younger Theodosius, and Justinian also, hesitated not to confess that the only power belonging to them in relation to marriage was that of acting as guardians and defenders of the holy canons. If at any time they enacted anything by their edicts concerning impediments of marriage, they voluntarily explained the reason, affirming that they took it upon themselves so to act, by leave and authority of the Church, whose judgment they were wont to appeal to and reverently to accept, in all questions that concerned legitimacy and divorce, as also in all those points which in any way have necessary connection with the marriage bond. The Council of Trent, therefore, had the clearest right to define that it is in the Church's power to establish diriment impediments of matrimony, and that matrimonial causes pertain to ecclesiastical judges. Let no one then be deceived by the distinction which some court legists have so strongly insisted upon, the distinction, namely, by virtue of which they sever the matrimonial contract from the sacrament, with intent to hand over the contract to the power and will of the rulers of the state, while reserving the questions concerning the sacrament to the Church. A distinction, or rather severance, of this kind cannot be approved, for certain it is that in Christian marriage the contract is inseparable from the sacrament, and that for this reason the contract cannot be true and legitimate without being a sacrament as well. For Christ our Lord added to marriage the dignity of a sacrament, but marriage is the contract itself, whenever that contract is lawfully concluded. Marriage, moreover, is a sacrament, because it is a holy sign which gives grace, showing forth an image of the mystical nuptials of Christ with the Church. But the form and image of these nuptials is shown precisely by the very bond of that most close union in which man and woman are bound together in one, which bond is nothing else but the marriage itself. Hence it is clear that among Christians every true marriage is, in itself and by itself, a sacrament, and that nothing can be further from the truth than to say that the sacrament is a certain added ornament or outward endowment, which can be separated and torn away from the contract at the caprice of man. Neither therefore by reasoning can it be shown, nor by any testimony of history be proved, that power over the marriages of Christians has ever lawfully been handed over to the rulers of the state. If in this matter the right of anyone else has ever been violated, no one can truly say that it has been violated by the Church. Would that the teaching of those who reject what is supernatural, besides being full of falsehood and injustice, were not also the fertile source of much detriment and calamity. But it is easy to see at a glance the greatness of the evil which unhallowed marriages have brought, and ever will bring, on the whole of human society. From the beginning of the world, indeed, it was divinely ordained that things instituted by God and by nature should be proved by us to be the more profitable and salutary, the more they remain unchanged in their full integrity. For God, the maker of all things, well knowing what was good for the institution and preservation of each of his creatures, so ordered them by his will and mind that each might adequately attain the end for which it was made. If the rashness or the wickedness of human agency venture to change or disturb that order of things which has been constituted with fullest foresight, then the designs of infinite wisdom and usefulness begin either to be hurtful or cease to be profitable, partly because through the change undergone they have lost their power of benefiting, and partly because God chooses to inflict punishment on the pride and audacity of man. Now those who deny that marriage is holy, and who relegate it, stripped of all holiness, among the class of common things, uproot thereby the foundations of nature, not only resisting the designs of Providence, but, so far as they can, destroying the order that God has ordained. No one, therefore, should wonder if from such insane and impious attempts there spring up a crop of evils pernicious in the highest degree, both to the salvation of souls and to the safety of the commonwealth. If, then, we consider the end of the divine institution of marriage, we shall see very clearly that God intended it to be a most fruitful source of individual benefit and of public welfare. Not only in strict truth was marriage instituted for the propagation of the human race, but also that the lives of husbands and wives might be made better and happier. This comes about in many ways, by their lightening each other's burdens through mutual help, by constant and faithful love, by having all their possessions in common, and by the heavenly grace which flows from the sacrament. Marriage also can do much for the good of families, for so long as it is conformable to nature and in accordance with the counsels of God, it has power to strengthen union of heart in the parents, to secure the holy education of children, to attemper the authority of the father by the example of the divine authority, to render children obedient to their parents, and servants obedient to their masters. From such marriages as these, the state may rightly expect a race of citizens animated by a good spirit, and filled with reverence and love for God, recognizing it their duty to obey those who rule justly and lawfully, to love all, and to injure no one. These many and glorious fruits were ever the product of marriage, so long as it retained those gifts of holiness, unity, and indissolubility from which proceeded all its fertile and saving power, nor can anyone doubt but that it would always have brought forth such fruits, at all times and in all places, had it been under the power and guardianship of the Church, the trustworthy preserver and protector of these gifts. But now there is a spreading wish to supplant natural and divine law by human law, and hence has begun a gradual extinction of that most excellent ideal of marriage which nature herself had impressed on the soul of man, and sealed, as it were, with her own seal. Nay more, even in Christian marriages this power, productive of so great good, has been weakened by the sinfulness of man. Of what advantage is it if a state can institute nuptials estranged from the Christian religion, which is the mother of all good, cherishing all sublime virtues, quickening and urging us to everything that is the glory of a lofty and generous soul? When the Christian religion is rejected and repudiated, marriage sinks of necessity into the slavery of man's vicious nature and vile passions, and finds but little protection in the help of natural goodness. A very torrent of evil has flowed from this source, not only into private families, but also into states. For the salutary fear of God being removed, and there being no longer that refreshment and toil which is nowhere more abounding than in the Christian religion, it very often happens, as from facts is evident, that the mutual services and duties of marriage seem almost unbearable, and thus very many yearn for the loosening of the tie which they believe to be woven by human law and of their own will, whenever incompatibility of temper, or quarrels, or the violation of the marriage vow, or mutual consent, or other reasons induce them to think that it would be well to be set free. Then, if they are hindered by law from carrying out this shameless desire, they contend that the laws are iniquitous, inhuman, and at variance with the rights of free citizens, adding that every effort should be made to repeal such enactments, and to introduce a more humane code sanctioning divorce. Now, however much the legislators of these our days may wish to guard themselves against the impiety of men, such as we have been speaking of, they are unable to do so, seeing that they profess to hold and defend the very same principles of jurisprudence, and hence they have to go with the times, and render divorce easily obtainable. History itself shows this, for, to pass over other instances, we find that, at the close of the last century, divorces were sanctioned by law in that upheaval or rather, as it might be called, conflagration in France, when society was wholly degraded by the abandoning of God. Many at the present time would fain have those laws reenacted, because they wish God and his Church to be altogether exiled and excluded from the midst of human society, madly thinking that in such laws a final remedy must be sought for that moral corruption which is advancing with rapid strides. Truly, it is hardly possible to describe how great are the evils that flow from divorce. Matrimonial contracts are by it made variable, mutual kindness is weakened, deplorable inducements to unfaithfulness are supplied, harm is done to the education and training of children, occasion is afforded for the breaking up of homes, the seeds of dissension are sown among families, the dignity of womanhood is lessened and brought low, and women run the risk of being deserted after having ministered to the pleasures of men. Since then nothing has such power to lay waste families and destroy the mainstay of kingdoms as the corruption of morals, it is easily seen that divorces are in the highest degree hostile to the prosperity of families and states, springing as they do from the depraved morals of the people, and, as experience shows us, opening out a way to every kind of evil-doing in public alike and in private life. Further still, if the matter be duly pondered, we shall clearly see these evils to be the more especially dangerous, because, divorce once being tolerated, there will be no restraint powerful enough to keep it within the bounds marked out or presurmised. Great indeed is the force of example, and even greater still the might of passion. With such incitements, it must needs follow that the eagerness for divorce, daily spreading by devious ways, will seize upon the minds of many like a virulent contagious disease, or like a flood of water bursting through every barrier. These are truths that doubtlessly are all clear in themselves, but they will become clearer yet if we call to mind the teachings of experience. So soon as the road to divorce begins to be made smooth by law, at once quarrels, jealousies, and judicial separations largely increased, and such shamelessness of life followed, that men who had been in favor of these divorces repented of what they had done, and feared that, if they did not carefully seek a remedy by repealing the law, the state itself might come to ruin. The Romans of old are said to have shrunk with horror from the first examples of divorce, but ere long all sense of decency was blunted in their soul. The meagre restraint of passion died out, and the marriage vow was so often broken that what some writers have affirmed would seem to be true, namely, women used to reckon years not by the change of consuls, but of their husbands. In like manner, at the beginning, Protestants allowed legalized divorces in certain, although but few, cases, and yet from the affinity of circumstances of like kind, the number of divorces increased to such extent in Germany, America, and elsewhere, that all wise thinkers deplored the boundless corruption of morals, and judged the recklessness of the laws to be simply intolerable. Even in Catholic states, the like evil existed, for whenever at any time divorce was introduced, the abundance of misery that followed far exceeded all that the framers of the law could have foreseen. In fact, many lent their minds to contrive all kinds of fraud and device, and by accusations of cruelty, violence, and adultery, to feign grounds for the dissolution of the matrimonial bond of which they had grown weary, and all this with so great havoc to morals that an amendment of the laws was deemed to be urgently needed. Can anyone therefore doubt that laws in favor of divorce would have a result equally baneful and calamitous were they to be passed in these our days? There exists not, indeed, in the projects and enactments of men any power to change the character and tendency which things have received from nature. Those men, therefore, show but little wisdom in the idea they have formed of the well-being of the commonwealth, who think that the inherent character of marriage can be perverted with impunity, and who, disregarding the sanctity of religion and of the sacrament, seem to wish to degrade and dishonor marriage more basely than was done even by heathen laws. Indeed, if they do not change their views, not only private families, but all public society will have unceasing cause to fear lest they should be miserably driven into that general confusion and overthrow of order which is even now the wicked aim of Socialists and Communists. Thus we see most clearly how foolish and senseless it is to expect any public good from divorce, when, on the contrary, it tends to the certain destruction of society. It must consequently be acknowledged that the Church has deserved exceedingly well of all nations by her ever-watchful care in guarding the sanctity and the indissolubility of marriage. Again, no small amount of gratitude is owing to her for having, during the last 100 years, openly denounced the wicked laws which have grievously offended on this particular subject, as well as for her having branded with anathema the baneful heresy obtaining among Protestants touching divorce and separation, also for having in many ways condemned the habitual dissolution of marriage among the Greeks, for having declared invalid all marriages contracted upon the understanding that they may be at some future time dissolved, and lastly for having, from the earliest times, repudiated the imperial laws which disastrously favored divorce. As often, indeed, as the Supreme Pontiffs have resisted the most powerful among rulers in their threatening demands that divorces carried out by them should be confirmed by the Church, so often must we account them to have been contending for the safety not only of religion, but also of the human race. For this reason, all generations of men will admire the proofs of unbending courage which are to be found in the decrees of Nicholas I against Lothair, of Urban II and Pascal II against Philip I of France, of Celestin III and Innocent III against Alphonsus of Lyon and Philip II of France, of Clement VII and Paul III against Henry VIII, and lastly of Pius VII, that holy and courageous pontiff, against Napoleon I, when at the height of his prosperity and in the fullness of his power. This being so, all rulers and administrators of the state, who are desirous of following the dictates of reason and wisdom, and anxious for the good of their people, ought to make up their minds to keep the holy laws of marriage intact, and to make use of the proffered aid of the Church for securing the safety of morals and the happiness of families, rather than suspect her of hostile intention, and falsely and wickedly accuse her of violating the civil law. They should do this the more readily because the Catholic Church, though powerless in any way to abandon the duties of her office or the defense of her authority, still very greatly inclines to kindness and indulgence whenever they are consistent with the safety of her rights and the sanctity of her duties. Wherefore she makes no decrees in relation to marriage without having regard to the state of the body politic and the condition of the general public, and has besides more than once mitigated, as far as possible, the enactments of her own laws when there were just and weighty reasons. Moreover, she is not unaware, and never calls in doubt, that the sacrament of marriage, being instituted for the preservation and increase of the human race, has a necessary relation to circumstances of life which, though connected with marriage, belong to the civil order, and about which the state rightly makes strict inquiry and justly promulgates decrees. Yet no one doubts that Jesus Christ, the founder of the Church, willed her sacred power to be distinct from the civil power, and each power to be free and unshackled in its own sphere. With this condition, however, a condition good for both, and of advantage to all men, that union and concord should be maintained between them, and that on those questions which are, though in different ways, of common right and authority, the power to which secular matters have been entrusted should happily and becomingly depend on the other power, which has in its charge the interests of heaven. In such arrangement and harmony is found not only the best line of action for each power, but also the most opportune and efficacious method for helping men in all that pertains to their life here, and to their hope of salvation hereafter. For, as we have shown in former encyclical letters, the intellect of man is greatly ennobled by the Christian faith, and made better able to shun and banish all error, while faith borrows in turn no little help from the intellect, and, in like manner, when the civil power is on friendly terms with the sacred authority of the Church, there accrues to both a great increase of usefulness. The dignity of the one is exalted, and so long as religion is its guide, it will never rule unjustly, while the other receives help of protection and defense for the public good of the faithful. Being moved, therefore, by these considerations, as we have exhorted rulers at other times, so still more earnestly we exhort them now, to concord and friendly feeling, and we are the first to stretch out our hand to help them with fatherly benevolence, and to offer them the help of our supreme authority, a help which is the more necessary at this time when, in the public opinion, the authority of rulers is wounded and enfeebled. Now that the minds of so many are inflamed with the reckless spirit of liberty, and men are wickedly endeavoring to get rid of every restraint of authority, however legitimate it may be, the public safety demands that both powers should unite their strength to avert the evils which are hanging not only over the Church, but also over civil society. But while earnestly exhorting all to a friendly union of will, and beseeching God, the Prince of Peace, to infuse a love of concord into all hearts, we cannot, venerable brothers, refrain from urging you more and more to fresh earnestness and zeal and watchfulness, though we know that these are already very great. With every effort and with all authority, strive as much as you are able to preserve whole and undefiled among the people committed to your charge the doctrine which Christ our Lord taught us, which the apostles, the interpreters of the will of God, have handed down, and which the Catholic Church has herself scrupulously guarded and commanded to be believed in all ages by the faithful of Christ. Let special care be taken that the people be well instructed in the precepts of Christian wisdom, so that they may always remember that marriage was not instituted by the will of man, but from the very beginning by the authority and command of God, that it does not admit of plurality of wives or husbands, that Christ, the author of the new covenant, raised it from a right of nature to be a sacrament, and gave to his Church legislative and judicial power with regard to the bond of union. On this point the very greatest care must be taken to instruct them, lest their minds should be led into error by the unsound conclusions of adversaries who desire that the Church should be deprived of that power. In like manner, all ought to understand clearly that if there be any union of a man and a woman among the faithful of Christ, which is not a sacrament, such union has not the force and nature of a proper marriage, that although contracted in accordance with the laws of the state, it cannot be more than a right or custom introduced by the civil law. Further, the civil law can deal with and decide those matters alone which in the civil order spring from marriage, and which cannot possibly exist, as is evident, unless there be a true and lawful cause for them, that is to say, the nuptial bond. It is of the greatest consequence to husband and wife that all these things should be known and well understood by them, in order that they may conform to the laws of the state, if there be no objection on the part of the Church. For the Church wishes the effects of marriage to be guarded in all possible ways, and that no harm may come to the children. In the great confusion of opinions, however, which day by day is spreading more and more widely, it should further be known that no power can dissolve the bond of Christian marriage whenever this has been ratified and consummated, and that, of a consequence, those husbands and wives are guilty of a manifest crime who plan, for whatever reason, to be united in a second marriage before the first one has been ended by death. When indeed matters have come to such a pitch that it seems impossible for them to live together any longer, then the Church allows them to live apart, and strives at the same time to soften the evils of this separation by such remedies and helps as are suited to their condition. Yet she never ceases to endeavor to bring about a reconciliation, and never despairs of doing so. But these are extreme cases, and they would seldom exist if men and women entered into the married state with proper dispositions, not influenced by passion, but entertaining right ideas of the duties of marriage and of its noble purpose. Neither would they anticipate their marriage by a series of sins, drawing down upon them the wrath of God. To sum up all in a few words, there would be a calm and quiet constancy in marriage if married people would gather strength and life from the virtue of religion alone, which imparts to us resolution and fortitude. For religion would enable them to bear tranquilly and even gladly the trials of their state, such as, for instance, the faults that they discover in one another, the difference of temper and character, the weight of a mother's cares, the wearing anxiety about the education of children, reverses of fortune, and the sorrows of life. Care also must be taken that they do not easily enter into marriage with those who are not Catholics, for when minds do not agree as to the observances of religion, it is scarcely possible to hope for agreement in other things. Other reasons also proving that persons should turn with dread from such marriages are chiefly these, that they give occasion to forbidden association and communion in religious matters, endanger the faith of the Catholic partner, are a hindrance to the proper education of the children, and often lead to a mixing up of truth and falsehood, and to the belief that all religions are equally good. Lastly, since we well know that none should be excluded from our charity, we commend, venerable brothers, to your fidelity and piety those unhappy persons who, carried away by the heat of passion, and being utterly indifferent to their salvation, live wickedly together without the bond of lawful marriage. Let your utmost care be exercised in bringing such persons back to their duty, and, both by your own efforts and by those of good men who will consent to help you, strive by every means that they may see how wrongly they have acted, that they may do penance, and that they may be induced to enter into a lawful marriage according to the Catholic rite. You will see at once, venerable brothers, that the doctrine and precepts in relation to Christian marriage, which we have thought good to communicate to you in this letter, tend no less to the preservation of civil society than to the everlasting salvation of souls. May God grant that, by reason of their gravity and importance, minds may everywhere be found docile and ready to obey them. For this end, let us all suppliantly, with humble prayer, implore the help of the Blessed and Immaculate Virgin Mary, that, our hearts being quickened to the obedience of faith, she may show herself our Mother and our Helper. With equal earnestness let us ask the princes of the apostles, Peter and Paul, the destroyers of heresies, the sowers of the seeds of truth, to save the human race by their powerful patronage from the deluge of errors that is surging afresh. In the meantime, as an earnest of heavenly gifts and a testimony of our special benevolence, we grant you all, venerable brothers, and to the people confided to your charge, from the depths of our heart, the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Arcanum Divinae, Christian Marriage, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Aubrey Kinzer.
Sancta Dei Civitas, on Mission Societies, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Encyclical Letter of Our Most Holy Lord, Leo XIII, by Divine Providence, Pope. To all the Patriarchs, Primates, Archbishops and Bishops of the Catholic world, in the grace and communion of the Apostolic See. Pope Leo XIII, Venerable Brethren, health and the Apostolic benediction. The holy city of God, which is the Church, not being contained within the limits of any state, has from its founder this infused power, that every day it enlarges more and more the place of its tent, and stretches out the skins of its tabernacles. The Book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 2. But this growth of Christian nations, although it is chiefly caused by the interior breathing and help of the Holy Spirit, is nevertheless brought about externally by the action of men and in a human manner. For the wisdom of God demands that all things should be ordered and brought to their completion in that manner which is fitting to the nature of each. But there is not one only kind of men or of office by which is brought about the accession of new citizens to this terrestrial Zion. For the first place is that of those who preach the Word of God. Christ taught this by his example and his precepts. The Apostle Paul urged this in the words, "How shall they believe him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher? Faith then cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of Christ." Letter to the Romans, chapter 10, verses 14 and 17. But this office belongs to those who have been duly admitted to minister in sacred things. To them, moreover, those who are wont either to supply help in external matters, or to bring down heavenly graces by prayers poured forth to God, afford no little help and support. Wherefore the women in the gospel are praised, who, when Christ was preaching the kingdom of God, ministered unto him of their substance. The Gospel according to Luke, chapter 8, verse 3. And Paul testifies that to those who preach the gospel has been granted, by the will of God, that they should live of the gospel. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 14. In like manner, we know that Christ so commanded his followers and hearers, "Pray ye the Lord of the harvest, that he send forth labourers into his harvest." The Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 4, verse 38. And that his first disciples, following the apostles, were accustomed in this manner to address God in prayer, "Grant unto thy servants that, with all confidence, they may speak thy word." The Book of Acts, chapter 4, verse 29. These two offices, which consist in giving and in praying, are both very useful in extending wider the borders of the kingdom of heaven, and also have this property, that they can easily be fulfilled by men of all ranks. For who is there of such slender fortune that he is hindered from giving at one time or other a small alms, or occupied by so many things that he cannot pray to God for the messengers of the Holy Gospel? Apostolic men have ever been accustomed to use helps of this kind, particularly the Roman pontiffs, on whom especially devolves the care of propagating the Christian faith, although the method of collecting these supplies has not always been the same, but varied and diverse, according to the variety of places and the diversity of times. When, in our time, people desire to attempt difficult enterprises with the united counsel and strength of several persons, we have seen societies everywhere established, of which some have even been formed for this very purpose, that is, to serve for the propagation of religion in certain countries. Among others shines forth the pious association founded about 60 years ago at Lyon in France, which has taken the name of Propagation of the Faith. Its first object was to carry assistance to certain missions in America. Soon, like the grain of mustard seed, it grew to a large tree, whose umbrageous branches spread far and wide, so that it affords effectual help to all missions all over the earth. This grand institution was promptly approved by the pastors of the Church, and has been honoured by abundant laudatory testimonials. The Roman pontiffs Pius VII, Leo XII, Pius VIII, our predecessors, both strongly commended it and enriched it with the gifts of indulgences, and Gregory XVI still more warmly favoured it and embraced it in the fullness of his paternal charity, since he, in his encyclical letters, dated the 15th day of August, in the 40th year of this century, spoke of the same in these terms: "We judge to be most worthy of the admiration and love of all good men this truly great and most holy work, which, by modest offerings, and daily prayers addressed by each associate to God, is sustained, increased, and grows strong, and which is occupied in maintaining apostolic labourers and in exercising works of Christian charity towards neophytes, as well as in delivering the faithful from the attack of persecutions. Nor must we think that it is without a peculiar design of divine providence that an institution of so much advantage and utility to the Church has, in these latter times, been vouchsafed to her. For whilst all kinds of machinations of the infernal enemy harassed the beloved spouse of Christ, nothing could have happened more opportunely for her than that the faithful, influenced by a desire of propagating Catholic truth, should, with united zeal and collected strength, endeavour to gain all men to Christ." With this preface he exhorted the bishops to apply themselves with diligence, each in his own diocese, so that so salutary an institution might daily grow and increase. Nor did Pius IX, of glorious memory, depart from the footsteps of his predecessor, seeing that he allowed no opportunity to pass by of assisting this most deserving society, and of promoting its prosperity. Indeed, by his authority, more ample privileges of pontifical indulgence were granted to the associates, the piety of Christians was excited to the sustaining of its work, and the most eminent among the associates, whose special merits were manifest, were decorated with various insignia of honour. Finally, certain external aids which accrued to this institution were by the same pontiff honoured with praise and approval. At the same time, pious emulation caused the coalition of two other societies, one called of the Holy Infancy of Jesus Christ, and the other of the Schools of the East. The first undertook to rescue and to bring up in Christian habits the unhappy children whom their parents, pressed by idleness or want, exposed inhumanely, especially in China, where this barbarous custom is most frequent. These children the charity of the confraternity embraces tenderly, sometimes redeems them by payment of a sum of money, and takes care that they are washed in the laver of regeneration, so that they may, with the help of God, be brought up as the hope of the Church, or at least may, in the case of their death, be endowed with the means of acquiring everlasting happiness. The other association which we have mentioned is occupied with those who are growing up, and strives by every means to imbue them with sound doctrine, and at the same time is watchful to ward off from them the dangers of false science to which they are very frequently exposed through careless eagerness for the acquisition of knowledge. But both of these societies yield support to that older one entitled the Society of the Propagation of the Faith, and, united with it in a friendly alliance, aim at the same end, relying on the alms and prayers of the Christian nations. For all have the same purpose in view, namely, by the diffusion of the gospel light, to bring the largest possible number of those outside the Church to the knowledge and worship of God and Jesus Christ whom he has sent. Hence our predecessor, Pius IX, as we have intimated, has in apostolic letters commended these two institutions and liberally enriched them with sacred indulgences. These three associations, therefore, having flourished with such marked favour of the sovereign pontiffs, and having never ceased to pursue each one its work without rivalry, have produced abundant fruits of salvation, have powerfully assisted our congregation of the Propaganda in discharging the onerous duties of its missions, and have prospered to such a degree as to give for the future the joyful hope of a richer harvest. But the numerous and violent storms which have been let loose against the Church in the countries long illumined by the light of the gospel have brought injury on the works designed to civilize barbarous nations. Many causes, indeed, have combined to diminish the number and generosity of the associates, and, indeed, when so many perverse opinions are scattered abroad among the masses, sharpening their appetites for earthly happiness and banishing the hope of heavenly goods, what can be expected of those who use their minds to invent pleasures and their bodies to realize them? Do men like these pour forth their prayers to God, that in his mercy he may bring to the divine light of the gospel, by his victorious grace, the people sitting in the darkness? Do they contribute subsidies to the priests who labour and do combat for the faith? The misfortunes of the time also have helped to diminish the generous impulses of pious persons themselves, partly because through the abounding of iniquity the love of many has waxed cold, and partly because political disturbances, without counting the fear of still worse times, have rendered the majority of them more bent on economy, and less liberal in the giving of their substance. On the other hand, many and grave necessities weigh upon and oppress the apostolic missions, since the number of sacred labourers decreases every day, nor do we find that as many or as zealous missionaries replace those whom death has carried off, whom age has enfeebled, or whom work has broken down. For we see religious communities, whence a large number of missionaries came forth, dissolved by iniquitous laws, the clergy torn away from the altar, and obliged to undergo military service, and the goods of both orders of clergy almost everywhere put up to sale and proscribed. In the meanwhile, new routes have been opened, in consequence of more complete exploration of places and populations, towards countries hitherto accounted impracticable. Numerous expeditions of the soldiers of Christ have been formed, and new stations have been established, and thus many labourers are now wanted to devote themselves to these missions and contribute seasonable help. We pass over in silence the difficulties and obstacles arising from contradictions, for it often occurs that deceivers, sowing error, simulate the apostles of Christ, and, being abundantly furnished with human resources, interfere with the ministry of Catholic priests, or creep in after their departure, or raise pulpit against pulpit, thinking it sufficient to render the way of salvation doubtful to the persons who hear the word of God interpreted in different ways. Would that their artifices had no success! This is certainly to be regretted, that even those who are disgusted with such teachers, or have never met with them, and who desire the pure light of truth, should often have no man at hand to instruct them in wholesome doctrine, and to bring them into the bosom of the Church. Truly the little ones ask for bread, and there is none to break it to them. The regions are white for the harvest, and the harvest is plenteous, but the labourers are few, and will soon, perhaps, be fewer still. This being so, venerable brethren, we consider it our duty to stimulate the pious efforts and charity of Christians, so that they may strive, whether by prayer or by donations, to help the sacred work of missions, and to show favour to the propagation of the faith. The good which it is proposed to secure, and the fruits to be gathered, prove the importance of this holy enterprise. For this work tends directly to the glory of the divine name, and to the spread of the kingdom of Christ upon earth. But it is incredibly beneficial to those who are called out of the filth of vice and the shadow of death, and who, being made partakers of eternal life, are also brought out of barbarism and a state of savage manners into the fullness of civilized life. Moreover, it is highly useful and advantageous to those who take any part in it, since it procures them spiritual riches, supplies them with an occasion of merit, and renders, as it were, God himself their debtor. We exhort you, therefore, venerable brethren, again and again, you who are called to share in our solicitude, that with one accord you sedulously and earnestly strive to aid the apostolic missions, putting your trust in God, and not allowing yourselves to be deterred by any difficulty. The salvation of souls is at stake, for which our Saviour laid down his life, and appointed us bishops and priests to do the work of the saints, for the perfecting of his body. Wherefore, while each one remains at the post where God has placed him, and guards the flock that God has entrusted to him, let us endeavour to the utmost that the holy missions may be furnished with those supports of which we have spoken as having been in use since the beginnings of the Church, namely, the preaching of the gospel, and the prayers and alms of pious men. If, therefore, you know of any zealous for the glory of God, and at the same time disposed and fit to go on these holy expeditions, encourage them, so that, the will of God being well known and clear, they may listen not to flesh and blood, but rather hasten to correspond to the call of the Holy Spirit. But from the remaining priests, from the religious orders of both sexes, from all the faithful, in short, entrusted to your care, require with all urgency that, by their unremitting prayers, they obtain the divine assistance for those who sow the seed of the Word of God. And let them employ as intercessors the Virgin Mother of God, who has power to destroy all the monsters of error, and her most chaste spouse, whom many missions have already taken as their patron and protector, and whom the Apostolic See has recently given as patron to the universal Church. Let them invoke the princes of the apostles, and the whole of that company from whom the first preaching of the gospel resounded throughout the whole world, and, in short, all the others eminent for sanctity, who have spent their strength in the same ministry, and poured forth their life together with their blood. Let almsgiving be added to prayer, for its efficacy is such that it will render those who are widely separated in place, and distracted with other cares, coadjutors of apostolic men, and will make them their companions both in labour and merit. The times indeed are such that many persons suffer from want at home, but let no one despond on that account, for the amount required for this purpose can scarcely be a heavy contribution for any one, although from many small sums added together tolerably large supplies can be raised. But when you, venerable brethren, are engaged in exhortation, let every one consider that his liberality will not be to him a loss, but a gain, because he that giveth to the poor lendeth to the Lord, and on that account the practice of almsgiving has been called the most profitable of all practices. Certainly, if, according to the testimony of Jesus Christ, a cup of cold water given to one of these little ones will not lose its reward, the most ample reward will await him who shall have spent even a small sum of money upon sacred missions, and adding also his prayers, exercises at the same time many and various offices of charity, and doing that which the Holy Fathers have said is the most divine of all divine works, becomes a helper of God himself for the salvation of his neighbours. We feel assured, venerable brethren, that all those who glory in the name of Catholic, meditating these considerations, and inflamed by your exhortations, will not fail in this work of piety which we have so much at heart, nor will they allow their care for the enlargement of the kingdom of Jesus Christ to be surpassed by the alacrity and industry of those who strive to propagate the dominion of the Prince of Darkness. In the meanwhile, praying God to be propitious to the pious undertakings of Christian nations, we impart most lovingly in the Lord the apostolic benediction, as a special pledge of our good will to you, venerable brethren, to the clergy, and the people committed to your watchful care. Given at Rome, at St. Peter's, on the 3rd day of December, 1880, in the 3rd year of our pontificate. Pope Leo XIII. End of Sancta Dei Civitas, on Mission Societies, by Pope Leo XIII. Recording by Algie Pug.
Encyclical Letter Rerum Novarum on Capital and Labor, Part 1, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The condition of the working classes. That the spirit of revolutionary change, which has long been disturbing the nations of the world, should have passed beyond the sphere of politics and made its influence felt in the cognate sphere of practical economics is not surprising. The elements of the conflict now raging are unmistakable in the vast expansion of industrial pursuits and the marvelous discoveries of science, in the changed relations between masters and workmen, in the enormous fortunes of some few individuals, and the utter poverty of the masses, in the increased self-reliance and closer mutual combination of the working classes, as also, finally, in the prevailing moral degeneracy. The momentous gravity of the state of things now obtaining fills every mind with painful apprehension. Wise men are discussing it, practical men are proposing schemes, popular meetings, legislatures, and rulers of nations are all busied with it. And actually there is no question which has taken a deeper hold on the public mind. Therefore, venerable brethren, as on former occasions when it seemed opportune to refute false teaching, we have addressed you in the interests of the Church and of the commonweal, and have issued letters bearing on political power, human liberty, the Christian constitution of the state, and like matters. So have we thought it expedient now to speak on the condition of the working classes. It is a subject on which we have already touched more than once incidentally, but in the present letter, the responsibility of the apostolic office urges us to treat the question of set purpose and in detail, in order that no misapprehension may exist as to the principles which truth and justice dictate for its settlement. The discussion is not easy, nor is it void of danger. It is no easy matter to define the relative rights and mutual duties of the rich and of the poor, of capital and of labor. And the danger lies in this, that crafty agitators are intent on making use of these differences of opinion to pervert men's judgments and to stir up the people to revolt. But all agree, and there can be no question whatever, that some remedy must be found, and found quickly, for the misery and wretchedness pressing so heavily and unjustly at this moment on the vast majority of the working classes. For the ancient workingmen's guilds were abolished in the last century, and no other organization took their place. Public institutions and the very laws have set aside the ancient religion. Hence, by degrees it has come to pass that workingmen have been surrendered, all isolated and helpless, to the hard-heartedness of employers and the greed of unchecked competition. The mischief has been increased by rapacious usury, which, although more than once condemned by the Church, is nevertheless, under a different guise, but with the like injustice, still practiced by covetous and grasping men. To this must be added the custom of working by contract and the concentration of so many branches of trade in the hands of a few individuals, so that a small number of very rich men have been able to lay upon the teeming masses of the laboring poor a yoke little better than that of slavery itself. To remedy these wrongs, the Socialists, working on the poor man's envy of the rich, are striving to do away with private property, and contend that individual possessions should become the common property of all, to be administered by the state or by municipal bodies. They hold that by thus transferring property from private individuals to the community, the present mischievous state of things will be set to rights, inasmuch as each citizen will then get his fair share of whatever there is to enjoy. But their contentions are so clearly powerless to end the controversy that were they carried into effect, the working man himself would be among the first to suffer. They are, moreover, emphatically unjust, because they would rob the lawful possessor, bring state action into a sphere not within its competence, and create utter confusion in the community. It is surely undeniable that, when a man engages in remunerative labor, the impelling reason and motive of his work is to obtain property, and thereafter to hold it as his very own. If one man hires out to another his strength or skill, he does so for the purpose of receiving in return what is necessary for sustenance and education. He therefore expressly intends to acquire a full right in real, not only to the remuneration, but also to the disposal of such remuneration, just as he pleases. Thus, if he lives sparingly, saves money, and, for greater security, invests his savings in land, the land in such case is only his wages under another form, and consequently a working man's little estate thus purchased should be as completely at his full disposal as are the wages he receives for his labor. But it is precisely in such power of disposal that ownership obtains, whether the property consist of land or chattels. Socialists, therefore, by endeavoring to transfer the possession of individuals to the community at large, strike at the interests of every wage earner. Since they would deprive him of the liberty of disposing of his wages, and thereby of all hope and possibility of increasing his stock, and of bettering his condition in life. What is of far greater moment, however, is the fact that the remedy they propose is manifestly against justice. For every man has by nature the right to possess property as his own. This is one of the chief points of distinction between man and the animal creation, for the brute has no power of self-direction, but is governed by two main instincts, which keep his powers on the alert, impel him to develop them in a fitting manner, and stimulate and determine him to action without any power of choice. One of these instincts is self-preservation, the other the propagation of the species. Both can attain their purpose by means of things which lie within range. Beyond their verge the brute creation cannot go, for they are moved to action by their senses only, and in the special direction which these suggest. But with man it is wholly different. He possesses on the one hand the full perfection of the animal being, and hence enjoys, at least as much as the rest of the animal kind, the fruition of things material. But animal nature, however perfect, is far from representing the human being in its completeness, and is in truth but humanity's humble handmaid, made to serve and to obey. It is the mind, or reason, which is the predominant element in us who are human creatures. It is this which renders a human being human, and distinguishes him essentially and generically from the brute. And on this very account, that man alone among the animal creation is endowed with reason, it must be within his right to possess things not merely for temporary and momentary use, as other living things do, but to have and to hold them in stable and permanent possession. He must have not only things that perish in the use of them, but those also which, though they have been reduced into use, remain his own for further use. This becomes still more clearly evident if man's nature be considered a little more deeply. For man, fathoming by his faculty of reason matters without number, and linking the future with the present, becoming, furthermore, by taking enlightened forethought, master of his own acts, guides his ways under the eternal law and the power of God, whose providence governs all things. Wherefore it is in his power to exercise his choice, not only as to matters that regard his present welfare, but also about those which he deems may be for his advantage in time yet to come. Hence man not only can possess the fruits of the earth, but also the very soil, inasmuch as from the produce of the earth he has to lay by provision for the future. Man's needs do not die out, but recur. Although satisfied today, they demand fresh supplies for tomorrow. Nature accordingly owes to man a storehouse that shall never fail, affording the daily supply for his daily wants, and this he finds solely in the inexhaustible fertility of the earth. Neither do we at this stage need to bring into action the interference of the state. Man precedes the state and possesses, prior to the formation of any state, the right of providing for the sustenance of his body. Now to affirm that God has given the earth for the use and enjoyment of the whole human race is not to deny that private property is lawful. For God has granted the earth to mankind in general, not in the sense that all without distinction can deal with it as they like, but rather that no part of it has been assigned to any one in particular, and that the limits of private possession have been left to be fixed by man's own industry and by the laws of individual races. Moreover, the earth, even though apportioned among private owners, ceases not thereby to minister to the needs of all, inasmuch as there is no one who does not sustain life from what the land produces. Those who do not possess the soil contribute their labor. Hence it may be truly said that all human subsistence is derived either from labor on one's own land, or from some toil, some calling which is paid for either in the produce of the land itself, or in that which is exchanged for what the land brings forth. Here again we have further proof that private ownership is in accordance with the law of nature. Truly that which is required for the preservation of life and for life's well-being is produced in great abundance from the soil, but not until man has brought it into cultivation and expended upon it his solicitude and skill. Now when man thus turns the activity of his mind and the strength of his body towards procuring the fruits of nature, by such act he makes his own that portion of nature's field which he cultivates, that portion on which he leaves, as it were, the impress of his individuality. And it cannot but be just that he should possess that portion as his very own, and have a right to hold it without anyone being justified in violating that right. So strong and convincing are these arguments that it seems amazing that some should now be setting up anew certain obsolete opinions in opposition to what is here laid down. They assert that it is right for private persons to have the use of the soil and its various fruits, but that it is unjust for anyone to possess outright either the land on which he has built or the estate which he has brought under cultivation. But those who deny these rights do not perceive that they are defrauding man of what his own labor has produced. For the soil which is tilled and cultivated with toil and skill utterly changes its conditions. It was wild before, now it is fruitful, was barren, but now brings forth in abundance. That which has thus altered and improved the land becomes so truly part of itself as to be in great measure indistinguishable and inseparable from it. Is it just that the fruit of a man's own sweat and labor should be possessed and enjoyed by anyone else? As effects follow their cause, so is it just and right that the results of labor should belong to those who have bestowed their labor. With reason, then, the common opinion of mankind, little affected by the few dissentients who have contended for the opposite view, has found in the careful study of nature and in the laws of nature the foundations of the division of property, and the practice of all ages has consecrated the principle of private ownership as being preeminently in conformity with human nature and as conducing in the most unmistakable manner to the peace and tranquillity of human existence. The same principle is confirmed and enforced by the civil laws. Laws which, so long as they are just, derive from the law of nature their binding force. The authority of the divine law adds its sanction, forbidding us in severest terms even to covet that which is another's. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his house, nor his field, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything which is his. The rights here spoken of, belonging to each individual man, are seen in much stronger light when considered in relation to man's social and domestic obligations. In choosing a state of life, it is indisputable that all are at full liberty to follow the counsel of Jesus Christ as to observing virginity, or to bind themselves by the marriage tie. No human law can abolish the natural and original right of marriage, nor in any way limit the chief and principal purpose of marriage, ordained by God's authority from the beginning. Increase and multiply. Hence we have the family, the, quote, society, end quote, of a man's house, a society limited indeed in numbers, but no less a true, quote, society, end quote, anterior to every kind of state or nation, invested with rights and duties of its own, totally independent of the civil community. That right of property, therefore, which has been proved to belong naturally to individual persons, must in like wise belong to a man in his capacity of head of a family. Nay, such person must possess this right so much the more clearly in proportion as his position multiplies his duties. For it is a most sacred law of nature that a father should provide food and all necessities for those whom he has begotten. And, similarly, nature dictates that a man's children who carry on, so to speak, and continue his own personality, should be by him provided with all that is needful to enable them to keep themselves honorably from want and misery amid the uncertainties of this mortal life. Now in no other way can a father effect this except by the ownership of lucrative property, which he can transmit to his children by inheritance. A family, no less than a state, is, as we have said, a true society, governed by a power within its sphere, that is to say, by the Father. Provided, therefore, the limits which are prescribed by the very purposes for which it exists be not transgressed, the family has at least equal rights with the state in the choice and pursuit of the things needful to its preservation and its just liberty. We say at least equal rights, for inasmuch as the domestic household is antecedent, as well in idea as in fact, to the gathering of men into a community, the family must necessarily have rights and duties which are prior to those of the community, and founded more immediately in nature. If the citizens of a state, in other words the families, on entering into association and fellowship, were to experience at the hands of the state hindrance instead of help, and were to find their rights attacked instead of being upheld, such association should be held in detestation, rather than be an object of desire. The contention, then, that the civil government should at its option intrude into and exercise intimate control over the family and the household is a great and pernicious error. True, if a family finds itself in exceeding distress, utterly deprived of the counsel of friends, and without any prospect of extricating itself, it is right that extreme necessity be met by public aid, since each family is a part of the commonwealth. In like manner, if within the precincts of the household there occur grave disturbance of mutual rights, public authority should intervene to force each party to yield to the other its proper due. For this is not to deprive citizens of their rights, but justly and properly to safeguard and strengthen them. But the rulers of the state must go no further. Here nature bids them stop. Paternal authority can be neither abolished nor absorbed by the state, for it has the same source as human life itself. Quote, the child belongs to the father, end quote, and is, as it were, the continuation of the father's personality. And speaking strictly, the child takes its place in civil society, not of its own right, but in its quality as member of the family in which it was born. And for the very reason that, quote, the child belongs to the father, end quote, It is, as St. Thomas of Aquin says, quote, before it attains the use of free will, under power and charge of its parents, end quote. The Socialists, therefore, in setting aside the parent and setting up a state supervision, acts against natural justice, and break into pieces the stability of all family life. And not only is such interference unjust, but it is quite certain to harass and worry all classes of citizens, and subject them to odious and intolerable bondage. It would throw open the door to envy, to mutual invective, and to discord. The sources of wealth themselves would run dry, for no one would have any interest in exerting his talents or his industry, and that ideal equality about which they entertain pleasant dreams would be in reality the leveling down of all to a like condition of misery and degradation. Hence it is clear that the main tenet of socialism, community of goods, must be utterly rejected, since it only injures those whom it would seem meant to benefit, is directly contrary to the natural rights of mankind, and would introduce confusion and disorder into the commonweal. The first and most fundamental principle, therefore, if one would undertake to alleviate the condition of the masses, must be the inviolability of private property. This being established, we proceed to show where the remedies sought for must be found. We approach the subject with confidence, and in the exercise of the rights which manifestly appertain to us, for no practical solution of this question will be found apart from the intervention of religion and of the Church. It is we who are the chief guardian of religion and the chief dispenser of what pertains to the Church, and we must not by silence neglect the duty incumbent on us. Doubtless this most serious question demands the attention and the efforts of others besides ourselves, to wit, of the rulers of states, of employers of labor, of the wealthy, aye, of the working classes themselves, for whom we are pleading. But we affirm without hesitation that all the striving of men will be vain if they leave out the Church. It is the Church that insists on the authority of the gospel, upon those teachings whereby the conflict can be brought to an end, or rendered, at least, far less bitter. The Church uses her efforts not only to enlighten the mind, but to direct by her precepts the life and conduct of each and all. The Church improves and betters the condition of the working man by means of numerous useful organizations, does her best to enlist the services of all ranks in discussing and endeavoring to meet, in the most practical way, the claims of the working classes, and acts from the positive view that for these purposes recourse should be had, in due measure and degree, to the intervention of the law and of state authority. Let it then be taken as granted, in the first place, that the condition of things human must be endured, for it is impossible to reduce civil society to one dead level. Socialists may in that intent do their utmost, but all striving against nature is in vain. There naturally exist among mankind manifold differences of the most important kind. People differ in capacity, skill, health, strength, and unequal fortune is a necessary result of unequal condition. Such inequality is far from being disadvantageous either to individuals or to the community. Social and public life can only be maintained by means of various kinds of capacity for business and the playing of many parts, and each man, as a rule, chooses the part which suits his own peculiar domestic condition. As regards bodily labor, even had man never fallen from the state of innocence, he would not have remained wholly unoccupied, but that which would then have been his free choice and his delight became afterwards compulsory, and the painful expiation for his disobedience. Cursed be the earth in thy work. In thy labor thou shalt eat of it all the days of thy life. In like manner, the other pains and hardships of life will have no end or cessation on earth, for the consequences of sin are bitter and hard to bear, and they must accompany man so long as life lasts. To suffer and to endure, therefore, is the lot of humanity. Let them strive as they may, no strength and no artifice will ever succeed in banishing from human life the ills and troubles which beset it. If any there are who pretend differently, who hold out to a hard-pressed people the boon of freedom from pain and trouble, and undisturbed repose, and constant enjoyment, they delude the people and impose upon them, and their lying promises will only one day bring forth evils worse than the present. Nothing is more useful than to look upon the world as it really is, and at the same time to seek elsewhere, as we have said, for the solace to its troubles. The great mistake made in regard to the matter now under consideration is to take up with the notion that class is naturally hostile to class, and that the wealthy and the working men are intended by nature to live in mutual conflict. So irrational and so false is this view that the direct contrary is the truth. Just as the symmetry of the human frame is the resultant of the disposition of the bodily members, so in a state is it ordained by nature that these two classes should dwell in harmony and agreement, and should, as it were, groove into one another, so as to maintain the balance of the body politic. Each needs the other. Capital cannot do without labor, nor labor without capital. Mutual agreement results in pleasantness of life and the beauty of good order, while perpetual conflict necessarily produces confusion and savage barbarity. Now, in preventing such strife as this, and in uprooting it, the efficacy of Christian institutions is marvelous and manifold. First of all, there is no intermediary more powerful than religion, that is, whereof the Church is the interpreter and guardian, in drawing the rich and the poor breadwinners together, by reminding each class of its duties to the other, and especially of the obligations of justice. Thus religion teaches the laboring man and the artisan to carry out honestly and fairly all equitable agreements freely entered into, never to injure the property, nor to outrage the person of an employer, never to resort to violence in defending their own cause, nor to engage in riot or disorder, and to have nothing to do with men of evil principles, who work upon the people with artful promises, and excite foolish hopes, which usually end in useless regrets, followed by insolvency. Religion teaches the wealthy owner and the employer that their work people are not to be accounted their bondsmen, that in every man they must respect his dignity and worth as a man and as a Christian, that labor is not a thing to be ashamed of, if we lend ear to right reason and to Christian philosophy, but is an honorable calling, enabling a man to sustain his life in a way upright and creditable, and that it is shameful and inhuman to treat men like chattels to make money by, or to look upon them merely as so much muscle or physical power. Again, therefore, the Church teaches that, as religion and things spiritual and mental are among the working man's main concerns, the employer is bound to see that the worker has time for his religious duties, that he be not exposed to corrupting influences and dangerous occasions, and that he be not led away to neglect his home and family, or to squander his earnings. Furthermore, the employer must never tax his workpeople beyond their strength, or employ them in work unsuited to their sex or age. His great and principal duty is to give everyone a fair wage. Doubtless, before deciding whether wages are adequate, many things have to be considered, but wealthy owners and all masters of labor should be mindful of this, that to exercise pressure upon the indigent and the destitute for the sake of gain, and to gather one's profit out of the need of another, is condemned by all laws, human and divine. To defraud any one of the wages that are his due is a crime which cries to the avenging anger of heaven. Behold, the hire of the laborers, which by fraud hath been kept back by you, crieth aloud, and the cry of them hath entered into the ears of the Lord of the Sabbath. Lastly, the rich must religiously refrain from cutting down the workman's earnings, whether by force, by fraud, or by usurious dealing, and with all the greater reason because the laboring man is, as a rule, weak and unprotected, and because his slender means should in proportion to their scantiness be accounted sacred. Were these precepts carefully obeyed and followed out, would they not be sufficient of themselves to keep under all strife and all its causes? But the Church, with Jesus Christ as her master and guide, aims higher still. She lays down precepts yet more perfect and tries to bind class to class in friendliness and good feeling. The things of earth cannot be understood or valued aright without taking into consideration the life to come, the life that will know no death. Exclude the idea of futurity, and forthwith the very notion of what is good and right would perish. Nay, the whole scheme of the universe would become a dark and unfathomable mystery. The great truth which we learn from nature herself is also the grand Christian dogma on which religion rests as on its foundation, that when we have given up this present life, then shall we really begin to live. God has not created us for the perishable and transitory things of earth, but for things heavenly and everlasting. He has given us this world as a place of exile, and not as our abiding place. As for riches and the other things which men call good and desirable, whether we have them in abundance or lack them altogether, so far as eternal happiness is concerned, it matters little. The only important thing is to use them aright. Jesus Christ, when he redeemed us with plentiful redemption, took not away the pains and sorrows which in such large proportion are woven together in the web of our mortal life. He transformed them into motives of virtue and occasions of merit, and no man can hope for eternal reward unless he follow in the blood-stained footprints of his Saviour. If we suffer with him, we shall also reign with him. Christ's labors and sufferings, accepted of his own free will, have marvelously sweetened all suffering and all labor. And not only by his example, but by his grace and by the hope held forth of everlasting recompense, has he made pain and grief more easy to endure. For that which is at present momentary and light of our tribulation worketh for us above measure exceedingly an eternal weight of glory. Therefore those whom fortune favors are warned that freedom from sorrow and abundance of earthly riches are no warrant for the bliss that shall never end, but rather are obstacles, that the rich should tremble at the threatenings of Jesus Christ, threatenings so unwonted in the mouth of our Lord, and that a most strict account must be given to the Supreme Judge for all we possess. The chief and most excellent rule for the right use of money is one which the heathen philosophers hinted at, but which the Church has traced out clearly, and has not only made known to men's minds, but has impressed upon their lives. It rests on the principle that it is one thing to have a right to the possession of money, and another to have a right to use money as one wills. Private ownership, as we have seen, is the natural right of man, and to exercise that right, especially as members of society, is not only lawful, but absolutely necessary. Quote, "It is lawful," says St. Thomas of Aquin, "for a man to hold private property, and it is also necessary for the carrying on of human existence." End quote. But if the question be asked, how must one's possessions be used? The Church replies without hesitation in the words of the same holy doctor, quote, "Man should not consider his outward possessions as his own, but as common to all, so as to share them without hesitation when others are in need. Whence the Apostle saith, 'Command the rich of this world to offer with no stint, to apportion largely.'" End quote. True, no one is commanded to distribute to others that which is required for his own needs and those of his household, nor even to give away what is reasonably required to keep up becomingly his condition in life. Quote, "For no one ought to live other than becomingly." End quote. But when what necessity demands has been supplied, and one's standing fairly taken thought for, it becomes a duty to give to the indigent out of what remains over. Of that which remaineth, give alms. It is a duty not of justice, that is, save in extreme cases, but of Christian charity, a duty not enforced by human law. But the laws and judgments of men must yield place to the laws and judgments of Christ the true God, who in many ways urges on his followers the practice of almsgiving. It is more blessed to give than to receive. And who will count a kindness done or refused to the poor as done or refused to himself? As long as you did it to one of my least brethren, you did it to me. To sum up then what has been said, whoever has received from the divine bounty a large share of temporal blessings, whether they be external and corporal, or gifts of the mind, has received them for the purpose of using them for the perfecting of his own nature, and, at the same time, that he may employ them as the steward of God's providence for the benefit of others. Quote, "He that hath a talent," says St. Gregory the Great, "let him see that he hide it not. He that hath abundance, let him quicken himself to mercy and generosity. He that hath art and skill, let him do his best to share the use and the utility thereof with his neighbor." End quote. As for those who possess not the gifts of fortune, they are taught by the Church that in God's sight poverty is no disgrace, and that there is nothing to be ashamed of in seeking one's bread by labor. This is enforced by what we see in Christ himself, who, whereas he was rich, for our sakes became poor, and who, being the Son of God, and God himself, chose to seem and to be considered the son of a carpenter, nay, did not disdain to spend a great part of his life as a carpenter himself. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary? From contemplation of this divine exemplar, it is more easy to understand that the true worth and nobility of man lies in his moral qualities, that is, in virtue. That virtue is moreover the common inheritance of men, equally within the reach of high and low, rich and poor, and that virtue, and virtue alone, wherever found, will be followed by the rewards of everlasting happiness. Nay, God himself seems to incline rather to those who suffer misfortune. For Jesus Christ calls the poor, quote, "blessed," end quote. He lovingly invites those in labor and grief to come to him for solace, and he displays the tenderest charity towards the lowly and the oppressed. These reflections cannot fail to keep down the pride of those who are well-to-do, and to embolden the spirit of the afflicted, to incline the former to generosity and the latter to meek resignation. Thus the separation which pride would set up tends to disappear, nor will it be difficult to make rich and poor join hands in friendly concord. But, if Christian precepts prevail, the respective classes will not only be united in the bonds of friendship, but also in those of brotherly love. For they will understand and feel that all men are children of the same common Father, who is God, that all have alike the same last end, which is God himself, who alone can make either men or angels absolutely and perfectly happy, that each and all are redeemed and made sons of God by Jesus Christ, the firstborn among many brethren, that the blessings of nature and the gifts of grace belong to the whole human race in common, and that from none except the unworthy is withheld the inheritance of the kingdom of heaven. If sons, heirs also, heirs indeed of God, and co-heirs of Christ. Such is the scheme of duties and of rights which is shown forth to the world by the gospel. Would it not seem that, were society penetrated with ideas like these, strife must quickly cease? But the Church, not content with pointing out the remedy, also applies it. For the Church does her utmost to teach and to train men and to educate them, and by the intermediary of her bishops and clergy diffuses her salutary teachings far and wide. She strives to influence the mind and the heart so that all may willingly yield themselves to be formed and guided by the commandments of God. It is precisely in this fundamental and momentous matter, on which everything depends, that the Church possesses a power peculiarly her own. The agencies which she employs are given to her by Jesus Christ himself, for the very purpose of reaching the hearts of men and derive their efficiency from God. They alone can reach the innermost heart and conscience and bring men to act from a motive of duty, to resist their passions and appetites, to love God and their fellow men with a love that is singular and supreme, and to break down courageously every barrier which impedes the way of a life of virtue. On this subject we need but recall for one moment the examples recorded in history. Of these facts there cannot be any shadow of doubt. For instance, that civil society was renovated in every part by the teachings of Christianity, that in the strength of that renewal the human race was lifted up to better things, nay, that it was brought back from death to life, and to so excellent a life that nothing more perfect had been known before, or will come to be known in the ages that have yet to be. Of this beneficent transformation Jesus Christ was at once the first cause and the final end. As from him all came, so to him was all to be brought back. For when the human race, by the light of the gospel message, came to know the grand mystery of the incarnation of the Word, and the redemption of man, at once the life of Jesus Christ, God and man, pervaded every race and nation, and interpenetrated them with his faith, his precepts, and his laws. And if society is to be healed now, in no other way can it be healed save by a return to Christian life and Christian institutions. When a society is perishing, the wholesome advice to give to those who would restore it is to recall it to the principles from which it sprang. For the purpose and perfection of an association is to aim at and to attain that for which it was formed, and its efforts should be put in motion and inspired by the end and object which originally gave it being. Hence, to fall away from its primal constitution implies disease, to go back to it recovery, and this may be asserted with utmost truth both of the state in general and of that body of its citizens, by far the greater majority, who sustain life by their labor. Neither must it be supposed that the solicitude of the Church is so preoccupied with the spiritual concerns of her children as to neglect their temporal and earthly interests. Her desire is that the poor, for example, should rise above poverty and wretchedness, and better their condition in life, and for this she makes a strong endeavor. By the very fact that she calls men to virtue and forms them to its practice, she promotes this in no slight degree. Christian morality, when adequately and completely practiced, leads of itself to temporal prosperity, for it merits the blessing of that God who is the source of all blessings. It powerfully restrains the greed of possession and the thirst for pleasure, twin plagues which too often make a man who is void of self-restraint miserable in the midst of abundance. It makes men supply for the lack of means through economy, teaching them to be content with frugal living, and further keeping them out of the reach of those vices which devour not small incomes merely, but large fortunes, and dissipate many a goodly inheritance. The Church, moreover, intervenes directly in behalf of the poor by setting on foot and maintaining many associations which she knows to be efficient for the relief of poverty. Herein again she has always succeeded so well as to have even extorted the praise of her enemies. Such was the ardor of brotherly love among the earliest Christians, that numbers of those who were in better circumstances despoiled themselves of their possessions in order to relieve their brethren, whence neither was there any one needy among them. To the order of deacons, instituted in that very intent, was committed by the apostles the charge of the daily doles, and the apostle Paul, though burdened with the solicitude of all the churches, hesitated not to undertake the laborious journeys in order to carry the alms of the faithful to the poorer Christians. Tertullian calls these contributions, given voluntarily by Christians in their assemblies, deposits of piety, because, to cite his own words, they were employed, quote, in feeding the needy, in burying them, in the support of youths and maidens destitute of means and deprived of their parents, in the care of the aged, and the relief of the shipwrecked. End quote. Thus by degrees came into existence the patrimony which the Church has guarded with religious care as the inheritance of the poor. Nay, to spare them the shame of begging, the common mother of the rich and poor has exerted herself to gather together funds for the support of the needy. The Church has aroused everywhere the heroism of charity, and has established congregations of religious and many other useful institutions for help and mercy, so that hardly any kind of suffering could exist which was not afforded relief. At the present day, many there are who, like the heathen of old, seek to blame and condemn the Church for such eminent charity. They would substitute in its stead a system of relief organized by the state, but no human expedients will ever make up for the devotedness and self-sacrifice of Christian charity. Charity as a virtue pertains to the Church, for virtue it is not unless it be drawn from the Sacred Heart of Jesus Christ, and whosoever turns his back on the Church cannot be near to Christ. It cannot, however, be doubted that to attain the purpose we are treating of, not only the Church but all human agencies must concur. All who are concerned in the matter should be of one mind, and according to their ability act together. It is with this, as with the providence that governs the world. The results of causes do not usually take place, save where all the causes cooperate. It is sufficient, therefore, to inquire what part the state should play in the work of remedy and relief. By the state we here understand not the particular form of government prevailing in this or that nation, but the state as rightly apprehended, that is to say, any government conformable in its institutions to right reason and natural law, and to those dictates of the divine wisdom, which we have expounded in the Encyclical on the Christian constitution of the state. The foremost duty, therefore, of the rulers of the state should be to make sure that the laws and institutions, the general character and administration of the Commonwealth, shall be such as of themselves to realize public well-being and private prosperity. This is the proper scope of wise statesmanship, and is the work of the heads of the state. Now, a state chiefly prospers and thrives through moral rule, well-regulated family life, respect for religion and justice, the moderation and equal allocation of public taxes, the progress of the arts and of trade, the abundant yield of the land, through everything, in fact, which makes the citizens better and happier. Hereby, then, it lies in the power of a ruler to benefit every class in the state, and amongst the rest to promote to the utmost the interests of the poor, and this in virtue of his office, and without being open to any suspicion of undue interference, since it is the province of the state to consult the common good, and the more that is done for the benefit of the working classes by the general laws of the country, the less need will there be to seek for special means to relieve them. End of Encyclical Letter, Rerum Novarum, on Capital and Labor, Part 1, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by J. Bev. Encyclical Letter, Rerum Novarum, on Capital and Labor, by Pope Leo XIII, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is another and deeper consideration which must not be lost sight of. As regards the state, the interests of all, whether high or low, are equal. The poor are members of the national community equally with the rich. They are real component living members, which constitute through the family the living body, and it need hardly be said that they are in every state very largely in the majority. It would be irrational to neglect one portion of the citizens in favor of another, and therefore the public administration must duly and solicitously provide for the welfare and the comfort of the working classes. Otherwise that law of justice will be violated which ordains that each man shall have his due. To cite the wise words of St. Thomas of Aquin, quote, "As the part and the whole are in a certain sense identical, the part may in some sense claim what belongs to the whole." End quote. Among the many and grave duties of rulers who would do their best for the people, the first and chief is to act with strict justice, with that justice which is called by the schoolmen distributive, towards each and every class alike. But although all citizens without exception can and ought to contribute to that common good in which individuals share so advantageously to themselves, yet it should not be supposed that all can contribute in the like way and to the same extent. No matter what changes may occur in forms of government, there will ever be differences and inequalities of condition in the state. Society cannot exist or be conceived of without them. Some there must be who devote themselves to the work of the Commonwealth, who make the laws or administer justice, or whose advice and authority govern the nation in times of peace and defend it in war. Such men clearly occupy the foremost place in the state, and should be held in highest estimation, for their work concerns most nearly and effectively the general interests of the community. Those who labor at a trade or calling do not promote the general welfare in such measure as this, but they benefit the nation, if less directly, in a most important manner. Still, we have insisted that, since the end of society is to make men better, the chief good that society can possess is virtue. Nevertheless, in all well-constituted states, it is in no wise a matter of small moment to provide those bodily and external commodities, the use of which is necessary to virtuous action. And in order to provide such material well-being, the labor of the poor, the exercise of their skill, and the employment of their strength, in the culture of the land and in the workshops of trade, is of great account and quite indispensable. Indeed, their cooperation is in this respect so important that it may be truly said that it is only by the labor of working men that states grow rich. Justice, therefore, demands that the interests of the poorer classes should be carefully watched over by the administration, so that they who contribute so largely to the advantage of the community may themselves share in the benefits which they create, that being housed, clothed, and enabled to sustain life, they may find their existence less hard and more endurable. It follows that whatever shall appear to prove conducive to the well-being of those who work should obtain favorable consideration. Let it not be feared that solicitude of this kind will be harmful to any interest. On the contrary, it will be to the advantage of all, for it cannot but be good for the commonwealth to shield from misery those on whom it so largely depends. We have said that the state must not absorb the individual or the family. Both should be allowed free and untrammeled action, so far as is consistent with the common good and the interests of others. Rulers should, nevertheless, anxiously safeguard the community and all its members. The community, because the conservation thereof is so emphatically the business of the supreme power, that the safety of the commonwealth is not only the first law, but it is a government's whole reason of existence. And the members, because both philosophy and the gospel concur in laying down that the object of the government of the state should be, not the advantage of the ruler, but the benefit of those over whom he is placed. The gift of authority derives from God, and is, as it were, a participation in the highest of all sovereignties, and should be exercised as the power of God is exercised, with a fatherly solicitude which not only guides the whole, but reaches also to details. Whenever the general interest or any particular class suffers, or is threatened with mischief which can in no other way be met or prevented, the public authority must step in to deal with it. Now it interests the public, as well as the individual, that peace and good order should be maintained, that family life should be carried on in accordance with God's laws and those of nature, that religion should be reverenced and obeyed, that a high standard of morality should prevail both in public and private life, that the sanctity of justice should be respected, and that no one should injure another with impunity, that the members of the commonwealth should grow up to man's estate strong and robust, and capable, if need be, of guarding and defending their country. If by a strike or other combination of workmen there should be imminent danger of disturbance to the public peace, or if circumstances were such as that among the laboring population the ties of family life were relaxed, if religion were found to suffer through the operatives not having time and opportunity afforded them to practice its duties, if in workshops and factories there were danger to morals through the mixing of the sexes or from other harmful occasions of evil, or if employers laid burdens upon their workmen which were unjust, or degraded them with conditions repugnant to their dignity as human beings. Finally, if health were endangered by excessive labor or by work unsuited to sex or age. In such cases, there can be no question but that, within certain limits, it would be right to invoke the aid and authority of the law. The limits must be determined by the nature of the occasion which calls for the law's interference, the principle being that the law must not undertake more nor proceed further than is required for the remedy of the evil or the removal of the mischief. Rights must be religiously respected wherever they exist, and it is the duty of the public authority to prevent and to punish injury, and to protect everyone in the possession of his own. Still, when there is a question of defending the rights of individuals, the poor and helpless have a claim to especial consideration. The richer class have many ways of shielding themselves and stand less in need of help from the state, whereas those who are badly off have no resources of their own to fall back upon, and must chiefly depend upon the assistance of the state. And it is for this reason that wage earners, who are undoubtedly among the weak and necessitous, should be specially cared for and protected by the government. Here, however, it is expedient to bring under special notice certain matters of moment. It should ever be borne in mind that the chief thing to be realized is the safeguarding of private property by legal enactment and public policy. Most of all, it is essential, amid such a fever of excitement, to keep the multitude within the line of duty. For if all may justly strive to better their condition, neither justice nor the common good allows any individual to seize upon that which belongs to another, or, under the futile and shallow pretext of equality, to lay violent hands on other people's possessions. Most true it is that by far the larger part of the workers prefer to better themselves by honest labor, rather than by doing any wrong to others. But there are not a few who are imbued with evil principles and eager for revolutionary change, whose main purpose is to stir up tumult and bring about measures of violence. The authority of the state should intervene to put restraint upon such firebrands, to save the working classes from their seditious arts, and protect lawful owners from spoliation. When working men have recourse to a strike, it is frequently because the hours of labor are too long, or the work too hard, or because they consider their wages insufficient. The grave inconvenience of this not uncommon occurrence should be obviated by public remedial measures, for such paralyzing of labor not only affects the masters and their workpeople alike, but is extremely injurious to trade and to the general interests of the public. Moreover, on such occasions, violence and disorder are generally not far distant, and thus it frequently happens that the public peace is imperiled. The laws should forestall and prevent such troubles from arising. They should lend their influence and authority to the removal in good time of the causes which lead to conflicts between employers and employed. But if owners of property should be made secure, the working man, in like manner, has property and belongings in respect to which he should be protected, and foremost of all, his soul and mind. Life on earth, however good and desirable in itself, is not the final purpose for which man is created. It is only the way and the means to that attainment of truth and that practice of goodness in which the full life of the soul consists. It is the soul which is made after the image and likeness of God. It is in the soul that the sovereignty resides in virtue, whereof man is commanded to rule the creatures below him, and to use all the earth and the ocean for his profit and advantage. Fill the earth and subdue it, and rule over the fishes of the sea, and the fowls of the air, and all living creatures which move upon the earth. In this respect all men are equal. There is no difference between rich and poor, master and servant, ruler and ruled, for the same is Lord over all. No man may with impunity outrage that human dignity which God himself treats with reverence, nor stand in the way of that higher life which is the preparation for the eternal life of heaven. Nay, more, no man has in this matter power over himself. To consent to any treatment which is calculated to defeat the end and purpose of his being is beyond his right. He cannot give up his soul to servitude, for it is not man's own rights which are here in question, but the rights of God, the most sacred and inviolable of rights. From this follows the obligation of the cessation from work and labor on Sundays and certain holy days. The rest from labor is not to be understood as mere giving way to idleness, much less must it be an occasion for spending money, and for vicious indulgence as many would have it to be. But it should be rest from labor, hallowed by religion. Rest, that is, combined with religious observances, disposes man to forget for a while the business of his everyday life, to turn his thoughts to things heavenly, and to the worship which he so strictly owes to the eternal Godhead. It is this, above all, which is the reason and motive of Sunday rest, a rest sanctioned by God's great law of the ancient covenant. Remember thou keep holy the Sabbath day. And taught to the world by his own mysterious, quote, rest, end quote, after the creation of man. He rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. If we turn now to things external and corporeal, the first concern of all is to save the poor workers from the cruelty of greedy speculators, who use human beings as mere instruments of money-making. It is neither just nor human so to grind men down with excessive labor as to stupefy their minds and wear out their bodies. Man's powers, like his general nature, are limited, and beyond these limits he cannot go. His strength is developed and increased by use and exercise, but only on condition of due intermission and proper rest. Daily labor, therefore, should be so regulated as not to be protracted over longer hours than strength admits. How many and how long the intervals of rest should be must depend on the nature of the work, on circumstances of time and place, and on the health and strength of the workmen. Those who work in mines and quarries and extract coal, stone, and metals from the bowels of the earth should have shorter hours in proportion as their labor is more severe and trying to health. Then again, the season of the year should be taken into account, for not infrequently a kind of labor is easy at one time, which at another is intolerable or exceedingly difficult. Finally, work which is quite suitable for a strong man cannot reasonably be required from a woman or a child, and, in regard to children, great care should be taken not to place them in workshops and factories until their bodies and minds are sufficiently developed. For just as very rough weather destroys the buds of spring, so does too early an experience of life's hard toil blight the young promise of a child's faculties and render any true education impossible. Women, again, are not suited for certain occupations. A woman is by nature fitted for homework, and it is that which is best adapted at once to preserve her modesty and to promote the good bringing up of children and the well-being of the family. As a general principle, it may be laid down that a workman ought to have leisure and rest proportionate to the wear and tear of his strength, for waste of strength must be repaired by cessation from hard work. In all agreements between masters and workpeople, there is always the condition, expressed or understood, that there should be allowed proper rest for soul and body. To agree in any other sense would be against what is right and just, for it can never be just or right to require on the one side, or to promise on the other, the giving up of those duties which a man owes to his God and to himself. We now approach a subject of great and urgent importance, and one in respect of which, if extremes are to be avoided, right notions are absolutely necessary. Wages, as we are told, are regulated by free consent, and therefore the employer, when he pays what was agreed upon, has done his part and seemingly is not called upon to do anything beyond. The only way, it is said, in which injustice might occur would be if the master refused to pay the whole of the wages, or if the workman should not complete the work undertaken. In such cases the state should intervene to see that each obtains his due, but not under any other circumstances. This mode of reasoning is, to a fair-minded man, by no means convincing, for there are important considerations which it leaves out of account altogether. To labor is to exert oneself for the sake of procuring what is necessary for the purposes of life, and chief of all for self-preservation. In the sweat of thy brow thou shalt eat thy bread. Hence a man's labor bears two notes or characters. First of all, it is personal, inasmuch as the exertion of individual strength belongs to the individual who puts it forth, employing such strength to procure that personal advantage on account of which it was bestowed. Secondly, man's labor is necessary, for without the result of labor a man cannot live, and self-preservation is a law of nature, which it is wrong to disobey. Now, were we to consider labor so far as it is personal merely, doubtless it would be within the workman's right to accept any rate of wages whatsoever. For in the same way as he is free to work or not, so is he free to accept a small remuneration or even none at all. But this is a mere abstract supposition. The labor of the working man is not only his personal attribute, but it is necessary, and this makes all the difference. The preservation of life is the bounden duty of one and all, and to be wanting therein is a crime. It follows that each one has a right to procure what is required in order to live, and the poor man can procure it in no other way than through work and wages. Let it be then taken for granted that workmen and employers should, as a rule, make free agreements, and in particular should agree freely as to the wages. Nevertheless, there underlies a dictate of natural justice more imperious and ancient than any bargain between man and man, namely, that remuneration ought to be sufficient to support a frugal and well-behaved wage-earner. If through necessity or fear of a worse evil the workmen accept harder conditions because an employer or contractor will afford him no better, he is made the victim of force and injustice. In these and similar questions, however, such as, for example, the hours of labor in different trades, the sanitary precautions to be observed in factories and workshops, etc., in order to supersede undue interference on the part of the state, especially as circumstances, times, and localities differ so widely, it is advisable that recourse be had to societies or boards, such as we shall mention presently, or to some other mode of safeguarding the interests of the wage earners, the state being appealed to, should circumstances require, for its sanction and protection. If a workman's wages be sufficient to enable him to maintain himself, his wife, and his children in reasonable comfort, he will not find it difficult, if he be a sensible man, to study economy, and he will not fail, by cutting down expenses, to put by some little savings and thus secure a small income. Nature and reason alike would urge him to do this. We have seen that this great labor question cannot be solved save by assuming as a principle that private ownership must be held sacred and inviolable. The law, therefore, should favor ownership, and its policy should be to induce as many as possible of the humbler class to become owners. Many excellent results will follow from this, and first of all, property will certainly become more equitably divided. For the result of civil change and revolution has been to divide society into two widely differing castes. On the one side there is the party which holds power because it holds wealth, which has in its grasp the whole of labor and trade, which manipulates for its own benefit and its own purposes all the sources of supply, and which is even represented in the councils of the state itself. On the other side there is the needy and powerless multitude, broken down and suffering, and ever ready for disturbance. If working people can be encouraged to look forward to obtaining a share in the land, the consequence will be that the gulf between vast wealth and sheer poverty will be bridged over, and the respective classes will be brought nearer to one another. A further consequence will result in the greater abundance of the fruits of the earth. Men always work harder and more readily when they work on that which belongs to them. Nay, they learn to love the very soil that yields, in response to the labor of their hands, not only food to eat, but an abundance of good things for themselves and those that are dear to them. That such a spirit of willing labor would add to the produce of the earth and to the wealth of the community is self-evident. And a third advantage would spring from this. Men would cling to the country in which they were born, for no one would exchange his country for a foreign land if his own afforded him the means of living a decent and happy life. These three important benefits, however, can be reckoned on only provided that a man's means be not drained and exhausted by excessive taxation. The right to possess private property is derived from nature, not from man, and the state has the right to control its use in the interests of the public good alone, but by no means to absorb it altogether. The state would therefore be unjust and cruel if under the name of taxation it were to deprive the private owner of more than is fitting. In the last place, employers and workmen may of themselves effect much in the matter we are treating, by means of such associations and organizations as afford opportune aid to those who are in distress, and which draw the two classes more closely together. Among these may be enumerated societies for mutual help, various benevolent foundations established by private persons to provide for the workman, and for his widow or his orphans in case of sudden calamity, in sickness, and in the event of death, and what are called, quote, patronages, end quote, or institutions for the care of boys and girls, for young people, as well as homes for the aged. The most important of all are working men's unions, for these virtually include all the rest. History attests what excellent results were brought about by the artificers' guilds of olden times. They were the means of affording not only many advantages to the workmen, but in no small degree of promoting the advancement of art, as numerous monuments remain to bear witness. Such unions should be suited to the requirements of this our age. an age of wider education, of different habits, and of far more numerous requirements in daily life. It is gratifying to know that there are actually in existence not a few associations of this nature, consisting either of workmen alone or of workmen and employers together, but it were greatly to be desired that they should become more numerous and more efficient. We have spoken of them more than once, yet it will be well to explain here how notably they are needed to show that they exist of their own right, and what should be their organization and their mode of action. The consciousness of his own weakness urges man to call in aid from without. We read in the pages of the Holy Writ, "It is better that two should be together than one, for they have the advantage of their society. If one fall, he shall be supported by the other. Woe to him that is alone, for when he falleth, he hath none to lift him up." And further, "A brother that is helped by his brother is like a strong city." It is this natural impulse which binds men together in civil society, and it is likewise this which leads them to join together in associations of citizen with citizen, associations which, it is true, cannot be called societies in the full sense of the word, but which, notwithstanding, are societies. These lesser societies and the society which constitutes the state differ in many respects, because their immediate purpose and aim is different. Civil society exists for the common good, and hence is concerned with the interests of all in general, albeit with individual interests also in their due place and degree. It is therefore called public society, because by its agency, as St. Thomas of Aquin says, quote, "Men establish relations in common with one another in the setting up of a commonwealth." End quote. But societies which are formed in the bosom of the state are styled private, and rightly so, since their immediate purpose is the private advantage of the associates. Quote, "Now a private society," says St. Thomas again, "is one which is formed for the purpose of carrying out private objects, as when 2 or 3 enter into partnership with the view of trading in common." End quote. Private societies, then, although they exist within the state and are severally part of the state, cannot nevertheless be absolutely, and as such, prohibited by the state. For to enter into a, quote, "society," end quote, of this kind is the natural right of man, and the state is bound to protect natural rights, not to destroy them. And if it forbid its citizens to form associations, it contradicts the very principle of its own existence, for both they and it exist in virtue of the like principle, namely, the natural tendency of man to dwell in society. There are occasions, doubtless, when it is fitting that the law should intervene to prevent association, as when men join together for purposes which are evidently bad, unlawful, or dangerous to the state. In such cases, public authority may justly forbid the formation of associations, and may dissolve them if they already exist. But every precaution should be taken not to violate the rights of individuals, and not to impose unreasonable regulations under pretense of public benefit. For laws only bind when they are in accordance with right reason, and hence with the eternal law of God. And here we are reminded of the confraternities, societies, and religious orders which have arisen by the Church's authority and the piety of Christian men. The annals of every nation down to our own days bear witness to what they have accomplished for the human race. It is indisputable that on grounds of reason alone, such associations, being perfectly blameless in their objects, possess the sanction of the law of nature. In their religious aspect, they claim rightly to be responsible to the Church alone. The rulers of the state accordingly have no rights over them, nor can they claim any share in their control. On the contrary, it is the duty of the state to respect and cherish them, and, if need be, to defend them from attack. It is notorious that a very different course has been followed, more especially in our own times. In many places, the state authorities have laid violent hands on these communities and committed manifold injustice against them. It has placed them under control of the civil law, taken away their rights as corporate bodies, and despoiled them of their property. In such property the Church had her rights, each member of the body had his or her rights, and there were also the rights of those who had founded or endowed these communities for a definite purpose, and, furthermore, of those for whose benefit and assistance they had their being. Therefore we cannot refrain from complaining of such spoliation as unjust and fraught with evil results, and with all the more reason do we complain because, at the very time when the law proclaims that association is free to all, we see that Catholic societies, however peaceful and useful, are hampered in every way, whereas the utmost liberty is conceded to individuals whose purposes are at once hurtful to religion and dangerous to the state. Associations of every kind, and especially those of working men, are now far more common than heretofore. As regards many of these, there is no need at present to inquire whence they spring, what are their objects, or what the means they employ. There is a good deal of evidence, however, which goes to prove that many of these societies are in the hands of secret leaders and are managed on principles ill according with Christianity and the public well-being, and that they do their utmost to get within their grasp the whole field of labor and force working men either to join them or to starve. Under these circumstances, Christian working men must do one of two things: either join associations in which their religion will be exposed to peril, or form associations among themselves, unite their forces, and shake off courageously the yoke of so unrighteous and intolerable an oppression. No one who does not wish to expose man's chief good to extreme risk will for a moment hesitate to say that the second alternative should by all means be adopted. Those Catholics are worthy of all praise, and they are not a few, who, understanding what the times require, have striven, by various undertakings and endeavors, to better the condition of the working class without any sacrifice of principle being involved. They have taken up the cause of the working man, and have spared no efforts to better the condition both of families and individuals, to infuse a spirit of equity into the mutual relations of employers and employed, to keep before the eyes of both classes the precepts of duty and the laws of the gospel, that gospel which, by inculcating self-restraint, keeps men within the bounds of moderation, and tends to establish harmony among the divergent interests and the various classes which compose the state. It is with such ends in view that we see men of eminence meeting together for discussion, for the promotion of concerted action, and for practical work. Others, again, strive to unite working men of various grades into associations, help them with their advice and means, and enable them to obtain fitting and profitable employment. The bishops, on their part, bestow their ready goodwill and support, and with their approval and guidance, many members of the clergy, both secular and regular, labor assiduously in behalf of the spiritual and mental interests of the members of such associations. And there are not wanting Catholics blessed with affluence, who have, as it were, cast in their lot with the wage earners, and who have spent large sums in founding and widely spreading benefit and insurance societies, by means of which the working man may without difficulty acquire, through his labor, not only many present advantages, but also the certainty of honorable support in days to come. How greatly such manifold and earnest activity has benefited the community at large is too well known to require us to dwell upon it. We find therein grounds for most cheering hope in the future, provided always that the associations we have described continue to grow and spread, and are well and wisely administered. Let the state watch over these societies of citizens banded together for the exercise of their rights, but let it not thrust itself into their peculiar concerns and their organization, for things move and live by the Spirit inspiring them, and may be killed by the rough grasp of a hand from without. In order, then, that an association may be carried on with unity of purpose and harmony of action, its organization and government should be firm and wise. All such societies, being free to exist, have the further right to adopt such rules and organization as may best conduce to the attainment of their respective objects. We do not judge it expedient to enter into minute particulars touching the subject of organization. This must depend on national character, on practice and experience, on the nature and aim of the work to be done, on the scope of the various trades and employments, and on other circumstances of fact and of time, all of which should be carefully considered. To sum up, then, we may lay it down as a general and lasting law that working men's associations should be so organized and governed as to furnish the best and most suitable means for attaining what is aimed at, that is to say, for helping each individual member to better his condition to the utmost in body, mind, and property. It is clear that they must pay special and chief attention to the duties of religion and morality, and that their internal discipline must be guided very strictly by these weighty considerations. Otherwise they would lose wholly their special character, and end by becoming little better than those societies which take no account whatever of religion. What advantage can it be to a working man to obtain by means of a society all that he requires, and to endanger his soul for lack of spiritual food? What doth it profit a man if he gain the whole world, and suffer the loss of his own soul? This, as our Lord teaches, is the mark or character that distinguishes the Christian from the heathen. After all these things do the heathen seek. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his justice, and all these things shall be added unto you. Let our associations, then, look first and before all things to God. Let religious instruction have therein the foremost place, each one being carefully taught what is his duty to God, what he has to believe, what to hope for, and how he is to work out his salvation. And let all be warned and strengthened with special care against wrong principles and false teaching. Let the working man be urged and led to the worship of God, to the earnest practice of religion, and, among other things, to the keeping holy of Sundays and holy days. Let him learn to reverence and love Holy Church, the common mother of us all, and hence to obey the precepts of the Church, and to frequent the sacraments, since they are the means ordained by God for obtaining forgiveness of sin and for leading a holy life. The foundations of the organization being thus laid in religion, we next proceed to make clear the relations of the members one to another, in order that they may live together in concord and go forward prosperously and with good results. The offices and charges of the society should be apportioned for the good of the society itself, and in such mode that difference in degree or standing should not interfere with unanimity and goodwill. Office-bearers should be appointed with due prudence and discretion, and each one's charge should be carefully mapped out. Hereby no member will suffer injury. Let the common funds be administered with strict honesty, in such a way that a member may receive assistance in proportion to his necessities. The rights and duties of the employers, as compared with the rights and duties of the employed, ought to be the subject of careful consideration. Should it happen that either a master or a workman believe himself injured, nothing would be more desirable than that a committee should be appointed composed of reliable and capable members of the association, whose duty would be, conformably with the rules of the association, to settle the dispute. Among the several purposes of a society, one should be to try to arrange for a continuous supply of work at all times and seasons, as well as to create a fund out of which the members may be effectually helped in their needs, not only in cases of accident, but also in sickness, old age, and distress. Such rules and regulations, if willingly obeyed by all, will sufficiently ensure the well-being of the poor, whilst such mutual associations among Catholics are certain to be productive in no small degree of prosperity to the state. It is not rash to conjecture the future from the past. Age gives way to age, but the events of one century are wonderfully like those of another, for they are directed by the providence of God, who overrules the course of history in accordance with his purposes in creating the race of man. We are told that it was cast as a reproach on the Christians in the early ages of the Church that the greater number among them had to live by begging or by labor. Yet, destitute though they were of wealth and influence, they ended by winning over to their side the favor of the rich and the goodwill of the powerful. They showed themselves industrious, hard-working, assiduous, and peaceful, ruled by justice, and above all bound together in brotherly love. In presence of such mode of life and such example, prejudice gave way, the tongue of malevolence was silenced, and the lying legends of ancient superstition little by little yielded to Christian truth. At the time being, the condition of the working classes is the pressing question of the hour, and nothing can be of higher interest to all classes of the state than that it should be rightly and reasonably adjusted. But it will be easy for Christian working men to decide it aright if they will form associations, choose wise guides, and follow on the path with which so much advantage to themselves and the commonweal was trodden by their fathers before them. Prejudice, it is true, is mighty, and so is the greed of money, but if the sense of what is just and rightful be not debased through depravity of heart, their fellow citizens are sure to be won over to a kindly feeling towards men whom they see to be in earnest as regards their work, and who prefer so unmistakably right dealing to mere lucre, and the sacredness of duty to every other consideration. And further great advantage would result from the state of things we are describing. There would exist so much more ground for hope, and likelihood even, of recalling to a sense of their duty those working men who have either given up their faith altogether, or whose lives are at variance with its precepts. Such men feel in most cases that they have been fooled by empty promises and deceived by false pretexts. They cannot but perceive that their grasping employers too often treat them with great inhumanity, and hardly care for them outside the profit their labor brings. And if they belong to any union, it is probably one in which there exists, instead of charity and love, that intestine strife which ever accompanies poverty when unresigned and unsustained by religion. Broken in spirit and worn down in body, how many of them would gladly free themselves from such galling bondage? But human respect, or the dread of starvation, makes them tremble to take the step. To such as these, Catholic associations are of incalculable service, by helping them out of their difficulties, inviting them to companionship, and receiving the returning wanderers to a haven where they may securely find repose. We have now laid before you, venerable brethren, both who are the persons and what are the means whereby this most arduous question must be solved. Every one should put his hand to the work which falls to his share, and that at once and straightway, lest the evil which is already so great become through delay absolutely beyond remedy. Those who rule the state should avail them of the laws and institutions of the country. Masters and wealthy owners must be mindful of their duty. The poor, whose interests are at stake, should make every lawful and proper effort, and since religion alone, as we said at the beginning, can avail to destroy the evil at its root, all men should rest persuaded that the main thing needful is to return to real Christianity, apart from which all the plans and devices of the wisest will prove of little avail. In regard to the Church, her cooperation will never be found lacking, be the time or the occasion what it may, and she will intervene with all the greater effect in proportion as her liberty of action is the more unfettered. Let this be carefully taken to heart by those whose office it is to safeguard the public welfare. Every minister of holy religion must bring to the struggle the full energy of his mind and all his power of endurance. Moved by your authority, venerable brethren, and quickened by your example, they should never cease to urge upon men of every class, upon the high-placed as well as the lowly, the gospel doctrines of Christian life. By every means in their power, they must strive to secure the good of the people, and above all must earnestly cherish in themselves and try to arouse in others charity, the mistress and queen of virtues. For the happy results we all long for must be chiefly brought about by the plenteous outpouring of charity, of that true Christian charity which is the fulfilling of the whole gospel law, which is always ready to sacrifice itself for others' sake, and is man's surest antidote against worldly pride and immoderate love of self. That charity, whose office is described, and whose godlike features are outlined by the Apostle St. Paul in these words: Charity is patient, is kind, seeketh not her own, suffereth all things, endureth all things. On each one of you, venerable brothers, and on your clergy and people, as an earnest of God's mercy and a mark of our affection, we, lovingly in the Lord, bestow the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Rerum Novarum on Capital and Labor, Part 2, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by J. Bev.
Encyclical Letter Pastoralis Vigilantiae on Religious Union, June 25th, 1881, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Letter of our Most Holy Father, Leo XIII, by Divine Providence, Pope, to the Archbishops and Bishops of the Kingdom of Portugal. To our beloved sons, Joseph Sebastian, SRE Cardinal Nito, Patriarch of Lisbon, Americo SRE Cardinal dos Santos Silva, Bishop of Oporto, and to our venerable brethren, Antony, Archbishop of Braga, and to the other Archbishops and Bishops of Portugal. Leo XIII. Beloved sons, venerable brethren, health and the Apostolic benediction. The noble Congress lately held at Braga, the news of which a very welcome letter on the part of those who were present conveyed to us at its completion, has given another proof of the pastoral watchfulness wherewith you devote your efforts to the preservation and strengthening of religion. In reading that letter, we were delighted both with the solicitous zeal of the bishops of the diocese where the Congress was received, one who was the chief founder of the movement and presided over it to successful issues, and with the piety and energy of the bishops who were associated with him, or had sent worthy representatives to the Congress, and with the notable gathering of men chosen carefully from the clergy and laity, pre-eminent in learning, virtue, and authority. That Congress was the more gratifying to us on account of the admirable unanimity of principle in the determinations of such decisions as would most powerfully work for the prosperity of the Church and the progress of Catholicity. Nor will we conceal that, beside the resolutions which were opportunely carried by unanimous consent as peculiarly appropriate to the time and the place, those propositions which express the devoted sentiment and zeal of the members towards the Apostolic See, to the effect that due honour should ever be paid to its dignity, and that no tittle of its majesty, or its rights, should be reft from it, brought to us no little comfort. We are indeed of good hope that the resolutions which were agreed upon at that Congress, so long as they are observed with care and perseverance, will effect a plentiful harvest of fruitfulness. But we find ourselves compelled to observe that a rich field still remains that demands your labour and your industry. Wherefore, although quite recently we addressed you by letter on the Catholic position and its needs in Portugal, and of the course to be pursued for their most convenient accomplishment, nevertheless we are induced to add to that letter some words which we hold fitting to communicate to you, lest, since an occasion for writing to you has occurred, we should seem to be wanting in duty. You must be aware, beloved sons, venerable brethren, of the truth which was perfectly appreciated at the Congress of Braga, that it has come to pass that the faith itself is, among many, in danger, and that every effort must be made, that, through ignorance or indifference, it should not fail and fail from souls, but rather that it should take deep root in hearts, and should bring forth, in good works and the practice of virtue, a glad and plentiful sweetness of perfect fruits. Strife must be made against the attempts of the enemies of truth, lest the evil stain which drops from their bad example and their widely disseminated teaching should spread more and more. Many wounds are to be healed, which the dishonest toil of such men, and the unhappiness of the times, have struck in the flocks committed to your care. Many ruins are to be built up, many hardships still oppress the souls of the faithful, which, though haply it is impossible to destroy them, may at least be lightened. These needs, which, as we have said, demand your care and your industry, will be more fully and more suitably attended to if day by day the concord between the bishops is strengthened, and if their work is made more cooperative in remedying the needs of clergy and laity, in taking counsel, and in making such decisions as shall seem to jump best with the common good, both for the particular requirements of separate dioceses, and for those which reach farther and rise higher, with which the prosperity and the weal of the whole people are associated. The convenience of a stricter bond of union between the bishops did not escape the prudence of those who met at Braga. Wherefore those resolutions of that great congress were the most gratifying to us, which recommended the founding of such a bond, through which the faithful look for ampler and lasting benefits from those rulers who are their directors and their guides. Now, to achieve this permanent and perfect union, nothing is more effective than the custom already practised in other countries, that, besides the congresses, at which the laity assist, such as the Congress of Braga, there should be every year special meetings of the bishops, a custom which you have at heart, and which we greatly desire to see introduced among you, since the benefits accruing by its means to religion are made evident by the manifold and constant testimony of experience. For from the habit of such congresses there first follows, as we have said, a notable unanimity and compactness of strength, which of itself is potent to bring great designs to successful issues. Moreover, the hearts of the bishops are more keenly moved to action, confidence is confirmed, and minds are enlightened by common counsel and the light of wisdom shining from one to another. In addition to this, by these conferences, the way is in a manner prepared both for diocesan and for provincial synods, and for the meeting of the national council, for the holding of which we rejoice to know that you are anxious, since our long experience of the advantage to be gained therefrom strongly approves of it, and the prescriptions of the sacred canons commend it in a marked manner. Moreover, from the annual congresses of bishops, of which we speak, this great benefit also flows, that the laity, moved to greater zeal by new impulses, resolve to walk in the paths set for them, themselves to hold meetings, to join in council, and by a union of strength to strive for the common cause of religion, and in obedience to their pastors to perform sedulously those duties which they accept from their teachings and exhortations. Nor in your annual assemblies will you find that there is lack of matter whereunto to devote your zeal and your energy. For beyond the special business of the separate dioceses, which can more easily be furthered under the light of a shared experience, the ordering of those works which are most effective for rousing the zeal of the priesthood already labouring in the Lord's vineyard, and for the education of students who will, one day, have to shine in the house of God with the light of solid wisdom, with the merit of a true ecclesiastical spirit, with every sacerdotal virtue, this will afford a large field of work to your prudence and your common deliberations. Another matter which will require your fatherly watchfulness will be the diligent inquiry into the means of best filling the mind of the people with the rudiments of faith, of directing their morals, of circulating writings which sow the seed of true faith and make for virtue, of setting afoot works which shall pour out the benefits of charity, and of securing that those already founded shall be confirmed in new strength. Finally, a very important subject of your debates will consist in the opportunity afforded to you of founding and affiliating religious societies in Portugal, the interests of which we rejoiced to see that all who met at Braga had deeply at heart. For these sodalities not only contribute, as it were, auxiliary forces to the clergy who follow in your diocese the sacred army of Christ, but also, and this is of crucial importance, they will supply apostolic men for the work of the holy missions in countries subject to the dominion of Portugal, in lands beyond the seas. The fulfilment of this function will work both for the prosperity of Christ's kingdom on earth and for the glory and honour of the Portuguese name. In truth, your rulers and your ancestry have obtained a deathless glory in that they carried to the vast regions discovered by them the light of gospel truth, together with a higher civilization under the favour and assistance of the Apostolic See. But that the strength and glory of these noble beginnings may still remain, and may never fail from that ancient stability and splendour, there is need that they be upheld by the unwavering care and support of eminent men, who, filled with the divine Spirit, and ever vigilant against the hostile attacks of heretics, shall devote all their zeal, all their energy, that the benefits which have flowed out of Portugal into these countries may, so far from waning, flourish with the infusion of a fresh strength. It will be the duty of such men to effect that they who already believe in God may be increased in faith, that they whose faith is strong may practice the ideals of honourable living, religious worship, diligence in duty's fulfilment. Lastly, that they who still lie in darkness may be brought to the knowledge of the true God and to the light of the gospel. Now the religious associations, whose members, in the judgment of prudent men, to which the experience of all time testifies, have fulfilled this ministry of salvation no less gladly than laboriously, will be able to supply many men burning with holy zeal. For the rule and discipline of the societies to which they belong, as well as the virtue of each trained in constant exercise, is likeliest to produce men efficient before all others for such work as this. We are indeed persuaded that the Portuguese government, lending a favourable hearing to your counsels, and judging at their highest value those benefits which come before all others, will of its own accord abolish all the obstacles that block the way to the liberty of those societies, and will lend its aid to further your endeavours which are directed to this end, that the Catholic religion may flourish and grow strong with its ancestral glory in Portugal and in all the lands subjected to her sway. We are the more easily persuaded of this, inasmuch as none can be ignorant, since it is fully known to you, what are our desires and prayers in this matter. Moreover, while they are connected with the good of religion, they no less work for the solid prosperity of the Portuguese nation. For this gift, this possession, was granted to the Church by her divine founder, that she should be in the common society of men a bond of peace and the guardian of salvation. Wherefore the Church in no way weakens the power of those who rule the state. Rather she supports and strengthens it, in conferring on the laws that spring from this power the sanction of religion, in reckoning among the obligations laid upon mankind by God a due reverence for authority, in warning citizens to refrain from sedition and all disturbance in the state, in teaching all to practice virtue, and conscientiously to fulfil the duties that belong to their condition in life. Therefore is the Church the pinnacle of morality, and by her salutary discipline she trains citizens to be upright, honourable, patriotic, faithful, and very steadfast to duty, to be such men, in fine, as stand for an immovable foundation in the public ordering of the state, and as give to it an unconquerable strength for the achievement of every noble and high ideal. Therefore is it to the state's high advantage to leave to the Church that liberty of action which she demands of right, and to prepare a friendly path where she may be able to touch far lands with her beneficial powers, and to employ all the gifts of her endowment for the common good. Now, although this doctrine is applicable to all nations, most especially does it affect the Portuguese, among whom the influence of the Catholic religion in training the character and disposition of men, in fostering the studies of science, letters, and arts, in kindling the soul to every civic and military virtue, has been so great, even so that she seems, as it were, the mother and nurse given from on high to bring forth and train whatever gentleness, dignity, and glory shone out in that race. On this subject we have treated more fully in the recorded encyclical letter which lately we addressed to you. What is important to recall at present is that the power of religion should suffer no darkening, because those doctrines which the Church, under God, teaches are restrained by no limits of time and place, but are bound up with the salvation and comfort of all people. This is the reason why those high benefits and strong safeguards which she brought of old time to your noble nation, she is still ready to bring for the advancement of your prosperity and your fame, and particularly at this unhappy time, when weakness of spirit so abounds that the highest principles upon which the order and tranquillity of human society depend are boldly attacked, nay, are brought even to totter. None can be ignorant how necessary is the observance of religion, and those holy counsels and teachings which religion enforces. It is the unanimous agreement of all principled and honourable men that there is no remedy more efficacious and potent against the evils by which our age is oppressed, and against the perils in store, than the Catholic doctrine, if it be received whole and incorrupt, and if mankind walk in that way of life which its practice demands. Wherefore we do not doubt, beloved sons, venerable brethren, that you will, with your well-known pastoral zeal, hasten with strength and constancy of spirit to set your hands to the work we have commended to you. Thus will it be your high praise and just congratulation that in your labours you are able to deserve most nobly of the religion which you uphold so well, and of your country and your race, for whom you, no less than ourselves, greatly desire an unbroken tranquillity and a lease of perfect prosperity. Meanwhile, praying God to fill you with his good gifts, and graciously to favour your designs, we grant lovingly in the Lord the apostolic benediction, in witness of our fatherly affection, to you and to the clergy and faithful entrusted to your care. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, June the 25th, 1891, in the 14th year of our pontificate. Pope Leo XIII. End of Encyclical letter Pastoralis Vigilantiae on religious union, June the 25th, 1881, by Pope Leo XIII.
Diuturnum, Encyclical letter of the Holy Father, Pope Leo XIII, on the origin of civil power. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To all our venerable brethren, the patriarchs, primates, archbishops, and bishops of the Catholic world, having grace and communion with the Apostolic See, Leo Papa Ponticam, XIII. Venerable brethren, health, and apostolic benediction. The long-continued and most bitter war waged against the divine authority of the Church has reached that pitch whither it was tending, namely, to the common danger of human society, and especially of the civil power on which the public safety chiefly reposes. And in our own times most particularly, this result is apparent. For popular passions now reject with more boldness than formerly every restraint of authority, and so great is the license on all sides, so frequent are seditions and tumults, that not only is obedience frequently refused to those who rule states, but a sufficiently safe guarantee of security does not seem to have been left to them. For a long time, indeed, pains have been taken to render rulers the object of contempt and hatred to the multitude, and the flames of envy thus excited having now burst forth, attempts have been several times made, at very short intervals, on the life of sovereign princes, either by secret plots or by open attacks. The whole of Europe was lately filled with horror at the horrible murder of a most powerful emperor, and whilst the minds of men are still filled with astonishment at the magnitude of the crime, abandoned men do not fear to publicly utter threats and intimidations against other European princes. These perils to commonwealths which are before our eyes fill us with grave anxiety when we behold the security of princes and the tranquillity of empires, together with the safety of nations, put in peril almost from hour to hour. Nevertheless, the divine power of the Christian religion has given birth to excellent principles of stability and order for the state, while at the same time it has penetrated into the customs and institutions of states. And of this power, not the least nor last fruit is a just and wise proportion of mutual rights and duties in both princes and peoples. For in the precepts and examples of Christ, our Lord, there is a wonderful force for restraining in their duty as much those who obey as those who rule, and for keeping between them that agreement which is most according to nature, and that, so to say, concord of wills, from which arises a course of administration, which is tranquil and free from all disturbance. Wherefore, being by the favor of God entrusted with the government of the Catholic Church, and made the guardian and interpreter of the doctrines of Christ, we judge that it belongs to our jurisdiction, venerable brethren, publicly to set forth that which Catholic truth demands of everyone in this sphere of duty. from which also it is made clear by what way and by what means measures may be taken for the public safety in so critical a state of affairs. Although man, when excited by a certain arrogance and contumacy, has often striven to cast aside the reins of authority, he has nevertheless never been able to strive at obeying no one. In every association and community of men, necessity itself compels that some should have the preeminence, lest society, deprived of a prince or head by which it is ruled, should come to dissolution, and be prevented from attaining the end in favor of which it was created and instituted. But if it was not possible that political power should be removed from the midst of states, it is certain that men have used every art to take away its influence and to lessen its majesty, as was especially the case in the 16th century, when a fatal novelty of opinions infatuated so many. Since that epoch, not only has a multitude striven that a liberty greater than is just should be meted out to it, but it has seen fit to fashion the origin and constitution of the civil society of men in accordance with its own will. Indeed, very many men of more recent times, walking in the footsteps of those who in a former age assumed to themselves the name of philosophers, say that all power comes from the people, so that those who exercise it in the state do so not as their own, but as delegated to them by the people, and that by this rule it can be revoked by the will of the very people by whom it was delegated. But from these Catholics dissent, who affirm that the right to rule is from God, as from a natural and necessary principle. But it is of importance to remark in this place that those who may be placed over the state may in certain cases be chosen by the will and decision of the multitude, without opposition to or impinging of the Catholic doctrine. And by this choice, in truth, the prince is designated, but the rights of princedom are not thereby conferred, nor is the authority delegated to him, but the person by whom it is to be exercised is determined upon. There is no question here respecting forms of government, for there is no reason why the Church should not approve of the chief of power being held by one man or by more, provided only it be just, and that it tend to the common advantage. Wherefore, so long as justice be respected, the people are not hindered from choosing for themselves that form of government which suits best either their own disposition or the institutions and customs of their ancestors. But as regards political power, that the Church rightly teaches comes from God, for it finds this clearly testified in the sacred Scriptures and in the monuments of antiquity. Besides, no other doctrine can be conceived which is more agreeable to reason or more in accord with the safety of both princes and peoples. In truth, that the source of human power is in God, the books of the Old Testament in very many places clearly establish. By me kings reign, by me princes rule, and the mighty decree justice. And in another place, give ear, you that rule the people, for power is given you of the Lord, and strength by the Most High. And the same thing is contained in the book of Ecclesiasticus. Over every nation he hath set a ruler. These things, however, which they had learnt of God, by little and little men were untaught by heathen superstition, which, as it has corrupted the true aspect and very many ideas of things, so also it has corrupted the natural form and beauty of the chief power. Afterwards, when the Christian gospel shed its light, vanity yielded to truth, and that noble and divine principle whence all authority flows began to shine forth. To the Roman governor, ostentatiously pretending that he had the power of releasing and condemning, our Lord Jesus Christ answered, Thou shouldest not have any power against me, unless it were given thee from above. And St. Augustine, in explaining this passage, says, Let us learn what he said, which also he taught by his apostle, that there is no power but of God. The faithful voice of the apostles, as an echo, repeats the doctrine and precepts of Jesus Christ. The teaching of Paul to the Romans, when subject to the authority of heathen princes, is lofty and full of gravity. There is no power but from God, from which he draws the seemingly necessary conclusion, the prince is the minister of God. The fathers of the Church have taken great care to proclaim and propagate this very doctrine in which they had been instructed. We do not attribute, says St. Augustine, the power of giving government and empires to any but the true God. On this same passage, St. John Chrysostom says, "In that there are kingdoms, and that some rule, while others are subject, and that none of these things are brought about by accident or rashly, is, I say, a work of divine wisdom." The same truth is testified by St. Gregory the Great, saying, "We confess that power is given from above to emperors and kings." Verily, the holy doctors have undertaken to illustrate also the same precepts by the natural light of reason, in such a way that they must appear to be altogether right and true, even to those who follow reason for their sole guide. And indeed, nature, or rather God, who is the author of nature, wills that man should live in a civil society. And this is clearly shown both by the faculty of language, the greatest medium of intercourse, and by numerous innate desires of the mind, and the many necessary things, and things of great importance, which solitary men cannot procure, and which they can procure when joined and associated with others. But now a society can neither exist nor be conceived in which there is no one to govern the wills of individuals in such a way as to make, as it were, one will out of the many, and to impel them rightly and orderly to the common good. Therefore God has willed that in civil society there should be some to rule the multitude. And this is a powerful argument, that by those whose authority the state is administered must be able so to compel the citizens to obedience, that it is clearly a sin in them not to obey. But no man has in himself, or of himself, the power of constraining the free will of others by fetters of authority of this kind. This power resides solely in God, the creator and legislator of all things. And it is necessary that those who exercise it should do it as having received it from God. There is one lawgiver and judge who is able to destroy and to deliver. And this is clearly seen in every kind of power. That which resides in priests comes from God is so acknowledged that among all nations they are recognized as and called the ministers of God. In like manner, the authority of fathers of families preserves a certain impressed image and form of the authority which is in God, of whom all paternity in heaven and on earth is named. But in this way different kinds of authority have between them wonderful resemblances, since whatever there is of government and authority, its origin is derived from one and the same Creator and Lord of the world, who is God. Those who believe civil society to have arisen from the free consent of men, looking for the origin of its authority from the same source, say that each individual has given up something of his right, and that voluntarily every person has put himself into the power of that man in whose person the whole of those rights has been centered. But it is a great error not to see what is manifest, that men, as they are not a nomad race, have been created without their own free will, for a natural community of life. And besides that, the agreement which they allege is openly a falsehood and a fiction, and has no authority to confer on political power such great force, dignity, and firmness as the safety of the state and the common good of the citizens require. But then only will the princedom have all those ornaments and guarantees, when it is understood to emanate from God as its august and most sacred source. And then this opinion it is impossible that any should be found not only more true, but even more advantageous. For the authority of the rulers of a state, if it be a certain communication of divine power for this very reason, immediately requires a dignity greater than human. Not indeed that impious and most absurd dignity sometimes desired by heathen emperors when effecting divine honors, but a true and solid one, and one received by a certain divine gift and benefaction. Whence it will behoove citizens to submit themselves and to be obedient to princes as to God, not so much through fear of punishment as through respect for their majesty, nor for the sake of pleasing, but through conscience of doing their duty. And by this means the citizens, perceiving the force of this duty, would necessarily avoid dishonesty and contumacy, because they must be persuaded that they who resist state authority resist the divine will, that they who refuse honor to princes refuse it to God himself. This doctrine the Apostle Paul particularly inculcated on the Romans, to whom he wrote on the reverence to be entertained towards the higher powers, with so great authority and weight, that it seems that nothing could be prescribed more weightily. Let every soul be subject to higher powers, for there is no power but from God, and those that are ordained of God. Therefore, he that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation. Wherefore, be subject of necessity not only for wrath, but also for conscience sake. And in agreement with this is the celebrated declaration of Peter, the Prince of the Apostles, on the same subject. Be ye subject therefore to every human creature for God's sake, whether it be to the king as excelling, or to governors as sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of the good, for so is the will of God. The only reason which men have for not obeying is when anything is demanded of them which is openly repugnant to the natural or the divine law. For everything in which the law of nature or the will of God is violated is equally unlawful to command and to do. If, therefore, it should happen to anyone to be compelled to prefer one or the other, vis-a-vis, to disregard either the commands of God or those of rulers, he must obey Jesus Christ, who commands us to give to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's, and must reply courageously after the example of the apostles. We ought to obey God rather than men. And yet there is no reason why those who so behave themselves should be accused of refusing obedience. For if the will of rulers is opposed to the will and the laws of God, they themselves exceed the bounds of their own power and pervert justice. Nor can their authority then be valid, which, when there is no justice, is null. But in order that justice may be retained in government, it is of the highest importance that those who rule states should understand that political power was not created for the advantage of any private individual, and that the administration of the state must be carried on to the profit of those who have been committed to their care, not to the profit of those to whom it has been committed. Let princes take example from the Most High God, by whom authority is given to them, and placing before themselves his model in governing the state, let them rule over the peoples with equity and faithfulness, and let them add to that severity which is necessary a paternal charity. On this account they are warned in the oracles of the sacred Scriptures that they will have themselves some day to render an account to the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. If they shall fail in their duty, that it will not be possible for them in any way to escape the severity of God. The Most High will examine your works and search out your thoughts, because, being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged rightly. Horribly and speedily will he appear to you, for a most severe judgment shall be for them that bear rule. For God will not accept any man's person, neither will he stand in awe of any man's greatness. For he made the little and the great, and he hath equally care of all. But a greater punishment is ready for the more mighty. And if these precepts protect the state, all cause or desire for seditions is removed. The honor and security of princes, the quiet and well-being of states will be secure. The dignity also of the citizens is best provided for to them it has been permitted to retain even in obedience that greatness which conduces to the excellence of man. For they understand that in the judgment of God there is neither slave nor free man, that there is one Lord of all, rich to all that call upon him, but that they on this account submit to and obey their rulers, because these in a certain sort bring before them the image of God, whom to serve is to reign. But the Church has always acted that the Christian form of civil government may not only dwell in the minds of men, but that it may be exhibited also in the life and habits of nations. As long as there were at the helm of the state pagan emperors who were prevented by superstitions from rising to that form of imperial government which we have sketched, she studied how to instill into the minds of the peoples, who were bound, as soon as they had embraced the Christian institutions, to be desirous of bringing their lives into conformity with them. Therefore, The pastors of souls, after the example of the Apostle Paul, were accustomed to teach the people with the utmost care and diligence, to be subject to princes and powers, to obey at a word, and to pray God for all men, and particularly for kings and all that are in high station. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Saviour. And the Christians of old left the most striking proofs of this. For when they were harassed in a very unjust and cruel way by pagan emperors, they nevertheless at no time omitted to conduct themselves obediently and submissively, so that, in fact, they seemed to vie with each other, those in cruelty and these in obedience. This great modesty, this fixed determination to obey, was so well known that it could not be obscured by the calumny and malice of enemies. On this account, those who were going to plead in public before the emperors for any persons bearing the Christian name proved by this argument especially that it was unjust to enact laws against the Christians, because they were in the sight of all men exemplary in bearing according to the laws. Athenagoras thus confidently addresses Marcus Aurelius Antonius and Lucius Aurelius Commoditus, his son. You allow us who commit no evil, yea, who demean ourselves the most piously and justly of all towards God, and likewise towards your government, to be driven about, plundered, and exiled. In like manner, Tertullian openly praises the Christians because they were the best and surest friends of all to the empire. The Christian is the enemy of no one, much less of the emperor, whom he knows to be appointed by God, and whom he must therefore of necessity love, reverence, and honor, and wish to be preserved together with the whole Roman Empire. Nor did he hesitate to affirm that, within the limits of the empire, the number of enemies was wont to diminish just in proportion as the number of Christians increased. There is also a remarkable testimony to the same point in the epistle of Diogenes, which confirms the statement that the Christians at the period were not only in the habit of obeying the laws, but in every office of their own accord did more and more perfectly than they were required to do by the laws. Christians observe things which have obtained the sanction of the law, and in the character of their lives they even go beyond the law. The case indeed was different when they were ordered by the edicts of emperors and the threats of praetors to abandon the Christian faith, or in any way fail in their duty. At these times, undoubtedly, they preferred to displease men rather than God. Yet even under these circumstances, they were so far from doing anything seditious or despising the imperial majesty, that they took it on themselves only to profess themselves Christians and declare that they would not in any way alter their faith. But they had no thought of resistance. Calmly and joyfully they went to the torture of the rack, insomuch that the magnitude of the torments gave place to their magnitude of mind. During the same period, the force of Christian principles was observed in like manner in the army. For it was a mark of a Christian soldier to combine the greatest fortitude with the greatest attention to military discipline, and to add to nobility of mind immovable fidelity towards his prince. But if anything dishonorable was required of him, as for instance to break the laws of God, or to turn his sword against innocent disciples of Christ, then indeed he refused to execute the orders, yet in such wise that he would rather retire from the army and die for his religion than oppose the public authority by means of sedition and tumult. But afterwards, when states had Christian princes, the Church insisted much more on testifying and preaching how much sanctity was inherent in the authority of rulers, from which it would follow that when the people thought of princedom, the image of a certain sacred majesty would present itself to their minds, by which they would be impelled to greater reverence and love of princes. And on this account she wisely provides that kings should commence their reign with the celebration of solemn rites, which in the Old Testament was appointed by divine authority. But from the time when the civil society of men raised from the ruins of the Roman Empire gave hope of its future Christian greatness, the Roman pontiffs, by the institution of the Holy Empire, consecrated the political power in a wonderful manner. Greatly indeed was the authority of rulers ennobled, and it is not to be doubted that what was then instituted would always have been a very great gain both to ecclesiastical and civil society, if princes and peoples had ever looked to the same object as the Church. And indeed, tranquility and a sufficient prosperity lasted so long as there was a friendly agreement between these two powers. If the people were turbulent, the Church was at once the mediator for peace, and recalling all to their duty, she subdued the more lawless passions, partly by kindness and partly by authority. So, if in ruling, princes erred in their government, she would go to them, and putting before them the rights, needs, and lawful wants of their people, would urge them to equity, mercy, and kindness. Whence it was often brought about that the dangers of civil wars and of tumults were stayed. On the other hand, the theories of the body politic invented by late writers have already produced great ills amongst men, and it is to be feared that they will cause the very greatest disasters to posterity. For an unwillingness to attribute the right of ruling to God as its author is no less than a willingness to blot out the greatest splendor of political power and to destroy its force. And they who say that this power depends on the will of the people err in opinion first of all. Then they place authority on too weak and unstable a foundation. For the popular passions, incited and goaded on by these opinions, will break out more insolently, and with great harm to the commonweal descend headlong by an easy and smooth road to tumults and to open sedition. In truth, sudden uprisings and the boldest rebellions immediately followed in Germany, the so-called Reformation, the authors and leaders of which, by their new doctrines, attacked from the very foundation religious and civil authority. And this with so fearful an outburst of civil war and with such slaughter, that there was scarcely any place free from tumult and bloodshed. From this heresy there arose also in the last century the false philosophy, a new right, as it is called, and a popular authority, together with an unbridled license which many regard as the only true liberty. Hence, we have reached the limit of horrors, to wit, communism, socialism, nihilism, hideous deformities of the civil society of men, and almost its ruin. And yet too many attempt to enlarge the scope of these evils, and under the pretext of helping the multitude, already have fanned no small flames of misery. The things we thus mention are neither unknown, nor very far off. This indeed is all the graver, because rulers in the midst of so great dangers have no remedies sufficient to restore discipline and tranquillity. They supply themselves with the power of laws, and think to coerce by the severity of their punishments those who disturb their governments. They are right to a certain extent, but yet should seriously consider that no power of punishment can be so great that it alone can preserve the state. For fear, as St. Thomas admirably teaches, is a weak foundation, for those who are subdued by fear should an occasion arise in which they might hope for immunity, rise more eagerly against their rulers, in proportion to the extent of their restraint through fear. And besides, from too great fear many fall into despair, and despair drives men to attempt boldly to gain what they desire. That these things are so, we see from experience. It is therefore necessary to seek a higher and more reliable reason for obedience, and to say explicitly that legal severity cannot be efficacious unless men are led on by duty and moved by the salutary fear of God. But this is what religion can best ask of them, religion which by its power enters into the souls and bends the very wills of men, causing them not only to render obedience to their rulers, but also to show their affection and goodwill, which is in every society of men the best guardian of safety. For this reason, the Roman pontiffs are to be regarded as having greatly served the public good, for they have ever endeavored to break the turbulent and restless spirit of innovators, and have often warned men of the danger they are to civil society. In this respect, we may worthily recall to mind the declaration of Clement VII to Ferdinand, King of Bohemia and Hungary. In the cause of faith your own dignity and advantage, and that of other rulers, is included, since the faith cannot be shaken without your authority being brought down, which has been most clearly shown in several instances. In the same way, the supreme forethought and courage of our predecessors have been shown, especially of Clement XI, Benedict XIV, and Leo XII, who, when in their day the evil of vicious doctrine was more widely spreading, and the boldness of sects was becoming greater, endeavored by their authority to close the door against them. and we ourselves have several times declared what great dangers are impending and have pointed out the best ways for warding them off. To princes and other rulers of the state we have offered the protection of religion, and we have exhorted the people to make abundant use of the great benefits which the Church supplies. Our present object is to make princes understand that that protection which is stronger than any is again offered to them, and we earnestly exhort them in our Lord to defend religion and to consult the interest of their states by giving that liberty to the Church which cannot be taken away without injury and ruin to the commonwealth. The Church of Christ indeed cannot be an object of suspicion to rulers, nor of hatred to the people, for it urges rulers to follow justice, and in nothing to decline from their duty, while, at the same time, it strengthens and in many ways supports their authority. All things that are of civil nature the Church acknowledges and declares to be under the power and authority of the ruler. And in those things, the judgment of which belongs for different reasons both to the sacred and to the civil power, the Church wishes that there should be harmony between the two, so that injurious contests may be avoided. As to what regards the people, the Church has been established for the salvation of all men, and has ever loved them as a mother. For the Church it is, which by the exercise of its charity has given gentleness to the minds of men, kindness to their manners, and justice to their laws. And, never opposed to honest liberty, she has always detested a tyrant's rule. This custom which the Church has ever had of deserving well of mankind is notably expressed by St. Augustine, when he says, "The Church teaches kings to study the welfare of their people, and people to submit to their kings, showing what is due to all, and that to all is due charity, and to no one injustice." For these reasons, venerable brethren, your work will be most useful and salutary if you employ with us every industry and effort which God has given to you in averting the dangers and evils of human society. Strive with all possible care to make men understand and show forth in their lives what the Catholic Church teaches on government and the duty of obedience. Let the people be frequently urged by your authority and teaching to fly from the forbidden sects, to abhor all conspiracy, to have nothing to do with sedition. And let them understand that they who for God's sake obey their rulers render a reasonable service and a generous obedience. And as it is God who gives safety to kings, grants to the people to rest in the beauty of peace and in the tabernacles of confidence and in wealthy repose, it is to him that we must pray, beseeching him to incline all minds to uprightness and truth, to calm angry passions, to restore the long-wished-for tranquillity to the world. That we may pray with greater hope, let us take as our intercessors and protectors of our welfare the Virgin Mary, the great Mother of God, the help of Christians and protector of the human race, Saint Joseph, her chaste spouse, in whose patronage the whole Church greatly trusts, and the princes of the apostles, Peter and Paul, the guardians and protectors of the Christian name. And meanwhile, in token of the divine favor, we most lovingly grant in our Lord to all of you, venerable brethren, to the clergy and people committed to your fidelity, our apostolic benediction. Given at Rome at St. Peter on the 29th day of June in the year 1881, the 4th year of our pontificate. Leo, Papa Ponticam, XIII. This is the end of Diuturnum, encyclical letter of the Holy Father Pope Leo XIII on the origin of civil power. Read by Kevin Karam, S.J. Recorded at St. Louis on March 18, 2021.
Encyclical letter Licet Multa on Catholics in Belgium by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dear son and venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. During these last years, the cause of Catholicism has undergone in Belgium multiplied trials. We have, however, found comfort and consolation in the tokens of persistent love and fidelity which Belgian Catholics have furnished us so abundantly whenever they have had an occasion. And above all, what has strengthened us, and still gives us strength, is your signal attachment to our person, and the zeal which you exert in order that the Christian people confided to your care may perseverance in the sincerity and unity of the Catholic faith, and may progress each day in its love for the Church of Christ and his Vicar. It is pleasant for us to give special praise to your solicitude in encouraging by all the means possible a good education for the young, and in ensuring to the children of the primary schools a religious education established on broad foundations. Your zeal is applied with equal watchfulness to all that tends to the advantage of Christian education in the colleges and institutes, as well as to the Catholic University of Louvain. On the other hand, we cannot remain indifferent or at peace in presence of events which would seem to imperil amongst Belgians the good understanding between Catholic citizens, and to divide them into opposing camps. It would be superfluous to recall here the causes and occasions of these differences, and the encouragement they have met with where it ought least to have been expected. All these details, dear son and venerable brethren, you know better than anyone, and you deplore them with us, knowing perfectly that at no other epoch could the necessity of assuring and maintaining union amongst Catholics be so great as at this moment, when the enemies of the name of Christianity rage on all sides against the Church in a unanimous attack. Full of solicitude for this union, we point out the dangers which threaten it arising from certain controversies concerning public law, a subject which, amongst you, engenders a strong difference of feeling. These controversies have for their object the necessity or opportuneness of conforming to the prescriptions of Catholic doctrine the existing forms of government based on what is commonly called modern law. Most assuredly we, more than anyone, ought heartily to desire that human society should be governed in a Christian manner, and that the divine influence of Christ should penetrate and completely impregnate all orders of the state. From the commencement of our pontificate we manifested without delay that such was our settled opinion, and that by public documents, and especially by the encyclical letters we published against the errors of socialism, and quite recently upon the civil power. Nevertheless, all Catholics, if they wish to exert themselves profitably for the common good, should have before their eyes and faithfully imitate the prudent conduct which the Church herself adopts in matters of this nature. She maintains and defends in all their integrity the sacred doctrines and principles of right with inviolable firmness, and applies herself with all her power to regulating the institutions and the customs of public order, as well as the acts of private life, upon these same principles. Nevertheless, she observes in this the just measure of time and place, and, as commonly happens in human affairs, she is often constrained to tolerate at times evils that it would be almost impossible to prevent without exposing herself to calamities and troubles still more disastrous. Moreover, in polemical discussions, care should be taken not to overstep those just limits that justice and charity alike mark out, and not rashly to throw blame or suspicion upon men otherwise devoted to the doctrines of the Church, and, above all, upon those who in the Church itself are raised to dignity and power. We deplore that this has been done in your case, dear son, who in your quality of Archbishop administer the diocese of Malines, and who, for your signal services to the Church, and for your zeal in defending Catholic doctrine, have been judged worthy by our predecessor of blessed memory, Pius IX, to take a place in the college of most eminent cardinals. It is manifest that the facility with which unfounded accusations are leveled vaguely against one's neighbor does injury to the good name of others, and weakens the bonds of charity, and that it outrages those whom the Holy Ghost has placed to govern the Church of God. For this reason do we desire with all our power, and hereby most seriously enjoin, that Catholics abstain from this conduct. Let it suffice to them to remember that it is to the Apostolic See and to the Roman Pontiff, to whom all have access, that has been confided the charge of defending everywhere Catholic truths, and of watching that no error whatsoever, capable of doing injury to the doctrine of faith and morals, or apparently in contradiction with it, be spread or propagated in the Church. In what concerns yourselves, dear son and venerable brethren, use all your vigilance so that all men of science, and those most especially to whom you have confided the charge of teaching youth, be of one accord and unanimous in all those questions upon which the teaching of the Holy See allows no freedom of opinion. And as to points left to the discussion of the learned, may their intellects, owing to your inspiration and your advice, be so exercised upon them that the divergences of opinion destroy not union of heart and concord of will. On this subject the Sovereign Pontiff, Benedict XIV, our immortal predecessor, has left in his constitution, Solicita ac Provida, certain rules for men of study, full of wisdom and authority. He has even proposed to them as a model to imitate in this matter St. Thomas Aquinas, whose moderation of language and maturity of style are maintained as well in the combat against adversaries as in the exposition of doctrine and the proofs destined for its defense. We wish to renew to learned men the recommendations of our predecessor, and to point out to them this noble model, who will teach them not only the manner of carrying on controversy with opponents, but also the character of the doctrine to be held and developed in the cultivation of philosophy and theology. On many occasions, dear son and venerable brethren, we have expressed to you our earnest desire of seeing the wisdom of St. Thomas reinstated in Catholic schools and everywhere treated with the highest consideration. We have likewise exhorted you to establish in the University of Louvain the teaching of higher philosophy in the spirit of St. Thomas. In this matter, as in all others, we have found you entirely ready to condescend to our wishes and to fulfill our will. Pursue then, with zeal, the task which has been begun, and watch with care that in this same university the fruitful sources of Christian philosophy, which spring from the works of St. Thomas, be open to students in a rich abundance, and applied to the profit of all other branches of instruction. In the execution of this design, if you have need of our aid or our counsels, they shall never be wanting to you. In the meantime, we pray to God, the source of wisdom, the author of peace, and the friend of charity, to accord you his favorable help in the present conjuncture, and we ask him for all an abundance of heavenly gifts. As an augury of these graces, and as a sign of our special benevolence, we accord with a loving heart our apostolic benediction to you, dear son and venerable brethren, to all your clergy, and to the people confided to your charge. Given at Rome, at St. Peter's, the 3rd of August, 1881, the 4th year of our pontificate. Leo XIII, Pope. End of Encyclical letter Licet Multa on Catholics in Belgium by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Brandy J.
Encyclical letter Etsi Nos on conditions in Italy, February 15th, 1882, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Algie Pug. Encyclical letter of Pope Leo XIII. To the Archbishops, Bishops, and other ordinaries of Italy. Venerable Brothers, health and apostolic benediction. Although in the authority and wide extent of our apostolic office we embrace with all possible vigilance and love the whole Christian commonwealth, and every part thereof, nevertheless, for the moment it is Italy that takes up our thoughts and our anxiety. These thoughts and this anxiety reach far deeper than the human aspect of things. We are anxious and solicitous about the eternal salvation of souls, and so much the more so, as the dangers are greater to which they are exposed. If this danger was ever great in Italy, it never was greater than at this moment, when the political situation is so utterly opposed to the well-being of religion. And we are the more deeply moved, because we are bound to Italy by ties of a most special kind. For in Italy, God has placed the home of his vicar, the chair of truth, and the centre of Catholic unity. Already, on more than one occasion, have we uttered warnings to the Italian people, and bidden each one look carefully to himself, and to his own duty in these days of danger. But now, venerable brothers, as the evil grows worse, we would earnestly desire you yourselves to take diligent note of it, to observe how matters are tending, and to adopt all possible means to guard and strengthen the faithful, lest they be robbed of that most precious of all their possessions, their Catholic faith. A pernicious sect, whose leaders do not care to disguise their purposes, have, for many years, been established in Italy. They have declared war on Jesus Christ, and they are doing their utmost to strip the Italian people of their Christian institutions. How far the impudent attempts have succeeded, there is no need to mention here. You can see with your own eyes in how many ways religion and morality have suffered. In this Italy, which has ever remained firm and loyal to its immemorial faith, the Church's liberty is everywhere diminished, and every day more strenuous attempts are being made to efface from her institutions and her public life that form and character of Christianity which have always so justly been the glory of the Italian people. The religious have been driven out of their convents, the property of the Church has been seized, marriage without religious rites has been sanctioned, and the Church has been deprived of all share in the education of the young. The bitter and lamentable war against the Apostolic See has not ceased or moderated, and still the Church is in distress, and the Roman Pontiff in extreme difficulties. Being stripped of his civil princedom, he has necessarily fallen under the power of another. The city of Rome, most august of Christian cities, continues exposed to all the enemies of the Church, and is polluted with every impious novelty, heretical temples and schools rising in every direction. It is understood that this year she is to give hospitality to the delegates and leaders of the sect that is most hostile to Catholicism, which is here to meet in council. It is abundantly evident why they have chosen this city for their place of meeting, to gratify their hatred of the Church by insulting her, and to bring the flames of war still nearer to the Roman Pontiff by defying him in his very see. No one doubts that the Church will, in the end, rise victorious over all the efforts of the wicked. But it is none the less a certain fact that their purpose is to smite the Church and her head, and, if possible, to stamp out religion itself. It would indeed seem almost incredible that those who profess to love Italy should harbour such designs, for Italy, if she lost the Catholic faith, would lose also her most fruitful source of blessing. If Christianity has been to all nations their strongest safeguard, the guardian of their laws, and the protectress of all justice, if it has held in check blind and rash cupidity, and promoted all that is right, praiseworthy, and great, if it has bound together in complete and lasting harmony the different orders of the Commonwealth and the various members of the state, if it has done this for other nations, then in still more abundant measure has it conferred these benefits on Italy. There are many, far too many, so perverse as to repeat that the Church is an obstacle to the welfare and the development of the state, and to set down the Roman pontificate as inimical to the prosperity and the greatness of Italy. The truth is that Italy owes it to the Roman pontiffs that her glory has gone abroad to distant peoples, that she has sustained the repeated attacks of barbarians, that she has repulsed the dreaded Turk, that she has so long preserved in so many things her just and lawful liberties, and enriched her cities with so many immortal works of art. And it is not the least of the services of the popes that the various provinces of Italy, differing as they do in character and in customs, have been kept united by a common faith and a common religion, and free from the most fatal of all sources of discord. In many times of danger and calamity, Italy would have been nigh unto perishing had it not been for the popes, and if not prevented by human perversity, the Roman pontificate will be as great a blessing to her in the future as it has been in the past. The beneficent power of Catholicism is immutable and perpetual, because it is inherent and essential. As the Catholic religion knows no limits of space or time, when the interests of souls are concerned, so is it everywhere and at every moment prepared to further the well-being of states and peoples. When these good things depart, evil things take their place. For those who reject the teachings of Christianity, whatever they may say themselves, are enemies of the Commonwealth. Their doctrines tend directly to dangerous popular excitement and to unrestrained licence and cupidity. In matters of knowledge and science they repudiate the divine light of faith, and without faith men, as a rule, err grievously and are blind to the truth, and, with difficulty, escape the degradations of materialism. In matters of morality they reject the everlasting and unchangeable rule of right, and despise God, the supreme giver of laws and avenger of wrong, and thus morality has no foundation or sanction, and each man's will becomes his law. In public affairs, their boasted liberty quickly becomes licence, and where there is licence, there are turbulence and disorder, the worst plagues of the state. Never have cities and states been reduced to such a condition of horror and of misery as when such men and such teachings have for a time prevailed. Did not recent experience afford us examples? It would be utterly incredible that men should ever go to such lengths of wickedness, of audacity, and of fury as we have witnessed, and should rush wildly into the excesses of fire and blood, whilst insulting the name of liberty with their lips. If Italy has not so far been subjected to such horrors, it is, first of all, the effect of the singular mercy of God, and it is owing, secondly, to the fact that the large majority of Italians are still earnest Catholics, and so beyond the power of these pernicious teachings. But once the safeguard of religion broken down, Italy would suffer as other great peoples have suffered. Similar doctrine must produce similar effects. Vicious seed must bring forth vicious fruit. Nay, may we not expect that our Italian race will have to pay still more dearly for treason to its religion, since we shall not only be impious and perfidious, but ungrateful as well? It is not by chance, nor by the disposition of man, that Italy has entered from the very earliest times into the inheritance of the salvation of Jesus Christ, has been privileged to possess in its midst the chair of St. Peter, and has for so many ages enjoyed the advantages and divine blessings which result from Catholicism. Well, therefore, may she dread the fate with which the Apostle Paul has threatened ungrateful nations. The earth that drinketh in the rain that cometh often upon it, and bringeth forth herbs useful for them by whom it is tilled, receiveth blessing from God. But that which bringeth forth thorns and briars is rejected, and very near to a curse, whose end is to be burned. Letter to the Hebrews, chapter 6, verses 7 and 8. May God avert such a fate. Let every man seriously consider the dangers, both actual dangers, and those which are threatened in the near future, by those who have sworn enmity to the Church, and who live and work, not for the common good, but for the sects. Were they wise, were they in any sense patriotic, they would never distrust the Church, or attempt to cast doubt on her, and diminish her freedom. They would, on the contrary, defend and help her, and their first business would be to see that the Roman Pontiff was restored to his just rights. For the present contest with the Apostolic See is as injurious to the safety of Italy as it is hurtful to the Church herself. We have declared our views on this head elsewhere. Italy cannot flourish or remain long in peace unless provision be made, as law and justice demand, for the dignity of the Holy See and the liberty of the Sovereign Pontiff. Therefore, having nothing more truly at heart than the safety of Christianity, and moved by the present critical state of Italy, we exhort you, venerable brothers, more earnestly than ever, to take anxious and charitable counsel with us how to find a remedy for so much evil. And, first of all, with the greatest possible care, teach your people how great a treasure is the Catholic faith, and how necessary it is to preserve it jealously. And since the enemies of Catholicism, in order the more easily to deceive the unwary, not unfrequently profess one thing whilst they are doing another, it is most essential to show up their secret purposes, so that our Catholic people may understand what they are really aiming at, and thus be stirred up to defend with all their strength the Church and the Roman Pontiff, that is to say, those matters on which their salvation depends. Hitherto, many Catholics, whether through not knowing how to act, or through not appreciating the danger, have seemed slow to act and unwilling to work. Now that we know by experience how things are situated, nothing could be more fatal than to sit idly by, whilst evil men are working their will, and to leave the stage clear for them to do their worst on Christianity. They are wiser than the children of light, and they have not been timid. fewer in numbers, but stronger in ability and in wealth, they have required but a short time to do much harm amongst us. Let all who love Catholicism understand that it is now time to attempt something. It is not a time for remissness or sloth. None are more quickly beaten than those who live in careless security. Our noble and vigorous forefathers feared nothing, and it is through their faith and their sufferings that the Catholic faith has spread and prospered. Venerable brothers, stir up the sluggards, urge on the hesitating. By your example and your authority, stimulate one and all to be faithful to every duty which their profession as Christians imposes upon them. In order to keep up the courageous activity of your flocks, there are few methods better than the encouragement of those societies or unions whose object is to promote and stimulate the faith and other Christian virtues. Do your best, therefore, that such associations may grow in number, in unanimity, and in efficiency. Associations of the young, societies of working men, unions for holding Catholic congresses, charitable organisations, societies for the better observance of festivals, and for catechising poor children, and many others of a similar nature. And since it is most essential to the interests of Christianity that the Roman Pontiff should be free, both in reality and in appearance, from all danger, molestation, and hindrance in the government of the Church, such associations should never cease, by action, by entreaty, and by argument, as far as they legally can, to uphold the cause of the Pope, and should never rest until we have restored to us, not in appearance but in reality, that liberty with which are bound up in essential connection not only the interests of the Church, but also the prosperity of Italy and the tranquillity of Christendom. In the next place, it is of the utmost importance to spread good literature. The deadly enemies of the Church are using literature as their most effective weapon of attack. Hence the flood of detestable books and the innumerable corrupting and turbulent periodicals, which neither law nor decency is able to keep within bounds. Recent acts of rebellion and mob violence are justified and defended. Truth is kept back or distorted. The Church and the Sovereign Pontiff are the daily object of revilings and false accusations, and no opinion is too absurd or too pernicious to be scattered broadcast over the world. A remedy must be found for an evil which is growing daily worse and worse. The people must be most seriously and weightily warned to be on their guard, and to exercise a religious carefulness in what they read. Moreover, literature must be met by literature. The art which destroys must be made to save. The antidote must be found where the poison is. For this purpose it were to be desired that in every province, at least, there should be established journals or periodicals, to appear daily if possible, with the object of impressing upon the people their duty towards the Church. More especially should be placed before them the enormous benefits which Catholicism brings to every nation, how it always promotes the prosperity and safety of states and of individuals, and how important it is that the Church should be restored to that position in the state which her divine greatness and the general good imperatively demand. Catholic writers, therefore, must bear in mind many things. Their aim and object must be one and the same. They must settle definitely what to aim at, and execute their purpose. They must be well informed on all that may be useful for them to know. They must censure vice and error, but without flippancy or extravagance, without bitterness, and without personalities. Their style must be clear and straightforward, easy to be understood by the people. Catholics who do not write, but who sincerely wish to see the triumph in sacred and civil matters of those principles which Catholic writers uphold, should promote Catholic literature by their liberality, each one in proportion to his means. Such assistance is essential to those who write, and without it their success will be slight and uncertain, and perhaps altogether null. And if our Christian people have to suffer inconvenience in acting thus, or to fight for the right, let them not shrink, labour and annoyance are never incurred in a better cause than in defending religion from the assaults of evil men. The Church hath not begotten or brought up children to see them fail her in the hour of her need. She justly expects that their own ease and their private interests should be of no weight in comparison with the salvation of souls and the well-being of Christianity. But your grand concern, venerable brothers, ought to be the selection of fit and proper ministers of Almighty God. If it is the duty of a bishop to bestow the greatest care on the education of every class of the young, much more must he watch over the preparation of ecclesiastical students, whose youth is the Church's hope, and who are one day to share in the most sacred of all offices and duties. There are the gravest reasons at all times why the virtues of a priest should be many and conspicuous, but never more so than at present. The defence of the faith, which is a priest's special concern, and which is so specially necessary just now, requires no ordinary learning, but learning that is exact and various, learning which embraces not only divinity proper, but philosophy, physics, and history. The falsehood we have to eradicate is many-sided, and the whole foundation of Christianity is attacked. We have not seldom to contend with adversaries who are skilful at all points, who are obstinate in argument, and who skilfully avail themselves of assistance from science of every description. And as with knowledge, so with virtue. The priest's virtues ought to be as marked and as impregnable as corruption is deep and widely spread. He cannot escape from the company of men. Nay, his sacred office makes it a duty for him to seek men out and live among them, and that even in places where every passion is indulged unchecked. Wherefore the virtue of the clergy in these times ought to be strong enough to stand by itself, and to triumph over all the temptations of passion, as well as all the dangers of example. Moreover, the recent persecuting legislation has diminished the numbers of the clergy, and therefore those who by God's blessing are in holy orders must redouble their assiduity, and make up by zeal and devotion for the fewness of their numbers. This they cannot do unless they are resolute, self-denying, blameless, burning with charity, and ever ready to sacrifice themselves for the salvation of souls. Their preparation for their holy office must be long and careful. Such high duties are not easily learned. The best, the holiest priests will be those who have been trained to the priesthood from their earliest years, and who have so practised the virtues of a priest as to have made them their second nature. For these reasons, venerable brothers, the seminaries justly challenge your greatest energy, thoughtfulness, and vigilance. Your own wisdom will readily suggest to you by what course of education the young clerics should be trained to virtue. We ourselves have pointed out, in our encyclical letter, Aeterni Patris, how their studies should be carried on. But at the present day, innumerable useful discoveries are being made which should not be overlooked, the more so since evil men are ready to make use of every fresh advance of science as a resource against divine revelation. Therefore, venerable brothers, make it a duty to see that church students be not only instructed in natural science, but also thoroughly grounded in all that concerns the interpretation and the authority of Holy Scripture. The complete course of studies embraces many branches, and in Italy such a course is made very difficult to the seminaries by the interference of the law. But here again have we a right to look to Catholic munificence. Those who have gone before us provided piously and nobly for such necessities, and by prudence and economy the Church was able to educate her clergy without appealing to the charity of her children. But that sacred and rightful patrimony, which had been spared by many a spoiler, has been taken away from her in the troubles which have fallen on our days. Those who love their religion, therefore, must now emulate the generosity of their forefathers. In France and in Belgium, where similar circumstances have occurred, we find examples of munificence, which posterity will admire as we admire. We do not doubt that Italians, when they see clearly how matters stand, will prove themselves worthy of their fathers and equal to the example of their brother Catholics. We have much hope and consolation in all these considerations, but in every undertaking, and most especially in those which concern the common good, human means must be reinforced by the assistance of God Almighty, in whose power is both the will of man and the fate of empires. Wherefore let prayer be made to God, that he may deign to look down on this Italy, which he has favoured in so many ways, and that he may guard from all dangers and doubts her Catholic faith, the best of all her treasures. For this end let the Holy and Immaculate Virgin, the august Mother of God, the promoter of good counsel, be invoked, together with her most holy spouse, Saint Joseph, guardian and patron of Christian peoples. With equal devotion let us pray to the great apostles, Peter and Paul, that they keep and protect in Italy the fruit of their labour and the Catholic faith which they purchased for our forefathers with their blood, and may transmit it safe and inviolate to our latest posterity. Relying on these heavenly protectors, we lovingly impart, venerable brothers, the apostolic benediction as an omen of God's blessing and a proof of our own love to each one of you and to the flocks committed to your charge. Dated February the 15th, 1882. End of Encyclical Letter Etsi Nos, on Conditions in Italy, by Pope Leo XIII.
Encyclical Letter Auspicato Concessum, on Saint Francis of Assisi, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter of Pope Leo XIII, on Saint Francis of Assisi and the Spread of the Third Order. A happy circumstance enables the Christian world to celebrate, at a not far distant interval, the memory of two men who, having been called to receive in heaven the eternal reward of their holiness, have left on earth a crowd of disciples, the ever-increasing offspring from their virtues. For, after the centenary solemnities in honor of Saint Benedict, the father and lawgiver of the monks of the West, the opportunity of paying public honors to Saint Francis of Assisi will likewise be furnished by the 7th centenary of his birth. It is not without reason that we see therein a merciful intention of divine providence. For, by calling on men to celebrate the birthdays of these illustrious fathers, God would seem to wish that they should be induced to keep in mind their signal merits, and at the same time to understand that the religious orders they founded ought on no account to have been the objects of such unbefitting acts of violence, least of all in those states where the seeds of civilization and of fame were cast by their labor, their genius, and their zeal. We are confident that these solemn feasts will not prove fruitless to the Christian world, which has always, and rightly, deemed the religious orders its friends. And thus having honored, as it has, with love and gratitude, the name of Saint Benedict, it will strive with equal ardor, by public festivities and by numerous acts of piety, to revive the memory of Saint Francis. Nor is the field whereon this noble rivalry and devotion will be displayed bounded by the limits of the region where this great saint first saw the light, nor by those of the neighboring territories enlightened by his presence, but it extends to every part of the earth, wherever the name of Francis has become known and his institutions flourish. Certainly we, of all others, approve of this zeal for so excellent an object, especially because we have been accustomed from our youth to admire Francis of Assisi and to pay him a particular veneration. Because we glory in being on the roll of the Franciscan family, and because more than once we have, out of devotion, climbed with eagerness and joy to the sacred heights of Alvernia. There the image of that great man presented itself to us wherever we trod, and that solitude, teeming with memories, held our spirit rapt in silent contemplation. But however praiseworthy this zeal may be, it is not enough. It must be understood that the honors in preparation for St. Francis will be especially pleasing to him who is honored, if they who pay them derive profit therefrom. Now their solid and lasting fruit is in the attaining some likeness to him, whose eminent virtue is an object of admiration, and in endeavoring to improve by imitating him. If, with the help of God, this practice is zealously followed, an opportune and extremely efficacious remedy will have been found for the evils of the present time. And therefore it is that we wish, venerable brethren, not only that these letters should convey to you the public testimony of our devotion to St. Francis, but that they should, moreover, excite your charity to labor with us for the salvation of men by means of the remedy we have just pointed out. Jesus Christ, the liberator of mankind, is the everlasting and ever-flowing source of all the good things that come to us from the infinite bounty of God, so that he who has once saved the world is he who will save it throughout all ages. For there is no name under heaven given to men whereby we must be saved. Acts 4:12. If then the human race fall into sin, either through its natural propensities or through the faults of men, it is absolutely indispensable to have recourse to Jesus Christ and to recognize in him the most powerful and the most sure means of salvation. For so great and so efficacious is his divine virtue, that it is at once a defense from all dangers and a remedy for all evils. And the cure is certain, if mankind returns to the profession of Christian doctrine and to the rules of life laid down by the gospel. When the evils we have spoken of arise, as soon as the providentially appointed hour of help has struck, God raises up a man, not one of the common herd, but eminent and unique, to whom he assigns the salvation of all. Such is what came to pass at the end of the 12th century and in the few subsequent years. St. Francis was the agent in this great work. That period is sufficiently well known, and its character of mingled virtues and vices. The Catholic faith was deeply rooted in men's souls, and it was a glorious sight to see multitudes inflamed by piety set forth for Palestine, resolved to conquer or to die. But licentiousness had greatly impaired popular morality, and nothing was more needed by men than a return to Christian sentiments. Now the perfection of Christian virtue lies in that disposition of soul which dares all that is arduous or difficult. Its symbol is the cross, which those who would follow Jesus Christ must carry on their shoulder. The effects of this disposition are a heart detached from mortal things, complete self-control, and a gentle and resigned endurance of adversity. In fine, the love of God and of one's neighbor is the mistress and sovereign of all other virtues. Such is its power that it wipes away all the hardships that accompany the fulfillment of duty, and renders the hardest labors not only bearable, but agreeable. There was a dearth of such virtue in the 12th century, for too many among men, enslaved by the things of this world, either coveted madly honors and wealth, or lived a life of luxury and self-gratification. All power was centered in a few, and had almost become an instrument of oppression to the wretched and despised masses. And those even who ought by their profession to have been an example to others, had not avoided defiling themselves with the prevalent vices. The extinction of charity in divers places was followed by scourges manifold and daily. Envy, jealousy, hatred were rife, and minds were so divided and hostile that on the slightest pretext neighboring cities waged war amongst themselves and individuals armed themselves against one another. In this century appeared St. Francis. With wondrous resolution and equal simplicity, he undertook to place before the eyes of a decrepit world, in his words and deeds, the complete model of Christian perfection. And even as at that period the Blessed Father Dominic Guzman was occupied in defending the integrity of heaven-sent doctrine and in dissipating the perverse errors of heresy by the light of Christian wisdom, so was the grace granted to St. Francis, whom God was guiding to the execution of great works, of inciting Christians to virtue, and of bringing back to the imitation of Christ those men who had gone both long and far astray. It was certainly no mere chance that brought to the ears of the youth these counsels of the gospel. Do not possess gold, nor silver, nor money in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, nor 2 coats, nor shoes, nor a staff. Matthew 10, verses 9 and 10. And again, if thou wilt be perfect, go sell what thou hast, and give to the poor, and come, follow me. Matthew 19:21. Considering these words as directed personally to himself, he at once deprived himself of all, changed his clothing, adopted poverty as his associate and companion during the remainder of his life, and resolved to make those great maxims of virtue, which he had embraced with a lofty and courageous mind, the fundamental rules of his order. Thenceforth, amidst the effeminacy and fastidiousness of the time, he is seen to go about careless and roughly clad, begging his food from door to door, not only enduring what is generally deemed most hard to bear, the senseless ridicule of the crowd, but even to welcome it with a wondrous readiness and joy. And this because he had embraced the folly of the cross of Jesus Christ, and because he deemed it the highest wisdom. Having penetrated and understood its awful mysteries, he plainly saw that nowhere else could his glory be better placed. Together with the love of the cross, an ardent charity penetrated the heart of St. Francis, and urged him to propagate zealously the Christian faith, to devote himself to that work, though at the risk of his life and with the certainty of peril. This charity he extended to all men, but the poorest and most repulsive were the special objects of his predilection, so that those seemed to afford him the greatest pleasure, whom others are wont to avoid or over-proudly to despise. Wherefore he has deserved well of that brotherhood established and perfected by Jesus Christ, which is made of all mankind, one only family, under the authority of God, the common Father of all. By his numerous virtues, then, and above all by his austerity of life, this irreproachable man endeavored to reproduce in himself the image of Jesus Christ. But the finger of Providence was again visible in granting to him a likeness to the divine Redeemer, even in external things. Thus, like Jesus Christ, it happened that St. Francis was born in a stable. Little child as he was, his couch was of straw and on the ground. And it is also related that, at that moment, the presence of angelic choirs and melodies wafted through the air completed this resemblance. Again, like Christ and his apostles, Francis associated with himself some chosen disciples, whom he sent to traverse the earth as messengers of Christian peace and eternal salvation. Bereft of all, mocked, cast off by his own, he had again this great point in common with Jesus Christ. He would not have a corner wherein he might lay his head. As a last mark of resemblance, he received on his Calvary, Mount Alvernia, by a miracle till then unheard of, the sacred stigmata, and was thus, so to speak, crucified. We here recall a fact no less striking as a miracle then considered famous by the voice of hundreds of years. One day St. Francis was absorbed in ardent contemplation of the wounds of Jesus crucified, and was seeking to take to himself and drink in their exceeding bitterness, when an angel from heaven appeared before him, from whom some mysterious virtue emanated. At once St. Francis felt his hands and feet transfixed, as it were, with nails, and his side pierced by a sharp spear. Thenceforth was begotten an immense charity in his soul. On his body he bore the living tokens of the wounds of Jesus Christ. Such miracles, worthy rather of the songs of angels than of the lips of men, show us sufficiently how great was this man, and how worthy that God should choose him to bring back his contemporaries to Christian ways. It was undoubtedly a superhuman voice that bade St. Francis, when near the church of St. Damian, "Go thou and uphold my tottering house." Nor is the heavenly vision which presented itself to the gaze of Innocent III less worthy of admiration, wherein it seemed to him that St. Francis was supporting on his shoulders the falling walls of the Lateran Basilica. The object and meaning of such manifestations are evident. They signify that St. Francis was to be in those times a steadfast protector and pillar of Christendom. Nor in truth did he delay about his task. Those 12 disciples who had been the first to place themselves under his government were like a small seed, which by the grace of God, and under the fostering care of the Sovereign Pontiff, quickly became an abundant harvest. After having holily instructed them in the school of Christ, he allotted to them, for the preaching of the gospel, the various parts of Italy and of Europe. And some he sent even as far as Africa. There was no delay. Poor, ignorant, unrefined, they mingled with the people, in the highways and in the public squares, with no preparation of place or pomp of rhetoric. They set themselves to exhort men to despise earthly things, and to think of the time to come. It is marvelous to see the fruits produced by the enterprise of such workers, apparently so inadequate. Crowds gathered round them, eager to hear them. Faults were bitterly bewept. Injuries were forgotten, and peace was restored by the appeasing of discords. It is impossible to express the enthusiasm with which the multitude flocked to St. Francis. Wherever he went, he was followed by an immense concourse, and in the largest cities, as in the smallest towns, it was a common occurrence for men of every state of life to come and beg of him to be admitted to his rule. Such were the reasons for which the saint determined to institute the brotherhood of the Third Order, which was to admit all ranks, all ages, both sexes, and yet in no way necessitate the rupture of family or social ties. For its rules consist only in obedience to God and His Church, to avoid factions and quarrels, and in no way to defraud our neighbor, to take up arms only for the defense of religion and of one's country, to be moderate in food and in clothing, to shun luxury, and to abstain from the dangerous seductions of dances and plays. It is easy to understand what immense advantages must have flowed from an institution of this kind, as salutary in itself as it was admirably adapted to the times. That it was opportune is sufficiently established by the foundation of so many similar associations which issued from the family of St. Dominic and from other religious orders, and by the facts themselves of history. Indeed, from the lowest ranks to the highest, there prevailed an enthusiasm and a generous and eager ardor to be affiliated to this Franciscan order. Amongst others, King Louis IX of France and St. Elizabeth of Hungary sought this honor, and in the course of centuries, many sovereign pontiffs, cardinals, bishops, kings, and princes have not deemed the Franciscan badges derogatory to their dignity. The associates of the Third Order displayed always as much courage as piety in the defense of the Catholic religion, And if their virtues were objects of hatred to the wicked, they never lacked the approbation of the good and wise, which is the greatest and only desirable honor. More than this, our predecessor Gregory IX publicly praised their faith and courage, nor did he hesitate to shelter them with his authority, and to call them as a mark of honor, soldiers of Christ, new Maccabees, and deservedly so. For the public welfare found a powerful safeguard in that body of men who, guided by the virtues and rules of their founder, applied themselves to revive Christian morality as far as lay in their power, and to restore it to its ancient place of honor in the state. Certain it is that to them and their example it was often due that the rivalries of parties were quenched or softened down. Arms were torn from the furious hands that grasped them. The causes of litigation and dispute were suppressed. Consolation was brought to the poor and abandoned, and luxury, the ruin of fortunes and instrument of corruption, was subdued. And thus domestic peace, incorrupt morality, gentleness of behavior, the legitimate use and preservation of private wealth, civilization and social stability spring as from a root from the Franciscan Third Order. And it is in great measure to St. Francis that Europe owes the preservation of these advantages. Italy, however, owes more to Francis than any other nation whatsoever. As it was the principal theatre of his virtues, so also it received most plentifully his benefits, and indeed, at a time when many were bent on multiplying the sufferings of mankind, he was always offering the right hand of help to the afflicted and downcast. Rich in the greatest poverty, he never desisted from relieving others' wants, neglectful of his own. In his mouth, his native tongue, new-born, sweetly uttered its infant cries. He gave utterance to the power of charity and of poetry in his canticles composed for the common people, and which have proved not unworthy of the admiration of a learned posterity. We owe to the mind of Francis that a certain breath of inspiration, nobler than human, has stirred up the minds of our countrymen so that, in reproducing his deeds in painting, poetry, and sculpture, emulation has stirred the industry of the greatest artists. Dante found in Francis inspiration for his noble and sweetest verse. Cimabue and Giotto drew from his history subjects which they immortalized with the pencil of a Parrhasius. Celebrated architects found in him the motive for their magnificent structures, whether at the tomb of the poor man himself or at the church of St. Mary of the Angels, the witness of so many and so great miracles. And to these temples men from all parts are wont to come in throngs to venerate the Saint of Assisi, the father of the poor, upon whom, as he had utterly despoiled himself of all human things, the gifts of the divine bounty so largely and copiously flowed. It is manifest that from this one man innumerable benefits have flowed into the Christian and civic republic. But since that spirit of his, thoroughly and surpassingly Christian, is wonderfully fitted for all times and places, no one can doubt that the Franciscan institutions would be specially beneficial in this our age. And especially for this reason, that the tone and temper of our times seem for many reasons to be similar to those. For as in the 12th century, divine charity has grown cold, so also is it now. Nor is the neglect of Christian duty small, whether from ignorance or negligence. And with the same bent and like desires, many consume their days in hunting for the conveniences of life, and greedily following after pleasures. Overflowing with luxury, they waste their own, and covet the substance of others. Extolling indeed the name of human fraternity, they nevertheless speak more fraternally than they act. For they are carried away by self-love, and genuine charity towards the poorer and the helpless is daily diminished. In the time we are speaking of, the manifold errors of the Albigenses, by stirring up the masses against the power of the Church, had disturbed society and paved the way to a certain kind of socialism. And in our day, likewise, the favorers and propagators of materialism have increased, who obstinately deny that submission to the Church is due, and thence proceeding gradually beyond all bounds, do not spare the civil power. They approve of violence and sedition among the people. They attempt agrarian outbreaks. They flatter the desires of the proletariat, and they weaken the foundations of domestic and public order. In these many and so great miseries, you well know, venerable brethren, that no small alleviation is to be found in the institutes of St. Francis, if only they are brought back to their pristine state. For, if they only were in a flourishing condition, faith and piety and every Christian virtue would easily flourish. The lawless desire for perishing things would be broken, nor would men refuse to have their desires ruled by virtue, though that seems to the many to be a most hateful burthen. Men, bound together by the bonds of true fraternal concord, would mutually love each other, and would give that reverence which is becoming to the poor and distressed, as bearing the image of Christ. Besides, those who are thoroughly imbued with the Christian religion feel a conviction that those who are in legitimate authority are to be obeyed for conscience sake, and that in nothing is any one to be injured. Than this disposition of mind, nothing is more efficacious to extinguish utterly every vice of this kind, whether violence, injuries, desire for revolution, hatred among the different ranks of society, in all of which vices the beginnings and the weapons of socialism are found. Lastly, the question that politicians so laboriously aim at solving, namely, the relations which exist between the rich and poor, would be thoroughly solved if they held this as a fixed principle, namely, that poverty is not wanting in dignity, that the rich should be merciful and munificent, and the poor content with their lot and labor. And since neither was born for these changeable goods, the one is to attain heaven by patience, the other by liberality. For these reasons, it has been long and specially our desire that every one should, to the utmost of his power, aim at imitating St. Francis of Assisi. Therefore, as hitherto we have always bestowed special care upon the third order of St. Francis, so now, being called by the supreme mercy of God to the office of Sovereign Pontiff, since thereby we can most opportunely do the same, we exhort Christian men not to refuse to enroll themselves in the sacred army of Jesus Christ. Many are those who everywhere, of both sexes, have already begun to walk in the footsteps of the Seraphic Father with courage and alacrity, whose zeal we praise and specially commend, so that, venerable brethren, we desire that by your endeavors especially it may be increased and extended to many. And the special point which we commend is that those who have adopted the insignia of penance shall look to the image of its most holy founder, and strive to imitate him, without which the good that they would expect would be futile. Therefore take pains that the people may become acquainted with the third order and truly esteem it. Provide that those who have the cure of souls sedulously teach what it is, how easily any one may enter it, with how great privileges tending to salvation it abounds, what advantages, public and private, it promises. And in so doing, all the more pains are to be taken because the Franciscans of the first and second order, having been struck recently with a heavy blow, are in a most piteous condition. God grant that they, defended by the patronage of their Father, may emerge, youthful and flourishing, from so many disasters. May he also grant that Christian people may tend towards the discipline of the third order, with the same alacrity and the same numbers as formerly from all the parts they threw themselves into the arms of St. Francis himself with a holy emulation. We ask it above all, and with yet more reason, of the Italians, from whom community of country and the particular abundance of benefits received demand a greater devotion to St. Francis, and also a greater gratitude. Thus, at the end of 7 centuries, Italy and the entire Christian world would be brought to see itself led back from disorder to peace, from destruction to safety, by the favor of the Saint of Assisi. Let us especially in these days beg this grace, in united prayer to St. Francis himself. Let us implore it of Mary, the Virgin Mother of God, who always rewards the piety and the faith of her client by heavenly protection and by particular gifts. End of Encyclical Letter Auspicato Concessum on St. Francis of Assisi, September 17, 1882, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Encyclical Letter Cum Multa on Conditions in Spain, December 8, 1882, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter of our Holy Father Leo XIII by Divine Providence Pope, to the Archbishops and Bishops of Spain, to our venerable brethren and beloved sons, the Archbishops, Bishops, and other ordinaries in Spain. Venerable brethren and beloved sons, health and the apostolic benediction. Many are the points in which the noble and generous Spanish nation has shown itself preeminent, but above all others the worthy of the highest praise is their preservation through so varied a succession of men and events of that love of the Catholic faith with which the prosperity and greatness of Spain have always appeared to be bound up. Of this affection various proofs might be mentioned, but the chief one is that peculiar devotion to this apostolic chair of which Spaniards have given such repeated and striking testimony by all manner of manifestations, by letters, by their liberality, and by their pilgrimages. The recollection must still be fresh of that recent period when Europe beheld their courage and their piety at a time when the Holy See became a victim of dire and unfortunate circumstances. In all this, beloved sons and venerable brethren, we recognize not only a special grace from God, but the fruit of your zeal, and likewise the all-praiseworthy disposition of the people itself, which in these times so hostile to Catholic interests clings with the greatest watchfulness to the religion of its fathers as to an inheritance, and does not hesitate to oppose itself to the greatest of the danger with an equal greatness of resolution. Nothing can be more hopeful for Spain if only these dispositions be quickened by charity and strengthened by a lasting harmony. The necessity of union amongst Catholics. But on this point we cannot suppress the truth. When we mark the conduct which some Spaniards deem themselves justified in pursuing, we experience a feeling akin to the anxious solicitude of the Apostle St. Paul for the Corinthians. The perfect union of Catholics among themselves, and especially with their bishops, had ever been secure and undisturbed in Spain, and led our predecessor Gregory XVI to address to the Spanish people the well-merited eulogism that the immense majority had persevered in its ancient reverence towards the bishops and the inferior clergy canonically instituted. But now, owing to party rivalry, signs are showing themselves of dissensions which are dividing minds, as it were, into different camps, and greatly disturbing even societies founded for a purely religious object. It happens often that in discussions as to the best manner of defending Catholic interests, the authority of the bishops has not that weight which should belong to it. Sometimes even if a bishop recommends or decrees something in virtue of his power, there are people who will submit to it but ill, or even openly criticize it, assuming that he has wished thereby to favor some or hinder others. Yet it is easy to see how important it is that unity should exist among the minds of men, and all the more so that amid the unfettered prevalence everywhere of error and in the war so violently and insidiously waged against the Catholic Church, it is absolutely necessary that all Christians should unite their wills and powers in resistance, for fear that separately they may be crushed by the cunning and violence of their foes. Moved, therefore, by the thoughts of such dangers, we have addressed these letters to you, beloved sons, venerable brethren, and we most earnestly call upon you to be the interpreters of our salutary warning, and to employ your wisdom and your authority in the maintenance of concord. The relations between religion and politics. Here, however, it will be fitting to recall the mutual relations of the spiritual and of the temporal order, for many minds on this matter fall into a twofold error. There are some, for instance, who are not satisfied with distinguishing between politics and religion, but separate and completely isolate the one from the other. They wish them to have nothing in common, and imagine that the one should exercise no influence over the other. Such men, in truth, differ but little from those who desire the exclusion of God, the Creator and Sovereign of all things, from the constitution and administration of the state. And the error they profess is the more pernicious, that they thereby rashly debar the state from its most abundant source of prosperity. The moment religion is removed, those principles are of necessity shaken on which the public welfare most of all rests, and which derive their greatest force from religion, among the first of which are government with justice and moderation, obedience from a sense of duty, the submission of the passions to the yoke of virtue, to render to each his due, to leave untouched that which is another's. But though this opinion is to be avoided, the contrary error must likewise be shunned of those who identify religion with some one political party, and confound these together to such a degree as to look on all of another party as undeserving any longer of the name of Catholic. This is an intrusion of political factions into the august realm of the Church. It is an attempt to break the union of brothers, and to open the gate and give access to multitudes of grievous troubles. The spiritual and temporal orders, being therefore distinct in their origin and in their nature, should be conceived and judged of as such. For matters of the temporal order, however lawful, however important they be, do not extend, when considered in themselves, beyond the limits of that life which we live on this our earth. But religion, born of God and referring all things to God, takes a higher flight and touches heaven. For her will, her wish, is to penetrate the soul, man's best part, with the knowledge and the love of God, and to lead in safety the whole human race to that city of the future which we seek for. It is then right to look on religion, and whatever is connected by any particular bond with it, as belonging to a higher order. Hence, in the vicissitudes of human affairs, and even in the very revolutions in states, religion, which is the supreme good, should remain intact, for it embraces all times and all places. Men of opposite parties, though differing in all else, should be agreed unanimously in this, that in the state the Catholic religion should be preserved in all its integrity. To this noble and indispensable aim, all who love the Catholic religion ought, as if bound by a compact, to direct all their efforts. They should be somewhat silent about their various political opinions, which they are, however, at perfect liberty to ventilate in their proper place. For the Church is far from condemning such matters when they are not opposed to religion or justice. Apart and removed from all the turmoil of strife, she carries on her work of fostering the common well, and of cherishing all men with the love of a mother, those particularly whose faith and piety are greatest. The authority of bishops and the respect due to them. The fundamental principle of this second concord, of which we speak, is at once the same in religion and in every rightly constituted state. It is obedience to the lawful authority which orders, forbids, directs, legislates, and thus establishes harmonious union amid the diverse minds of men. We shall here have to repeat some well-known truths, which, however, ought not to be the subjects of mere speculative knowledge, but should become rules applicable to the practice of life. Now, even as the Roman Pontiff is the teacher and prince of the universal Church, so likewise are bishops and rulers chiefs of the churches that have been duly entrusted to them. Each has within his own jurisdiction the power of leading, supporting, or correcting, and generally of deciding in such matters as may seem to affect religion. For they share in power which Christ our Lord received from the Father and transmitted to his Church. And therefore Gregory IX, our predecessor, said of bishops, "We do not hesitate to declare that the bishops called on to share our cares are the representatives of God. This power has been given to bishops for the supreme benefit of those over whom it is exercised. It tends by its very nature to the building up of the body of Christ, and makes of each bishop a bond which unites in faith and charity the Christians under his guidance, at once with one another and with the Supreme Pontiff, as members with the head." Here is a weighty expression of St. Cyprian's. The Church is the people united with its pastors, and the flock that follows its shepherd. And another still more weighty: "Know ye that the bishop is in the Church, and the Church in the bishop? And if any one be not with the bishop, the same is not in the Church." Such unchangeable and everlasting is the constitution of the Christian commonwealth. If it be not religiously maintained, a disturbance of rights and duties ensues as a necessary consequence of the broken association of the members whose perfect union constitutes the body of the Church. That body which, by joints and bands being supplied with nourishment and compacted, groweth unto the increase of God. We see, therefore, that bishops should have paid to them that respect which the eminence of their charge exacts, and receive in all matters within their office a perfect obedience. The clergy and political parties. In face of the passions that at this moment are troubling the minds of so many in Spain, we exhort, nay, we conjure, all Spaniards to recall this so important duty and to fill it with all zeal. Let those especially who are the clergy, and whose words and example exercise such potent influence, scrupulously apply themselves to observe moderation and obedience. For be it known to them that their toil in the fulfillment of their duties will be most profitable to themselves and efficacious to their neighbor, when they follow in full submission the guidance of him who is placed over them as head of the diocese. Assuredly, it is not conduct consonant with the duties of the priesthood to give oneself up so entirely to the rivalries of parties as to appear more busy with the things of men than with those of God. They must therefore studiously avoid overstepping the reserve imposed on them by their office. If they only observe this rule faithfully, we are convinced that the Spanish clergy will render daily by their virtues, their wisdom, and their labors the greatest services at once to the salvation of souls and to the interests of the state. Rules which should guide Catholic associations. We deem those associations peculiarly fitted to aid them in this work, which are, so to speak, the auxiliary forces destined to support the interests of the Catholic religion. And we approve, therefore, their object and the energy they display. We ardently desire that they may increase in number and in zeal, and that from day to day their fruits may be more abundant. But since the object of such societies is the defense and encouragement of Catholic interests, and as it is the bishops who, each in their proper diocese, have to watch over those interests, it naturally follows that they should be controlled by their bishops, and should set great value on their authority and commands. In the next place, they should with equal care apply themselves in preserving union, first because on the agreement of men's wills all the power and the influence of any human society depends, and next because in the societies of which we speak, that mutual charity should especially be found which necessarily accompanies good works and is the characteristic trait of those whom Christian discipline has molded. Now, as it may easily happen that the members may differ on politics, they should recall to themselves the aim of all Catholic associations, and thereby prevent political partisanship from disturbing their cordial unity. In their discussions, the members ought to be so completely penetrated by the thought of the purpose they united for as to seem of no party, remembering the wounds of the Apostle St. Paul. For as many of you as have been baptized in Christ have put on Christ. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Such rules of conduct will lead not only to amiable and friendly relations among the several members of these societies, but also between societies of a similar character, an object extremely desirable. Thus, by the exclusion of party rivalries, the principal sources of dispute will be avoided, and all will be enlisted in the service of the one cause, the highest and noblest, about which no disagreement can exist among Catholics worthy of the name. And for the conduct of the Catholic press. Lastly, it is most important that those who defend the interests of religion in the press, and particularly in the daily papers, should take up the same attitude. We are aware of the objects they strive to attain and the intentions with which they have entered the arena, and we cannot but concede to them well-earned praise for their good service to the Catholic religion. But so lofty, so noble, is the cause to which they have devoted themselves, that it exacts from the defenders of truth and justice a rigorous observance of numerous duties which they must not fail to fulfill, and in seeking to accomplish some of these, the others must not be neglected. The admonitions, therefore, which we have given to associations, we likewise give to writers. We exhort them to remove all dissensions by their gentleness and moderation, and to preserve concord amongst themselves and the people. For the influence of writers is great on either side. But nothing can be more opposed to concord than biting words, rash judgments, or perfidious insinuations, and everything of this kind should be shunned with the greatest care and held in the utmost abhorrence. A discussion in which are concerned the sacred rights of the Church and the doctrines of the Catholic religion should not be acrimonious, but calm and temperate. It is weight of reasoning, and not violence and bitterness of language, which must win victory for the Catholic writer. These rules of conduct will be, in our judgment, of great use in removing the causes which impede perfect concord. It will be your task, beloved sons, venerable brethren, to explain our thoughts to the people, and to endeavor to the utmost of your power to make all conform their lives to the rules we have here laid down. We are confident that the faithful of Spain will embrace them of their own accord, as well from their tried devotion to this apostolic chair, as from a sense of the benefits which are rightly to be expected from concord. Let them recall the facts of their own history. Let them recognize that the glorious exploits of their ancestors at home and abroad could not have been achieved had their forces been scattered by dissensions, and were only possible owing to their perfect union. Animated by brotherly love, and all inspired by the same sentiments, they triumphed over the haughty domination of the Moors, over heresy, and over schism. Let the faithful of Spain imitate the example of those from whom they have inherited faith and fame, and show that they inherit not only their ancestors' name, but their virtues also. We believe, moreover, beloved sons and venerable brethren, that to promote union and uniformity in discipline, it will be well that the bishops of each province should often deliberate among themselves, and with their archbishops consult about one another's interests, and when circumstances require it, address themselves to that apostolic see whence flow the integrity of faith, the power of discipline, and the light of truth. The numerous pilgrimages which are being projected in Spain will afford a most favorable opportunity. Nothing can indeed be more fit to allay dissensions and to decide controversies than the voice of him who our Lord Jesus Christ has constituted the vicar of his power, and the wealth of his heavenly graces, which flow in streams from the tomb of the apostles. But since all our strength is of God, join yourselves with us in fervent prayer to God, that he may give efficacy to our teaching, and render the people ready to receive it with docility. May the august Mother of God, the Immaculate Virgin Mary, patroness of Spain, design to favor our common efforts. May we also be helped by the Apostle St. James and St. Teresa of Jesus, the Virgin Lawgiver and great light of Spanish wisdom, in whom the love of concord, affection for her country, and perfect Christian obedience were equally conspicuous. In the meanwhile, as a pledge of heavenly gifts, and in token of our fatherly good will, we here lovingly bestow on you in the Lord, beloved sons, venerable brethren, and on all the people of Spain, our apostolic benediction. Given in Rome at St. Peter's on the 8th day of December, 1882, in the 5th year of our pontificate. Leo PP the 13th. End of Encyclical Letter Cum Multa on Conditions in Spain, December 8, 1882, by Pope Leo XIII. Recording by Larry Wilson.
Encyclical Letter Supremi Apostolatus Officio on Devotion to the Rosary by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Venerable Brethren, Health and the Apostolic Benediction. The Supreme Apostolic Office which we discharge and the exceedingly difficult condition of these times daily warn and almost compel us to watch carefully over the integrity of the Church, the more that the calamities from which she suffers are greater. While, therefore, we endeavor in every way to preserve the rights of the Church and to obviate or repel present or contingent dangers, we constantly seek for help from heaven, the sole means of effecting anything, that our labors and our care may obtain their wished-for object. We deem that there could be no surer and more efficacious means to this end than by religion and piety to obtain the favor of the great Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, the guardian of our peace and the minister to us of heavenly grace, who is placed on the highest summit of power and glory in heaven, in order that she may bestow the help of her patronage on men who, through so many labors and dangers, are striving to reach that eternal city. Now that the anniversary, therefore, of manifold and exceedingly great favors obtained by a Christian people through the devotion of the Rosary is at hand, we desire that that same devotion should be offered by the whole Catholic world, with the greatest earnestness to the Blessed Virgin, that by her intercession her divine Son may be appeased and softened in the evils which afflict us. And therefore we determined, venerable brethren, to dispatch you these letters in order that, informed of our designs, your authority and zeal might excite the piety of your people to conform themselves to them. It has always been the habit of Catholics in danger and in troublous times to fly for refuge to Mary, and to seek for peace in her maternal goodness, showing that the Catholic Church has always and with justice put all her hope and trust in the Mother of God. And truly the Immaculate Virgin, chosen to be the Mother of God, and thereby associated with him in the work of man's salvation, has a favor and power with her Son greater than any human or angelic creature has ever obtained or ever can gain. And, as it is her greatest pleasure to grant her help and comfort to those who seek her, it cannot be doubted that she would deign, and even be anxious, to receive the aspirations of the universal Church. This devotion, so great and so confident, to the august Queen of Heaven, has never shone forth with such brilliancy as when the militant Church of God has seemed to be endangered by the violence of heresy spread abroad, or by an intolerable moral corruption, or by the attacks of powerful enemies. Ancient and modern history and the more sacred annals of the Church bear witness to public and private supplications addressed to the Mother of God, to the help she has granted in return, and to the peace and tranquillity which she had obtained from God. Hence her illustrious titles of Helper, Consoler, Mighty in War, Victorious, and Peace-giver. And amongst these, especially to be commemorated, that familiar title derived from the Rosary, by which the signal benefits she has gained for the whole of Christendom have been solemnly perpetuated. There is none among you, venerable brethren, who will not remember how great trouble and grief God's holy Church suffered from the Albigensian heretics, who sprung from the sect of the later Manichaeans, and who filled the south of France and other portions of the Latin world with their pernicious errors, and carrying everywhere the terror of their arms, strove far and wide to rule by massacre and ruin. Our merciful God, as you know, raised up against these most direful enemies a most holy man, the illustrious parent and founder of the Dominican order. Great in the integrity of his doctrine, in his example of virtue, and by his apostolic labors, he proceeded undauntedly to attack the enemies of the Catholic Church, not by force of arms, but trusting wholly to that devotion which he was the first to institute under the name of the Holy Rosary, which was disseminated through the length and breadth of the earth by him and his pupils. Guided, in fact, by divine inspiration and grace, he foresaw that this devotion, like a most powerful warlike weapon, would be the means of putting the enemy to flight, and of confounding their audacity and mad impiety. Such was indeed its result. Thanks to this new method of prayer, when adopted and properly carried out as instituted by the Holy Father St. Dominic, piety, faith, and union began to return, and the projects and devices of the heretics to fall to pieces. Many wanderers also returned to the way of salvation, and the wrath of the impious was restrained by the arms of those Catholics who had determined to repel their violence. The efficacy and power of this devotion was also wondrously exhibited in the 16th century, when the vast forces of the Turks threatened to impose on nearly the whole of Europe the yoke of superstition and barbarism. At that time the Supreme Pontiff, St. Pius V, after rousing the sentiment of a common defense among all the Christian princes, strove, above all, with the greatest zeal, to obtain for Christendom the favor of the most powerful Mother of God. So noble an example offered to heaven and earth in those times, rallied around him all the minds and hearts of the age. And thus Christ's faithful warriors, prepared to sacrifice their life and blood for the salvation of their faith and their country, proceeded undauntedly to meet their foe near the Gulf of Corinth, while those who were unable to take part formed a pious band of supplicants, who called on Mary, and unitedly saluted her again and again in the words of the Rosary, imploring her to grant the victory to their companions engaged in battle. Our Sovereign Lady did grant her aid, for in the naval battle by the Echinades Islands, the Christian fleet gained a magnificent victory with no great loss to itself, in which the enemy were routed with great slaughter. And it was to preserve the memory of this great boon thus granted, that the same most holy Pontiff desired that a feast in honor of Our Lady of Victories should celebrate the anniversary of so memorable a struggle, the feast which Gregory XIII dedicated under the title of, quote, the Holy Rosary, end quote. Similarly, important successes were in the last century gained over the Turks at Temeswar, in Pannonia, and at Corfu. And in both cases these engagements coincided with feasts of the Blessed Virgin and with the conclusion of public devotions of the Rosary. And this led our predecessor, Clement XI, in his gratitude, to decree that the Blessed Mother of God should every year be especially honored in her Rosary by the whole Church. Since, therefore, it is clearly evident that this form of prayer is particularly pleasing to the Blessed Virgin, and that it is especially suitable as a means of defense for the Church and all Christians, it is in no way wonderful that several others of our predecessors have made it their aim to favor and increase its spread by their high recommendations. Thus, Urban IV testified that, quote, every day the Rosary obtained fresh boons for Christianity, end quote. Sixtus IV declared that this method of prayer, quote, redounded to the honor of God and the Blessed Virgin, and was well suited to obviate impending dangers, end quote. Leo X, that, quote, it was instituted to oppose pernicious heresiarchs and heresies, end quote, while Julius III called it, quote, the glory of the Church, end quote. So also St. Pius V, that, quote, with the spread of this devotion, the meditations of the faithful have begun to be more inflamed, their prayers more fervent, and they have suddenly become different men, the darkness of heresy has been dissipated, and the light of the Catholic faith has broken forth again." End quote. Lastly, Gregory XIII, in his turn, pronounced that, quote, "the Rosary had been instituted by St. Dominic to appease the anger of God and to implore the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary." End quote. Moved by these thoughts and by the example of our predecessors, we have deemed it most opportune for similar reasons to institute solemn prayers and to endeavor by adopting those addressed to the Blessed Virgin in the recital of the Rosary to obtain from her Son Jesus Christ a similar aid against present dangers. You have before your eyes, venerable brethren, the trials to which the Church is daily exposed. Christian piety, public morality, nay, even faith itself, the supreme good and beginning of all the other virtues, all are daily menaced with the greatest perils. Nor are you only spectators of the difficulty of the situation, but your charity, like ours, is keenly wounded, for it is one of the most painful and grievous sights to see so many souls, redeemed by the blood of Christ, snatched from salvation by the whirlwind of an age of error, precipitated into the abyss of eternal death. Our need of divine help is as great today as when the great Dominic introduced the use of the Rosary of Mary as a balm for the wounds of his contemporaries. That great saint, indeed, divinely enlightened, perceived that no remedy would be more adapted to the evils of his time than that men should return to Christ who, quote, "is the way, the truth, and the life," end quote, by frequent meditation on the salvation obtained for us by him, and should seek the intercession with God of that Virgin to whom it is given to destroy all heresies. He therefore so composed the Rosary as to recall the mysteries of our salvation in succession, and the subject of meditation is mingled and, as it were, interlaced with the angelic salutation and with the prayer addressed to God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. We, who seek a remedy for similar evils, do not doubt, therefore, that the prayer introduced by that most blessed man, with so much advantage to the Catholic world, will have the greatest effect in removing the calamities of our times also. Not only do we earnestly exhort all Christians to give themselves to the recital of the pious devotion of the Rosary publicly, or privately in their own house and family, and that unceasingly, but we also desire that the whole of the month of October in this year should be consecrated to the Holy Queen of the Rosary. We decree and order that in the whole Catholic world, during this year, the devotion of the Rosary shall be solemnly celebrated by special and splendid services. From the first day of next October, therefore, until the second day of the November following, in every parish, and, if the ecclesiastical authority deem it opportune and of use, in every chapel dedicated to the Blessed Virgin, let 5 decades of the Rosary be recited with the addition of the Litany of Loreto. We desire that people should frequent these pious exercises, and we will that either Mass shall be said at the altar, or that the Blessed Sacrament shall be exposed to the adoration of the faithful, benediction being afterwards given with the sacred host to the pious congregation. We highly approve of the confraternities of the Holy Rosary of the Blessed Virgin going in procession, following ancient custom, through the town as a public demonstration of their devotion. And in those places where this is not possible, let it be replaced by more assiduous visits to the churches, and let the fervor of piety display itself by a still greater diligence in the exercise of the Christian virtues. In favor of those who shall do as we have above laid down, we are pleased to open the heavenly treasure house of the Church, that they may find therein at once encouragements and rewards for their piety. We therefore grant to all those who, in the prescribed space of time, shall have taken part in the public recital of the Rosary and the Litanies, and shall have prayed for our intention, 7 years and 7 times 40 days of indulgence obtainable each time. We will that those also shall share in these favors who are hindered by a lawful cause from joining in these public prayers of which we have spoken, provided that they shall have practiced those devotions in private, and shall have prayed to God for our intention. We remit all punishment and penalties for sins committed, in the form of a pontifical indulgence, to all who, in the prescribed time, either publicly in the churches or privately at home when hindered from the former by lawful cause, shall have at least twice practiced these pious exercises, and who shall have, after due confession, approached the holy table. We further grant a plenary indulgence to those who, either on the feast of the Blessed Virgin of the Rosary, or within its octave, after having similarly purified their soul by a salutary confession, shall have approached the table of Christ and prayed in some church according to our intention to God and the Blessed Virgin for the necessities of the Church. And you, venerable brethren, the more you have at heart the honor of Mary and the welfare of human society, the more diligently apply yourselves to nourish the piety of the people towards the great Virgin, and to increase their confidence in her. We believe it to be part of the designs of Providence that, in these times of trial for the Church, the ancient devotion to the August Virgin should live and flourish amid the greatest part of the Christian world. May now the Christian nations, excited by our exhortations and inflamed by your appeals, seek the protection of Mary, with an ardor growing greater day by day. Let them cling more and more to the practice of the Rosary, to that devotion which our ancestors were in the habit of practicing, not only as an ever-ready remedy for their misfortunes, but as a whole badge of Christian piety. The heavenly patroness of the human race will receive with joy these prayers and supplications, and will easily obtain that the good shall grow in virtue, and that the erring should return to salvation and repent, and that God, who is the avenger of crime, moved to mercy and pity, may deliver Christendom and civil society from all dangers, and restore to them peace so much desired. Encouraged by this hope, we beseech God himself, with the most earnest desire of our heart, through her in whom he has placed the fullness of all good, to grant you, venerable brethren, every gift of heavenly blessing, as an augury and pledge of which we lovingly impart to you, to your clergy, and to the people entrusted to your care, the apostolic benediction, given in Rome at St. Peter's, the 1st of September, 1883, in the 6th year of our pontificate. End of Encyclical Letter Supremi Apostolatus Officio on Devotion to the Rosary by Pope Leo XIII. Read by J. Bev.
Encyclical Letter Nobilissima Gallorum Gens on the Religious Question in France by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter of Our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII by Divine Providence Pope to the Bishops of France. Venerable Brethren, health and the Apostolic Benediction. The most noble nation of the French, besides many splendid achievements in peace and war, has deserved from the Catholic Church praise for special services, gratitude for which will never die, and the glory of which will never grow old. Having embraced Christianity at the initiative of its king Clovis, it was rewarded by this most honorable testimony to its faith and piety, the title of eldest daughter of the Church. From that time, venerable brethren, often have your ancestors been the helpers of Providence itself in the performance of great and salutary works, and especially has their valor been illustrated in defending Catholicism throughout the world, in propagating the Christian faith among barbarous nations, in delivering and protecting the more sacred places in Palestine, so that it is not without cause that the ancient phrase, gesta Dei per Francos, has become proverbial. And thus it has been their happy lot, through faithful devotion to the Catholic cause, to become, as it were, associated with the glories of the Church, and to found many public and private institutions marked by a singular strength of religious faith, charity, and greatness of soul. And these virtues of your fathers, the Roman pontiffs, our predecessors, have been accustomed greatly to commend, and with the favour due to desert, have more than once heaped praises upon the French nation. Great indeed are the commendations which Innocent III and Gregory IX, those great lights of the Church, awarded to your ancestors. The former, in his letter to the Archbishop of Rheims, saying, "We love the kingdom of France with a kind of special and preeminent love, inasmuch as it has always been obedient and devoted to us and the Apostolic See, before all the other kingdoms of the world." And the second, in a letter to St. Louis IX, declaring that in the kingdom of France, which could never be torn away from its devotion to God and the Church, ecclesiastical liberty has never perished, and Christian faith has never at any time lost its proper vigor, and that for the preservation of these blessings the kings and subjects of the said kingdom have not hesitated for a moment to shed their blood and expose themselves to many dangers. And God, who is the Father of nature, from whom states receive on earth the reward of their virtues and good deeds, has conferred much prosperity on France, fame in war, the arts of peace, national glory, and imperial power. And if France, forgetful as it were of herself, and neglecting the office conferred on her by God, has sometimes chosen to assume a hostile attitude towards the Church, yet by a special mercy of God she has not for long, or as a whole nation, remained in these evil dispositions. And would that she had escaped altogether unhurt from those disasters to religion and the state, which times not far distant from our own have brought forth. But when the human mind, filled with the poison of new opinions, had begun, in the pride of an untempered liberty, to reject the authority of the Church, its downward course has been rapid and precipitate. For when the moral poison of false doctrines had penetrated manners and customs themselves, society, to a great extent, came to fall away from Christianity. And in France the propagation of this plague was not a little promoted by certain philosophers in the last century, professors of a foolish wisdom, who set themselves to root up the foundations of Christian truth, and started a system of philosophy calculated the more vehemently to inflame the desires after unlimited license, which had been already enkindled. Nor was the help of these wanting, whom an impotent hatred of religion binds together in unhallowed bonds, and daily renders more eager in the persecution of Catholics. And whether emulation in this evil work was greater in France than anywhere else, nobody, venerable brethren, can be a better judge than yourselves. For these reasons, therefore, the fatherly love we bear to all the nations of the world, and which impelled us to recall the peoples of Ireland, Spain, and Italy to their duty when the need arose, by our letters to their bishops, has induced us to turn our attention and thoughts to France. The designs of which we have just spoken are injurious, not only to religion, but are also harmful and fatal to the state. For it is impossible that prosperity should follow a state in which the influence of religion is extinguished. The moment man ceases to be in fear of God, he is deprived of the most necessary basis of justice, without which, even in the opinion of the pagan philosophers, society cannot exist. The authority of rulers will lose its weight, and the laws of the land their force. Self-interest will weigh more with every man than high principles, and the integrity of rights will be threatened, for the fear of punishment is but a bad guarantee for the fulfillment of duty. Those who rule will easily be led to exceed the proper limits of their authority, and those who obey seduced into sedition and revolt. Moreover, as there is nothing good in nature which is not to be referred to the divine goodness, every human society which does its utmost to exclude God from its laws and its constitution rejects the help of this divine beneficence, and deserves also that that help should be denied it. Rich, therefore, and powerful as it appears, that society bears within itself the seeds of death, and cannot hope for a lengthy existence. It is indeed with Christian peoples as with individuals. It is safely to follow the counsels of God. It is danger to fall away from them. And it often happens that when nations jealously retain their fidelity to God and the Church, they arrive almost naturally at the highest pitch of natural prosperity, but that when they fall away from it, they perish. These facts are to be found in history, and we could cite to you more recent instances even in your own country, had we the time to recall the events seen by a previous generation when the impiety of the mob shook France to its very foundations, and church and state perished in the same destruction. But on the other hand, the certain causes of the state's ruin are easily removed if, in the constitution and ruling of the family and of society, the precepts are observed of the Catholic religion, for these are most eminently fitted to preserve order and the welfare of the state. And first, as regards family life, it is of the highest importance that the offspring of Christian marriages should be thoroughly instructed in the precepts of religion, and that the various studies by which youth is fitted for the world should be joined with that of religion. To divorce these is to wish that youth should be neutral as regards its duties to God. A system of education in itself fallacious, and particularly fatal in tender years, for it opens the door to atheism and closes it on religion. Christian parents must, therefore, be careful that their children receive religious instruction as soon as they are capable of understanding it, and that nothing may, in the schools they attend, blemish their faith or their morals. Both the divine and the natural law impose this duty on them, nor can parents on any ground whatever be freed from this obligation. The Church, guardian of the integrity of the faith, which, in virtue of its authority, deputed from God its founder, has to call all nations to the knowledge of Christian love, and which is consequently bound to watch keenly over the teaching and upbringing of the children placed under its authority by baptism, has always expressly condemned mixed or neutral schools. Over and over again she has warned parents to be ever on their guard in this most essential point. To obey the Church in this is to obey the requirements of social utility, and to serve in the most excellent manner the common welfare. Those, indeed, whose early days were not enlightened by religious instruction, grow up without any knowledge whatever of the greatest truths, which alone can nourish in man the love of virtue, and repress in him his evil passions. Such as, for instance, the ideas of God the Creator, of God the Judge and Avenger, of the rewards and punishments in another life, of the heavenly help offered to us by Jesus Christ for the conscientious and holy fulfillment of our duties. Where these are unknown, all intellectual culture will prove unhealthy. Young people unaccustomed to the fear of God will not endure the restraint of an upright life. They will not venture even to deny anything to their passions, and will easily be seduced into troubling the state. Next, as regards those most beneficial and real principles relating to civil society and the reciprocal rights and duties of the sacred and the political powers. For, as there are on earth two principal societies, the one civil, the proximate end of which is the temporal and worldly good of the human race, the other religious, whose office it is to lead mankind to that true, heavenly, and everlasting happiness for which we are created. So these are twin powers, both subordinate to the eternal law of nature, and each working for its own ends in matters concerning its own order and domain. But when anything has to be settled for which different reasons, and in a different way, concerns both powers, necessity and public utility demand that an agreement shall be effected between them, without which an uncertain and unstable condition of things will be the result, totally inconsistent with the peace either of church or state. When, therefore, a solemn public compact has been made between the sacred and the civil power, then it is as much the interest of the state as it is just that the compact should remain inviolate, because as each power has services to render to the other, a certain and reciprocal advantage is enjoyed and conferred by each. In France, at the beginning of this century, after the previous public commotions and terrors had subsided, the rulers themselves understood that they could not more effectually relieve the state, wearied with so many ruins, than by the restoration of the Catholic religion. In anticipation of future advantages, our predecessor Pius VII spontaneously acceded to the desire of the first consul, and acted as indulgently as was consistent with his duty. And when an agreement was reached as regarded the principal points, the bases were laid, and a safe course marked out for the restoration and gradual establishment of religion. Many prudent regulations indeed were made at that and at subsequent times for the safety and honor of the Church, and great were the advantages derived therefrom, which were all the more to be valued in consequence of the state of prostration and oppression into which religion had been brought in France. With the restoration of public dignity to religion, Christian institutions manifestly revived, and it was wonderful what an increase of civil prosperity was the result. For when the state had scarcely emerged from the tempestuous waves and was anxiously looking for firm foundations on which to base tranquillity and public order, it found the very thing which it desired opportunely offered to it by the Catholic Church, so that it was apparent that the idea of effecting an agreement with the latter was the outcome of a prudent mind and a true regard for the people's welfare. Wherefore, if there were no other reasons for it, the same motive which led to the work of pacification being undertaken ought now to operate for its maintenance. For, now that the desire of innovation has been enkindled everywhere, and in the existing uncertainty as to the future, to sow fresh seeds of discord between the two powers, and by the interposition of obstacles to fetter or delay the beneficial action of the Church, would be a course void of wisdom and full of peril. And yet we are troubled and grieved to see that perils of this kind are at the present time arising, for certain things opposed to the well-being of the Church have been and are being done, in consequence of the aroused mistrust and hatred of hostile minds against Catholic institutions, which have been wont to represent them as the enemies of the state. We are also no less concerned and anxious at the designs of those who, with the object of dividing the interests of Church and State, would wish to break, more or less rapidly, the salutary compact concluded with the Apostolic See. In this state of affairs, we have neglected nothing which the times seem to call for. Each time that it has appeared necessary to us, we have ordered our nuncio to make representations to the rulers of the state, which they declared they received in a spirit disposed to do justice. We ourselves, on the law being passed for the suppression of the religious orders, made known our sentiments in a letter addressed to our dear son, Cardinal of the Holy Roman Catholic Church and Archbishop of Paris. Similarly, in a letter of June last to the President of the Republic, we complained of certain acts injurious to the salvation of souls and infringing the rights of the Church. We have acted in this manner for the double reason that it was the duty of our apostolic office, and that we ardently desire that France should preserve, with pious and inviolate fidelity, the religion it received from its fathers and ancestors. In the same manner, with the same firmness and the same steadfastness, we will never cease to defend the Catholic interests of France. In the carrying out of that just and strict duty, you have all, venerable brethren, been our strenuous supporters. Compelled to deplore the lot of the religious orders, you have nevertheless done all that lay in your powers to prevent the fall of those who deserved as well of the state as they had done of the Church. At present, as far as the laws allow, you are applying your most earnest care and attention to procure for youth numerous facilities for a good education. Nor are you backward in demonstrating how pernicious to the state itself are the plans which some men entertain against the Church. No one, therefore, will have the right to accuse you of yielding to human considerations, or of warring against the established order of things. For when God's honor, when the salvation of souls are endangered, the duty of your office is to take up the protection and defense of all such matters. Continue, therefore, to fulfill with prudence and firmness the duties of your episcopal ministry, teaching the precepts of heavenly doctrine, and pointing out to your people the path to follow amid the great wickedness of the times. There must be a perfect union of mind and will, and where the cause is the same, the mode of action should likewise be the same. See that schools are never wanting in which the young may be carefully imbued with the ideas of the rewards of heaven and of their duties to God, and in which they may obtain accurate knowledge of the Church and learn submission to our teaching, so that they may understand and feel that they should be ready to brave all risks for it. France is rich in instances of eminent men who have not feared to face, for the Christian faith, all misfortunes, and even the loss of life. In the social upheaval of which we spoke just now, many men of unconquerable faith were to be met with, who maintained the honor of their country with courage and their blood. We see virtue worthily maintaining itself, with God's help, in the midst of snares and perils. The clergy are attached to their duty, and fulfill it with the charity ever ready and apt to help our neighbor, which is proper to the priest. Large numbers of laymen openly and boldly profess the Catholic faith. They rival one another in the multiplication and variety of the testimonies of their devotion to the Holy See. They provide, at great cost and at great trouble, for the education of youth, and they come forward in aid of public needs with admirable liberality and munificence. All this good, which affords the best hopes for the future of France, must not only be preserved, but increased by united efforts and constant watchfulness. Above all, care must be taken that the ranks of the clergy shall be more and more filled with worthy and capable men. Let the authority of their bishops be sacred to the priest. Let the latter be convinced that their ministry will be neither holy nor profitable nor respected, if it be not exercised under the guidance of their bishops. The prominent laymen also, those devoted to our common mother, the Church, and who are able to render useful service to the Catholic religion by their word and by their pen, must multiply their efforts in the defense of the Church. To obtain these results, it is an absolute necessity that wills should be in harmony, and the action unanimous. There is certainly nothing more wished for by our adversaries than dissensions between Catholics, who should avoid nothing with greater care than any disagreement, mindful of the divine words, "Every kingdom divided against itself shall be made desolate." But if any one is compelled, so that union may be preserved, to renounce his own private opinion, let him do it cheerfully for the common good. Catholic writers must spare no effort to preserve this harmony in all things. Let them prefer that which is of general utility to their own private interests. Let them favor common action. Let them willingly submit to those whom the Holy Ghost has set as bishops to rule over the Church of God. Let them respect their authority and never undertake anything against the will of those they should look on as their leaders in the battle for Catholic interests. Finally, following the invariable custom of the Church in times of difficulty, let all the faithful, under your direction, unceasingly pray and beseech God to look down on France, that his mercy may overcome his wrath. The unbridled license of speech and of the press has many times outraged the majesty of God. Men are not wanting who not only ungratefully repudiate the benefits of Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world, but even go so far in their impiety as to glory in not believing in the existence of God. To Catholics will fall the duty of making reparation by a great spirit of faith and piety for these perverse aberrations of mind and deed, and of publicly proving that they have nothing more at heart than the glory of God, nothing dearer than the religion of their forefathers. Those especially whose life is passed in more intimate union with God in the cloister should excite themselves to more and more generous charity, and strive to appease the Lord by their humble prayers, voluntary self-denials, and offering of self. And thus, with the help of the divine mercy, we are confident that the strayed will come to repentance, and the name of France will regain its ancient greatness. In all that we have hitherto said, venerable brethren, you will see the fatherly love and deep affection which we bear to the whole of France. We doubt not that this testimony of our most keen anxiety will tend to strengthen and tighten the necessary bond between France and the Holy See, a union which has ever been at all times a source of mutual, numerous, and important advantages. Gladdened with this thought, venerable brethren, we implore for you and your faithful the greatest abundance of heavenly graces, and we grant you most lovingly in the Lord, as a pledge and testimony of our especial goodwill, to you and to the whole of France, the Apostolic Benediction. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, the 8th day of February, 1884, in the 6th year of our pontificate, Pope Leo XIII. End of Nobilissima Gallorum Gens, on the religious question in France, February 8th, 1884, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus, on Freemasonry, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Freemasonry. Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus, April 20th, 1884. The race of man, after its miserable fall from God, the Creator and the Giver of heavenly gifts, through the envy of the devil separated into two diverse and opposite parts, of which the one steadfastly contends for truth and virtue, the other for those things which are contrary to virtue and to truth. The one is the kingdom of God on earth, namely, the true Church of Jesus Christ, and those who desire from their heart to be united with it, so as to gain salvation, must of necessity serve God and his only begotten Son, with their whole mind and with an entire will. The other is the kingdom of Satan, in whose possession and control are all whosoever follow the fatal example of their leader and of our first parents, those who refuse to obey the divine and eternal law, and who have many aims of their own, in contempt of God, and many aims also against God. This twofold kingdom St. Augustine keenly discerned and described after the manner of two cities, contrary in their laws because striving for contrary objects, and with a subtle brevity he expressed the efficient cause of each in these words: two loves form two cities, the love of self, reaching even to contempt of God, an earthly city, and the love of God, reaching to contempt of self, a heavenly one. At every period of time each has been in conflict with the other, with a variety and multiplicity of weapons and of warfare, although not always with equal ardor and assault. At this period, however, partisans of evil seem to be combining together, and to be struggling with united vehemence, led on or assisted by that strongly organized and widespread association called the Freemasons. No longer making any secret of their purposes, they are now boldly rising up against God himself. They are planning the destruction of Holy Church publicly and openly, and this with the set purpose of utterly despoiling the nations of Christendom, if it were possible, of the blessings obtained for us through Jesus Christ our Saviour. Lamenting these evils, we are constrained by the charity which urges our heart to cry out often to God. For lo, thy enemies have made a noise, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken a malicious counsel against thy people, and they have consulted against thy saints. They have said, Come, and let us destroy them, so that they may be not a nation. At so urgent a crisis, when so fierce and so pressing an onslaught is made upon the Christian name, it is our office to point out the danger, to mark who are the adversaries, and to the best of our power to make head against their plans and devices, that those may not perish whose salvation is committed to us, and that the kingdom of Jesus Christ entrusted to our charge may not only stand and remain whole, but may be enlarged by an ever-increasing growth throughout the world. The Roman pontiffs, our predecessors, in their incessant watchfulness over the safety of the Christian people, were prompt in detecting the presence and the purpose of this capital enemy immediately it sprang into the light, instead of hiding as a dark conspiracy. And moreover, they took occasion with true foresight to give, as it were, the alarm, and to admonish both princes and nations to stand on their guard, and not allow themselves to be caught by the devices and snares laid out to deceive them. The first warning of the danger was given by Clement XII in the year 1738, and his constitution was confirmed and renewed by Benedict XIV. Pius VII followed the same path, and Leo XII, by his apostolic constitution, Quo Graviora, put together the acts and decrees of former pontiffs on this subject, and ratified and confirmed them forever. In the same sense spoke Pius VIII, Gregory XVI, and many times over Pius IX. For as soon as the constitution and the spirit of the Masonic sect were clearly discovered by manifest signs of its action, by cases investigated, by the publication of its laws and of its rites and commentaries, with the addition often of the personal testimony of those who were in the secret, this apostolic see denounced the sect of the Freemasons, and publicly declared its constitution as contrary to law and right, to be pernicious no less to Christendom than to the state, and it forbade any one to enter the society under the penalties which the Church is wont to inflict upon exceptionally guilty persons. The sectaries, indignant at this, thinking to elude or to weaken the force of these decrees, partly by contempt of them and partly by calumny, accused the sovereign pontiffs who had passed them either of exceeding the bounds of moderation in their decrees, or of decreeing what was not just. This was the manner in which they endeavored to elude the authority and the weight of the apostolic constitutions of Clement XII and Benedict XIV, as well as of Pius VII and Pius IX. Yet in the very society itself there were to be found men who unwillingly acknowledged that the Roman pontiffs had acted within their right, according to the Catholic doctrine and discipline. The pontiffs received the same assent, and in strong terms, from many princes and heads of governments, who made it their business either to delate the Masonic Society to the Apostolic See, or of their own accord by special enactments, to brand it as pernicious, as for example in Holland, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, Bavaria, Savoy, and other parts of Italy. But what is of highest importance, the course of events has demonstrated the prudence of our predecessors, for their provident and paternal solicitude had not always and everywhere the result desired, and this either because of the simulation and cunning of some who were active agents in the mischief, or else of the thoughtless levity of the rest who ought, in their own interest, to have given to the matter their diligent attention. In consequence, the sect of Freemasons grew with a rapidity beyond conception in the course of a century and a half, until it came to be able, by means of fraud or of audacity, to gain such entrance into every rank of the state as to seem to be almost its ruling power. This swift and formidable advance has brought upon the Church, upon the power of princes, upon the public well-being, precisely that grievous harm which our predecessors had long before foreseen. Such a condition has been reached that henceforth there will be grave reason to fear, not indeed for the Church, for her foundation is much too firm to be overturned by the effort of men, but for those states in which prevails the power, either of the sect of which we are speaking, or of other sects not dissimilar which lend themselves to it as disciples and subordinates. For these reasons, we no sooner came to the helm of the Church than we clearly saw and felt it to be our duty to use our authority to the very utmost against so vast an evil. We have several times already, as occasion served, attacked certain chief points of teaching which showed in a special manner the perverse influence of Masonic opinions. Thus, in our encyclical letter, Quod Apostolici Muneris, we endeavored to refute the monstrous doctrines of the Socialists and Communists. Afterwards, in another beginning, Arcanum, we took pains to defend and explain the true and genuine idea of domestic life, of which marriage is the spring and origin. And again, in that which begins Diuturnum, we described the ideal of political government conformed to the principles of Christian wisdom, which is marvelously in harmony on the one hand with the natural order of things, and on the other with the well-being of both sovereign princes and of nations. It is now our intention, following the example of our predecessors, directly to treat of the Masonic Society itself, of its whole teaching, of its aims, and of its manner of thinking and acting, in order to bring more and more into the light its power for evil, and to do what we can to arrest the contagion of this fatal plague. There are several organized bodies which, though differing in name, in ceremonial, in form and origin, are nevertheless so bound together by community of purpose and by the similarity of their main opinions, as to make in fact one thing with the sect of the Freemasons, which is a kind of centre whence they all go forth, and whither they all return. Now these no longer show a desire to remain concealed, for they hold their meetings in the daylight and before the public eye, and publish their own newspaper organs. And yet, when thoroughly understood, they are found still to retain the nature and the habits of secret societies. There are many things like mysteries which it is fixed to rule to hide with extreme care, not only from strangers, but from very many members also. Such as their secret and final designs, the names of the chief leaders, and certain secret and inner meetings, as well as their decisions and the ways and means of carrying them out. This is no doubt the object of the manifold difference among the members as to right, office, and privilege, of the received distinction of orders and grades, and of that severe discipline which is maintained. Candidates are generally commanded to promise, nay, with a special oath to swear, that they will never, to any person, at any time or in any way, make known the members, the passes, or the subjects discussed. Thus, with a fraudulent external appearance, and with a style of simulation which is always the same, the Freemasons, like the Manichees of old, strive, as far as possible, to conceal themselves, and to admit no witnesses but their own members. As a convenient manner of concealment, they assume the character of literary men and scholars associated for purposes of learning. They speak of their zeal for a more cultured refinement, and of their love for the poor, and they declare their one wish to be the amelioration of the condition of the masses, and to share with the largest possible number all the benefits of civil life. Were these purposes aimed at in real truth, they are by no means the whole of their object. Moreover, to be enrolled, it is necessary that the candidates promise and undertake to be thenceforward strictly obedient to their leaders and masters with the utmost submission and fidelity, and to be in readiness to do their bidding upon the slightest expression of their will, or if disobedient, to submit to the direst penalties and death itself. As a fact, if any are judged to have betrayed the doings of the sect, or to have resisted commands given, punishment is inflicted on them not infrequently, and with so much audacity and dexterity that the assassin very often escapes the detection and penalty of his crime. But to simulate and wish to lie hid, to bind men like slaves in the very tightest bonds, and without giving any sufficient reason, to make use of men enslaved to the will of another for any arbitrary act, to arm men's right hands for bloodshed after securing impunity for the crime, all this is an enormity from which nature recoils. Wherefore reason and truth itself make it plain that the society of which we are speaking is in antagonism with justice and natural uprightness. And this becomes still plainer, inasmuch as other arguments also, and those very manifest, prove that it is essentially opposed to natural virtue. For, no matter how great may be men's cleverness in concealing and their experience in lying, it is impossible to prevent the effects of any cause from showing, in some way, the intrinsic nature of the cause whence they come. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, nor a bad tree produce good fruit. Now the Masonic sect produces fruits that are pernicious and of the bitterest savour. For, from what we have above most clearly shown, that which is their ultimate purpose forces itself into view, namely, the utter overthrow of that whole religious and political order of the world which the Christian teaching has produced, and the substitution of a new state of things in accordance with their ideas, of which the foundations and laws shall be drawn from mere naturalism. What we have said, and are about to say, must be understood of the sect of the Freemasons taken generally, and in so far as it comprises the associations kindred to it and confederated with it, but not of the individual members of them. There may be persons amongst these, and not a few, who, although not free from the guilt of having entangled themselves in such associations, yet are neither themselves partners in their criminal acts, nor aware of the ultimate object which they are endeavoring to attain. In the same way, some of the affiliated societies, perhaps, by no means approve of the extreme conclusions which they would, if consistent, embrace as necessarily following from their common principles, did not their very foulness strike them with horror? Some of these, again, are led by circumstances of times and places either to aim at smaller things than the others usually attempt, or than they themselves would wish to attempt. They are not, however, for this reason, to be reckoned as alien to the Masonic Federation. For the Masonic Federation is to be judged not so much by the things which it has done or brought to completion, as by the sum of its pronounced opinions. Now, the fundamental doctrine of the naturalists, which they sufficiently make known by their very name, is that human nature and human reason ought in all things to be mistress and guide. Laying this down, they care little for duties to God, or pervert them by erroneous and vague opinions. For they deny that anything has been taught by God. They allow no dogma of religion or truth which cannot be understood by the human intelligence, nor any teacher who ought to be believed by reason of his authority. And since it is the special and exclusive duty of the Catholic Church fully to set forth in words of truth divinely received, to teach, besides other divine helps to salvation, the authority of its office, and to defend the same with perfect purity, it is against the Church that the rage and attack of the enemies are principally directed. In those matters which regard religion, let it be seen how the sect of the Freemasons acts, especially where it is more free to act without restraint, and then let any one judge whether in fact it does not wish to carry out the policy of the naturalists. By a long and persevering labor, they endeavor to bring about this result, namely, that the office and authority of the Church may become of no account in the civil state. And for this same reason they declare to the people and contend that Church and state ought to be altogether disunited. By this means they reject from the laws and from the commonwealth the wholesome influence of the Catholic religion, and they consequently imagine that states ought to be constituted without any regard for the laws and precepts of the Church. Nor do they think it enough to disregard the Church, the best of guides, unless they also injure it by their hostility. Indeed, with them it is lawful to attack with impunity the very foundations of the Catholic religion, in speech, in writing, and in teaching. And even the rights of the Church are not spared, and the offices with which it is divinely invested are not safe. The least possible liberty to manage affairs is left to the Church, and this is done by laws not apparently very hostile, but in reality framed and fitted to hinder freedom of action. Moreover, we see exceptional and onerous laws imposed upon the clergy to the end that they may be continually diminished in number and in necessary means. We see also the remnants of the possessions of the Church fettered by the strictest conditions and subjected to the power and arbitrary will of the administrators of the state, and the religious orders rooted up and scattered. But against the Apostolic See and the Roman Pontiff, the contention of these enemies has been for a long time directed. The Pontiff was first, for specious reasons, thrust out from the bulwark of his liberty and of his right, the civil princedom. Soon he was unjustly driven into a condition which was unbearable because of the difficulties raised on all sides. And now the time has come when the partisans of the sects openly declare, what in secret among themselves they have for a long time plotted, that the sacred power of the pontiffs must be abolished, and that the pontificate itself, founded by divine right, must be utterly destroyed. If other proofs were wanting, this fact would be sufficiently disclosed by the testimony of men well informed, of whom some at other times, and others again recently, have declared it to be true of the Freemasons that they especially desire to assail the Church with irreconcilable hostility, and that they will never rest until they have destroyed whatever the Supreme Pontiffs have established for the sake of religion. If those who are admitted as members are not commanded to abjure by any form of words the Catholic doctrines, this omission, so far from being adverse to the designs of the Freemasons, is more useful for their purposes. First, in this way they easily deceive the simple-minded and the heedless, and can induce a far greater number to become members. Again, as all who offer themselves are received whatever may be their form of religion, they thereby teach the great error of this age, that a regard for religion should be held as an indifferent matter, and that all religions are alike. This manner of reasoning is calculated to bring about the ruin of all forms of religion, and especially of the Catholic religion, which, as it is the only one that is true, cannot, without great injustice, be regarded as merely equal to other religions. But the naturalists go much further, for having, in the highest things, entered upon a wholly erroneous course, they are carried headlong to extremes, either by reason of the weakness of human nature, or because God inflicts upon them the just punishment of their pride. Hence it happens that they no longer consider as certain and permanent those things which are fully understood by the natural light of reason, such as certainly are the existence of God, the immaterial nature of the human soul, and its immortality. The sect of the Freemasons, by a similar course of error, is exposed to these same dangers, for although in a general way they may profess the existence of God, they themselves are witnesses that they do not all maintain this truth with the full assent of the mind or with a firm conviction. Neither do they conceal that this question about God is the greatest source and cause of discords among them. In fact, it is certain that a considerable contention about this same subject has existed among them very lately. But indeed the sect allows great liberty to its votaries, so that to each side is given the right to defend its own opinion, either that there is a God, or that there is none. And those who obstinately contend that there is no God are as easily initiated as those who contend that God exists, though like the pantheists, they have false notions concerning him. All which is nothing else than taking away the reality, while retaining some absurd representation of the divine nature. When this greatest fundamental truth has been overturned or weakened, it follows that those truths also which are known by the teaching of nature must begin to fall, namely, that all things were made by the free will of God the Creator, that the world is governed by providence, that souls do not die, that to this life of men upon the earth there will succeed another and an everlasting life. When these truths are done away with, which are as the principles of nature and important for knowledge and for practical use, it is easy to see what will become of both public and private morality. We say nothing of those more heavenly virtues which no one can exercise or even acquire without a special gift and grace of God, of which necessarily no trace can be found in those who reject as unknown the redemption of mankind, the grace of God, the sacraments, and the happiness to be obtained in heaven. We speak now of the duties which have their origin in natural probity, that God is the creator of the world and its provident ruler, that the eternal law commands the natural order to be maintained and forbids that it be disturbed, that the last end of men is a destiny far above human things and beyond this sojourning upon the earth. These are the sources, and these the principles, of all justice and morality. If these be taken away, as the naturalists and Freemasons desire, there will immediately be no knowledge as to what constitutes justice and injustice, or upon what principle morality is founded. And in truth, the teaching of morality which alone finds favor with the sect of Freemasons, and in which they contend that youth should be instructed, is that which they call civil, and independent, and free, namely, that which does not contain any religious belief. But how insufficient such teaching is, how wanting in soundness, how easily moved by every impulse of passion, is sufficiently proved by its sad fruits, which have already begun to appear. For wherever, by removing Christian education, the sect has begun more completely to rule, there goodness and integrity of morals have begun quickly to perish. Monstrous and shameful opinions have grown up, and the audacity of evil deeds has risen to a high degree. All this is commonly complained of and deplored, and not a few of those who by no means wish to do so are compelled by abundant evidence to give not infrequently the same testimony. Moreover, since human nature was stained by original sin, and is therefore more disposed to vice than to virtue, for a virtuous life it is absolutely necessary to restrain the disorderly movements of the soul, and to make the passions obedient to reason. In this conflict, human things must very often be despised, and the greatest labors and hardships must be undergone, in order that reason may always hold its sway. But the naturalists and Freemasons, having no faith in those things which we have learned by the revelation of God, deny that our first parents sinned, and consequently think that free will is not at all weakened and inclined to evil. On the contrary, exaggerating rather our natural virtue and excellence, and placing therein alone the principle and rule of justice, they cannot even imagine that there is any need at all of a constant struggle and a perfect steadfastness to overcome the violence and rule the passions of our nature. Wherefore we see that men are publicly tempted by the many allurements of pleasure, that there are journals and pamphlets with neither moderation nor shame, that stage plays are remarkable for license, that designs for works of art are shamelessly sought in the laws of a so-called realism, that the contrivances for a soft and delicate life are most carefully devised, and that all the blandishments of pleasure are diligently sought out by which virtue may be lulled to sleep. Wickedly also, but at the same time quite consistently, do those act who do away with the expectation of the joys of heaven, and bring down all happiness to the level of mortality, and as it were, sink it in the earth. Of what we have said, the following fact, astonishing not so much in itself as in its open expression, may serve as a confirmation. For since generally no one is accustomed to obey crafty and clever men so submissively as those whose soul is weakened and broken down by the domination of the passions, there have been in the sect of the Freemasons some who have plainly determined and proposed that, artfully and of set purpose, the multitude should be satiated with a boundless license of vice, as when this had been done, it would easily come under their power and authority for any acts of daring. What refers to domestic life in the teaching of the naturalists is almost all contained in the following declarations: that marriage belongs to the genus of commercial contracts, which can rightly be revoked by the will of those who made them, and that the rulers of the state have power over the matrimonial bond. That in the education of youth nothing is to be taught in the matter of religion as of certain and fixed opinion, and each one must be left at liberty to follow, when he comes of age, whatever he may prefer. To these things the Freemasons fully assent, and not only assent, but have long endeavored to make them into a law and institution. For in many countries, and those nominally Catholic, it is enacted that no marriages shall be considered lawful except those contracted by the civil right. In other places the law permits divorce, and in others every effort is used to make it lawful as soon as may be. Thus the time is quickly coming when marriages will be turned into another kind of contract, that is, into changeable and uncertain unions, which fancy may join together, and which the same, when changed, may disunite. With the greatest unanimity, the sect of the Freemasons also endeavors to take to itself the education of youth. They think that they can easily mold to their opinions that soft and pliant age, and bend it whither they will, and that nothing can be more fitted than this, to enable them to bring up the youth of the state after their own plan. Therefore, in the education and instruction of children, they allow no share, either of teaching or of discipline, to the ministers of the Church, and in many places they have procured that the education of youth shall be exclusively in the hands of laymen, and that nothing which treats of the most important and most holy duties of men to God shall be introduced into the instructions on morals. Then come their doctrines of politics, in which the naturalists lay down that all men have the same right, and are in every respect of equal and like condition, that each one is naturally free, that no one has the right to command another, that it is an act of violence to require men to obey any authority other than that which is obtained from themselves. According to this, therefore, all things belong to the free people. Power is held by the command or permission of the people, so that, when the popular will changes, rulers may lawfully be deposed, and the source of all rights and civil duties is either in the multitude, or in the governing authority when this is constituted according to the latest doctrines. It is held also that the state should be without God, that in the various forms of religion there is no reason why one should have precedence of another, and that they are all to occupy the same place. That these doctrines are equally acceptable to the Freemasons, and that they would wish to constitute states according to this example and model, is too well known to require proof. For some time past they have openly endeavored to bring this about with all their strength and resources, and in this they prepare the way for not a few bolder men who are hurrying on even to worse things, in their endeavor to obtain equality and community of all goods by the destruction of every distinction of rank and property. What, therefore, the sect of the Freemasons is, and what course it pursues, appears sufficiently from the summary we have briefly given. Their chief dogmas are so greatly and manifestly at variance with reason that nothing can be more perverse. To wish to destroy the religion and the Church which God himself has established, and whose perpetuity he ensures by his protection, and to bring back after a lapse of 18 centuries the manners and customs of the pagans, is signal folly and audacious impiety. Nor is it less horrible, nor more tolerable, that they should repudiate the benefits which Jesus Christ has mercifully obtained, not only for individuals, but also for the family and for civil society, benefits which, even according to the judgment and testimony of enemies of Christianity, are very great. In this insane and wicked endeavor, we may also see the implacable hatred and spirit of revenge with which Satan himself is inflamed against Jesus Christ. So also the studious endeavor of the Freemasons to destroy the chief foundations of justice and honesty, and to cooperate with those who would wish, as if they were mere animals, to do what they please, tends only to the ignominious and disgraceful ruin of the human race. The evil, too, is increased by the dangers which threaten both domestic and civil society. As we have elsewhere shown, in marriage, according to the belief of almost every nation, there is something sacred and religious, and the law of God has determined that marriages shall not be dissolved. If they are deprived of their sacred character, and made dissoluble. Trouble and confusion in the family will be the results, the wife being deprived of her dignity, and the children left without protection as to their interests and well-being. To have in public matters no care for religion, and in the arrangement and administration of civil affairs to have no more regard for God than if he did not exist, is a rashness unknown to the very pagans. For in their heart and soul, the notion of a divinity and the need of public religion were so firmly fixed that they would have thought it easier to have a city without foundation than a city without God. Human society, indeed, for which by nature we are formed, has been constituted by God the author of nature, and from him, as from their principle and source, flow in all their strength and permanence, the countless benefits with which society abounds. As we are each of us admonished by the very voice of nature to worship God in piety and holiness, as the giver unto us of life and of all that is good therein, so also and for the same reason, nations and states are bound to worship him, and therefore it is clear that those who would absolve society from all religious duty act not only unjustly, but also with ignorance and folly. As men are by the will of God born for civil union and society, and as the power to rule is so necessary a bond of society that, if it be taken away, society must at once be broken up, it follows that from him who is the author of society has come also the authority to rule, so that whosoever rules, he is the minister of God. Wherefore, as the end and nature of human society so requires, it is right to obey the just commands of lawful authority, as it is right to obey God who ruleth all things. And it is most untrue that the people have it in their power to cast aside their obedience whensoever they please. In like manner, no one doubts that all men are equal one to another, so far as regards their common origin and nature, or the last end which each one has to attain, or the rights and duties which are thence derived. But as the abilities of all are not equal, as one differs from another in the powers of mind or body, and as there are very many dissimilarities of manner, disposition, and character, it is most repugnant to reason to endeavor to confine all within the same measure, and to extend complete equality to the institutions of civil life. Just as a perfect condition of the body results from the conjunction and composition of its various members, which, though differing in form and purpose, make, by their union and the distribution of each one to its proper place, a combination beautiful to behold, firm in strength, and necessary for use, so in the commonwealth there is an almost infinite dissimilarity of men as parts of the whole. If they are to be all equal, and each is to follow his own will, the state will appear most deformed. But if, with a distinction of degrees of dignity, of pursuits and employments, all aptly conspire for the common good, they will present a natural image of a well-constituted state. Now, from the disturbing errors which we have described, the greatest dangers to states are to be feared. For, the fear of God and reverence for divine laws being taken away, the authority of rulers despised, sedition permitted and approved, and the popular passions urged on to lawlessness, with no restraint save that of punishment, a change and overthrow of all things will necessarily follow. Yea, this change and overthrow is deliberately planned and put forward by many associations of communists and socialists. And to their undertakings the sect of Freemasons is not hostile, but greatly favors their designs, and holds in common with them their chief opinions. And if these men do not at once and everywhere endeavor to carry out their extreme views, it is not to be attributed to their teaching and their will, but to the virtue of that divine religion which cannot be destroyed, and also because the sounder part of men, refusing to be enslaved to secret societies, vigorously resist their insane attempts. Would that all men would judge of the tree by its fruits, and would acknowledge the seed and origin of the evils which press upon us, and of the dangers that are impending. We have to deal with a deceitful and crafty enemy who, gratifying the ears of people and of princes, has ensnared them by smooth speeches and by adulation. Ingratiating themselves with rulers under a pretense of friendship, the Freemasons have endeavored to make them their allies and powerful helpers for the destruction of the Christian name. And that they might more strongly urge them on, they have, with determined calumny, accused the Church of invidiously contending with rulers in matters that affect their authority and sovereign power, having, by these artifices, ensured their own safety and audacity. They have begun to exercise great weight in the government of states. But nevertheless, they are prepared to shake the foundations of empires, to harass the rulers of the state, to accuse and to cast them out, as often as they appear to govern otherwise than they themselves could have wished. In like manner, they have by flattery deluded the people, proclaiming with a loud voice liberty and public prosperity, and saying that it was owing to the Church and to sovereigns that the multitude were not drawn out of their unjust servitude and poverty. They have imposed upon the people, and, exciting them by a thirst for novelty, they have urged them to assail both the Church and the civil power. Nevertheless, the expectation of the benefits which were hoped for was greater than the reality. Indeed, the common people, more oppressed than they were before, are deprived in their misery of that solace which, if things had been arranged in a Christian manner, they would have had with ease and in abundance. But whoever strive against the order which divine providence has constituted pay usually the penalty of their pride, and meet with affliction and misery where they rashly hoped to find all things prosperous and in conformity with their desires. The Church, if she directs men to render obedience chiefly and above all to God, the sovereign Lord, is wrongly and falsely believed either to be envious of the civil power, or to arrogate to herself something of the rights of sovereigns. On the contrary, she teaches that what is rightly due to the civil power must be rendered to it, with a conviction and consciousness of duty. In teaching that from God himself comes the right of ruling, she adds a great dignity to civil authority, and no small help towards obtaining the obedience and goodwill of the citizens. The friend of peace and sustainer of concord, she embraces all with maternal love. And intent only upon giving help to moral man, she teaches that to justice must be joined clemency, equity to authority, and moderation to law-giving. That no one's right must be violated, that order and public tranquility are to be maintained, and that the poverty of those who are in need is, as far as possible, to be relieved by public and private charity. But for this reason, to use the words of St. Augustine, men think, or would have it believed, that Christian teaching is not suited to the good of the state, for they wish the state to be founded not on solid virtue, but on the impunity of vice. Knowing these things, both princes and people would act with political wisdom and according to the needs of general safety, if, instead of joining with Freemasons to destroy the Church, they joined with the Church in repelling their attacks. Whatever the future may be, in this grave and widespread evil, it is our duty, venerable brethren, to endeavor to find a remedy. And because we know that our best and firmest hope of a remedy is in the power of that divine religion which the Freemasons hate in proportion to their fear of it, we think it to be of chief importance to call that most saving power to our aid against the common enemy. Therefore, Whatsoever the Roman pontiffs, our predecessors, have decreed for the purpose of opposing the undertakings and endeavors of the Masonic sect, and whatsoever they have enacted to deter or withdraw men from societies of this kind, we ratify and confirm it, all by our apostolic authority. And trusting greatly to the goodwill of Christians, we pray and beseech each one, for the sake of his eternal salvation, to be most conscientiously careful not in the least to depart from what the Apostolic See has commanded in this matter. We pray and beseech you, venerable brethren, to join your efforts with ours, and earnestly to strive for the extirpation of this foul plague, which is creeping through the veins of the state. You have to defend the glory of God and the salvation of your neighbor, and with this object of your strife before you, neither courage nor strength will be wanting. It will be for your prudence to judge by what means you can best overcome the difficulties and obstacles you meet with, but as it befits the authority of our office, that we ourselves should point out some suitable way of proceeding. We wish it to be your rule, first of all, to tear away the mask from Freemasonry, and to let it be seen as it really is, and by sermons and pastoral letters, to instruct the people as to the artifices used by societies of this kind in seducing men and enticing them into their ranks, and as to the depravity of their opinions and the wickedness of their acts. As our predecessors have many times repeated, let no man think that he may for any reason whatsoever join the Masonic sect, if he values his Catholic name and his eternal salvation as he ought to value them. Let no one be deceived by a pretense of honesty. It may seem to some that Freemasons demand nothing that is openly contrary to religion and morality, but as the principle and object of the sect lies in what is vicious and criminal, to join with these men or in any way to help them cannot be lawful. Further, by assiduous teaching and exhortation, the multitude must be drawn to learn diligently the precepts of religion, for which purpose we earnestly advise that by opportune writings and sermons they may be taught the elements of those sacred truths in which Christian philosophy is contained. The result of this will be that the minds of men will be made sound by instruction, and will be protected against many forms of error and inducements to wickedness, especially in the present unbounded freedom of writing and insatiable eagerness for learning. Great indeed is the work, but in it the clergy will share your labors if, through your care, they are fitted for it by learning and a well-trained life. This good and great work requires to be helped also by the industry of those amongst the laity, in whom a love of religion and of country is joined to learning and goodness of life. By uniting the efforts of both clergy and laity, strive, venerable brethren, to make men thoroughly know and love the Church. For the greater their knowledge and love of the Church, the more will they be turned away from clandestine societies. Wherefore, not without cause do we use this occasion to state again what we have stated elsewhere, namely, that the third order of St. Francis, whose discipline we a little while ago prudently mitigated, should be studiously promoted and sustained. For the whole object of this order, as constituted by its founder, is to invite men to an imitation of Jesus Christ, to a love of the Church, and to the observance of all Christian virtues. And therefore it ought to be of great influence in suppressing the contagion of wicked societies. Let therefore this holy sodality be strengthened by a daily increase. Amongst the many benefits to be expected from it will be the great benefit of drawing the minds of men to liberty, fraternity, and equality of right. Not such as the Freemasons absurdly imagine, but such as Jesus Christ obtained for the human race, and St. Francis aspired to. The liberty, we mean, of sons of God, through which we may be free from slavery to Satan or to our passions, both of them most wicked masters. the fraternity whose origin is in God, the common Creator and Father of all, the equality which, founded on justice and charity, does not take away all distinctions among men, but, out of the varieties of life, of duties, and of pursuits, forms that union and that harmony which naturally tend to the benefit and dignity of the state. In the third place, there is a matter wisely instituted by our forefathers, but in course of time laid aside, which may now be used as a pattern and form of something similar. We mean the associations or guilds of workmen, for the protection, under the guidance of religion, both of their temporal interests and of their morality. If our ancestors, by long use and experience, felt the benefit of these guilds, our age perhaps will feel it the more by reason of the opportunity which they will give of crushing the power of the sects. Those who support themselves by the labor of their hands, besides being, by their very condition, most worthy above all others of charity and consolation, are also especially exposed to the allurements of men whose ways lie in fraud and deceit. Therefore, they ought to be helped with the greatest possible kindness, and to be invited to join associations that are good, lest they be drawn away to others that are evil. For this reason, we greatly wish, for the salvation of the people, that, under the auspices and patronage of the bishops, and at convenient times, these guilds may be generally restored. To our great delight, sodalities of this kind, and also associations of masters, have in many places already been established, having, each class of them, for their object to help the honest workman, to protect and guard his children and family, and to promote in them piety, Christian knowledge, and a moral life. And in this matter we cannot omit mentioning that exemplary society, named after its founder, St. Vincent, which has deserved so well of the people of the lower order. Its acts and its aims are well known. Its whole object is to give relief to the poor and miserable. This it does with singular prudence and modesty, and the less it wishes to be seen, the better it is fitted for the exercise of Christian charity and for the relief of suffering. In the fourth place, in order more easily to attain what we wish, to your fidelity and watchfulness we commend in a special manner the young, as being the hope of human society. Devote the greatest part of your care to their instruction, and do not think that any precaution can be great enough in keeping them from masters and schools whence the pestilent breath of the sects is to be feared. Under your guidance, let parents, religious instructors, and priests having the cure of souls use every opportunity in their Christian teaching of warning their children and pupils of the infamous nature of these societies, so that they may learn in good time to beware of the various and fraudulent artifices by which their promoters are accustomed to ensnare people. And those who instruct the young in religious knowledge will act wisely, if they induce all of them to resolve and to undertake never to bind themselves to any society without the knowledge of their parents, or the advice of their parish priest or director. We well know, however, that our united labors will by no means suffice to pluck up these pernicious seeds from the Lord's field, unless the Heavenly Master of the vineyard shall mercifully help us in our endeavors. We must, therefore, with great and anxious care, implore of him the help which the greatness of the danger and of the need requires. The sect of the Freemasons shows itself insolent and proud of its success, and seems as if it would put no bounds to its pertinacity. Its followers, joined together by a wicked compact and by secret counsels, give help one to another, and excite one another to an audacity for evil things. So vehement an attack demands an equal defense, namely, that all good men should form the widest possible association of action and of prayer. We beseech them, therefore, with united hearts, to stand together and unmoved against the advancing force of the sects, and in mourning and supplication to stretch out their hands to God, praying that the Christian name may flourish and prosper, that the Church may enjoy its needed liberty, that those who have gone astray may return to a right mind, that error at length may give place to truth, and vice to virtue. Let us take as our helper and intercessor the Virgin Mary, Mother of God, so that she, who from the moment of her conception overcame Satan, may show her power over these evil sects, in which is revived the contumacious spirit of the demon, together with his unsubdued perfidy and deceit. Let us beseech Michael, the prince of the heavenly angels, who drove out the infernal foe, and Joseph, the spouse of the Most Holy Virgin, and heavenly patron of the Catholic Church, and the great apostles, Peter and Paul, the fathers and victorious champions of the Christian faith. By their patronage, and by perseverance in united prayer, we hope that God will mercifully and opportunely succor the human race, which is encompassed by so many dangers. As a pledge of heavenly gifts and of our benevolence, we lovingly grant in the Lord to you, venerable brethren, and to the clergy and all the people committed to your watchful care, our apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Humanum Genus on Freemasonry, April 20th, 1884, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno on the Recitation of the Rosary by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno of our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII by Divine Providence Pope. Venerable Brethren, health and the Apostolic Benediction. Last year, as each of you is aware, we decreed by an encyclical letter that, to win the help of heaven for the Church in her trials, the great Mother of God should be honored by the means of the Most Holy Rosary during the whole month of October. In this we followed both our own impulse and the example of our predecessors, who in times of difficulty were wont to have recourse with increased fervor to the Blessed Virgin, and to seek her aid with special prayers. That wish of ours has been complied with such a willingness and unanimity, that it is more than ever apparent how real is the religion, and how great is the fervor of the Christian peoples, and how great is the trust everywhere placed in the heavenly patronage of the Virgin Mary. For us, weighed down with the burden of such and so great trials and evils, we confess that the sight of such intensity of open piety and faith has been a great consolation, and even gives us new courage for the facing, if that be the wish of God, of still greater trials. Indeed, from the spirit of prayer which is poured out over the house of David and the dwellers in Jerusalem, we have a confident hope that God will at length let himself be touched and have pity upon the state of his Church, and give ear to the prayers coming to him through her whom he has chosen to be the dispenser of all heavenly graces. For these reasons, therefore, with the same causes in existence which impelled us last year, as we have said, to rouse the piety of all, we have deemed it our duty to exhort again this year the people of Christendom to persevere in that method and formula of prayer known as the Rosary of Mary, and thereby to merit the powerful patronage of the great Mother of God. Inasmuch as the enemies of Christianity are so stubborn in their aims, its defenders must be equally staunch, especially as the heavenly help and the benefits which are bestowed on us by God are the more usually the fruits of our perseverance. It is good to recall to memory the example of that illustrious widow, Judith, a type of the Blessed Virgin, who curbed the ill-judged impatience of the Jews when they attempted to fix, according to their own judgment, the day appointed by God for the deliverance of his city. The example should also be borne in mind of the apostles, who awaited the supreme gift promised unto them of the Paraclete, and persevered unanimously in prayer with Mary the Mother of Jesus. For it is indeed an arduous and exceeding weighty matter that is now at hand. It is to humiliate an old and most subtle enemy in the spread-out array of his power, to win back the freedom of the Church and of her head, to preserve and secure the fortifications within which should rest in peace the safety and weal of human society. Care must be taken, therefore, that, in these times of mourning for the Church, the most holy devotion of the Rosary of Mary be assiduously and piously observed, the more so that this method of prayer being so arranged as to recall in turn all the mysteries of our salvation, is eminently fitted to foster the spirit of piety. With respect to Italy, it is now most necessary to implore the intercession of the most powerful Virgin through the medium of the Rosary, since a misfortune, and not an imaginary one, is threatening, nay, rather is among us. The Asiatic cholera, having, under God's will, crossed the boundary within which nature seemed to have confined it, has spread through the crowded shores of a French port, and thence to the neighboring districts on Italian soil. To Mary, therefore, we must fly, to her whom rightly and justly the Church entitles the dispenser of saving, aiding, and protecting gifts, that she, graciously hearkening to our prayers, may grant us the help they besought, and drive far from us the unclean plague. We have therefore resolved that in this coming month of October, in which the sacred devotions to our Virgin Lady of the Rosary are solemnized throughout the Catholic world, all the devotions shall again be observed which were commanded by us this time last year. We therefore decree and make order that from the 1st of October to the 2nd of November following, in all the parish churches, in all the public churches dedicated to the Mother of God, or in such as are appointed by the ordinary, 5 decades at least of the Rosary be recited together with the Litany. If in the morning, the Holy Sacrifice will take place during these prayers. If in the evening, the Blessed Sacrament will be exposed for the adoration of the faithful, after which those present will receive the customary benediction. We desire that, wherever it be lawful, the local confraternity of the Rosary should make a solemn procession through the streets as a public manifestation of religious devotion. That the heavenly treasures of the Church may be thrown open to all, we hereby renew every indulgence granted by us last year. To all those, therefore, who shall have assisted on the prescribed days at the public recital of the Rosary, and have prayed for our intentions, to all those also who, from legitimate causes, shall have been compelled to do so in private, we grant for each occasion an indulgence of 7 years and 7 times 40 days. To those who, in the prescribed space of time, shall have performed these devotions at least 10 times, either publicly in the churches or from just causes in the privacy of their homes, and shall have expiated their sins by confession, and have received communion at the altar, we grant from the treasury of the Church a plenary indulgence. We grant this full forgiveness of sins and plenary remission of punishment to all those who, either on the feast day itself of our Blessed Lady of the Rosary, or on any day within the subsequent 8 days, shall have washed the stains from their souls, and have holily partaken of the divine banquet, and shall have also prayed in any church to God and His most holy Mother for our intentions. As we desire also to consult the interests of those who live in the country districts, and are hindered, especially in the month of October, by their agricultural labors, we permit all we have above decreed, and also the holy indulgences gainable in the month of October, to be postponed to the following months of November or December, according to the prudent decision of the ordinaries. We doubt not, venerable brethren, that rich and abundant fruits will be the result of these efforts, especially if God, by the bestowal of His heavenly graces, bring an added increase to the fields planted by us and watered by your zeal. We are certain that the faithful of Christendom will hearken to the utterance of our apostolic authority with the same fervor of faith and piety of which they gave most ample evidence last year. may our heavenly patroness, invoked by us through the Rosary, graciously be with us and obtain that, all disagreements of opinion being removed and Christianity restored throughout the world, we may obtain from God the wished-for peace in the Church. In pledge of that boon, to you, your clergy, and the flock entrusted to your care, we lovingly bestow the Apostolic Benediction, given in Rome at St. Peter's, the 30th of August, 1884, in the 7th year of our pontificate, Pope Leo XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Superiore Anno, on the Recitation of the Rosary, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Encyclical Letter Immortali Dei, on the Christian Constitution of States, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Christian Constitution of States, Encyclical Letter Immortali Dei, November 1st, 1885. The Catholic Church, that imperishable handiwork of our all-merciful God, has for her immediate and natural purpose the saving of souls and securing our happiness in heaven. Yet in regard to things temporal, she is the source of benefits as manifold and great as if the chief end of her existence were to ensure the prospering of our earthly life. And in truth, wherever the Church has set her foot, she has straightway changed the face of things, and has attempered the moral tone of the people with a new civilization, and with virtues before unknown. All nations which have yielded to her sway have become eminent for their culture, their sense of justice, and the glory of their high deeds. And yet a hackneyed reproach of old date is levelled against her, that the Church is opposed to the rightful aims of the civil government, and is wholly unable to afford help in spreading that welfare and progress which justly and naturally are sought after by every well-regulated state. From the very beginning Christians were harassed by slanderous accusations of this nature, and on that account were held up to hatred and execration, for being, so they were called, enemies of the empire. The Christian religion was moreover commonly charged with being the cause of the calamities that so frequently befell the state, whereas, in very truth, just punishment was being awarded to guilty nations by an avenging God. This odious calumny, with most valid reason, nerved the genius and sharpened the pen of St. Augustine, who notably in his treatise on the City of God set forth in so bright a light the worth of Christian wisdom in its relation to the public weal, that he seems not merely to have pleaded the cause of the Christians of his day, but to have refuted for all future times impeachments so grossly contrary to truth. The wicked proneness, however, to levy the like charges and accusations has not been lulled to rest. Many indeed are they who have tried to work out a plan of civil society based on doctrines other than those approved by the Catholic Church. Nay, in these latter days a novel scheme of law has begun here and there to gain increase and influence, the outcome, as it is maintained, of an age arrived at full stature, and the result of liberty in evolution. But though endeavours of various kinds have been ventured on, it is clear that no better mode has been devised for the building up and ruling the state than that which is the necessary growth of the teachings of the gospel. We deem it, therefore, of the highest moment, and a strict duty of our apostolic office, to contrast with the lessons taught by Christ the novel theories now advanced touching the state. By this means we cherish hope that the bright shining of the truth may scatter the mists of error and doubt, so that one and all may see clearly the imperious law of life which they are bound to follow and obey. It is not difficult to determine what would be the form and character of the state were it governed according to the principles of Christian philosophy. Man's natural instinct moves him to live in civil society, for he cannot, if dwelling apart, provide himself with the necessary requirements of life, nor procure the means of developing his mental and moral faculties. Hence, it is divinely ordained that he should lead his life, be it family, social, or civil, with his fellow men, amongst whom alone his several wants can be adequately supplied. But as no society can hold together unless some one be over all, directing all to strive earnestly for the common good, every civilized community must have a ruling authority, and this authority, no less than society itself, has its source in nature, and has, consequently, God for its author. Hence it follows that all public power must proceed from God, for God alone is the true and supreme Lord of the world. Everything, without exception, must be subject to him, and must serve him, so that whosoever holds the right to govern, holds it from one sole and single source, namely God, the sovereign ruler of all. There is no power but from God. Romans 13:1. The right to rule is not necessarily, however, bound up with any special mode of government. It may take this or that form, provided only that it be of a nature to ensure the general welfare. But whatever the nature of the government, rulers must ever bear in mind that God is the paramount ruler of the world, and must set him before themselves as their exemplar and law in the administration of the state. For, in things visible, God has fashioned secondary causes, in which his divine action can in some wise be discerned, leading up to the end to which the course of the world is ever tending. In like manner, in civil society, God has always willed that there should be a ruling authority, and that they who are invested with it should reflect the divine power and providence in some measure over the human race. They, therefore, who rule should rule with even-handed justice, not as masters, but rather as fathers, for the rule of God over man is most just, and is tempered always with the Father's kindness. Government should, moreover, be administered for the well-being of the citizens, because they who govern others possess authority solely for the welfare of the state. Furthermore, the civil power must not be subservient to the advantage of any one individual or of some few persons, inasmuch as it was established for the common good of all. But if those who are in authority rule unjustly, if they govern overbearingly or arrogantly, and if their measures prove hurtful to the people, they must remember that the Almighty will one day bring them to account, the more strictly in proportion to the sacredness of their office and preeminence of their dignity. The mighty shall be mightily tormented. Wisdom, chapter 6, verse 7. Then truly will the majesty of the law meet with the dutiful and willing homage of the people, when they are convinced that their rulers hold authority from God, and feel that it is a matter of justice and duty to obey them, and to show them reverence and fealty, united to a love not unlike that which children show their parents. Let every soul be subject to higher powers. Romans chapter 13, verse 1. To despise legitimate authority, in whomsoever vested, is unlawful, as a rebellion against the divine will, and whoever resists that rushes wilfully to destruction. He that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist purchase to themselves damnation. Romans chapter 13, verse 2. To cast aside obedience, and by popular violence to incite to revolt, is therefore treason, not against man only, but against God. As a consequence, the state, constituted as it is clearly bound to set up to the manifold and weighty duties linking it to God by the public profession of religion. Nature and reason, which command every individual devoutly to worship God in holiness, because we belong to him and must return to him, since from him we came, bind also the civil community by a like law. For men, living together in society, are under the power of God no less than individuals are, and society, not less than individuals, owes gratitude to God, who gave it being and maintains it, and whose ever-bounteous goodness enriches it with countless blessings. Since, then, No one is allowed to be remiss in the service due to God, and since the chief duty of all men is to cling to religion in both its teaching and practice, not such religion as they may have a preference for, but the religion which God enjoins, and which certain and most clear marks show to be the only one true religion, it is a public crime to act as though there were no God. So too, it is a sin in the state not to have care for religion, as a something beyond its scope, or as of no practical benefit. Or out of many forms of religion to adopt that one which chimes in with the fancy. For we are bound absolutely to worship God in that way which He has shown to be His will. All who rule, therefore, should hold in honor the holy name of God, and one of their chief duties must be to favor religion, to protect it, to shield it under the credit and sanction of the laws, and neither to organize nor enact any measure that may compromise its safety. This is the bounden duty of rulers to the people over whom they rule. For one and all are we destined by our birth and adoption to enjoy, when this frail and fleeting life is ended, a supreme and final good in heaven, and to the attainment of this every endeavor should be directed. Since, then, upon this depends the full and perfect happiness of mankind, the securing of this end should be of all imaginable interests the most urgent. Hence, civil society, established for the common welfare, should not only safeguard the well-being of the community, but have also at heart the interests of its individual members, in such mode as not in any way to hinder, but in every manner to render as easy as it may be, the possession of that highest and unchangeable good for which all should seek. Wherefore, for this purpose care must especially be taken to preserve unharmed and unimpeded the religion whereof the practice is the link connecting man with God. Now, it cannot be difficult to find out which is the true religion, if only it be sought with an earnest and unbiased mind. For proofs are abundant and striking. We have, for example, the fulfillment of prophecies, miracles in great number, the rapid spread of the faith in the midst of enemies and in face of overwhelming obstacles, the witness of the martyrs and the like. From all these it is evident that the only true religion is the one established by Jesus Christ Himself, and which He committed to His Church to protect and to propagate. For the only begotten Son of God established on earth a society which is called the Church, and to it He handed over the exalted and divine office which He had received from His Father, to be continued through the ages to come. As the Father hath sent me, I also send you. John chapter 20, verse 21. Behold, I am with you all days, even to the consummation of the world. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. Consequently, as Jesus Christ came into the world that men might have life and have it more abundantly, John chapter 10, verse 10, so also has the Church for its aim and end the eternal salvation of souls, and hence it is so constituted as to open wide its arms to all mankind, unhampered by any limit of either time or place. Preach ye the gospel to every creature. Mark chapter 16, verse 15. Over this mighty multitude, God has Himself set rulers with power to govern. He has willed that one should be the head of all, and the chief and unerring teacher of truth, to whom He has given the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 16, verse 19. Feed my lambs, feed my sheep. John chapter 21, verses 16 and 17. I have prayed for thee, that thy faith fail not. Luke chapter 22, verse 32. This society is made up of men, just as civil society is, and yet is supernatural and spiritual on account of the end for which it was founded, and of the means by which it aims at attaining that end. Hence it is distinguished and differs from civil society, and what is of highest moment, it is a society chartered as of right divine, perfect in its nature and in its title, to possess in itself and by itself, through the will and loving kindness of its founder, all needful provision for its maintenance and action. And just as the end at which the Church aims is by far the noblest of ends, so is its authority the most exalted of all authority, nor can it be looked upon as inferior to the civil power, or in any manner dependent upon it. In very truth, Jesus Christ gave to his apostles unrestrained authority in regard to things sacred, together with the genuine and most true power of making laws, as also with the twofold right of judging and of punishing, which flow from that power. All power is given to me in heaven and on earth. Going therefore teach all nations, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. Matthew chapter 28, verses 18 through 20. And in another place, if he will not hear them, tell the church. Matthew chapter 18, verse 17. And again, in readiness to revenge all disobedience. 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 6. And once more, that I may not deal more severely according to the power which the Lord hath given me, unto edification and not unto destruction. 2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 10. Hence it is the church, and not the state, that is to be man's guide to heaven. It is to the church that God has assigned the charge of seeing to, and legislating for, all that concerns religion, of teaching all nations, of spreading the Christian faith as widely as possible, in short, of administering freely and without hindrance, in accordance with her own judgment, all matters that fall within its competence. Now this authority, perfect in itself and plainly meant to be unfettered, so long assailed by a philosophy that truckles to the state, the Church has never ceased to claim for herself and openly to exercise. The apostles themselves were the first to uphold it, when being forbidden by the rulers of the synagogue to preach the gospel, they courageously answered, "We must obey God rather than men." Acts chapter 5, verse 29. This same authority the Holy Fathers of the Church were always careful to maintain by weighty arguments, according as occasion arose, and the Roman pontiffs have never shrunk from defending it with unbending constancy. Nay more, princes and all invested with power to rule have themselves approved it, in theory alike and in practice. It cannot be called in question that in the making of treaties, in the transaction of business matters, in the sending and receiving ambassadors, and in the interchange of other kinds of official dealings, they have been wont to treat with the Church as with a supreme and legitimate power. And assuredly, all ought to hold that it was not without a singular disposition of God's providence that this power of the Church was provided with a civil sovereignty as the surest safeguard of her independence. The Almighty, therefore, has appointed the charge of the human race between two powers, the ecclesiastical and the civil, the one being set over divine, and the other over human things. Each in its kind is supreme, each has fixed limits within which it is contained, limits which are defined by the nature and special object of the province of each, so that there is, we may say, an orbit traced out within which the action of each is brought into play by its own native right. But inasmuch as each of these two powers has authority over the same subjects, and as it might come to pass that one and the same thing, related differently but still remaining one and the same thing, might belong to the jurisdiction and determination of both, therefore God, who foresees all things, and who is the author of these two powers, has marked out the course of each in right correlation to the other. For the powers that are ordained of God. Romans chapter 13, verse 1. Were this not so, deplorable contentions and conflicts would often arise, and not infrequently men, like travelers at the meeting of two roads, would hesitate in anxiety and doubt, not knowing what course to follow. Two powers would be commanding contrary things, and it would be a dereliction of duty to disobey either of the two. But it would be most repugnant to deem thus of the wisdom and goodness of God. Even in physical things, albeit of a lower order, the Almighty has so combined the forces and springs of nature with tempered action and wondrous harmony, that no one of them clashes with any other, and all of them most fitly and aptly work together for the great purpose of the universe. There must accordingly exist, between these two powers a certain orderly connection, which may be compared to the union of the soul and body and man. The nature and scope of that connection can be determined only, as we have laid down, by having regard to the nature of each power, and by taking account of the relative excellence and nobleness of their purpose. One of the two has for its proximate and chief object the well-being of this mortal life, the other the everlasting joys of heaven. Whatever, therefore, in things human is of a sacred character, whatever belongs either of its own nature or by reason of the end to which it is referred, to the salvation of souls, or to the worship of God, is subject to the power and judgment of the Church. Whatever is to be ranged under the civil and political order is rightly subject to the civil authority. Jesus Christ has himself given command that what is Caesar's is to be rendered to Caesar, and that what belongs to God is to be rendered to God. There are, nevertheless, occasions when another method of concord is available for the sake of peace and liberty. We mean when rulers of the state and the Roman Pontiff come to an understanding touching some special matter. At such times the Church gives signal proof of her motherly love by showing the greatest possible kindliness and indulgence. Such, then, as we have briefly pointed out, is the Christian organization of civil society, not rashly or fancifully shaped out, but adduced from the highest and truest principles, confirmed by natural reason itself. In such an organization of the state, there is nothing that can be thought to infringe upon the dignity of rulers, and nothing unbecoming them. Nay, so far from degrading the sovereign power in its due rights, it adds to it permanence and lustre. Indeed, when more fully pondered, this mutual coordination has a perfection in which all other forms of government are lacking, and from which excellent results would flow, were the several component parts to keep their place and duly discharge the office and work appointed respectively for each. And doubtless, in the constitution of the state, such as we have described, divine and human things are equitably shared, the rights of citizens assured to them and fenced round by divine, by natural, and by human law, the duties incumbent on each one being wisely marked out, and their fulfillment fittingly ensured. In their uncertain and toilsome journey towards the city made without hands, all see that they have safe guides and helpers on their way, and are conscious that others have charge to protect their persons alike and their possessions, and to obtain or preserve for them everything essential for their present life. Furthermore, domestic society acquires that firmness and solidity so needful to it from the holiness of marriage, one and indissoluble, wherein the rights and duties of husband and wife are controlled with wise justice and equity. Due honor is assured to the woman. The authority of the husband is conformed to the pattern afforded by the authority of God. The power of the father is tempered by a due regard for the dignity of the mother and her offspring, and the best possible provision is made for the guardianship, welfare, and education of the children. In political affairs, and all matters civil, the laws aim at securing the common good, and are not framed according to the delusive caprices and opinions of the mass of the people, but by truth and by justice. The ruling powers are invested with a sacredness more than human, and are withheld from deviating from the path of duty, and from overstepping the bounds of rightful authority. And the obedience of citizens is rendered with a feeling of honor and dignity, since obedience is not the servitude of man to man, but submission to the will of God, exercising his sovereignty through the medium of men. Now this being recognized as undeniable, it is felt that the high office of rulers should be held in respect, that public authority should be constantly and faithfully obeyed, that no act of sedition should be committed, and that the civic order of the commonwealth should be maintained as sacred. So also, as to the duties of each one towards his fellow men, mutual forbearance, kindliness, generosity are placed in the ascendant. The man who was once a citizen and a Christian is not drawn aside by conflicting obligations. And lastly, the abundant benefits with which the Christian religion, of its very nature, endows even the mortal life of man, are acquired for the community and civil society. And this to such an extent that it may be said in sober truth, the condition of the commonwealth depends on the religion with which God is worshipped, and between one and the other there exists an intimate and abiding connection. Quote from the Emperor to Cyril of Alexandria, the Metropolitan Bishop. Admirably, according to his wont, does St. Augustine, in many passages, enlarge upon the potency of these advantages, but nowhere more markedly and to the point than when he addresses the Catholic Church in the following words: "Thou dost teach and train children with much tenderness, young men with much vigor, old men with much gentleness, as the age not of the body alone, but of the mind of each requires. Women thou dost subject to their husbands in chaste and faithful obedience, not for the gratifying of their lust, but for bringing forth children, and for having a share in the family concerns. Thou dost set husbands over their wives, not that they may play false to the weaker sex, but according to the requirements of sincere affection. Thou dost subject children to their parents in a kind of free service, and dost establish parents over their children with a benign rule. Thou joinest together, not in society only, but in a sort of brotherhood, citizen with citizen, nation with nation, and the whole race of men by reminding them of their common parentage. Thou teachest kings to look to the interests of their people, and dost admonish the people to be submissive to their kings. With all care dost thou teach all to whom honor is due, and affection, and reverence, and fear, consolation, and admonition, and exhortation, and discipline, and reproach, and punishment. Thou showest that all these are not equally incumbent on all, but that charity is owing to all, and wrongdoing to none." On the Morals of the Catholic Church, chapter 30, paragraph 63. And in another place, blaming the false wisdom of certain time-saving philosophers, he observes, "Let those who say that the teaching of Christ is hurtful to the state produce such armies as the maxims of Jesus have enjoined soldiers to bring into being, such governors of provinces, such husbands and wives, such parents and children, such masters and servants, such kings, such judges, and such payers and collectors of tribute as the Christian teaching instructs them to become, and then let them dare to say that such teaching is hurtful to the state. Nay, rather will they hesitate to own that this discipline, if duly acted up to, is the very mainstay of the commonwealth?" From his letter to Marcellinus. There was once a time when states were governed by the principles of gospel teaching. Then it was that the power and divine virtue of Christian wisdom had diffused itself throughout the laws, institutions, and morals of the people, permeating all ranks and relations of civil society. Then, too, the religion instituted by Jesus Christ, established firmly in befitting dignity, flourished everywhere, by the favor of princes and the legitimate protection of the magistrates. And church and state were happily united in concord and friendly interchange of good offices. The state, constituted in this wise, bore fruits important beyond all expectation, whose remembrance is still, and always will be, in renown, witnessed to as they are by countless proofs which can never be blotted out or even obscured by any craft of any enemies. Christian Europe has subdued barbarous nations, and changed them from a savage to a civilized condition, from superstition to true worship. It victoriously rolled back the tide of Mohammedan conquest, retained the headship of civilization, stood forth in the front rank as the leader and teacher of all in every branch of national culture, bestowed on the world the gift of true and many-sided liberty, and most wisely founded very numerous institutions for the solace of human suffering. And if we inquire how it was able to bring about so altered a condition of things, the answer is, beyond all question, in large measure, through religion, under whose auspices so many great undertakings were set on foot, through whose aid they were brought to completion. A similar state of things would certainly have continued had the agreement of the two powers been lasting. more important results even might have been justly looked for, had obedience waited upon the authority, teaching, and counsels of the Church, and had this submission been specially marked by greater and more unswerving loyalty. For that should be regarded in the light of an ever-changeless law, when Ivo of Chartres wrote to Pope Paschal II, "When kingdom and priesthood are at one, in complete accord, the world is well ruled, and the Church flourishes and brings forth abundant fruit. But when they are at variance, not only smaller interests prosper not, but even things of greatest moment fall into deplorable decay." Sad it is to call to mind how the harmful and lamentable rage for innovation which rose to a climax in the 16th century threw first of all into confusion the Christian religion, and next, by natural sequence, invaded the precincts of philosophy, whence it spread amongst all classes of society. From this source, as from a fountainhead, burst forth all those later tenets of unbridled license which, in the midst of the terrible upheavals of the last century, were wildly conceived and boldly proclaimed as the principles and foundation of that new jurisprudence, which was not merely previously unknown, but was at variance on many points with not only the Christian, but even with the natural law. Amongst these principles, the main one lays down that as all men are alike by race and nature, so in like manner all are equal in the control of their life. That each one is so far his own master as to be in no sense under the rule of any other individual. That each is free to think on every subject just as he may choose, and to do whatever he may like to do. That no man has any right to rule over other men. In a society grounded upon such maxims, all government is nothing more nor less than the will of the people, and the people, being under the power of itself alone, is alone its own ruler. It does choose, nevertheless, some to whose charge it may commit itself, but in such wise that it makes over to them not the right so much as the business of governing, to be exercised, however, in its name. The authority of God is passed over in silence, just as if there were no God, or as if he cared nothing for human society, or as if men, whether in their individual capacity or bound together in social relations, owed nothing to God, or as if there could be a government of which the whole origin and power and authority did not reside in God himself. Thus, as is evident, a state becomes nothing but a multitude, which is its own master and ruler. And since the populace is declared to contain within itself the spring-head of all rights and of all power, it follows that the state does not consider itself bound by any kind of duty towards God. Moreover, it believes that it is not obliged to make public profession of any religion, or to inquire which of the very many religions is the only one true, or to prefer one religion to all the rest, or to show to any form of religion special favor, but, on the contrary, is bound to grant equal rights to every creed, so that public order may not be disturbed by any particular form of religious belief. And it is a part of this theory that all questions that concern religion are to be referred to private judgment, that every one is to be free to follow whatever religion he prefers, or none at all if he disapprove of all. From this, the following consequences logically flow: that the judgment of each one's conscience is independent of all law, that the most unrestrained opinions may be openly expressed as to the practice or omission of divine worship, and that every one has unbounded license to think whatever he chooses and to publish abroad whatever he thinks. Now when the state rests on foundations like those just named, and for the time being they are greatly in favor, it readily appears into what and how unrightful a position the Church is driven. For when the management of public business is in harmony with doctrines of such a kind, the Catholic religion is allowed a standing in civil society equal only, or inferior, to societies alien from it. No regard is paid to the laws of the Church, and she who, by the order and commission of Jesus Christ, has the duty of teaching all nations, finds herself forbidden to take any part in the instruction of the people. With reference to matters that are of twofold jurisdiction, they who administer the civil power lay down the law at their own will, and in matters that appertain to religion defiantly put aside the most sacred decrees of the Church. They claim jurisdiction over the marriages of Catholics, even over the bond as well as the unity and the indissolubility of matrimony. They lay hands on the goods of the clergy, contending that the Church cannot possess property. Lastly, they treat the Church with such arrogance that, rejecting entirely her title to the nature and rights of a perfect society, they hold that she differs in no respect from other societies in the state, and for this reason possesses no right nor any legal power of action, save that which she holds by the concession and favor of the government. If in any state the Church retains her own right, and this with the approval of the civil law, owing to an agreement publicly entered into by the two powers, men forthwith begin to cry out that matters affecting the Church must be separated from those of the state. Their object in uttering this cry is to be able to violate unpunished their plighted faith, and in all things to have unchecked control. And as the Church, unable to abandon her chiefest and most sacred duties, cannot patiently put up with this, and asks that the pledge given to her be fully and scrupulously acted up to, contentions frequently arise between the ecclesiastical and the civil power, of which the issue commonly is that the weaker power yields to the one which is stronger in human resources. Accordingly, it has become the practice and determination under this condition of public polity, now so much admired by many, either to forbid the action of the Church altogether, or to keep her in check and bondage to the state. Public enactments are in great measure framed with this design. The drawing up of laws, the administration of state affairs, the godless education of youth, the spoliation and suppression of religious orders, the overthrow of the temporal power of the Roman Pontiff, all alike aim at this one end, to paralyze the action of Christian institutions, to cramp to the utmost the freedom of the Catholic Church, and to curtail her every single prerogative. Now, natural reason itself proves convincingly that such concepts of the government of a state are wholly at variance with the truth. Nature itself bears witness that all power, of every kind, has its origin from God, who is its chief and most august source. The sovereignty of the people, however, and this without any reference to God, is held to reside in the multitude, which is doubtless a doctrine exceedingly well calculated to flatter and to inflame many passions, but which lacks all reasonable proof, and all power of ensuring public safety and preserving order. Indeed, from the prevalence of this teaching, things have come to such a pass that many hold as an axiom of civil jurisprudence that seditions may be rightfully fostered. For the opinion prevails that princes are nothing more than delegates chosen to carry out the will of the people, whence it necessarily follows that all things are as changeable as the will of the people, so that risk of public disturbance is ever hanging over our heads. To hold, therefore, that there is no difference in matters of religion between forms that are unlike each other, and even contrary to each other, most clearly leads in the end to the rejection of all religion in both theory and practice. And this is the same thing as atheism, however it may differ from it in name. Men who really believe in the existence of God must, in order to be consistent with themselves and to avoid absurd conclusions, understand that differing modes of divine worship involving dissimilarity and conflict even on most important points cannot all be equally probable, equally good, and equally acceptable to God. So too, the liberty of thinking and of publishing whatsoever each one likes, without any hindrance, is not in itself an advantage over which society can wisely rejoice. On the contrary, it is the fountainhead and origin of many evils. Liberty is a power perfecting man, and hence should have truth and goodness for its object. But the character of goodness and truth cannot be changed at option. These remain ever one and the same, and are no less unchangeable than nature herself. If the mind assents to false opinions, and the will chooses and follows after what is wrong, neither can attain its native fullness, but both must fall from their native dignity into an abyss of corruption. Whatever therefore is opposed to virtue and truth may not rightly be brought temptingly before the eye of man, much less sanctioned by the favor and protection of the law. A well-spent life is the only passport to heaven, whither all are bound, and on this account the state is acting against the laws and dictates of nature whenever it permits the license of opinion and of action to lead minds astray from truth, and souls away from the practice of virtue. To exclude the Church, founded by God Himself, from the business of life, from the power of making laws, from the training of youth, from domestic society, is a grave and fatal error. A state from which religion is banished can never be well regulated, and already perhaps more than is desirable is known of the nature and tendency of the so-called civil philosophy of life and morals. The Church of Christ is the true and sole teacher of virtue and guardian of morals. She it is who preserves in their purity the principles from which duties flow, and by setting forth most urgent reasons for virtuous life, bids us not only to turn away from wicked deeds, but even to curb all movements of the mind that are opposed to reason, even though they be not carried out in action. To wish the Church to be subject to the civil power in the exercise of her duty is a great folly and a sheer injustice. Whenever this is the case, order is disturbed, for things natural are put above things supernatural. The many benefits which the Church, if free to act, would confer on society are either prevented or at least lessened in number, and a way is prepared for enmities and contentions between the two powers, with how evil results to both the issue of events has taught us only too frequently. Doctrines such as these, which cannot be approved by human reason, and most seriously affect the whole civil order, our predecessors, the Roman pontiffs, well aware of what their apostolic office required of them, have never allowed to pass uncondemned. Thus Gregory XVI, in his encyclical letter Mirari Vos, of date August 15, 1832, inveighed with mighty words against the sophisms, which even at his time were being publicly inculcated, namely, that no preference should be shown for any particular form of worship, that it is right for individuals to form their own personal judgments about religion, that each man's conscience is his sole and all-sufficing guide, and that it is lawful for every man to publish his own views, whatever they may be, and even to conspire against the state. On the question of the separation of church and state, the same pontiff writes as follows: "Nor can we hope for happier results either for religion or for the civil government, from the wishes of those who desire that the Church be separated from the state, and the concord between the secular and ecclesiastical authority be dissolved. It is clear that these men, who yearn for a shameless liberty, live in dread of an agreement which has always been fraught with good, and advantageous alike to sacred and civil interests." To the like effect, also, as occasion presented itself, did Pius IX brand publicly many false opinions which were gaining ground, and afterwards ordered them to be condensed in summary form, in order that in this sea of error Catholics might have a light which they may safely follow. From these pronouncements of the popes, it is evident that the origin of public power is to be sought for in God Himself, and not in the multitude, and that it is repugnant to reason to allow free scope for sedition. Again, that it is not lawful for the state, any more than for the individual, either to disregard all religious duties, or to hold in equal favor different kinds of religion; that the unrestrained freedom of thinking and of openly making known one's thoughts is not inherent in the rights of citizens, and is by no means to be reckoned worthy of favor and support. In like manner, it is to be understood that the Church no less than the state itself is a society perfect in its own nature and in its own right, and that those who exercise sovereignty ought not so to act as to compel the Church to become subservient or subject to them, or to hamper her liberty in the management of her own affairs, or to despoil her in any way of the other privileges conferred upon her by Jesus Christ. In matters, however, of mixed jurisdiction, it is in the highest degree consonant to nature, as also to the designs of God, that so far from one of the powers separating itself from the other, or still less coming into conflict with it, complete harmony, such as is suited to the end for which each power exists, should be preserved between them. This, then, is the teaching of the Catholic Church concerning the constitution and government of the state. By the words and decrees just cited, if judged dispassionately, no one of the several forms of government is in itself condemned, inasmuch as none of them contain anything contrary to Catholic doctrine, and all of them are capable, if wisely and justly managed, to ensure the welfare of the state. Neither is it blameworthy in itself, in any manner, for the people to have a share, greater or less, in the government. For at certain times, and under certain laws, such participation may not only be of benefit to the citizens, but may even be of obligation. Nor is there any reason why any one should accuse the Church of being wanting in gentleness of action or largeness of view, or of being opposed to real and lawful liberty. The Church indeed deems it unlawful to place the various forms of divine worship on the same footing as the true religion, but does not, on that account, condemn those rulers who, for the sake of securing some great good or of hindering some great evil, allow patiently custom or usage to be a kind of sanction for each kind of religion having its place in the state. And in fact, the Church is wont to take earnest heed that no one shall be forced to embrace the Catholic faith against his will. For, as St. Augustine wisely reminds us, man cannot believe otherwise than of his own free will. In the same way, the Church cannot approve of that liberty which begets a contempt of the most sacred laws of God, and casts off the obedience due to lawful authority. For this is not liberty so much as license, and is most correctly styled by St. Augustine the liberty of self-ruin, and by the Apostle St. Peter the cloak of malice. 1 Peter 2, verse 16. Indeed, since it is opposed to reason, it is a true slavery, for whoever committeth sin is the slave of sin. John 8, verse 34. On the other hand, that liberty is truly genuine, and to be sought after, which in regard to the individual does not allow men to be the slaves of error and of passion, the worst of all masters. Which, too, in public administration, guides the citizens in wisdom and provides for them increased means of well-being. And which, further, protects the state from foreign interference. This honorable liberty, alone worthy of human beings, the Church approves most highly, and has never slackened her endeavor to preserve, strong and unchanged among nations. And in truth, whatever in the state is of chief avail for the common welfare, whatever has been usefully established to curb the license of rulers who are opposed to the true interests of the people, or to keep in check the leading authorities from unwarrantably interfering in municipal or family affairs, whatever tends to uphold the honor, manhood, and equal rights of individual citizens. Of all these things, as the monuments of past ages bear witness, the Catholic Church has always been the originator, the promoter, or the guardian. Ever therefore consistent with herself, while on the one hand she rejects that exorbitant liberty which in individuals and in nations ends in license or in thraldom, on the other hand, she willingly and most gladly welcomes whatever improvements the age brings forth, if these really secure the prosperity of life here below, which is, as it were, a stage in the journey to the life that will know no ending. Therefore, when it is said that the Church is jealous of modern political systems, and that she repudiates the discoveries of modern research, the charge is a ridiculous and groundless calumny. Wild opinions she does repudiate, wicked and seditious projects she does condemn, together with that habit of mind which points to the beginning of a wilful departure from God. But as all truth must necessarily proceed from God, the Church recognizes in all truth that is reached by research a trace of the divine intelligence. And as all truth in the natural order is powerless to destroy belief in the teachings of revelation, that can do much to confirm it, and as every newly discovered truth may serve to further the knowledge or the praise of God, it follows that whatsoever spreads the range of knowledge will always be willingly and even joyfully welcomed by the Church. She will always encourage and promote, as she does in other branches of knowledge, all study occupied with the investigation of nature. In these pursuits, should the human intellect discover anything not known before, the Church makes no opposition. She never objects to search being made for things that minister to the refinements and comforts of life. So far indeed from opposing these, she is now, as she ever has been, hostile alone to indolence and sloth, and earnestly wishes that the talents of men may bear more and more abundant fruit by cultivation and exercise. Moreover, she gives encouragement to every kind of art and handicraft, and through her influence, directing all strivings after progress towards virtue and salvation, she labors to prevent man's intellect and industry from turning him away from God and from heavenly things. All this, though so reasonable and full of counsel, finds little favor nowadays when states not only refuse to conform to the rules of Christian wisdom, but seem even anxious to recede from them further and further on each successive day. Nevertheless, since truth, when brought to light, is wont, of its own nature, to spread itself far and wide, and gradually take possession of the minds of men, we, moved by the great and holy duty of our apostolic mission to all nations, speak, as we are bound to do, with freedom. Our eyes are not closed to the spirit of the times. We repudiate not the assured and useful improvements of our age, but devoutly wish affairs of state to take a safer course than they are now taking, and to rest on a more firm foundation, without injury to the true freedom of the people. For the best parent and guardian of liberty amongst men is truth. The truth shall make you free. John chapter 8, verse 32. If, in the difficult times in which our lot is cast, Catholics will give ear to us, as it behooves them to do, they will readily see what are the duties of each one in matters of opinion as well as action. As regards opinion, whatever the Roman pontiffs have hitherto taught, or shall hereafter teach, must be held with a firm grasp of mind, and so often as occasion requires, must be openly professed. Especially with reference to the so-called liberties, which are so greatly coveted in these days, all must stand by the judgment of the Apostolic See and have the same mind. Let no man be deceived by the outward appearance of these liberties, but let each one reflect whence these have had their origin, and by what efforts they are everywhere upheld and promoted. Experience has made us well acquainted with their results to the state, since everywhere they have borne fruits which the good and wise bitterly deplore. If there really exist anywhere, or if we in imagination conceive a state waging wanton and tyrannical war against Christianity, and if we compare with it the modern form of government just described, this latter may seem the more endurable of the two. Yet undoubtedly, the principles on which such a government is grounded are, as we have said, of a nature which no one can approve. Secondly, action may relate to private and domestic matters, or to matters public. As to private affairs, the first duty is to conform life and conduct to the gospel precepts, and to refuse to shrink from this duty when Christian virtue demands some sacrifice difficult to make. All, moreover, are bound to love the Church as their common mother, to obey her laws, promote her honor, defend her rights, and to endeavor to make her respected and loved by those over whom they have authority. It is also of great moment to the public welfare to take a prudent part in the business of municipal administration, and to endeavor above all to introduce effectual measures, so that, as becomes a Christian people, public provision may be made for the instruction of youth in religion and true morality. Upon these things the well-being of every state greatly depends. Furthermore, it is in general fitting and salutary that Catholics should extend their efforts beyond this restricted sphere, and give their attention to national politics. We say in general, because these our precepts are addressed to all nations. However, it may in some places be true that, for most urgent and just reasons, it is by no means expedient for Catholics to engage in public affairs or to take an active part in politics. Nevertheless, as we have laid down, to take no share in public matters would be equally as wrong, we speak in general, as not to have concern for, or not to bestow labor upon, the common good. And this all the more because Catholics are admonished, by the very doctrines which they profess, to be upright and faithful in the discharge of duty, while if they hold aloof, men whose principles offer but small guarantee for the welfare of the state will the more readily seize the reins of government. This would tend also to the injury of the Christian religion, forasmuch as those would come into power who are badly disposed towards the Church, and those who are willing to befriend her would be deprived of all influence. It follows therefore clearly that Catholics have just reasons for taking part in the conduct of public affairs. For in so doing, they assume not the responsibility of approving what is blameworthy in the actual methods of government, but seek to turn these very methods, so far as is possible, to the genuine and true public good, and to use their best endeavors at the same time to infuse, as it were, into all the veins of the state, the healthy sap and blood of Christian wisdom and virtue. The morals and ambitions of the heathens differed widely from those of the gospel, yet Christians were to be seen living undefiled everywhere in the midst of pagan superstition, and while always true to themselves, coming to the front boldly wherever an opening was presented. Models of loyalty to their rulers, submissive, so far as was permitted, to the sovereign power, they shed around them on every side a halo of sanctity. They strove to be helpful to their brethren, and to attract others to the wisdom of Jesus Christ, yet were bravely ready to withdraw from public life, nay, even to lay down their life, if they could not without loss of virtue retain honors, dignities, and offices. For this reason, Christian ways and manners speedily found their way not only into private houses, but into the camp, the senate, and even into the imperial palaces. "We are but of yesterday," wrote Tertullian, "yet we swarm in all your institutions. We crowd your cities, islands, villages, towns, assemblies, the army itself, your wards and corporations, the palace, the senate, and the law courts." So that the Christian faith, when once it became lawful to make public profession of the gospel, appeared in most of the cities of Europe, not like an infant crying in its cradle, but already grown up and full of vigor. In these our days, it is well to revive these examples of our forefathers. First and foremost, it is the duty of all Catholics worthy of the name, and wishful to be known as most loving children of the Church, to reject without swerving whatever is inconsistent with so fair a title, to make use of popular institutions, so far as can honestly be done for the advancement of truth and righteousness, to strive that liberty of action shall not transgress the bounds marked out by nature and the law of God, to endeavor to bring back all civil society to the pattern and form of Christianity which we have described. It is barely possible to lay down any fixed method by which such purposes are to be attained, because the means adopted must suit places and times widely differing from one another. Nevertheless, above all things, unity of aim must be preserved, and similarity must be sought after in all plans of action. Both these objects will be carried into effect without fail if all will follow the guidance of the Apostolic See as their rule of life, and obey the bishops whom the Holy Ghost has placed to rule the Church of God. The defense of Catholicism, indeed, necessarily demands that in the profession of doctrines taught by the Church, all shall be of one mind and all steadfast in believing. And care must be taken never to connive, in any way, at false opinions, never to withstand them less strenuously than truth allows. In mere matters of opinion, it is permissible to discuss things with moderation, with a desire of searching into the truth, without unjust suspicion or angry recriminations. Hence, lest concord be broken by rash charges, let this be understood by all, that the integrity of the Catholic faith cannot be reconciled with opinions verging on naturalism or rationalism, the essence of which is utterly to sterilize Christianity, and to install in society the supremacy of man to the exclusion of God. Further, it is unlawful to follow one line of conduct in private and another in public, respecting privately the authority of the Church, but publicly rejecting it. For this would amount to joining together good and evil, and to putting man in conflict with himself, whereas he ought always to be consistent, and never in the least point, nor in any condition of life, to swerve from Christian virtue. But in matters merely political, as for instance the best form of government, and this or that system of administration, a difference of opinion is lawful. Those, therefore, whose piety is in other respects known, and whose minds are ready to accept in all obedience the decrees of the Apostolic See, cannot in justice be accounted as bad men because they disagree as to subjects we have mentioned, and still graver wrong will be done them if, as we have more than once perceived with regret, that they are accused of violating or of wavering in the Catholic faith. Let this be well borne in mind by all who are in the habit of publishing their opinions, and above all by journalists. In the endeavor to secure interests of the highest order, there is no room for intestine strife or party rivalries, since all should aim with one mind and purpose to make safe that which is the common object of all, the maintenance of religion and of the state. If, therefore, there have hitherto been dissensions, let them henceforth be gladly buried in oblivion. If rash or injurious acts have been committed, whoever may have been at fault, let mutual charity make amends, and let the past be redeemed by a special submission of all to the Apostolic See. In this way, Catholics will attain two most excellent results. They will become helpers to the Church in preserving and propagating Christian wisdom, and they will confer the greatest benefit on civil society, the safety of which is exceedingly imperilled by evil teachings and bad passions. This, venerable brethren, is what we have thought it our duty to expound to all nations of the Catholic world touching the Christian constitution of states and the duties of individual citizens. It behooves us now, with earnest prayer, to implore the protection of heaven, beseeching God, who alone can enlighten the minds of men and move their will, to bring about those happy ends for which we yearn and strive, for his greater glory and the general salvation of mankind. As a happy augury of the divine benefits, and in token of our paternal benevolence, to you, venerable brothers, and to the clergy and to the whole people committed to your charge and vigilance, we grant lovingly in the Lord the apostolic benediction. End of Encyclical Letter Immortali Dei on the Christian Constitution of States, November 1st, 1885, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.
Encyclical Letter Spectata Fides on Christian Education by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter of His Holiness Pope Leo XIII to the Cardinal Archbishop and the Bishops of England on Christian Education. To our venerable brethren, Henry Edward, Cardinal Priest of the Holy Roman Church, of the title of Sancti Andrew and Gregory on the Celian Hill, Archbishop of Westminster, and the other bishops of England. Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. Your proved fidelity and singular devotion to this apostolic see are admirably shown in the letter which we have lately received from you. Our pleasure in receiving it is indeed increased by the further knowledge which it gives us of your great vigilance and anxiety in a matter where no care can be too great. We mean the Christian education of your children. upon which you have lately taken counsel together, and have reported to us the decisions to which you came. In this work of so great moment, venerable brethren, we rejoice much to see that you do not work alone, for we know how much is due to the whole body of your clergy. With the greatest charity, and with unconquered efforts, they have provided schools for their children, and with wonderful diligence and assiduity, they endeavour by their teaching to form them to a Christian life, and to instruct them in the elements of knowledge. Wherefore, with all encouragement and praise that our voice can give, we bid your clergy to go on in their meritorious work, and to be assured of our special commendation and goodwill, looking forward to far greater reward from our Lord God, for whose sake they are labouring. Not less worthy of commendation is the generosity of Catholics in this matter. We know how readily they supply what is needed for the maintenance of schools, not only those who are wealthy, but those also who are of slender means and poor, and it is beautiful to see how often from the earnings of their poverty they willingly contribute to the education of children. In these days, and in the present condition of the world, when the tender age of childhood is threatened on every side by so many and such various dangers, hardly anything can be imagined more fitting than the union of literary instruction of sound teaching in faith and morals. For this reason, we have more than once said that we strongly approve of the voluntary schools, which, by the work and liberality of private individuals, have been established in France, in Belgium, in America, and in the colonies of the British Empire. We desire their increase as much as possible, and that they may flourish in the number of their scholars. We ourselves, also seeing the condition of things in this city, continue with the greatest effort and great cost to provide an abundance of such schools for the children of Rome. For it is in and by these schools that the Catholic faith, our greatest and best inheritance, is preserved whole and entire. In these schools, the liberty of parents is respected, and what is most needed, especially in the prevailing license of opinion and action, it is by these schools that good citizens are brought up for the state, for there is no better citizen than the man who has believed and practiced the Christian faith from his childhood. The beginning and, as it were, the seed of human perfection which Jesus Christ gave to mankind are to be found in the Christian education of the young, for the future condition of the state depends upon the early training of its children. The wisdom of our forefathers and the foundations of the state are ruined by the destructive error of those who would have children brought up without religious education. You see, therefore, venerable brethren, with what earnest forethought parents must beware of entrusting their children to schools in which they cannot receive religious teaching. In your country of Great Britain, we know that, besides yourselves, very many of your nation are not a little anxious about religious education. They do not in all things agree with us. Nevertheless, they see how important, for the sake of both society and of men individually, is the preservation of that Christian wisdom which your forefathers received through St. Augustine, from our predecessor, Gregory the Great, which wisdom the violent tempests that came afterwards have not entirely scattered. There are, as we know at this day, many of an excellent disposition of mind, who are diligently striving to retain what they can of the ancient faith, and who bring forth many and great fruits of charity. As often as we think of this, so often are we deeply moved, for we love with a paternal charity that island which was not undeservedly called the Mother of Saints, and we see in the disposition of mind of which we have spoken the greatest hope, and as it were, a pledge of the welfare and prosperity of the British people. Go on, therefore, venerable brethren, in making the young your chief care. Press onward in every way your episcopal work, and cultivate with a clarity and hopefulness whatever good seeds you find. For God, who is rich in mercy, will give the increase. As a pledge of his gifts from above, and in witness of our good will, we lovingly grant in the Lord to you, and to the clergy and people committed to each one of you, the apostolic benediction, given at Rome, at St. Peter's on the 27th of November, in the year 1885, the 8th year of our pontificate. Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Spectata Fides on Christian Education by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rowe.
Encyclical Letter Quod Auctoritate
Proclaiming a Jubilee by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Encyclical Letter of Our Most Holy Lord Leo XIII by Divine Providence, Pope, in which an extraordinary Jubilee is proclaimed. To our venerable brethren, the patriarchs, primates, archbishops, bishops, and other local ordinaries, in the grace and communion of the Apostolic See, Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. That which we, by the apostolic authority, have more than once decreed, that an extraordinary year of Jubilee should be kept throughout the whole Christian world, and the treasures of heavenly gifts, the dispensation of which is in our power, should be thrown open to the faithful, that with the favour of God we have determined to decree for the ensuing year. The advantages of this step will not escape you, venerable brethren, who are so familiar with the spirit of the age and the temper of the time, but there is a special reason now which makes our decision seem more than usually opportune. In view of the fact that in our recent encyclical letter we pointed out how important it is that states should conform as closely as possible to truth and the Christian ideal, it will easily be understood how fitting it is that we should now use every effort to excite men, or to lead them back to the practice of Christian virtues. For a state is what the lives of the people make it, and just as the excellence of a ship or a house is dependent upon the good quality and the right adjustment of its component parts, so, unless the individual citizens lead good lives, the state cannot keep in the path of virtue, and without offending. Civil government and those things which constitute the public life of a country come into existence and perish by the act of men, and men almost always succeed in stamping the image of their opinions and their lives upon their public institutions. In order, therefore, that our teaching may sink into men's minds, and, what is the great thing, actually govern their daily lives, an attempt must be made to bring them to think and act like Christians, not less in public than in private. And in this matter, effort is the more needful, because perils everywhere abound. The great virtues of our forefathers have in large measure disappeared. The most violent passions have claimed a freer indulgence. The madness of opinion, which knows no restraint, or at least no effective restraint, every day extends further. Of those whose principles are sound, there are many who, through a misplaced timidity, are frightened, and have not the courage even to speak out their opinions boldly, far less translate them into deeds. Everywhere, the worst examples are affecting public morals. Wicked societies, which we ourselves have denounced before now, skilled in all evil arts, are doing their best to lead the people astray, and as far as they are able, to withdraw them from God, their duty, and Christianity. Amid these many and pressing evils, which are the more serious because they are already of long duration, nothing must be left undone by us which can afford any hope of relief. With this purpose, and in this hope, we proclaim a sacred jubilee to all those who have their salvation at heart, and need to be reminded and exhorted to raise their thoughts, now busied with worldly matters, to the contemplation of heavenly things. And this, with a gain not merely to the individuals themselves, but to the whole future well-being of the Commonwealth, because in proportion as individual citizens advance along the path of perfection, there is a corresponding increase in the general rectitude and probity in the public life and morals of the nation. But you will observe, venerable brethren, that success will largely depend upon your industry and zeal, as it will be needful to prepare the people properly and carefully if they are to reap the fruits which are to be placed before them. We commit it to your judgment and prudence to place this matter in the hands of priests whom you may select, that by discourses fitted to the capacity of the crowd they may instruct them, and above all, exhort them to that penance which, according to St. Augustine, consists in the daily chastisement of the good and faithful followers of Christ, in which we strike our breasts, saying, "Forgive us our sins." With good reason, we mention here in the first place that part of penance which consists of the voluntary punishment of the body. You know the temper of the times, how many there are who love to live delicately and shrink from whatever requires manhood and generosity, who, when ailments come, discover in them sufficient reasons for not obeying the salutary laws of the Church,
thinking the burden laid upon them more than they can bear, when they are told to abstain from certain kinds of food or to fast during a few days in the year. It is not to be wondered at if, weakened by these habits of indulgence, they gradually give themselves up, body and soul, to the more imperious passions. It is therefore necessary to recall to the paths of moderation those who have fallen or who are likely to fall through this sort of effeminacy. Therefore those who speak to the people should lay it down persistently and clearly that according not only to the law of the gospel, but even to the dictates of natural reason, a man is bound to govern himself and keep his passions under strict control, and moreover, that sin cannot be expiated except by penance. That the virtue of which we have spoken may be durable, it would be prudent to put it in some sort under the safeguard and protection of a stable institution. You know well, venerable brothers, to what we allude. We mean that you should continue, each one in his own diocese, to protect and propagate the third order, called the secular order of the Franciscan friars. To keep up the spirit of penance in the Christian multitude, nothing is more effectual than the example and the grace of the Patriarch Francis of Assisi, who combined with the greatest innocence of life so much zeal for mortification that the image of Jesus Christ crucified was not less visible in his life and conduct than in the signs which were supernaturally impressed upon him. The laws of his order, which we have modified for the times, are as light to bear as they are effectual for the practice of Christian virtue. In the second place, as every hope of safety lies in the protection and succour of our Heavenly Father in the midst of so great private and public necessities, we would earnestly desire to see confidence united with the revival of an assiduous zeal in prayer. In every great crisis of Christendom, and every time the Church was afflicted by evils within or dangers without, our forefathers, with their eyes lifted to heaven in supplication, taught us how and when we should seek for the light of our souls, for the strength of virtue, and for help suited to the need. For deeply engraved upon men's minds were these precepts of Jesus Christ: ask, and it shall be given you. We ought always to pray and not to faint. And with this teaching, the word of the Apostle corresponds: pray without ceasing. I desire, therefore, first of all, that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all men. Upon which subject, St. John Chrysostom has left us this saying, not less true than ingenious, in the form of a comparison. Even as man, who comes into the light of day, naked and wanting all things, has been endowed by nature with hands to procure for himself all the necessaries of life, so in supernatural things, seeing that of himself he can do nothing, he has received from God the faculty of prayer, that he may use it wisely for the obtaining of all that is needful to his salvation. From all this, venerable brethren, each one of you may gather how agreeable to us, and how commendable is the zeal with which at our suggestion you have spread the devotion to the most holy rosary, especially in these last years. Nor can we pass over the popular piety which has almost everywhere been excited by this method of prayer. Now you must watch with the greatest care that this devotion be practiced with even greater and greater fervour, and that it be persevered in without failing. And if we insist upon this exhortation, as we have already done several times, not one of you will be surprised, for you understand how important it is that this habit of the Rosary of Mary should flourish among Christians, and you are perfectly aware that this is a part and a beautiful form of that spirit of prayer of which we speak, and that it is at once admirably suited to our times, easy to practice, and fruitful in results. But as the first and chief fruit of the Jubilee must be, as we have already pointed out, amendment of life and progress in virtue, we deem specially necessary the avoidance of that evil which we have not neglected to point out in our past encyclicals. We allude to those internal and, as it were, domestic dimensions among some of ourselves, dissensions of which it is hardly possible to say how much they break or relax the bonds of charity, to the great detriment of souls. If we recall this to you once more, venerable brethren, who are the guardians of ecclesiastical discipline and of mutual charity, it is that we desire to see your watchfulness and your authority always directed to the prevention of so great an evil. By your warnings, your exhortations, your reproaches, urge all to keep the unity of spirit in the bond of peace. Induce the authors of the dissensions, if such there be, to return to their duty by the consideration which they should ever keep in mind that the only begotten Son of God, even at the approach of his last torments, asked nothing more urgently of his Father than the mutual love of those who believed, or should believe, in him. That they may all be one, even as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they may also be one in us. Relying, therefore, on the mercy of the omnipotent God, and the authority of the blessed apostles St. Peter and St. Paul, and making use of that power of binding and loosing which our God has given to us, though unworthy of it, we grant under the form of a general jubilee a plenary indulgence to all the faithful of both sexes, upon this condition and subject to this obligation, that during the coming year of 1886 they perform the things mentioned below. The citizens and inhabitants of Rome must pay 2 visits to the Lateran, the Vatican, and the Liberian basilicas, and pray there for some time to God according to our intentions for the well-being and the exaltation of the Church, for the rooting out of all heresy, and for the conversion of all who are in error, and, in accordance with our intentions, pour out prayers to God that concord may reign among Christian princes, and that peace and unity may be the lot of all the faithful. They must also fast for 2 days, only using the food usually allowed in times of penance, in addition to the 40 days of Lent, and other days set aside by the Church as fast days. They must also, after having properly confessed their sins, receive the Holy Communion, and, in accordance with the advice of their confessor, give an alms, each according to his means, to the furthering of some work likely to promote the propagation and increase of the Catholic Church. Each may choose the object he prefers, but we think it well specially to name 2, towards which assistance may be given with the greatest advantage, and of these each is an object which in many places is in need of help and aid, and fruitful in advantage not less for the state than for the Church. We mean the primary schools for boys and the seminaries for the clergy. Those who reside outside Rome, in whatever part of the world they may live, must pay 2 visits at prescribed intervals to 3 churches to be appointed by you, venerable brethren, your vicars or officials, on your or their command, by those who have the charge of souls, or 3 visits if there are only 2 churches, or 6 visits if there is only 1, and also must comply with all the conditions already laid down above. This indulgence may be applied by way of suffrage to the souls who have departed this life joined in charity with God. We give you power to reduce the number of visits, according to your judgment, to certain churches in the cases of chapters, congregations, as well as secular as regular, communities, confraternities, universities, and colleges, where the visits are made in procession. Sailors and travellers may obtain the indulgence upon their return home, or their arrival at some fixed station by visiting 6 times the principal church or the parish church of the district, and complying with the other conditions which we have already laid down. In the case of regulars of either sex, and even in the case of persons belonging to enclosed orders, and also in the case of all others, whether ecclesiastical or lay, who are prevented either because they are in prison or through infirmity or any other good reason from fulfilling the above conditions, or some of them, the confessor has the power to commute for other pious works, and also has power to dispense from communion children who have not yet made their first communion. Moreover, we grant to all and each of the faithful, both lay and ecclesiastic, secular and regular, of whatever order and institute, even of those which ought to be specially named, that they should choose for the purpose of the Jubilee any approved confessor they like. Nuns, novices, and other women living in the cloister may avail themselves of this power, provided the confessor chosen is approved for nuns. To confessors upon this occasion, and while the time of this Jubilee lasts, we grant all the faculties which were granted by our letters apostolic of February 15th, 1879, beginning with the words Pontifices Maximi, always accepting the things which were accepted in those letters. Finally, let all do their best to gain the graces of heaven during this time by a special devotion to the Great Mother of God. For we wish this Jubilee to be placed under the patronage of the Most Holy Rosary of the Virgin, and with her assistance we are confident that there will be many whose souls, set free by the cleansing away of the stains of sins, will be renewed by faith and piety and justice, not only to the hope of eternal salvation, but also as an earnest of a more peaceful time. As a pledge of heavenly graces and a witness to our fatherly goodwill towards you, we give you from the bottom of our heart the apostolic benediction to you and your clergy, and the whole people committed to your care and watchfulness, given in Rome at St. Peter's on the 22nd day of December in the year 1885, the 8th of our pontificate. Leo Papa Pontificum XIII. End of Encyclical Letter Quod Auctoritate, proclaiming a Jubilee, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rome. Encyclical Letter Vi e Ben Noto, on the Rosary and Public Life, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter of our Holy Father, Pope Leo XIII, to the Bishops of Italy on the Rosary. Venerable Brethren, you know how we place amid present dangers our confidence in the glorious Virgin of the Holy Rosary, for the safety and prosperity of Christendom and the peace and tranquillity of the Church. Mindful that in moments of great trial, pastors and people have ever had recourse with entire confidence to the august Mother of God, in whose hands are all graces, certain too that devotion to Our Lady of the Rosary is most opportune for the needs of these times. We have desired to revive everywhere this devotion and to spread it far and wide among the faithful of the world. Oftentimes already we, in recommending the pious practice of devoting October to honouring Our Lady, have pointed out our reasons and hope for so doing, and the forms to be observed. And the entire Church, docile to our desires, has ever replied by special manifestations of devotion, and now is making ready to pay to Mary during a whole month a daily tribute of devotion so dear to it. In such pious rivalry Italy has not been behindhand, for devotion to Our Lady is deeply and widely rooted in this land, and we doubt not that this year too Italy will set a glorious example of love to the august Mother of God, and will give us fresh reasons for consolation and hope. Nevertheless, we cannot do less than address to you, venerable brethren, a few words of exhortation, so that with particular and renewed zeal the month dedicated to the Most Holy Virgin of the Rosary may be sanctified in every diocese of Italy. It is easy to imagine what reasons we have for doing this. Since God called us to govern His Church on earth, we have sought to use every possible means that we deem suitable for the sanctification of souls and the extension of the reign of Jesus Christ. We have accepted from our daily solicitude no nation and no people, mindful that our Redeemer shed His precious blood on the cross and opened the reign of grace and glory for all. None, however, can be surprised that we showed special care for the Italian people, for our Divine Master Jesus Christ chose, from out of all the world, Italy to be the seat of His Vicar on earth, and His providential designs appointed Rome to be the capital of the Catholic world. On this account, the Italian people is called upon to live close to the Father of the whole Christian family, and to share in a special way in His sorrows and His glory. Unfortunately, we find in Italy much to sadden our souls. Faith and Christian morals, the precious inheritance bequeathed by our ancestors, and in all past times, the glory of our country and of Italy's great ones, are being attacked artfully and in covert ways, or even openly with a cynicism that is revolting, by a handful of men who seek to rob others of that faith and morality they have themselves lost. In this more especially is seen the work of the sects, and of those who are more or less their willing tools. Above all, in the city of Rome, where the Christ Vicar has his see, are their efforts concentrated and their diabolical designs displayed with ferocious obstinacy. We need not tell you, venerable brethren, with what bitterness our soul is filled at seeing the danger there is for the salvation of so many of our beloved children. And our sorrow is greater, because we find it impossible to oppose such great evil with that salutary efficacity we would desire and that we have the right to use. For you know, venerable brethren, and all the world knows, the state to which we are reduced. On this account we feel still a greater desire to call upon the Mary Mother of God, and to ask her help. Let all good Italians pray for their misguided brethren, for their common father, the Roman Pontiff, that God, in his infinite mercy, may hear and answer the prayers of a father and his sons. And our most lively and sure hope is placed in the Queen of the Rosary, who has shown herself, since she has been invoked by that title, so ready to help the Church and the Christian peoples in their necessities. Already we have recorded these glories and the great triumphs won over the Albigenese and other powerful enemies, glories and triumphs which have not only profited the Church, afflicted and persecuted, but also the temporal welfare of peoples and nations. Why, in this hour of need, should we not behold again such marvels of the power and goodness of the august Virgin, for the good of the Church and its head, and the whole Christian world, if the faithful only revive, on their part, the magnificent examples of piety given by their forefathers under similar circumstances? And to make this most powerful Queen more and more propitious, we would honor her more and more in the invocation of the Rosary, and increase this devotion. And to this end we have made a double of the second class for all the Church of the Feast of the Rosary, and for the same purpose we ardently desire the Catholics of Italy, with lively faith, especially during this month of October, to invoke this august Virgin and to do loving violence to her mother's heart, and to pray to her for the triumph of the Church and the Apostolic See, for the liberty of the Vicar of Jesus Christ on earth, and for peace and public prosperity. And since the effects of such prayers will be proportionate to the dispositions of those offering them, we ardently exhort you, venerable brethren, to devote all your care and zeal to kindle among those committed to your charge a strong, living, and active faith, and to call on all to return by penance to grace and to the faithful fulfillment of all their duties. Among such duties, considering the state of the times, must be reckoned as paramount an open and sincere profession of the faith and teaching of Jesus Christ, casting aside all human respect, and considering before all things the interest of religion and the salvation of souls. It cannot be concealed that, although thanks to the mercy of God, religious feeling is strong and widely spread among Italians, nevertheless by evil influence of men and the times, religious indifference is on the increase, and hence there is a lessening of that respect and filial love for the Church, which was the glory of our ancestors and in which they placed their highest ambition. Let it be your work, venerable brethren, to revive this Christian feeling among your people, an interest in the Catholic cause, a confidence in Our Lady's help, and a spirit of prayer. It is certain that the august Queen, invoked thus well by her many sons, would design to hear their prayer, console us in our sorrow, and crown our efforts for the Church and for Italy by granting better times to both. With these desires, we bestow on you, venerable brethren, and the clergy and people committed to your care, the apostolic benediction, as a promise of graces and favors of the highest kind from heaven, given at the Vatican this 20th day of September, 1887. Leo XIII, Pope. End of Encyclical Letter, Vi e Ben Noto, on the Rosary and Public Life, by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Scott Rowe.
Encyclical Letter Officio Sanctissimo, on the Church in Bavaria, by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To our venerable brethren, the Archbishops and Bishops of Bavaria, venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. Urged on by the most sacred duty of our apostolic office, we have striven earnestly and for a long time, as you yourselves know, that the affairs of the Catholic Church in Prussia should be somewhat improved, and having been restored to a position of dignity, they should flourish with their former and more than their former honor. Which endeavors and labors of ours have by God's aid and assistance so far succeeded that we have appeased former strife, and are filled with hope that the liberty of the Catholic name may be enjoyed there fully and in peace. But now it is our desire to turn our thoughts and cares with great earnestness towards the Bavarians. not indeed because we think that the state of religion is the same in Bavaria as it was in Prussia, but we will and desire that in that kingdom also, which glorifies in the profession of the Catholic faith received from its forefathers and ancestors, sundry inconveniences which militate against the liberty of the Catholic Church may be speedily abolished. That we may accomplish so salutary a desire, we wish to try every expedient which others may give, and to bring to bear upon it without delay the authority and aid we ourselves possess. And we also especially call upon you, O venerable brethren, and upon all those in Bavaria, who by your operation have become our dear children, that in whatever may seem to appertain to the care and propagation of the faith and of religion in your country, we may communicate with you so far as is in our power, giving you counsel concerning them, and confidently urging them on the rulers of state. In the sacred records of Bavaria are many circumstances, but we recall things not unknown to you, concerning which the Church and the state may unite in a common joy. For the Christian faith, far from the time when its divine seed was sown in the bosom of your country by the care and great diligence of the holy abbot Severinus, who stands out as the apostle of the country between the Danube and the Alps, and of other preachers of the gospel, sent forth and fixed its roots so deeply that thenceforward it has never been utterly eradicated, either by the barbarity of superstition or the revolution and change of public affairs. Wherefore it came to pass about the end of the 7th century that when Rupert, the holy bishop of Worms, at the invitation of Theodore, Duke of Bavaria, went forth to stir up and increase the Christian faith in those parts, he found indeed many both professors of the faith and others desirous of embracing it, even in the mists of superstition. But that most excellent Prince Theodore himself, inflamed by zeal for the faith, undertook a journey to Rome, and prostrate at the tombs of the holy apostles, and at the feet of the august Vicar of Jesus Christ, first afforded a most noble example of piety and of the union of Bavaria with this apostolic see, which other excellent princes afterwards religiously followed. At the same time, Cardinal Martinianus, Bishop of Sabina, was sent as legate to Bavaria by the Holy Pontiff Gregory II, who brought aid and assistance in Catholic affairs, with whom were associated Gregorius and Dorotheus, both cardinals of the Roman Church. Not long afterwards, Corbineus, Bishop of Munich, a man renowned for his holiness of life and contempt of the world, who confirmed and increased the effect of the apostolic labors of Rupert by an equal amount of labors, set out to visit the sovereign pontiff at Rome. But he to whom beyond others praise is certainly due, in that he nourished and cherished the faith in Bavaria, is Saint Boniface, the Archbishop of Mayence, who also is celebrated in an undying and most trustworthy account as the father of Christian Germany, its apostle and martyr. He fulfilled the office of legate to the Roman pontiffs, Gregory II and III, and Zachary, in whose favor he stood high, and in their name and by their authority he divided the country of Bavaria into dioceses, and thus, having constituted a regular hierarchy, handed on the faith which had been planted there to future generations. St. Gregory II, writing to Boniface himself, says, "The field of the Lord, which was lying waste, and had grown unfruitful through infidelity with the thorns of thistles, being tilled by the plowshare of thy doctrine, has received the seed of the word, and brought forth an abundant harvest of faithfulness." From that time the religion of the Bavarians remained safe and sure, through all changes in civil affairs, although in course of time very sharply tried. For indeed there ensued those broils and contentions of the empire against the priesthood, which were so bitter, enduring, and destructive. In these, however, there was more to rejoice than to sadden the Church in Bavaria. For with most perfect unity they stood by Gregory XI, the lawful pontiff. the unbridled violence of the contenders moving them to neither side, and in vain threatening them, and what was very trying a long time afterwards, being in no way moved either by the power or attacks of the followers of Novatus. They always religiously observed the integrity of their faith and their ancient alliance with the Roman Church. Which courage and firmness of your fathers is to be the more lauded, because this new sect had brought into subjection nearly all their neighbors. Indeed, to the Bavarians who lived in those unhappy times are very applicable the words of merited praise, contained in a letter to their rulers which the above-named Gregory II had addressed long before to the Catholics of Thuringia, who had been imbued with the Christian faith by Saint Boniface. Acknowledging the constancy of your firm faith in Christ, which is well known to us, since when the pagans endeavored to force you into an idolatrous worship, you replied in the fullness of your faith that you would rather die than violate the faith in Christ which you had once for all received. Filled with all joy, we give thanks as is right to our God and Redeemer, the giver of all good things, by the assistance of whose grace we desire to raise you to still better and greater things, that for the strengthening of the intention of your faith you may cleave with earnest minds to the Holy Apostolic See, and so far as the needs of our holy religion demand, you may receive consolation from this Holy Apostolic See, so well remembered by you, as the spiritual mother of all the faithful, as indeed it is fitting that the joint heirs of the kingdom should receive from their royal parent. But although the grace of our merciful God, which in former times preserved and most graciously embraced your nation, bids us to argue well and be of good hope for the future, nevertheless we ought to strive, so far as lies in our power, to do that which will be most efficacious in healing the wounds which our religion may have received, or in warding them off, while still threatening us, so that our holy Christian doctrine and code of morals may daily spread and bear fruit more largely. This we do not say as though the Catholic faith were in want of greater and less timid defenders among you. For we know well, venerable brethren, that you, together with the larger and better parts, both of those in sacred orders and others, are by no means idly callous to the contests and dangers which your church is surrounded. Therefore, as our predecessor, Pius IX, in his most loving letters addressed to the bishops of Bavaria, praised in the highest manner the great earnestness they displayed in preserving the sacred rites of the Church, so we also freely and openly give well-deserved praise to each one of those who have bravely undertaken and carried out the defense of their ancestral faith. But when our provident God allows his Church to be vexed with grievous storms, he himself justly demands from us dispositions and powers more prepared to assist her. But you, O venerable brethren, each one equally with us, behold with grief the strange and unhappy times upon which the Church has fallen. You were among the first to notice the conditions in which you were placed, and the difficulties with which you have to contend. Wherefore, you know by experience that your office has greater duties than formerly, and that to perform them well, you ought to strive very earnestly for watchfulness, diligence, strength, and Christian prudence. And firstly, we urge and exhort you concerning the preparation and welfare of the clergy. For the clergy are like an army, which, as they obey the laws and perform their duties so that they may be of service to the Christian multitude under the authority of the bishops, will bring honor and stability to public affairs in proportion to their number and discipline. Wherefore this has always been the first care of the Church, that she should choose and bring up to the priesthood those young men whose dispositions and desires afford a hope that they will persevere in the ministry of the Church, and again, that the young men should have been educated from their early years in piety and religion, before evil habits have gained possession of them as young men. And for them, indeed, she founded proper seats of training and seminaries, and laid down rules full of wisdom, especially in the Holy Council of Trent, so that this college of the ministers of God might be a perpetual seminary. In several places indeed, certain laws are in force, which, if they do not stop, yet hinder the clergy in their training and discipline. We deem that it behooves us now, as at other times, openly to speak our mind on this matter, which is of the greatest possible interest, and to preserve the holy law of the Church inviolate by every means in our power. For indeed, the Church as a body, which is by its nature perfect, has an inalienable right of ordering and instructing its own forces, hurtful to none, helpful to many, in that kingdom of peace which Jesus Christ founded upon earth for the salvation of the human race. The clergy, however, will fulfill the duties committed to their charge fully and as a whole, when by the care of the bishops such a disposition of mind and intention has been brought about in the sacred seminaries as the dignity of the Christian priesthood and the natural change of times and manners require. They ought indeed to surpass others in the excellence of their teaching, and, which is the chief thing, in great reputation for virtue, so that they may attract the minds of men to it and lead them to its observance. It is necessary that Christian wisdom, which abounds in a wonderful light, should shine before the eyes of all, so that the darkness of ignorance, which is the greatest enemy to religion, having been dispelled, the truth may shine forth far and wide, and happily reign. Nay, more, it behooves that those manifold errors be refuted and dispelled, which, taking their rise either in ignorance or wickedness, or prejudiced opinions, perversely call away the minds of men from Catholic truth, and engender a certain hatred of it in their dispositions. This great duty, which is to exhort in sound doctrine and convince the gainsayers, Epistle to Titus, chapter 1, verse 9, belongs to the order of priests, who hold it legitimately, imposed by Christ our Lord, when he sent them forth to teach all the nations by his divine power, going into the whole world, preach the gospel to every creature. Mark, chapter 16, verse 15. Equally plainly as the bishops, chosen in the place of the apostles, are set over the Church of God. The priests are their assistants. If ever these duties have been fully and perfectly carried out, it was in the first ages of our religion, and in the following centuries during that great struggle with heathen tyranny, which raged for so long a time, whence the priestly band and the most holy order of fathers and doctors, whose wisdom and eloquence will be ever held in memory and admiration, obtained their great glory. For indeed, Christian doctrine deeply treated of by them, fully explained, and most valiantly maintained, by that means spread forth the more its truth and divine excellence. On the other hand, appeared the doctrine of the heathens, confuted and despised, even by the unlearned, as having no consistency, full of absurdities, useless. But in vain did the adversaries try to arrest and stop that course of Catholic wisdom. In vain did they seek objections from the schools of Greek philosophy, especially from those of Plato and Aristotle, with high-sounding words indeed. For our champions, declining not even that kind of contest, applied themselves to the learning and study of the heathen philosophers, having examined with the greatest diligence what each one of them had professed. They took these things into consideration one by one. They examined them. They compared them. Many things were rejected or corrected by them. Not a few were justly approved of and accepted. They also discovered and established by them that those things which are proved to be false by human reason and intelligence are in the same manner opposed to Christian doctrine, so that he who withstands and opposes this doctrine, of necessity, equally withstands and opposes reason. Contests of this kind were entered into by our fathers, and splendid victories obtained, and these were achieved not only by the virtue and arms of faith, but also by the aid of human reason, which indeed, guided by the light of divine wisdom, entered boldly upon the path of truth, from ignorance of many things, and as it were, out of a forest of errors. This admirable agreement and consent of the will with reason, although it has been honored by the learned works of many, yet as it were built up in one edifice, and shown at one view, shines forth especially in that work of St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, and equally in the Summa of St. Thomas Aquinas, in which books, indeed, are contained whatever things were deeply thought out and considered by wise men. And in them we may seek for the beginnings and font of that eminent school of learning called Christian theology. The memory of such illustrious examples should be remembered and cherished by the clergy, since in many ways ancient weapons are being sharpened by our adversaries, and nearly the same old battles are to be refought. This only the heathen formerly objected to the Christian religion, that they should not be led away from the ancient and accustomed rites of their divinities. But now the most iniquitous endeavor of wicked men contend that they should eradicate from Christian people all divine and most necessary teaching connected with our holy faith, and that they may use them worse than the heathen, and may involve them in the greatest misery, namely, the subversion and contempt of all faith and religion. Of which impure plague, than which none is more detestable, those were the founders who attributed to man that by the light of nature each one should know and judge concerning doctrine divinely revealed, by virtue of his own reason and judgment, and that there was no necessity to submit to the authority of the Church and the Roman Pontiff, whose sole right it is, by divine command and appointment, to be the guardian of that doctrine, to hand it on, and to judge truly concerning it. Thence the way easily opened, though to them it lay open most miserably, for denying and discarding all things which are placed above the natural order of things and the powers of man. Then, insolently denying that there was any authority which emanated from God, or even that there was a God, they at length lapsed into absurd theories of idealism and materialism. But this prostitution of the highest things, those who are named rationalists or naturalists do not hesitate to call by the false name of scientific and social progress, which in truth is nothing less than the destruction and ruin of both. Thus indeed, venerable brethren, you may know and see why, and in what way the younger members of the Church ought to be instructed in higher doctrines, that they may perform their duties with ease and utility at the present time. That these may be thoroughly grounded and accomplished in the study of humanities, they should not enter upon the study of sacred theology before having undergone a preparation in philosophy. We mean that deep and real philosophy, the investigator of the loftiest problems, the best patron of truth, by virtue of which they themselves will not be tossed about, nor carried away, by every wind of doctrine, by the wickedness of men, by the craftiness by which they lie in wait to deceive. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14. And will enable them to give to other doctrines the aid of truth, by the discussion and refutation of captious and deceptive theories. With this object, we have already advised that the works of the great Aquinas should be in their hands, and should be constantly and carefully explained, and we have often laid stress upon the same thing with solemn words. And we believe that the best fruits are thence received by the clergy, and we shall confidently look for fruits still more excellent and abundant. Indeed, the method of the angelic doctor is admirably adapted for training minds, wonderfully fitted for use in making comments, in philosophizing, in discoursing forcibly and incontrovertibly. For it shows clearly each subject, connected one with another in a continuous series, all, however, joined together and fitting into each other, all leading to the highest principles. Then it raises one to the contemplation of God, who is the efficient cause and strength and highest type of all things, to whom, finally, all philosophy and man himself, such as he is, ought to be referred. Thus, truly the knowledge of things, both divine and human, and the causes by which all these things are held together, as they are admirably shown, so also are they most firmly established by St. Thomas. By conflict with which knowledge, as the ancient sects of errors have entirely disappeared, so the new, unlike them rather in name and kind than in fact, as soon as they have put forth their heads, fall, laid low by the same blows, as indeed many of our writers have shown. Truly, human reason desires to penetrate freely into the hidden and secret knowledge of things, nor can it do otherwise. But with Aquinas for our author and master, it does this more quickly and freely, because it does it safely, without any danger of passing over the boundaries of truth. For neither can you rightly call that liberty which gathers and scatters opinions according to its own will and pleasure, nay, rather it is to be reputed the vilest license, lying, and false science, a disgrace and slavery of the mind. He indeed is the true doctor, who walks within the confines of truth, who not only never differs from God, the head and fount of all truth, but is always strictly in accordance with him, and always follows him when disclosing his secrets in any manner, who no less piously listens to the Roman Pontiff when speaking, reveres in him the divine authority, and fully holds that submission to the Roman Pontiff is necessary to salvation. In his school, therefore, let the cleric be brought up and exercised, both in philosophy and theology, for he will then be learned and strong as the mightiest to fight the sacred combats. But it is scarcely possible to express how great is the unity of the light of doctrine which shines from the clergy, and is poured among the different orders of Christian people, if indeed it shines, as it were from a beacon of virtue. For in the precepts which tend to the correction of men's morals, the acts of their masters are of more avail than their precepts, nor will any easily feel confidence when dealing with one whose deeds do not accord with his words and precepts. We turn our eyes and minds to Jesus Christ, who, as he is the truth, has taught us what we ought to believe, as he is the life and way, has offered himself to us as a perfect example, how we should lead a good life and eagerly seek after our final good. He himself desired his disciples to be ordered and perfected after his own pattern. So let your light shine, that is in doctrine, before men, that they may see your good works, not differing from the principles of your doctrine, and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16. Having combined together the doctrine and excellence of the gospel, which he committed to them to preach. It is right that those precepts should be divine by which the life of priests is ordered and directed. Above all, it is necessary that they persuade themselves and have it almost written in their minds that they are now no longer in the companionship of the world, but that they are elected to the counsels of God, and through passing their time in communion of the world, still live the life of Christ our Lord, who, if they really live by him and in him, will in no way seek those things which are their own, but will be entirely taken up with those things which belong to Jesus Christ. Philippians chapter 2, verse 21. Nor will they receive the empty favor of men, but will seek after the solid favor of God. They will moreover abstain from and abhor these lower and contemptible things, and industriously trying to become rich in heavenly blessings, will generously and gladly pour themselves forth, as it is part of holy charity. Further, they will never permit themselves to oppose or prefer their own to the judgment and will of the bishops, but by obeying and giving way to them as bearing the person of Christ, they will obtain most happily in the Lord's vineyard abundance of most choice fruit, which will remain with them forever. But whosoever serves himself in thought or will from his shepherd and from the chief of shepherds, the Roman Pontiff, is in no way joined to Christ. He that heareth you heareth me, and he that despiseth you despiseth me. Luke chapter 10, verse 16. But whosoever is separated from Christ scatters, rather than gathers together. Hence, moreover is evident the kind and measure of consideration due to men who are placed in positions of public authority. For it is by no means intended that anyone should desire to deny or derogate from their rights. Rather, those are to be diligently observed by other citizens, and especially carefully by priests. Render to Caesar the things which are Caesar's. Matthew chapter 22, verse 21. For those functions are most noble and honorable, which God the highest Lord and ruler has imposed upon men who are princes, that by counsel, reason, and all care of justice they should govern, persevere, and increase the state. Wherefore let the clergy carefully attend to and perform every duty as citizens, not after the manner of one who is servile, but of one who holds them in reverence, on account of religion, not on account of fear. At the same time with due observance, maintaining their own dignity, being both citizens and priests of God. But if it should happen that the civil power should invade the rights of God and of his church, then let a marked example be set by priests, as every Christian man ought to persevere in the path of duty during times of religious trouble. Let him bear many things in silence, with unstained virtue. Let him be cautious in bearing evil deeds, nor let him ever assent or consent to the wicked in any matter. But if it be a question of choice which he should do, whether the laws of God were to be broken or men pleased, let him freely choose that memorable and most dignified answer of the apostles. We ought to obey God rather than men. Acts chapter 5, verse 29. To this, as it were foreshadowed type of educating young men destined to sacred ends, it is our desire and right that we should add what appertains to youth in general. For we are exceedingly anxious as to its education, that it should be rightly and very fully carried out, both as regards mental culture and training the disposition. The Church has always cherished the age of youth in her maternal embrace. For its guardianship she has most lovingly undertaken many labors, and prepared many aids for it, among which is the foundation of many orders of religious men, which might train young people in science and learning, and might especially inculcate Christian wisdom and virtue. Under such auspices it would come to pass that piety towards God would easily imbue their tender minds, after which the duty of man towards himself, his neighbor, and his country, having been duly set before them, there is every hope that they would bring forth fruit in due season. There is, therefore, a just cause of grief to the Church when she sees her little ones torn away from her at the tenderest age, and forced into schools where either the knowledge of God is passed over in silence, or but a maimed and perverted idea of it taught, where there is nothing to stem the torrent of error, no faith in divine revelation, no place where the truth may defend itself. But truly, to forbid the Catholic Church to use her influence in the abodes of science and literature is most injurious, since the duty of teaching religion, that subject indeed which no man carefully of his external salvation can neglect, has been given by God to his Church, but to no other society of men has it been given, nor can any other association take it for itself. She therefore claims it as her undoubted right, and complains when it is neglected. Further, we must beware, and the greatest care should be taken, that in schools which have either wholly or partially cast aside the authority of the Church, the young should incur no danger, nor receive any injury to their Catholic faith or good morals, in which indeed the skill of the clergy and other good men will be of great avail, both if they exert themselves that the knowledge of religion should not only not be driven out of those schools where it exists, but should occupy its due place, and be taught by competent teachers of known ability. And if also they could find and put into operation any other safeguards by which that knowledge may be imparted to their scholars incorrupt and satisfactorily. The counsel and cooperation of the heads of families will also be of use. Wherefore, there is need of warning and exhorting them as far as lies in our power most earnestly, that they should consider what great and holy duties God has imposed upon them with respect to the education of their children, that they may know their religion and be of good behavior, serving God religiously, but that they themselves act wrongly if they commit their children at a docile and guileless age to the care of questionable teachers. In these duties which devolve upon them with the procreation of their children, let the heads of families know that there are the same rights inherent both by nature and justice, and that they are of such a kind that no one can free himself of them, no power of man can absolve them from them, since it is impossible by any human power to be dispensed from those duties which man owes to God. Let then parents consider well that they have a great responsibility to bear in the education of their children, and a still greater one in bringing them up to look for a better and more perfect life, that of the soul, which, when they are themselves unable to superintend, it is their part to procure the aid of others, so that their children may hear and receive that knowledge of religion which is necessary for every man from approved teachers. Now, indeed, there are not infrequently a most excellent example of piety and munificence, in that where there are no public schools open except those which are called neutral, Catholics have opened certain establishments of their own at great labor and expense, and maintain them with an equal zeal. It is greatly to be wished that these excellent and safe refuges of youth should be established more and more, where the necessities of circumstances or places require. Nor must we pass over in silence the fact that the Christian education of youth redounds greatly to the advantage of the state itself. Indeed, numberless and very great losses are to be feared for that state in which the method and discipline of education is devoid of religion, or, what is worse, is opposed to it. For immediately that supreme and divine rule is laid aside and despised, by whose admonition we are commanded to reverence the authority of God, and in reliance upon the same God, to hold all his teachings with the most assured faith. There is a tendency of human science to fall into most grievous errors, especially those of materialism and rationalism. Hence, it follows that each man is allowed to follow his own judgment and inclination as to what he understands, and still more as to what he does, and forthwith the public authority of those in power is weakened and destroyed. For it would be wonderful indeed if those obeyed and endured the rule of man, who entertain the baneful opinion that they are in no way bound by the governance and rule of God. For once destroy the foundations on which all authority rests, and the bond of human society is loosened and destroyed, there will be no state. A tyranny full of violence and cunning will take possession of all things. But surely, can any state by reliance upon its own powers ward off so great a calamity? Can any state do so while refusing the aid of the Church? Can any state do so when absolutely opposing the Church? The matter stands open and clear to every prudent person. Prudence in affairs of state itself demands that their part in teaching and educating the young should be left to the bishops and clergy, and great care should be taken that the most noble duty of instructing others should not be left in the hands of those who are either careless and lax in their religion, or openly averse to the Church. What, however, would be still more intolerable would be that men of this character should be selected as professors of religious knowledge, which is the most important of all. It is likewise a matter of extreme importance, venerable brethren, that you should warn and guard your flocks against the dangers arising from the contagion of Freemasonry. We have in a special encyclical letter shown how full of evil and danger to the state is this sect of darkness, and we have pointed out means to contract and destroy its influence. The faithful can never be sufficiently warned against this wicked faction, for although from the very beginning it conceived a deep hatred against the Catholic Church, and has ever since increased and inflamed it, its enmity is not always openly displayed, but more often exercises itself in an underhand and hypocritical way, especially among the young, who, inexperienced and wanting in wisdom, are sadly ensnared by its deceits, often concealed by appearances of piety and charity. As to being cautious in regard to those outside the Catholic faith, keep to what the Church prescribes, so that intercourse with them or the depravity of their doctrines may not become a source of danger to a Christian people. We know and regret, as you do, that our power to ward off such dangers does not equal our zeal and our desire to do so. Nevertheless, we do not think it useless to excite your pastoral solicitude and to stimulate at the same time the activity of Catholics, so that our united efforts may turn aside, or at least lessen, obstacles set in the way of our common desires. And we exhort you in the words of our predecessor, Leo the Great. Be full of pious zeal for religion, and let the anxiety of all the faithful be aroused against the most cruel enemies of souls. Sermons 15, Section 6. Therefore, throwing off their torpid neglect, let all good persons embrace the cause of religion and of the Church as their own, and let them fight faithfully and constantly on her behalf. Too often, the wicked are confirmed in their wickedness and their power for evil, and win the day by the sluggishness and timidity of good persons. The efforts and zeal of Catholics have not indeed always the effect intended and to be expected, but at heart they serve to restrain the enemy and at the same time to encourage the feeble and timid, even without counting the advantages gained from the satisfaction of having fulfilled a duty. Moreover, we are not ready to admit that the zeal and activity of Catholics cannot attain their end if properly guided and with perseverance. For it ever has changed and will happen that enterprises most surrounded with difficulties end happily, provided, as we have said, they are carried out with courageous energy, guided and aided by Christian prudence. And indeed, truth, naturally desired by all men, will sooner or later win men's minds. Truth may be tired and oppressed by intellectual troubles and diseases, but it can never be destroyed. All that has gone before seems to apply in a special way to Bavaria, for by God's grace, since it ranks among Catholic kingdoms, it must keep and nourish rather than accept that divine faith which it received from its forefathers. Moreover, they who in the people's name make laws to govern the kingdom are mostly Catholics, as are also many of its citizens and inhabitants, and therefore we doubt not they will aid with their utmost strength the Church, their mother, in her many trials. If all unite their efforts as energetically and actively as they ought, there will, by God's grace, be reason to rejoice at the happy results of their zeal. We recommend to all such union, for as there is nothing so baneful as discord, there is nothing more powerful and efficacious than agreement and concord of spirit, when in united force they are brought to bear for some common purpose. Effectively, the laws give Catholics an easy way of seeking to amend the condition and order of the state, and to desire and will a constitution which, if not favorable and well-intentioned towards the Church, shall at least, as justice requires, be not harshly hostile. It would be unjust to accuse or blame anyone amongst us who has recourse to such means, for those means, used by the enemies of Catholicity to obtain and to extort, as it were, from rulers laws inimical to civil and religious freedom, may surely be used by Catholics in an honorable manner for the interests of religion and in defense of the property, privileges, and right divinely granted to the Catholic Church, and that ought to be respected with all honor by rulers and subjects alike. Of the rights of the Church, that it is our duty everywhere and always to maintain and defend against all injustice. The first is certainly that of enjoying the full freedom of action she may need in working for the salvation of souls. This is a divine liberty, having as its author the only Son of God, who by shedding of blood gave birth to the Church, who established it until the end of time and chose himself to be its head. This liberty is so essential to the Church, a perfect and divine institution, that they who attack this liberty at the same time offend against God and their duty. For, as we have elsewhere more than once shown, God established his Church to protect and distribute what is of supreme good to souls by their nature superior to all others, and to bring men by means of faith and grace to a new life in Jesus Christ, a life that ensures eternal salvation. Since the character and rights of any society are fixed by its reason for existing and by the end it aims at, in accordance with the terms of its existence and conformably with its object, it naturally follows that the Church is a society, as distinct from civil society as their reasons for existence and ends are different. It follows that she is an indispensable society for all mankind, since all are created to live a Christian life, and so they who refuse to enter it or leave it are separated forever from life eternal. And it is a society eminently independent and above all others, because of the existence of the heavenly and immortal blessings towards which it tends. But an essentially free institution requires, as all may see, freedom to use the means necessary for its operations. The Church therefore needs, as proper and necessary means, the power of handing down Christian doctrine, of giving the sacraments, of exercising divine worship, of regulating and ruling all ecclesiastical discipline, with which gifts and offices God willed that his Church should be invested and strengthened, and, by an admirable providence, willed too that she alone should possess. To her alone has he given in charge all he has revealed to men, and established as sole interpreter, judge, and mistress, most wise and infallible, of the truth, whose precepts state, as well as individuals must hear and accept. It is equally certain that he has given the Church full freedom to judge and decide as to the things that may best suit her ends. Wherefore, it is unjustly that the civil powers take offense at the freedom of the Church, since the principle of civil and religious power is one and the same, namely God. Therefore, there can be no discord between them, nor mutual obstacles, nor encroachments. For God cannot be at variance with himself, and there cannot be conflict between his works. Rather, there is between them a marvelous harmony of causes and effects. It is clear likewise that when the Catholic Church, obeying her Master's will, carries far and wide her standard among nations, she does not invade the territory of the civil power, and interferes with it in no way, but on the contrary, protects and guards those nations, just as the Christian law does not cloud the light of human reason, but adds to its brilliancy by turning it aside from falsities into which human nature easily falls, or in opening it to a newer and wider intellectual horizon. In regard to Bavaria, arrangements were made between the Holy See and that country, which were ratified and made binding by reciprocal treaties. Although the Holy See granted great concessions in making a convention touching its rights, nevertheless, in its wonted manner, it has never done anything that might give rise to conflict. Wherefore, it is earnestly to be hoped that they may be faithfully kept on both sides, not only according to the letter, but according to the spirit in which they were made. Once indeed this harmony was broken, but a decree of Maximilian I restored it, and Maximilian II confirmed it in a fair and just manner by sanctioning some opportune modifications. These modifications have, however, we know, been lately abrogated. We, nevertheless, on account of the religious prudence of the prince who governs the kingdom of Bavaria, are confident that he who inherits the rank and faith of the Maximilians will himself safeguard Catholic interests by removing obstacles that bar their way, and that he will favor their development. Consequently, the Catholics who form the majority of the people, and whose love of country and respect for authority are conspicuous, if they see that in a matter of such moment their desires are taken into account and satisfied, will increase their love and respect for a prince as sons for their father, and following his counsels for the welfare and honor of the kingdom, they will fulfill them to the utmost limits of their power. Such, venerable brothers, is what the duty of our apostolic office compels us to say to you. It only remains to implore in common and with assurance the help of God. And to this end, let us take as our intercessors the ever-glorious Virgin Mary and the heavenly patrons of Bavaria, so that he may hear our united prayers and graciously grant to the Church peace and freedom, and that, thanks to him, Bavaria may enjoy glory and prosperity daily increasing. As a promise of these heavenly favors, and in witness of our special goodwill, we earnestly bestow on you, venerable brothers, to you, the clergy, and people confided to your care, the apostolic blessing. Given at Rome at St. Peter's, the 21st day of December, in the year 1887, the 10th of our pontificate. This is the end of the encyclical letter Officio Sanctissimo on the Church in Bavaria by Pope Leo XIII. Read by Kevin Francis Karam, S.J.
Encyclical letter Quod Anniversarius on his sacerdotal jubilee by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Encyclical letter of our most holy Lord Leo XIII, by divine providence, Pope. To our venerable brethren, the patriarchs, primates, archbishops and bishops of the whole world, in favour and communion with the Apostolic See. Venerable brethren, health and apostolic benediction. We return thanks, as is meet, to the sovereign goodness of God, whose will and providential wish governs the whole of men's lives, that the 50th anniversary of our priesthood has shone upon the Church. Moreover, the wonderful unanimity of hearts displayed in the tokens of respect, the liberal gifts, the public manifestations of readiness, is such as he alone could have inspired, on whom entirely depends the spirits, the wills, and the hearts of men, and who rules and directs events for the glory of the Christian religion. It is indeed a wonderful and memorable event, whereby the enemies of the Church, in spite of themselves, whether they desire it or not, see with their own eyes that the Church maintains her divine life, and the virtue with which she is endowed from heaven. This indeed makes them feel that the impious strive in vain when they rage and plan foolish attacks against the Lord and against his Christ. In order that the memory of this heavenly benefit may be continued, and that its utility may be spread as far and wide as possible, we have laid open the treasures of heavenly graces to all the flock committed to our care. We have not been wanting in imploring the succours of divine mercy in favour of those who are outside the ark of salvation, whereby we hope to obtain that all nations and all peoples, united in the faith by the bond of charity, may soon form one flock under one shepherd. This is what we have asked of our Lord Jesus Christ in our supplications on the occasion of the late solemn canonizations. For lifting up our eyes towards the Church triumphant, we have solemnly decreed and accorded on the one hand the supreme honour of the saints, on the other the title of blessed, to those Christian heroes, the examination of whose sublime virtues and miracles have been happily concluded according to due rites of law, so that the heavenly Jerusalem may be joined in a communion of the same joy with those who still pursue on earth the pilgrimage which is to lead them to God. But by the help of God, in order that we may crown this joy, we desire to fulfil, as far as lays in our power, our apostolic duty of charity by extending the plenitude of our infinite spiritual treasures to those beloved children of the Church, who, having died the death of the just, have quitted this world of strife with the sign of faith, and are branches of the mystical vine, though they cannot enter into everlasting rest until they have paid the uttermost farthing which they owe to the avenging justice of God. We are moved to this, both by the pious desires of Catholics, to whom we know that our resolution will be especially grateful, and by the fearful tortures which the souls of the departed suffer. But we are also animated by the custom of the Church, which, amid the most joyous solemnities of the year, fails not to make a holy and salutary commendation of the dead, that they may be delivered from their sins. Therefore, since it is certain, by the doctrine of the Catholic Church, that the souls detained in purgatory are benefited by the prayers of the faithful, and especially by the august sacrifice of the altar, we think we can give them no more useful and desirable pledge of our love than by everywhere increasing the offering of the pure oblation of the most holy sacrifice of our divine Mediator, for the expiation of their pain. We therefore decree, with all the necessary dispensations and indulgences, the last Sunday of next September as a day of ample expiation, on which will be celebrated by ourselves, and equally by each of our brethren, the patriarchs, archbishops, and bishops, and also by other prelates exercising jurisdiction in a diocese, each in his own church, whether patriarchal, metropolitan, or cathedral, a special Mass for the dead with the greatest solemnity possible, and according to the rite ordered in the Missal for the commemoration of all souls. We desire also that this should take place in the same manner in all parish and collegiate churches, both of the secular and regular clergy, and by all priests generally, provided that they do not omit the proper sacrifice of the Mass for the day where it is obligatory. As to the faithful, we strenuously exhort them, after sacramental confession, devoutly to partake of the bread of angels for the benefit of the souls in purgatory. We grant, by our apostolic authority, a plenary indulgence to be gained by such of the faithful, applicable to the dead, and the favour of a privileged altar to all those who, as has been said before, say Mass. Thus those pious souls, who expiate the remainder of their sins amidst such tortures, will receive a special and opportune consolation, thanks to the life-giving victim which the universal Church united to her visible head, and animated with a like spirit of charity, will offer to God that he may admit them to the dwelling of his consolation, to light and eternal peace. In the meanwhile, venerable brethren, we affectionately grant you in the Lord, as a pledge of celestial gifts, the apostolic benediction, to you and to all the clergy and people committed to your charge. Given at St. Peter's, at Rome, at the solemnity of Easter, in the year 1888, the 11th of our pontificate. Leo XIII, Pope. End of Encyclical Letter Quod Anniversarius, on his sacerdotal jubilee, by Pope Leo XIII.
Encyclical Letter In Plurimis on the Abolition of Slavery by Pope Leo XIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dory Smith. Letter of our Most Holy Lord, Leo XIII, by Divine Providence Pope to his venerable brethren, the Bishops of Brazil. Venerable brethren, health and the apostolic benediction, in plurimis. Amid the many and great demonstrations of affection which from almost all the peoples of the earth have come to us, and are still coming to us, in congratulation upon the happy attainment of the 50th anniversary of our priesthood, there is one which moves us in a quite special way. We mean one which comes from Brazil, where, upon the occasion of this happy event, large numbers of those who in that vast empire groan beneath the yoke of slavery have been legally set free. And this work, so full of the spirit of Christian mercy, has been offered up in cooperation with the clergy by charitable members of the laity of both sexes to God, the author and giver of all good things, in testimony of their gratitude for the favor of the health and the years which have been granted to us. But this was specially acceptable and sweet to us, because it lent confirmation to the belief, which is so welcome to us, that the great majority of the people of Brazil desire to see the cruelty of slavery ended and rooted out from the land. This popular feeling has been strongly seconded by the Emperor and his august daughter, and also by the ministers by means of various laws which, with this end in view, have been introduced and sanctioned. We told the Brazilian ambassador last January what a consolation these things were to us, and we also assured him that we would address letters to the bishops of Brazil in behalf of these unhappy slaves. We indeed to all men are the vicar of Christ, the Son of God, who so loved the human race that not only did he not refuse, taking our nature to himself, to live among men, but delighted in the name of the Son of Man, openly proclaiming that he had come upon earth to preach deliverance to the captives, in order that, rescuing mankind from the worst slavery, which is the slavery of sin, he might reestablish all things that are in heaven and on earth, and so bring back all the children of Adam from the depths of the ruin of the common fall to their original dignity. The words of St. Gregory the Great are very applicable here. Since our Redeemer, the author of all life, deigned to take human flesh, that by the power of his godhood the chains by which we were held in bondage being broken, he might restore to us our first state of liberty, it is most fitting that men by the concession of manumission should restore to the freedom in which they were born those whom nature sent free into the world, but who have been condemned to the yoke of slavery by the law of nations. It is right, therefore, and obviously in keeping with our apostolic office, that we should favor and advance by every means in our power whatever helps to secure for men, whether as individuals or as communities, safeguards against the many miseries which, like the fruits of an evil tree, have sprung from the sin of our first parent. And such safeguards of whatever kind they may be help not only to promote civilization and the amenities of life, but lead on to that universal restitution of all things which our Redeemer Jesus Christ contemplated and desired. In the presence of so much suffering, the condition of slavery, in which a considerable part of the great human family has been sunk in squalor and affliction, now for many centuries is deeply to be deplored. For the system is one which is wholly opposed to that which was originally ordained by God and by nature. The supreme author of all things so decreed that man should exercise a sort of royal dominion over beasts and cattle, and fish and fowl, but never that man should exercise a like dominion over their fellow men. As St. Augustine puts it, having created man a reasonable being, and after his own likeness, God wished that he should rule only over the brute creation, that he should be the master, not of men, but of beasts. From this it follows that the state of slavery is rightly regarded as a penalty upon the sinner. Thus the word slave does not occur in the Bible until the just man Noah branded with it the sin of his son. It was sin, therefore, which deserved this name. It was not natural. From the first sin came all evils, and specially this perversity, that there were men who, forgetful of the original brotherhood of the race, instead of seeking, as they should naturally have done, to promote the mutual kindness and mutual respect, following their evil desires, began to think of other men as their inferiors, and to hold them as cattle born for the yoke. In this way, through an absolute forgetfulness of our common nature and of human dignity, and the likeness of God stamped upon us all, it came to pass that in the contentions and wars which then broke out, those who were the stronger reduced the conquered into slavery, so that mankind, though of the same race, became divided into two sections, the conquered slaves and their victorious masters. The history of the ancient world presents us with this miserable spectacle down to the time of the coming of our Lord, when the calamity of slavery had fallen heavily upon all the peoples, and the number of free men had become so reduced that the poet was able to put this atrocious phrase into the mouth of Caesar: "The human race exists for the sake of a few." The system flourished even among the most civilized peoples, among the Greeks and among the Romans, with whom the few imposed their will upon the many, and this power was exercised so unjustly and with such haughtiness that a crowd of slaves was regarded merely as so many chattels, not as persons, but as things. They were held to be outside the sphere of law and without even the claim to retain and enjoy life. Slaves are in the power of their masters, and this power is derived from the law of nations, for we find that among all nations masters have the power of life and death over their slaves, and whatever a slave earns belongs to his master. Owing to this state of moral confusion, it has become lawful for men to sell their slaves, to give them in exchange, to dispose of them by will, to beat them, to kill them, to abuse them by forcing them to serve for the gratification of evil passions and cruel superstitions. These things could be done legally, with impunity, and in the light of heaven. Even those who were wisest in the pagan world, illustrious philosophers, and learned jurisconsults, outraging the common feeling of mankind, succeeding in persuading themselves and others that slavery was simply a necessary condition of nature. Nor did they hesitate to assert that the slave class was very inferior to the free men, both in intelligence and perfection of bodily development, and therefore that slaves, as things wanting in reason and sense, ought in all things to be the instruments of the will, however rash and unworthy, of their masters. Such inhuman and wicked doctrines are to be specially detested, for when once they are accepted, there is no form of oppression so wicked but that it will defend itself beneath some color of legality and justice. History is full of examples showing what a seedbed of crime, what a pest and calamity this system has been for states. Hatreds are excited in the breasts of the slaves, and the masters are kept in a state of suspicion and perpetual dread. The slaves prepare to avenge themselves with the torches of the incendiary, and the masters continue the task of oppression with greater cruelty. States are disturbed alternately by the number of the slaves and by the violence of the masters, and so are easily overthrown. Hence, in a word, come riots and seditions, pillage and fire. The greater part of humanity were toiling in this abyss of misery, and were the more to be pitied because they were sunk in the darkness of superstition, when, in the fullness of time, and by the designs of God, light shone down upon the world, and the merits of Christ the Redeemer were poured out upon mankind. By that means they were lifted out of the slough and the distress of slavery, and recalled and brought back from the terrible bondage of sin to their high dignity as the sons of God. Thus the apostles, in the early days of the Church, among other precepts for a devout life, taught and laid down the doctrine which more than once occurs in the epistles of St. Paul addressed to those newly baptized. For you are all the children of God by faith in Jesus Christ. For as many of you as have been baptized in Christ have put on Christ. There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Where there is neither Gentile nor Jew, circumcision nor uncircumcision, barbarian nor Scythian, bond nor free. But Christ is all and in all. For in one Spirit were we all baptized into one body, whether Jews or Gentiles, whether bond or free. And in one Spirit we have all been made to drink. Golden words indeed, noble and wholesome lessons, whereby its old dignity is given back, and with increase to the human race, and men of whatever land or tongue or class are bound together and joined in the strong bonds of brotherly kinship. Those things St. Paul, with that Christian charity with which he was filled, learned from the very heart of him who, with such surpassing goodness, gave himself to be the brother of us all, and in his own person, without omitting or excepting any one, so ennobled men that they might become participators in the divine nature. Through this Christian charity, the various races of men were drawn together under the divine guidance in such a wonderful way that they blossomed into a new state of hope and public happiness. As with the progress of time and events and the constant labor of the Church, the various nations were able to gather together, Christian and free, organized anew after the manner of a family. From the beginning, the Church spared no pains to make the Christian peoples in a matter of such high importance accept and firmly hold the true teaching of Christ and the apostles. And now, through the new Adam, who is Christ, there is established a brotherly union between man, and people. Just as in the order of nature they all have a common origin, so in the order which is above nature they all have one and the same origin in salvation and faith. All alike are called to be the adopted sons of God and the Father, who has paid the selfsame ransom for us all. We are all members of the same body. All are allowed to partake of the same divine banquet, and offered to us all are the blessings of divine grace and of eternal life. Having established these principles as beginnings and foundations, the Church, like a tender mother, went on to try to find some alleviation for the sorrows and the disgrace of the life of the slave. With this end in view, she clearly defined and strongly enforced the rights and mutual duties of masters and slaves as they are laid down in the letters of the apostles. It was in these words that the princes of the apostles admonished the slaves they had admitted to the fold of Christ. Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward. Servants, be obedient to them that are your lords according to the flesh, with fear and trembling in the simplicity of your hearts as to Christ, not serving to the eye, but as the servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart, with a good will serving as to the Lord and not to men, knowing that whatsoever good thing any man shall do, the same shall he receive from the Lord, whether he be bond or free. St. Paul says the same to Timothy. Whosoever are servants under the yoke, let them count their masters worthy of all honor, lest the name of the Lord and his doctrine be blasphemed. But they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, because they are brethren, but serve them the rather, because they are faithful and beloved, who are partakers of the benefit. These things teach and exhort. In like manner he commanded Titus to teach servants to be obedient to their masters in all things pleasing, not gainsaying, not defrauding, but in all things showing good fidelity, that they may adorn the doctrine of God our Savior in all things. Those first disciples of the Christian faith very well understood that this brotherly equality of all men in Christ ought in no way to diminish or detract from the respect, honor, faithfulness, and other duties due to those placed above them. From this many good results followed, so that duties became at once more certain of being performed, and lighter and pleasanter to do, and at the same time more fruitful in obtaining the glory of heaven. Thus they treated their masters with reverence and honor, as men clothed in the authority from whom comes all power. Among these disciples the motive of action was not the fear of punishment, or any enlightened prudence, or the promptings of utility, but a consciousness of duty and the force of charity. On the other hand, masters were wisely counseled by the apostle to treat their slaves with consideration in return for their services. And you, masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing threatenings, knowing that the Lord both of them and you is in heaven, and there is no respect of persons with him. They were also told to remember that the slave had no reason to regret his lot, seeing that he is the freeman of the Lord, nor the freeman, seeing that he is the bondman of Christ, to feel proud, and to give his commands with haughtiness. It was impressed upon masters that they ought to recognize in their slaves their fellow men, and respect them accordingly, recognizing that by nature they were not different from themselves, that by religion and in relation to the majesty of their common Lord all were equal. These precepts, so well calculated to introduce harmony among the various parts of domestic society, were practiced by the apostles themselves. Specially remarkable is the case of St. Paul when he exerted himself in behalf of Onesimus, the fugitive slave of Philemon, with whom, when he returned him to his master, he sent this loving recommendation: "And do thou receive him as my own bowels, not now as a servant, but instead of a servant, a most dear brother. And if he have wronged thee in anything, or is in thy debt, put that to my account." Whoever compares the pagan and the Christian attitude towards slavery will easily come to the conclusion that the one was marked by great cruelty and wickedness, and the other by great gentleness and humanity, nor will it be possible to deprive the Church of the credit due to her as the instrument of this happy change. And this becomes still more apparent when we consider how tenderly and with what prudence the Church has cut out and destroyed this dreadful curse of slavery. She has deprecated any precipitate action in securing the manumission and the liberation of the slaves, because that would have entailed tumults and wrought injury, as well to the slaves themselves as to the commonwealth. But with singular wisdom she has seen that the minds of the slaves should be instructed through her discipline in the Christian faith, and with baptism should acquire habits suitable to the Christian life. Therefore, when, amid the slave multitude whom she has numbered among her children, some, led astray by some hope of liberty, have had recourse to violence and sedition, the Church has always condemned these unlawful efforts and opposed them, and through her ministers has applied the remedy of patience. She taught the slaves to feel that, by virtue of the light of holy faith and the character they received from Christ, they enjoyed a dignity which placed them above their heathen lords, but that they were bound the more strictly by the author and founder of their faith himself, never to set themselves against these, or even to be wanting in the reverence and obedience due to them. Knowing themselves as the chosen ones of the kingdom of God, and endowed with the freedom of his children and called to the good things that are not of this life, they were able to work on without being cast down by the sorrows and troubles of this passing world, but with eyes and hearts turned to heaven were consoled and strengthened in their holy resolutions. St. Peter was addressing himself specially to slaves when he wrote, "For this is thanksworthy, if for conscience towards God a man endures sorrows, suffering wrongfully. For unto this you are called, because Christ also suffered for us, leaving you an example that you should follow his steps." The credit for this solicitude joined with moderation, which in such a wonderful way displayed the divine powers of the Church, is increased by the marvelous and unconquerable courage with which she was able to inspire and sustain so many poor slaves. It was a wonderful sight to behold those who, in their obedience and the patience with which they submitted to every task, were such an example to their masters, refusing to let themselves be persuaded to prefer the wicked commands of those above them to the holy law of God, and even giving up their lives in the most cruel tortures with unconquered hearts and unclouded brows. The pages of Eusebius keep alive for us the memory of the unshaken constancy of the Virgin Pitamiana, who, rather than consent to gratify the lusts of her master, fearlessly accepted death and sealed her faithfulness to Jesus Christ with her blood. Many other admirable examples abound of slaves who, for their soul's sake and to keep their faith with God, have resisted their masters to the death. History has no case to show of Christian slaves for any other cause setting themselves in opposition to their masters or joining in conspiracies against the state. Thence, peace and quiet times having been restored to the Church, the Holy Fathers made a wise and admirable exposition of the apostolic precepts concerning the fraternal unanimity which should exist between Christians, and with a like charity extended it to the advantage of slaves, striving to point out that the rights of masters extended lawfully indeed over the works of their slaves, but that their power did not extend to using horrible cruelties against their persons. Chrysostom stands preeminent among the Greeks, who often treats of this subject and affirms with exulting mind and tongue that slavery, in the old meaning of the word, had at that time disappeared through the beneficence of the Christian faith, so that it both seemed and was a word without any meaning among the disciples of the Lord. For Christ indeed, so he sums up his argument, when in his great mercy to us he wiped away the sin contracted by our birth, at the same time healed the manifold corruptions of human society, so that as death itself by his means has laid aside its terrors and become a peaceful passing away to a happy life, so also has slavery been banished. Do not then call any Christian man a slave, unless indeed he is in bondage again to sin. They are altogether brethren who are born again and received in Christ Jesus. Our advantages flow from that new birth and adoption into the household of God, not from the eminence of our race. Our dignity arises from the praise of our truth, not of our blood. But in order that that kind of evangelical brotherhood may have more fruit, it is necessary that in the actions of our ordinary life there should appear a willing interchange of kindnesses and good offices, so that slaves should be esteemed of nearly equal account with the rest of our household and friends, and that the master of the house should supply them, not only with what is necessary for their life and food, but also all necessary safeguards of religious training. Finally, from the marked address of Paul to Philemon, bidding grace and peace to the church which is in thy house, the precept should be held in respect equally by Christian masters and servants, that they who have an intercommunion of faith should also have an intercommunion of charity. Of the Latin authors we worthily and justly call to mind St. Ambrose, who so earnestly inquired into all that was necessary in this cause, and so clearly ascribes what is due to each kind of man according to the laws of Christianity, that no one has ever achieved it better, whose sentiments, it is unnecessary to say, fully and perfectly coincide with those of St. Chrysostom. These things were, as is evident, most justly and usefully laid down. But more, the chief point is that they have been observed wholly and religiously from the earliest times, wherever the profession of the Christian faith has flourished. Unless this had been the case, that excellent defender of religion, Lactantius, could not have maintained it so confidently as though a witness of it. Should any one say, "Are there not among you some poor, some rich, some slaves, some who are masters? Is there no difference between different persons?" I answer, there is none, nor is there any other cause why we call each other by the name of brother, than that we consider ourselves to be equals. For when we measure all human things, not by the body but by the spirit, although their corporal condition may be different from ours, yet in spirit they are not slaves to us, but we esteem them and call them brethren, fellow workers in religion. The care of the Church extended to the protection of slaves, and without interruption tended carefully to one object, that they should finally be restored to freedom, which would greatly conduce to their eternal welfare. That the event happily responded to these efforts, the annals of sacred antiquity afforded abundant proof. Noble matrons, rendered illustrious by the praises of Jerome, themselves afforded great aid in carrying this matter into effect, so that, as Salvanius relates, in Christian families, even though not very rich, it often happened that the slaves were freed by a generous manumission. But also St. Clement long before praised that excellent work of charity by which some Christians became slaves, by an exchange of persons, because they could in no other way liberate those who were in bondage. Wherefore, in addition to the fact that the act of manumission began to take place in churches as an act of piety, the Church ordered it to be proposed to the faithful when about to make their wills, as a work very pleasing to God, and of great merit and value with him. Therefore those precepts of manumission to the heir were introduced with the words, "For the love of God, for the welfare or benefit of my soul." Neither was anything grudged as the price of captives. Gifts dedicated to God were sold, consecrated gold and silver melted down, the ornaments and gifts of the basilicas alienated, as indeed was done more than once by Ambrose, Augustine, Hilary, Eligius, Patrick, and many other holy men. Moreover, the Roman pontiffs, who have always acted, as history truly relates, as the protectors of the weak and helpers of the oppressed, have done their best for slaves. St. Gregory himself set at liberty as many as possible, and in the Roman Council of 597 desired those to receive their freedom who were anxious to enter the monastic state. Hadrian I maintained that slaves could freely enter into matrimony even without their master's consent. It was clearly ordered by Alexander III, in the year 1168, to the Moorish king of Valencia, that he should not make a slave of any Christian, because no one was a slave by the law of nature, all men having been made free by God. Innocent III, in the year 1190, at the prayer of its founders, John de Matha and Felix of Valois, approved of and established the order of the Most Holy Trinity for redeeming Christians who had fallen into the power of the Turks. At a later date, Honorius III, and afterwards Gregory IX, duly approved of the Order of St. Mary of Help, founded for a similar purpose, which Peter Nolasco had established, and which included the severe rule that its religious should give themselves up as slaves in the place of Christians taken captive by tyrants, if it should be necessary in order to redeem them. The same St. Gregory passed a decree which was a far greater support of liberty, that it was unlawful to sell slaves to the Church, and he further added an exhortation to the faithful that as a punishment for their faults they should give their slaves to God and his saints as an act of expiation. There are also many other good deeds of the Church in the same behalf, for she indeed was accustomed by severe penalties to defend slaves from the savage anger and cruel injuries of their masters, to those upon whom the hand of violence had rested. She was accustomed to open her sacred temples as places of refuge, to receive the freed men into her good faith, and to restrain those by censure who dared by evil inducements to lead a free man back again into slavery. In the same way she was still more favorable to the freedom of the slaves, whom by any means she held as her own according to times and places, when she laid down either that those should be released by the bishops from every bond of slavery who had shown themselves during a certain time of trial of praiseworthy honesty of life, or when she easily permitted the bishops of their own will to declare those belonging to them free. It must also be ascribed to the compassion and virtue of the Church that somewhat of the pressure of civil law upon slaves was remitted, and, as far as it was brought about, that the milder alleviations of Gregory the Great, having been incorporated in the written law of nations, became of force, that however was done principally by the agency of Charlemagne, who included them in his Capitularia, as Gratianus afterwards did in his decree. Finally, monuments, laws, institutions, through a continuous series of ages, teach and splendidly demonstrate the great love of the Church towards slaves, whose miserable condition she never left destitute of protection, and always, to the best of her power, alleviated. Therefore sufficient praise or thanks can never be returned, since she has merited it by the prosperity of nations, to the Catholic Church, by the very great beneficence of Christ our Redeemer, the banisher of slavery and causer of true liberty, fraternity, and equality among men. Towards the end of the 15th century, at which time the base stain of slavery having been nearly blotted out from among Christian nations, states were anxious to stand firmly in evangelical liberty, and also to increase their empire, this apostolic see took the greatest care that the evil germs of such depravity should nowhere revive. She therefore directed her provident vigilance to the newly discovered regions of Africa, Asia, and America, for a report had reached her that the leaders of these expeditions, Christians though they were wickedly making use of their arms and ingenuity for establishing and imposing slavery on these innocent nations. Indeed, since the crude nature of the soil, which they had to overcome, nor less the wealth of metals, which had to be extracted by digging, required very hard work, unjust and inhuman plans were entered into. For a certain traffic was begun, slaves being transported for that purpose from Ethiopia, which at that time, under the name of La Tratta dei Negri, too much occupied those colonies. An oppression of the indigenous inhabitants, who are universally called Indians, much the same as slavery, followed with a like maltreatment. When Pius II had become assured of these matters, without delay, on October 7th, in the year 1452, he gave a letter to the bishop of the place in which he reproved and condemned such wickedness. Some time afterwards, Leo X lent, as far as he could, his good offices and authority to the kings of both Portugal and Spain, who took care to radically extirpate that license opposed alike to religion, humanity, and justice. Nevertheless, that evil, having grown strong, remained there, its impure cause, the unquenchable desire of gain, remaining. Then Paul III, anxious with a fatherly love as to the condition of the Indians and of the Moorish slaves, came to this last determination, that in open day, and as it were in the sight of all nations, he declared that they all had a just and natural right of a threefold character, namely, that each one of them was master of his own person, that they could live together under their own laws, that they could acquire and hold property for themselves. More than this, having sent letters to the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, he pronounced an interdict of sacred rites against those who acted contrary to the aforesaid decree, reserving to the Roman Pontiff the faculty of absolving them. With the same forethought and constancy, other pontiffs at a later period, as Urban VIII, Benedict XIV, and Pius VII, showed themselves strong assertors of liberty for the Indians and Moors, and those who were even as yet not instructed in the Christian faith. The last, moreover, at the Council of the Confederated Princes of Europe, held at Vienna, called their attention in common to this point, that the traffic in negroes of which we have spoken before, and which had now ceased in many places, should be thoroughly rooted out. Gregory XVI also severely censured those neglecting the duties of humanity and the laws, and restored the decrees and statutory penalties of the Apostolic See, and left no means untried that foreign nations also, following the kindliness of the Europeans, should cease from and abhor the disgrace and brutality of slavery. But it has turned out most fortunately for us that we have received the congratulations of the chief princes and rulers of public affairs for having obtained, thanks to our constant pleadings, some satisfaction for the long-continued and most just complaints of nature and religion. We have, however, in our mind, in a matter of the same kind, another care which gives us no light anxiety and presses upon our solicitude. This shameful trading in men has indeed ceased to take place by sea, but on land is carried on to too great an extent and too barbarously, and that especially in some parts of Africa. For it having been perversely laid down by the Mohammedans that Ethiopians and men of similar nations are very little superior to brute beasts, it is easy to see and shudder at the perfidy and cruelty of man. Suddenly, like plunderers making an attack, they invade the tribes of Ethiopians, fearing no such thing. They rush into their villages, houses, and huts. They lay waste, destroy, and seize everything. They lead away from thence the men, women, and children easily captured and bound, so that they may drag them away by force for their shameful traffic. These hateful expeditions are made into Egypt, Zanzibar, and partly also into the Sudan, as though so many stations. Men bound with chains are forced to take long journeys, ill supplied with food, under the frequent use of the lash. Those who are too weak to undergo this are killed. Those who are strong enough go like a flock with a crowd of others to be sold and to be passed over to a brutal and shameless purchaser. But whoever is thus sold and given up is exposed to what a miserable rending asunder of wives, children, and parents, and is driven by him into whose power he falls into a hard and indescribable slavery, nor can he refuse to conform to the religious rites of Mahomet. These things we have received not long since with the greatest bitterness of feeling from some who have been eye-witnesses, though tearful ones, of that kind of infamy and misery. With these, moreover, what has been related lately by the explorers in equatorial Africa entirely coincides. It is indeed manifest by their testimony and word that each year 400,000 Africans are usually thus sold like cattle, about the half of whom, wearied out by the roughness of the tracks, fall down and perish there, so that, sad to relate, those traveling through such places see the pathway strewn with the remains of bones. Who would not be moved by the thought of such miseries? We, indeed, who bear the person of Christ, the loving liberator and redeemer of all mankind, and who so rejoice in the many and glorious good deeds of the Church to all who are afflicted, can scarcely express how great is our commiseration for those unhappy nations, with what fullness of charity we open our arms to them, how ardently we desire to be able to afford them every alleviation and support, with the hope that, having cast off the slavery of superstition as well as the slavery of man, they may at length serve the one true God under the gentle yoke of Christ, partakers with us of the divine inheritance. Would that all who hold high positions in empires or states, or who desire the rights of nations and of humanity to be held sacred, or who earnestly devote themselves to the interests of the Catholic religion, would all, everywhere, acting on our exhortations and wishes, strive together to repress, forbid, and put an end to that kind of traffic than which nothing is more base and wicked. In the meantime, while by a more strenuous application of ingenuity and labor new roads are being made, and new commercial enterprises undertaken in the lands of Africa, let apostolic men endeavor to find out how they can best secure the safety and liberty of slaves. They will obtain success in this matter in no other way than if, strengthened by divine grace, they give themselves up to spreading our most holy faith and daily caring for it, whose distinguishing fruit is that it wonderfully favors and develops the liberty with which Christ made us free. We therefore advise them to look as if into a mirror of apostolic virtue, at the life and works of St. Peter Claver, to whom we have lately added a crown of glory. Let them look at him who, for fully 40 years, gave himself up to minister with the greatest constancy in his labors to a most miserable assembly of Moorish slaves. Truly he ought to be called the apostle of those whose constant servant he professed himself and gave himself up to be. If they endeavor to take to themselves and reflect the charity and patience of such a man, they will shine indeed as worthy ministers of salvation, authors of consolation, messengers of peace, who, by God's help, may turn solitude, desolation, and fierceness into the most joyful fertility of religion and civilization. And now, venerable brethren, our thoughts and letters desire to turn to you, that we may again announce to you and again share with you the exceeding joy which we feel on account of the determinations which we have been publicly entered into in that empire with regard to slavery. If indeed it seemed to us a good, happy, and propitious event, that it was provided and insisted upon by law that whoever were still in the condition of slaves ought to be admitted to the status and rights of free men, so also it confirms and increases our hope of future acts which will be the cause of joy, both in civil and religious matters. Thus the name of the Empire of Brazil will be justly held in honor and praise among the most civilized nations, and the name of its august emperor will likewise be esteemed, whose excellent speech is on record, that he desired nothing more ardently than that every vestige of slavery should be speedily obliterated from its territories. But truly, until those precepts of the laws are carried into effect, earnestly endeavor, we beseech you, by all means, and press on as much as possible the accomplishment of this affair, which no light difficulties hinder. Through your means, let it be brought to pass that masters and slaves may mutually agree with the highest goodwill and best good faith, nor let there be any transgression of clemency or justice, but whatever things have to be carried out, let all be done lawfully, temperately, and in a Christian manner. It is, however, chiefly to be wished that this may be prosperously accomplished, which all desire, that slavery may be banished and blotted out without any injury to divine or human rights, with no agitation of the state, and so with the solid benefit of the slaves themselves, for whose sake it is undertaken. To each one of these, whether they have already been made free or are about to become so, we address with a pastoral intention and fatherly mind a few salutary cautions called from the words of the great apostle of the Gentiles. Let them then endeavor piously and constantly to retain a grateful memory and feeling towards those by whose counsel and exertion they were set at liberty. Let them never show themselves unworthy of so great a gift, nor ever confound liberty with license, but let them use it as becomes well-ordered citizens for the industry of an active life, for the benefit and advantage both of their family and of the state. To respect and increase the dignity of their princes, to obey the magistrates, to be obedient to the laws, these and similar duties let them diligently fulfill, under the influence, not so much of fear as of religion. Let them also restrain and keep in subjection envy of another's wealth or position, which, unfortunately, daily distresses so many of those in inferior positions, and presents so many incitements of rebellion against security of order and peace. Content with their state and lot, let them think nothing dearer, let them desire nothing more ardently than the good things of the heavenly kingdom, by whose grace they have been brought to the light and redeemed by Christ. Let them feel piously toward God, who is their Lord and Liberator. Let them love him with all their power. Let them keep his commandments with all their might. Let them rejoice in being sons of his spouse, the Holy Church. Let them labor to be as good as possible, and as much as they can let them carefully return his love. Do you also, venerable brethren, be constant in showing and urging on the freedom of these same doctrines, that which is our chief prayer, and at the same time ought to be yours and that of all good people, religion amongst the first, may ever feel that she has gained the most ample fruits of that liberty which has been obtained wherever that empire extends. But that may happily take place, we beg and implore the full grace of God and motherly aid of the Immaculate Virgin. As a foretaste of heavenly gifts and witness of our fatherly goodwill towards you, venerable brethren, your clergy, and all your people, we lovingly impart the apostolic benediction, given at St. Peter's at Rome, May 5th, in the year 1888, the 11th of our pontificate. Leo, Pope the 13th. End of Encyclical Letter in Plurimis on the Abolition of Slavery by Pope Leo XIII, read by Dory Smith.